My name is Haning. I was reborn 3 days ago, and now I had 7 months before the apocalypse. Today, I picked up 120 cups of milk tea from my shop. I stored them in my space as soon as I got in the car. Freshness was key. I even treated myself to a cup of mango pomelo sago, savoring its sweet, creamy taste. In my past life, I had been a dance student who avoided sugary treats to maintain my figure.
But now?
Staying slim was the last thing on my mind. My only goal was survival, and I was going to enjoy everything I could before the world fell apart. I owned a milk tea shop near my university. I started it in my freshman year, with the inheritance my parents left me. It wasn't just for money, it gave me something to do. After my rebirth, I didn't shut it down. Instead, I hired 4 more part-time students and ramped up production. Every day, we made hundreds of cups of milk tea. While customers still came in, I had shut down online orders. All the extra drinks? I took them home, preparing for what was coming. That evening, my aunt called, reminding me it was Sunday and asking me to come home for dinner. I remembered this from my past life. Going back that night had cost me a tablet for my cousin. This time, I wasn't playing along. When I arrived at the apartment, my cousins were sprawled on the sofa, snacking and making a mess. My aunt greeted me with a complaint instead of a welcome. My uncle, as usual, acted like he was in charge, questioning my attitude. In my past life, I had been blind to their true nature, believing my aunt's fake warmth.
Not this time.
I forced a smile and played along, but inside, I was seething. I wouldn't be fooled again. Watching my aunt and uncle put on their little performance, I couldn't help but sneer internally. How had I ever been so blind to fall for their terrible acting? I ignored my uncle's attempt to confront me and walked straight past him into my room. If there was anyone I hated the most in this family, it was him. In my past life, he had tried to harass me multiple times. When my aunt found out, he twisted the story, claiming I had seduced him. That was when she decided to sell me off. Not this time. But I had to be patient. Killing wasn't legal yet. I looked around my room, knowing this would be the last time I saw it. I had already decided to sell this apartment. This was my home, the place I had shared with my parents. Everything here had been picked out with them. My father, an artist, had even designed my dressing table. It hurt to leave, but I wouldn't let these parasites live off me any longer. I packed as much as I could into 2 suitcases, secretly storing my parents' keepsakes in my space. I left a few old clothes behind to avoid suspicion. As I stepped out with my suitcases, my cousin immediately noticed. My aunt also rushed over, curious. I told them I had found a part-time job with housing and wouldn't be coming back much during breaks. Just as I expected, they were overjoyed. My aunt had wanted my room for her daughter for a long time. During dinner, I let myself indulge. The table was full of my favorite dishes. Clearly, my aunt was trying to butter me up before asking for a favor. But she was in for a disappointment. I ate without restraint, shoveling food into my mouth, barely pausing to chew. My aunt and cousin looked at me strangely, not used to seeing me eat like this. They didn't know that hunger had become part of my very soul. I let them wonder. Soon, none of this would matter. As I ate, I noticed my uncle glaring at me, but my aunt quickly stopped him. If they had waited a little longer to sit down, I could have finished the entire meal myself. Then, my cousin whined about wanting a tablet, claiming his friends mocked him for not having one. I knew this was coming. He looked at me, expecting a reaction, but I was too focused on my food. My aunt, of course, tried to rope me in, saying how expensive my own tablet was and that their family couldn't afford one. My cousin threw a tantrum, knocking a shrimp off the table and into the trash. What a waste. In the apocalypse, he would regret ever throwing food away. My aunt's daughter chimed in, pretending to sympathize while taking a jab at me, trying to guilt-trip me into giving in. Then, my aunt suggested that I give my expensive tablet to her son since I could always get a better one later. I smiled and played along, reminding them that my uncle had just gotten a raise and a big bonus. Surely he could afford a new tablet. The moment I said it, my uncle froze. My aunt's expression changed as she realized she had no idea what I was talking about. My uncle immediately denied it, but I casually mentioned that I had seen him at a hotel with a female coworker, booking a room. Panic filled the room. My uncle tried to shut me up, but my aunt's anger erupted. She grabbed his phone, discovered his secret chats, and the house descended into chaos. My cousins fought over an old tablet while my aunt chased my uncle with a kitchen knife. I didn't stick around to watch. I wiped my mouth, grabbed my bags, and walked out, never looking back. I knew exactly what would happen next. This wasn't my family. It never had been. When I was a child, my Aunt Zhao Meihua's family didn't visit us often, only occasionally during holidays. But after my parents passed away, she called several times, saying she wanted to take care of me. To prove her sincerity, she even sold their home and moved in with me. At that time, I had just lost my parents and was emotionally vulnerable. I was so naive that I was actually touched by their actions. I was still in high school, too young and protected to understand adult schemes. Besides, when they moved in, they really did take care of me. They cooked every meal, did my laundry, and made sure I was comfortable. I even gave them money for food, but I barely had to lift a finger around the house. Aunt Zhao Meihua also packed away all of my parents' belongings, including their photos, saying she didn't want me to feel sad by seeing them. Back then, I believed she was doing it for my own good. It wasn't until after my college entrance exam that I started suspecting them. They kept urging me to apply to a university in a big city, saying it would be better for my future. But I had already promised my parents that I would stay in my home province. When I got accepted to Pengcheng University, just 20 kilometers away, my aunt's face completely changed. She scolded me for making a foolish choice, but the truth was obvious. She didn't want me coming home often. Later, I realized their real motive. They moved in not to care for me, but to take over my house. Packing away my parents' things was their way of replacing them with their own. Pushing me to study far away was just so I wouldn't interfere with their lives. In my past life, I had been foolish enough to fall for their tricks. Even after the apocalypse began, I stupidly gave them supplies and let them stay with me, only to be exploited. Now I was reborn. This time, they would pay. So today, while they were busy fighting, I left and headed straight to a real estate agency. It was time to sell my house and cut them off for good. Many students from the nearby Polytechnic University often snuck over to watch me dance. Among them was Yi Xiaohai, who was shocked to see me walk into his family's real estate agency that night. He recognized me as a well-known figure from the university forum, but I didn't care about such things in my past life, and even less so now. I came with a purpose to sell my house. After filling out the paperwork and sending him pictures of the apartment, I left. My conditions were clear: full payment of 4.25 million and the right to take some furniture. The first condition might be tricky, but I wasn't willing to compromise. Returning to my rental, I took a bath and printed out a thick stack of documents, my plans for the next 6 months. It listed the supplies I needed to stockpile and events I remembered from my past life. I had money, but it wasn't enough. My parents' life insurance payout and inheritance left me with nearly $1 million. My milk tea shop earned some extra income, and if my house sold, I'd have over 14 million. A huge amount in normal times, but in the apocalypse, it would mean nothing if I wasn't prepared. To survive, I needed more. And my biggest advantage was my space ability. I had died in my past life during the 4th year of the apocalypse, in extreme cold. But I wasn't just reborn, I was given a chance to fight back. Like in so many novels, I had awakened a storage space, linked to a simple black pendant. That pendant had a dark history. In my last life, during a brutal heat wave, my aunt sold me for a few kilos of old rice and a small bottle of water. My buyer was a disgusting man who tried to assault me. I barely escaped with 2 knife wounds, only to collapse under the scorching sun. By sheer luck, I was rescued and taken to a survivor camp, but life there was just another kind of hell. Food was scarce, and the military could barely maintain order. When I finally got my daily ration, a piece of hard bread and a sip of water, I hid it, saving it for later. That was a mistake. A starving man attacked me, stealing my food. When I fought back, he shoved a dirty pendant into my hands, twisting the story as if I had traded my food for it. Furious and helpless, I nearly threw it away, but I kept it as a reminder. Only what I swallowed was truly mine. In the end, that pendant turned out to be my lifeline. It brought me back to this moment and gave me the power to prepare. This time, I wouldn't let myself be at anyone's mercy. Han Ying's space may be different from others. The space is not big, only about 1 acre. Crops can be planted on this acre of land. People can also enter, but the time they can stay in the space every day is limited. This limit is not only for Han Ying, but for all living things. It means that Han Ying's space can grow crops, but it cannot raise living things due to time constraints. There is a countdown time bar in the space. When the time bar reaches 0, the living things in the space will be ejected by the space. This was discovered by Han Ying on the first day after her rebirth. At the beginning, she could only stay in it for half an hour a day. But on the second day, when Han Ying put some jewelry left by her parents into the space, all the gold jewelry disappeared. Then she found that the space had been upgraded. The space was upgraded to level 1. You can stay in it for half an hour more a day, that is 1 hour. But fortunately, this time can be accumulated. The time that is not used up today can be accumulated to tomorrow, and it will continue to accumulate. It is a bit like the traffic of a mobile phone card. If it is not used up this month, it can continue to be used next month. The only difference is that the time in the space is not like the traffic that can only be accumulated for 2 months, it can be accumulated forever. Today is the 3rd day after Han Ying was reborn, and the accumulated time in the space has been 2 hours. The planting area of this space is a bit small, but there is another cheat in the space. Han Ying moved her mind, and a dark purple box appeared beside her. It was small, only slightly bigger than the palm. The box looked like wood, but Han Ying didn't know what material it was made of. When she opened the box, there was a small stack of papers at the bottom. Specifically, it should be talismans, a total of 4, a space talisman and 3 teleportation talismans. In fact, there were originally 5 talismans, but the other one had been used on Han Ying. That was the first day after she was reborn, when she entered the space and found this box. When she opened the box floating in front of her and touched the talismans at the bottom of the box, the top talisman disappeared at her fingertips as her fingers touched it. Then she learned from her consciousness that it was a power transmission talisman. The effect is what it means literally, and it was left by the original owner of this space. However, because of the long time, the remaining power in the power transmission talisman is not as good as before. The power that Han Ying inherited from it is only 1% of the original power. But this 1% is enough for her. In addition to making Han Ying's physique better than before, the only use of this 1% of power is that she learned to use and draw talismans. Although she can only draw space talismans. The original space talisman in the box should have been drawn by the original owner of the space. The space inside is 2 million cubic meters. The time in the space talisman is still, which means it has a preservation function. But unfortunately, this space talisman is not going to expire until there is only a year and a half. In other words, if Han Ying stores the supplies in this space talisman, she will have to take out the supplies in it and put them into other space talismans after a year and a half. But there is only 1 space talisman in this box, which means Han Ying has to draw these space talismans by herself. But there is still a buffer period of 1.5 years, so Han Ying is not worried. As for the remaining 3 teleportation talismans, there are only 8 months left before they expire. It is equivalent to losing its effectiveness 1 month after the beginning of the apocalypse. Han Ying exclaimed that it was a pity to see that there were only 8 months left. If this teleportation talisman could be stored for longer, it would definitely be the first means of saving life after the apocalypse. What Han Ying regretted most was that she had tried many times, but she could never draw the teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman she drew only had the appearance, but no effect. It was so pity that Han Ying almost slapped her thigh until it turned red. But it was good to have these 3. Even if these 3 teleportation talismans could not be used to save lives, they could still be bought for 0 yuan. It was not a waste. Then within the validity period of 8 months, Haning would use up these 3 teleportation talismans. The teleportation talisman, as the name suggests, can be used to teleport to a place she wants to go instantly. The validity period is 10 hours. This means that once the teleportation talisman is activated, it will force the user to return to the starting point after 10 hours. And this time cannot be advanced. That is to say, after Haning teleports to a certain place, she must stay there for 10 hours before she can be teleported back to the starting point. Because of this, Haning used these 3 teleportation talismans as a way to make quick money. However, for the sake of safety, she planned to wait until the time in the space accumulated to more than 10 hours before using it. Since the time in the space needs to be accumulated, she can't waste this time. After arranging the things to do tomorrow, Haning went to bed to rest. Lying on the bed, closing her eyes, she ran the inherited skills in her body. Maybe her qualifications are limited, or this world is not suitable for cultivation. Haning felt that at her current cultivation speed, she was afraid that in another 100 years, she would not be able to reach 1% of the skills she had inherited. However, even if a mosquito is small, it is still meat. Even if she improves a little bit, the space in the space talisman she draws may be larger. So she would run the skills over and over again when she had free time. However, maybe Haning was not used to cultivation, and the effect of cultivation was too low, so she fell asleep after running the skills several times. At 6:30 the next morning, Haning had run about 8 kilometers in the nearby park before returning home. There is not much time left before the end of the world. Haning wants to stockpile a large amount of supplies, but if she does not have the corresponding strength to guard these supplies, then she is likely to live a worse life than in her previous life. So, in order to make herself live better in the end of the world, she must have the ability to protect herself. In her previous life, Haning learned a lot of desperate wild ways between many life and death. But that is far from enough. So she has signed up for several training courses for herself, shooting, karate, and sanda. These training courses will start the day after tomorrow. But Haning will not put all her hopes on those 3 training courses. So in the past few days since she was reborn, she has to run a few kilometers every morning. In her previous life, Haning remembered that she could not even run 3 kilometers, but now she ran 8 kilometers in one breath and felt that she had not reached her limit. It seems that it should be the credit of the power transmission talisman. After taking a shower, Haning directly took out a small wonton from the space, a glutinous rice ball, and a pancake. After eating, she drove to a breakfast shop outside the community. The small wontons and glutinous rice in this breakfast shop are very delicious. The quantity is large and the ingredients are sufficient. The price is also reasonable. In her last life, when she was so hungry that her stomach cramped, she ate the wontons in this shop in her dreams. "Boss lady, have I packed my things?" Haning came to the breakfast shop and walked directly into it, shouting to a middle-aged woman in her 50s. "Okay, here, it's right there." The boss lady was packing glutinous rice for the customers. When she saw Haning, she smiled and pointed to the 3 foam insulation boxes wrapped with aluminum film on the table on the right. Haning ordered breakfast for a month at this breakfast shop. A large bowl of wontons with 2 glutinous rice is one person's portion. She ordered 50 portions every day. Seeing Haning coming, the boss was also very considerate and helped remove the 3 insulation boxes to the car. After all, this is a big customer. After moving the 3 insulation boxes to the trunk, the wonton shop owner took down another 3 insulation boxes of the same model from her car. These are for tomorrow morning. Haning made a lot of such insulation boxes. The method is also very simple. Spend some money to buy some foam boxes at the vegetable stall, wash them clean, and then buy some aluminum film insulation cotton to stick on them. It saves money and is easy to use. After driving the car for a distance, Haning stopped and put the wontons and glutinous rice in the trunk into the space. Only 3 empty foam insulation boxes were left. After putting away the wontons, Haning continued to drive to the next destination. It was not far, only more than 500 meters away from the wonton shop. This is a shop that makes pancakes, fried cold noodles, fried dough sticks, and sesame. She also ordered a month's supply, 50 servings per day. One serving is a thick pancake and double-sized fried cold noodles, plus 100 stuffed sesame and 100 fried dough sticks. The store also has soy milk, 3 yuan per cup. But Haning didn't take it. After all, soy milk is very simple. You can find the ratio of the ingredients online and make it yourself, so there is no need to waste money buying it here. After putting away the pancakes and fried cold noodles, Haning went to the steamed bun shop and bought 100 large meat buns, 100 bamboo shoot buns, and 100 steamed buns. This steamed bun shop is also very famous in this area. The daily sales are not low. It was a little far from Pengcheng University, but many students who were able to get up early would come here to buy his buns for breakfast. Haning had to persuade the boss to give her 300 buns with 3 different fillings every day. Sweet or salty, it didn't matter. Even if she didn't have time to pick them up one day, she would ask the boss to freeze them and wait for her to pick them up when she was free. For this reason, the boss even hired an extra helper. It was already past 8 o'clock when they finished collecting all these. Haning didn't waste any time and went directly to Pengcheng University to apply for leave of absence. The leave of absence procedure usually had to be applied for within a week after the start of school. Now that the semester was almost over, Haning was not sure if she could apply for it today. But even if she couldn't apply, she didn't plan to go after school started. It was just a graduation certificate. The end of the world was coming. She didn't plan to make a living by dancing in the future. It didn't matter whether she had this graduation certificate or not. Haning originally planned to go directly to the academic affairs office to apply, but after thinking about it, she decided to find her tutor first. Han Ying's dance instructor is a man named Qin Qinghai, who is in his 30s. Qin Qinghai has very strong professional skills. He has participated in many international competitions and won awards. Qin Qinghai thinks highly of Haning, saying that her dancing posture is very spiritual and can infect people. She was born to be a dancer. Qin Qinghai called her the second night after she was reborn. He asked her why she hadn't gone to class for 2 days. At that time, Han Ying's answer to him was that she was upset and couldn't find the state. Dance is the same as music. Even if you have solid basic skills, but you don't have the state, or your mood is not right, you can't dance the ideal dance posture. Qin Qinghai knows this best. So after finding Qin Qinghai, Haning still used this as an excuse. She said that she had been having some bizarre dreams recently. She dreamed that the world was going to be destroyed and that everyone wanted to harm her. She missed her deceased parents and her state was very wrong. She wanted to go out and relax. Qin Qinghai didn't say anything when he heard what Haning said. He just asked Haning to dance for him on the spot. But the dance was stopped by Qin Qinghai before it was finished. Qin Qinghai's face was heavy. He didn't expect that his most proud student would have the will to die. And he was full of hostility. He was full of hostility as if he wanted to die with others. When Qin Qinghai felt this from Han Ying's dance, he was shocked. He wondered if he had seen it wrong. It was not just a few days since they last met. Why did his most proud student's mentality change so drastically? Haning, who was like this, would not dance. If he didn't intervene, he would be ruined. Haning naturally didn't know what Qin Qinghai saw from her dance. But when she was dancing just now, she was thinking about what happened on the day she died in her previous life. That day, Haning had just returned from work at the farm in the base. Jian Xiaodong, who often went out to find supplies together, said that her friend found a family buried in the snow in the suburbs. And that family had a cellar in their house. The cellar was sealed very tightly. There was no sign of being opened. There was an 80% chance that there was something inside. But because the cellar was sealed too tightly, Jian Xiaodong's friend said that he wanted to find a few people to help open the cellar. At that time, the supplies inside can be divided into 20% to the people who help, and only 2 people are needed. Because Haning had a chainsaw that she had found before, they called Haning. When the time comes, Jian Xiaodong's friends will solve the problem of the chainsaw needing electricity. Haning did not doubt him, because she did have a chainsaw. Moreover, Jian Xiaodong and her friends had gone out to find supplies several times. The distribution of supplies was also fair. So she had no doubts at all. But when she arrived at the place, Haning found that there were more than just Jian Xiaodong and her 3 friends there. She even saw Wang Jianye, Zhao Meihua, and Wang Mingliang there. As for Wang Shiqi, at that time, after Zhao Meihua sold her to the man downstairs, Haning not only ran away, but also injured the family with a knife. The family was naturally unwilling to see the person they spent food and water to buy just run away. The family went directly to Wang Jianye, and they threatened the two with the life of his son Wang Mingliang to use Wang Shiqi to counter Haning. Haning heard about this from someone who lived in the same building at the base. As for what Wang Shiqi ended up like, that person didn't know. But seeing the look in Zhao Meihua's family's eyes that wanted to eat her alive, he could guess it. It seems that Zhao Meihua's family is here to seek revenge on him. And Jian Xiaodong and the others didn't know when they hooked up with Zhao Meihua's family. They actually tricked her out to die. Haning was surrounded by those people as soon as she got there. Seeing the look in those people's eyes, Haning realized that they tricked her here to kill her for meat. That look was a deep desire for food that only people in the end times could understand. Haning didn't even know when Jian Xiaodong and her group got infected with this disgusting disease. When she heard the news, she was not afraid at first, but disgusted. Because before that, Haning had heard Jian Xiaodong mention that her friend invited her to eat meat. She remembered that when Jian Xiaodong talked about this, her expression was clearly full of aftertaste. Haning didn't think too much about it at the time. After all, everyone was starving, and eating meat would naturally be full of aftertaste. But she never thought that the meat was actually human flesh. And she had actually been so close to the ogre? Haning knew that she would die today when she faced that group of people. So she was determined to die with them. But she couldn't let them destroy her body while dying together. Haning learned a lot of wild ways to fight in the end times. When everyone pointed their weapons at her, Haning burst into a kind of rage that almost wanted to die with everyone and the world.
Kill God.
Finally, Haning deliberately led the group of people to the cliff in the suburbs. Haning was covered in blood, and even her eyes were red with killing. Finally, after killing 3 of them, she knew that she was no longer able to survive, so she dragged Jian Xiaodong and rolled into the cliff. Haning didn't know what Qin Xinghai said to the school about the suspension of study. She only knew that he asked her to fill out the application for suspension of study. Later, she just needed to make up a diagnosis report when she had time. As for what the diagnosis report was, Haning also guessed it. Before leaving school, her tutor Qin Xinghai said that he would introduce a friend to her. He asked her to go and talk to that person when she had time. Or you can find yourself. Don't think too much about useless things. Go out more and relax, make more friends. Don't stay alone all the time. Haning knew that the tutor cared about her, so she agreed to all of them. After leaving Pengcheng University, Haning came to a bank near the university town. She spent nearly 1 million to buy 2,100 grams small yellow croakers, since gold can upgrade her space. Then, in order to accumulate more time for her to stay in the space, these 20 small yellow croakers are still necessary. Can't wait to go home. After getting on the car, Haning directly put the gold into the space. Then she found that the space was upgraded, as she expected. But what disappointed her was that it was only upgraded by 1 level. 20 small yellow croakers were only upgraded by 1 level, which was a bit far from her expectations. Haning guessed that these small yellow croakers would be upgraded to level 3 after being eaten, but she didn't expect it to be only upgraded to level 2. After the upgrade, the space can accumulate 1.5 hours a day. Including yesterday and the day before yesterday, it is only 3.5 hours. It seems that I have to spend more money. I did it right away. Haning drove to another bank 10 kilometers away again. I reluctantly bought another 20 small yellow croakers. She didn't believe that she couldn't upgrade to level 3 this time. Sure enough, after the space ate these small yellow croakers, the accumulated time per day increased by 0.5 hours. That is to say, the time that can be stayed in the space can now accumulate 2 hours per day. Then her quick money plan can be launched in 3 days. These 3 days can't be wasted. Although there is not much money now, some things can be bought. Some things can also be prepared. First of all, Haning has to have her own house. Renting is also okay. But if you want to make the house safer, it's better to buy it. She has already planned where to buy it. But before buying a house, she has other things to do. Pengcheng is considered a big city in China. However, no matter how big and prosperous the city is, there are always villages and poor places on the edge. Hanning took out a makeup mirror, painted a somewhat exaggerated eye makeup for herself, and then put on a black mask. Then he put on a black backpack and jumped out of the car neatly. Master, let's go to Dewan village. He stopped a taxi at the intersection. After getting in the car, Hanning reported the place name and closed her eyes. It would take more than half an hour to get there, and this time could not be wasted. She could still practice the skills twice. Although the improvement in skills was limited, it was better than nothing. The driver might be very familiar with this road, and it took just half an hour to reach the destination. Master, wait for me here for half an hour, and I'll give you an extra 50 yuan, Hanning said to the driver after paying the fare. Okay, then hurry up. This trip is nearly 30 kilometers, and the fare is not low. The return trip is the same fare, plus the extra 50 yuan. This trip can make a lot of money, and only a fool would not want it. Hanning did not come here to buy a house, but she did come here to buy things. Dewan village is a big village in Pengcheng, and they have their own small market. Although it was a bit hot near noon, most of the shops in the row were open. Hanning found a barber shop called Start from the Beginning in the corner according to the information she heard in her previous life, and then walked in. Beauty, do you want a haircut? Maybe the shop just opened today, and there was no customer inside. But this also made it convenient for Hanning to buy things. I was introduced by Heisi. I need 3 people. Hanning didn't say much nonsense, and said directly when she saw the boss. Come with me. The boss was a man in his 30s. He looked Hanning up and down and closed the door before saying, there was a staircase next to the reclining chair for washing hair in the store. Hanning followed the boss up. The boss said as he walked, since you were introduced by Heisi, you must know the rules here? Do you need me to tell you again? No, I know everything. Hanning answered very sensibly. Okay, bring the photos. After going upstairs, the boss took Hanning into a room in the middle and extended his hand to Hanning. Hanning took out a 1-inch ID photo from the backpack she brought with her. The person in the photo looked about 70% like Hanning. If you really compare the photo with her, you can barely say that the person in the photo is her. But she couldn't make the connection after just looking at the photo again. Okay, wait. The boss turned on a computer. The screen of the computer was a little different from that of an ordinary computer. It was full of codes that Hanning couldn't understand. After putting the photo on a scanner, the boss opened a safe. Then he selected 3 bags from it. From Hanning's perspective, she could see that each bag contained an ID card and a mobile phone. He took out the 3 ID cards from the bag and placed them on an instrument connected to the computer. After operating for about 20 minutes, he put the newly made ID cards into the bags and handed them to Hanning. Hanning took out 7 stacks of cash from her backpack and handed over the money with one hand and the goods with the other. Only cash is accepted, which is also one of his rules here. The boss put the cash on the money counting machine beside him and checked it. 70,000 is just right. Seeing Hanning so straightforward, the boss also smiled. He raised his eyebrows at Hanning and said, if you want to deposit money into it, you can use cardless deposit. You know this? The card number is in the memo of each mobile phone. All the passwords are also in it, and come to me next time you need it. Okay. Hanning replied, put the things in her backpack, and was about to go downstairs. Do you have the URL of Guiwang? Hanning suddenly turned around and asked the person behind her when she was about to reach the stairs. Guiwang is actually a dark web, which is dedicated to publishing and undertaking things that ordinary people can't do, can't think of, and dare not do. It's just that this web is called Guiwang in China, and it is called another name abroad. Yes. The boss has been in this business for more than 10 years. He knows the rules and doesn't ask questions that he shouldn't ask. So he looked at Hanning again, hesitated for a while, and didn't ask out his curiosity. How much? Hanning didn't have any expectations, but she didn't expect that the boss really knew it. In this case, money is certainly not a problem. This number. The boss had a mysterious smile on his face and then raised his right hand and made a 2, and then overlapped his index fingers with both hands to make a 10. If Hanning hadn't seen the boss make a 10 again, she would have thought it was 20,000. After all, it's just a URL. Although it felt a bit expensive, Hanning didn't bargain, because it would take a lot of trouble and time to find out the URL from other places. Hanning didn't have that much cash in her backpack, but it didn't matter. She could get it from the space symbol. Then she reached into her backpack and took out a total of 20 stacks of cash in 3 times. Hanning put the money on the table in front of her, and then looked at the boss. The boss nodded and walked into another room. He came out with a handbag, and from the shape, it looked like a laptop. Seeing Han Ying's puzzled look, the boss said with a mysterious smile on his face, "Beautiful lady, you are straightforward. Then I will tell you something, it's free. This strange network cannot be accessed by ordinary computers. The URL is worthless. Even if I write it to you, you can't use it. Your 200,000 yuan bought this computer." A computer without IP. When the strange network is online, only the world's top hackers can't find the IP, and as soon as it goes offline, the IP disappears immediately. Even the top hackers can't track it. This is the charm of the strange network, so use it willfully. But remember one thing, you can't plug in the network cable, you can only use wireless if you don't want to be tracked when you are online. You can't even plug in the power cord. Remember it. Han Ying was relieved when she heard the boss's words. In the last life, she met all kinds of people at the resettlement site. She heard the news about the strange network and this store from the resettlement site. But she really didn't know what the boss just said. If this is true, then the 200,000 yuan is really worth it. Can you give me a spare battery for my laptop? I'll pay extra. Since it can't be plugged in when in use, it would be much more convenient to have a spare battery for the laptop. Well, this one is really out of stock. To be honest, I only have this one computer here. I don't know when I will get the next one. The boss scratched his head. He didn't say that he sold the computer to Han Ying because he liked her. Otherwise, he would be reluctant to part with this one. Forget it then. If there is no more, there is no other way, so Han Ying could only give up. Han Ying left the barber shop with her computer and backpack. When she walked to the place where she got off just now, Han Ying saw that the taxi driver was drinking a glass of watermelon juice and didn't say anything and got on the car directly. "It's a bit hot, haha. Are you going back to where you were just now?" The driver put down the unfinished watermelon juice awkwardly and turned to look at Han Ying behind him and asked,
Yeah, Han Ying nodded.
Half an hour later, Han Ying returned to the place where she got on the car just now. She walked to her car and opened the door. After getting in the car, Han Ying opened her backpack and took out an ID card and a mobile phone from a bag inside. Then she zipped up the computer bag and backpack and put them sideways on the back seat. In fact, the backpack and computer bag had already entered her space when they were placed on the back seat. The front windshield of the car was transparent. She was worried that there were surveillance cameras nearby that she didn't know about, so she took such an unnecessary action. It never hurts to be careful. She took a look at the information on the ID card. The person on it was called Xia Jing. She was 23 years old, and her address was in the next-door Nan province. After memorizing the general information on the ID card, Han Ying turned on the phone. There were not many useless software on the phone, only a few popular apps. There were only WeChat, Penguin, Douyin, and several popular shopping websites, nothing else. These apps were registered with this ID card and the corresponding mobile phone number. This would make it convenient for Han Ying to do many things, such as stocking supplies, renting a house, etc. A fake ID only costs a few hundred yuan. But the set that Han Ying bought cost more than 20,000 yuan. The reason why it is so expensive is that the information on it is real except for the head picture. It is the mobile phone number and identity information that can be registered on various software platforms. After roughly memorizing all the information of this identity, Han Ying first found several banks to deposit some money. Then she came to an agency where she wanted to rent a house. "Hello, do you want to rent a house, buy a house, or find a job?" After entering the agency, the clerk greeted her enthusiastically. "I want to rent a house." Han Ying said her purpose. "Okay, please follow me." The clerk invited very politely. "What kind of house do you want to rent? You can write your requirements here." After Han sat down, the intermediary handed her a document. Soon the intermediary entered the information handed over by Han into the computer one by one. Then he smiled and said, "What a coincidence. There is really a place here that meets all your requirements. Do you want someone to take you there to have a look? No need to go there to see it. Just tell me about the situation, and if it is possible, I will rent it directly." Han Ying's requirements are actually very low, but she knows that there will definitely not be many who meet the requirements. Since there is a suitable one, don't waste time and just rent it. That's fine. The house is on the hillside at the edge of Chongfu Village. It's a 4-story self-built house. The first floor is about 130 square meters. There is also a yard of nearly 100 square meters in front. The family not only has a well dug by themselves, but also spring water in the back mountain. But the owner has some requirements. The agent explained the general information of the house, and then looked at Han Ying. What requirements? Han Ying was quite satisfied with the situation of the house. If the requirements were not too excessive, she would rent it directly. The owner of the house is going abroad with his son. They require that we either buy it or rent it for at least 3 years. They also require that we rent the whole house and pay the rent annually. They also require that we take photos of the fruit trees on the hill behind them every month and send them to the owner of the house. This house has been put up for nearly a month. There are people who have asked about it, but they all find it troublesome. The rent has to be paid annually. So the owner of the house said that if it is not rented out in 3 more days, it will be removed because they are going abroad. How much is the rent for a year? These requirements seem to be nothing, just taking photos. Anyway, the end of the world will come in 7 months, so why would we take photos then? 17,000 a year, at least 3 years, that's 51,000. The rent is paid annually, and the deposit is 5,000. Such requirements are actually a bit harsh for self-built houses in rural areas. That's why some people ask why no one rents it. You just said that this house is in Chongfu Village. Where is Chongfu Village? How far is it from here? Han Ying rented this self-built house for great use. So the house couldn't be too far from her or too close, otherwise it would be very inconvenient. Chongfu Village is in Qingping Town, Pengcheng. Let me show you a map. The agent pulled out the map. Enter Chongfu Village on it, and the distance displayed is 19.3 kilometers. 19.3 kilometers, not far. It is very rare for a self-built house in Pengcheng to have a well and a spring. I'll rent this house. Seeing this distance, Han Ying made the decision directly. 19.3 kilometers from here, so it is about 25 kilometers away from the university town. It's acceptable to step on the accelerator. Han Ying rented this self-built house in the name of Xia Jing. Then she paid a year's rent in cash plus a deposit of 5,000 and an agency fee, and then agreed to move in tomorrow. After settling the rural rental, Han Ying rented a large warehouse of more than 500 square meters and a freezer of more than 100 square meters in this agency under the name of Xia Jing. The agency also recruited part-time workers, and she hired 2 men in their 50s and 60s to help guard the warehouse and receive goods. They started work at 10 a.m. every day and got off work at 5 p.m. 7 hours a day, 6,000 yuan a month, and lunch money was reimbursed. They would start work tomorrow morning. It was already noon when she left the agency. Han Ying, who was hungry after a busy morning, did not intend to treat herself badly. She found a restaurant that didn't look big, opened a private room for herself, ordered a table of dishes, and started eating. Han Ying's eyes lit up after just a few bites. Although these were not famous and expensive dishes, they tasted really good. Not worse than those in star-rated hotels. Han Ying immediately called the waiter and said she wanted to take some dishes out. She ordered about 20 dishes, 10 servings each. But she wanted to meet their chef so that she could explain some details about the taste and side dishes. When the waiter saw that it was a big customer, he didn't say much and went out to call someone. After a while, a fat chef wearing a chef's hat walked into the private room. "Master, did you make all these dishes?" Han Ying pointed at the dishes on the table and asked, "I made them. What's wrong?" "Just now when I was busy in the kitchen, the store manager suddenly came over and said that a customer wanted to place a large order. But he had to explain the taste of some dishes to him first. I didn't expect it to be a young girl. The dishes you cook are delicious. How much do you make here a month? Han Ing gave a thumbs up to the fat chef in front of her. I'm still in the probation period for 1,000, and it will be 7,000 after the probation period. Coincidentally, Shi-Yong was actually the head chef of Pingcheng Sanshin Hotel. He earned more than 10,000 yuan a month. But because he spoke bluntly, he often offended the manager. Later, after he taught his apprentice, the manager fired him. Shi-Yong was of course not going to work after being demoted. He made a big fuss in Sanshin Hotel. Not only did he not get any benefits, but the consequence was that after he left Sanshin Hotel, no hotel in Pengcheng wanted him. So he had to condescend to work in this small restaurant to make a living, and he had to do a 3-month probation period. Come with me, I will hire you for half a year and give you 180,000 yuan for half a year. Think about it and call me when you are ready. Han Ing took out a pen and paper from her bag and wrote down her phone number and name. She wrote the identity information she used to rent the house just now, Xia Jing.
Ah.
Shi-Yong took the phone number that the girl stuffed into his hand and was stunned for a long time before he realized that the girl wanted to poach him. 180,000 yuan for half a year. That means he will be paid 30,000 yuan a month. This is twice as much as when he was the head chef of Sanshin Hotel. Even if it is only half a year, the salary for this half year is enough to equal more than 2 years of work in this restaurant. Only a fool would not agree. At most, he can find a new job after half a year, or he can open a small restaurant with this 180,000 yuan. Then, do you want the dishes you ordered just now? Shi-Yong put the paper with the phone number in his pocket. Although he had already made a choice in his mind, he thought it would be better to go home and ask his wife. Yes, of course, such delicious dishes. Han Ing did not hesitate to praise these dishes.
Ha ha, ha ha.
Hearing the girl's praise, Shi-Yong laughed dryly. To be honest, many people have said that his dishes are delicious, but most of them are elderly people. It was the first time for him to be praised by such a pretty girl, so he must be embarrassed. After Shi-Yong left, Han Ing quickly swept away all the dishes on the table. But the dishes she ordered in this restaurant were not ready so quickly. But Han Ing didn't want to wait here and waste time. So after paying the money, she told him that she would come back to pick it up in 2 hours and left directly. Although there are still 7 months to the end of the world. But Han Ing has too many things to do, so even if it's only 2 hours, she can't waste it. She used her mobile phone to find a used car dealership nearby and found a tree without surveillance to put her SUV into the space and put it on the 1 acre of land. The 1 acre of land in Han Ying's space can also be used to store things. Although the flat area is only 1 acre, the sky is infinite. The only difference is that this infinite space cannot be kept fresh, just like the flow of time in the outside world. Then Han Ing hailed a taxi to the second-hand car dealership and bought a second-hand box truck with a load capacity of about 3 tons in her own name. This will make it much more convenient to store supplies in the future. Looking at the time, there is still nearly an hour before the agreed time to collect the food. Han Ing came to an outdoor goods store introduced by the owner of the second-hand car dealership. Han Ing directly ordered 50 sets of outdoor survival equipment on the grounds of preparing for an outdoor waterfall rappelling event for the club. Each set of equipment includes a tent set, backpack, climbing rope, trekking poles, rock nails. There were more than 20 items of various sizes, including safety belts, ascenders, descenders, large and small carabiners, noose, rock hammers, cooking utensils, lamps, knives, waterproof cloths, compasses, etc. In addition, they also wanted to have some exciting fun on the water, so they ordered 50 of each type of speedboats and kayaks. Han Ing also wanted a motorboat, but the store didn't sell it. However, the boss said that she could contact him, so Han Ing also ordered 3. Seeing that she didn't order life jackets and swimming rings, the boss generously offered to give her 50 sets of professional life jackets and swimming rings for free. Seeing the boss so generous, Han Ing bought all the inflatable swimming pools, folding swimming pools, and bracket swimming pools in the warehouse of the outdoor goods store. There were more than 100 large and small ones. The two of them were very happy. The store didn't have so many other things in stock for the time being. The boss promised that free delivery within 2 days within 100 kilometers would be delivered to the door. Han left him the address of the warehouse she rented today. In fact, Han Ying's main purpose of coming to the outdoor goods store this time was these more than 100 mobile swimming pools. The 50 sets of outdoor survival equipment and water stimulation suits were incidental. After using 30,000 cash as a deposit, Han drove a small truck carrying more than 100 swimming pools and the information about the bulk diesel and gasoline dealers she got from the owner of the outdoor goods store and left. Driving the pickup truck, Han hummed a song, and she was in such a good mood. She was originally worried about diesel and gasoline, thinking that if it didn't work, she would waste a teleportation talisman to go to a mining point and buy it for free. Unexpectedly, this trip would bring unexpected gains. After Han left, the owner of the outdoor goods store looked at the 30,000 cash in his hand and his mouth stiffened. How long has it been since he received so much cash? Unexpectedly, such a pretty girl is quite old-fashioned. You know, even his father in his 60s doesn't carry cash when he goes out. But the feeling of receiving cash is really different from the feeling of hearing the payment notification sound on the mobile phone. It's quite refreshing. What's going on? It was 2.5 hours later when Han returned to the small restaurant again. At this time, the waiter in the store had just packed all the dishes she ordered. After asking the waiter to help carry all the dishes to the pickup truck, Han paid and left. After walking for a while, she found a place without surveillance and put all the dishes on the truck into the space talisman like she had just collected the swimming pools. Then she changed the pickup truck into an SUV and planned to go back to the university town. Han knew that she couldn't go back in time to collect the milk tea today, so she notified the store in the morning not to make it. After all, the taste of milk tea would be greatly reduced if it was made for more than an hour. Looking at the time, she only needed to do one more thing before she could go back. So Han called the milk tea shop and asked them to continue to make milk tea for her, and she would go to pick it up in a while. Yesterday, Han put the house in Yujing community up for sale. The one near the university town where she lives now is rented, and she doesn't plan to live there after the end of the world. So she needs to buy another house. Han already has a goal in mind for where to buy the house. Han has dealt with the real estate agencies several times in the past 2 days, and her experience is still good. However, she doesn't plan to find those 2 real estate agencies, but find another one. This time, Han asked the real estate agency to buy a house for her in her own name. The house that Han is interested in is in Yuefu Jiangnan, Building 9, 27th floor, 2702 or 2703. The agency boss didn't ask Han why she didn't want 2701. Anyway, Han promised to pay 5 times the agency fee if she could buy one of the 2 houses. The house prices in Yuefu Jiangnan are high, and 1 square meter costs at least 30,000. The agency fee for one house is about 20,000. 5 times the agency fee is about 100,000. If this deal is done, this month will be better. Han didn't care how the agency boss contacted the owners of the 2 houses. Her purpose of buying the house on that floor was for the residents in 2701. Han also met the residents of 2701 after the end of the world. In the early days of the end of the world in the previous life, she went out with the couple to find supplies many times. In fact, it was just that the couple took care of her and let her share some supplies. Although she didn't know what happened to the couple after she entered the resettlement site, the couple gave her a lot of help in the early days of the end of the world and even saved her twice. So, in this life, she planned to be their neighbor. With such neighbors, Han could feel more at ease. After leaving the real estate agency, Han checked the time and drove towards the university town. She just told the milk tea shop that she would go back to collect the milk tea. After collecting a batch of milk tea, Han went straight home. The house she rented was very close to the milk tea shop. Today, she only collected 1 batch of milk tea, and the quantity did not reach her goal. So Han asked the clerk to make another batch, and she would come back to pick it up later. But before going home, Han did not forget to pick up her 3 express parcels at the convenience store outside the community. These 3 packages don't look big, but they are very heavy. They contain the talisman drawing tools that Hanning bought online after she learned that she had learned to draw space talismans. After returning home, Hanning quickly cleaned the table and then put all 3 packages on it. The 3 packages were bought from 3 different stores, and the purpose was naturally to see which one had better results. Use a knife to carefully open the package. Each package contains 10 medium-sized wolf hairbrushes, 10 bottles of red liquid, and 100 stacks of high-grade talisman paper in 100 sheets. These things don't look very impressive, but they are very expensive. A wolf hairbrush costs more than 200 yuan, a bottle of red liquid for drawing talismans costs 100 yuan, and a stack of high-grade talisman paper costs 350 yuan. There are also low-grade and medium-grade talisman paper, which are much cheaper. But Hanning knew that the difference in quality would affect the final success rate and effect of the talisman paper, so she bought all high-grade talisman paper. After unpacking the package, Hanning laid out 3 sets of tools and 3 stacks of talisman paper and put the rest directly into the space talisman. Pour a little of the 3 bottles of red liquid into the ink disc given by the seller. Hanning followed the inherited skills and memory and began her first talisman drawing. Originally, Hanning was a little worried whether she really knew how to do it, but after picking up the pen, Hanning actually finished it in one go. It was as if this talisman drawing technique was like her own painting and dancing skills, which she had learned since elementary school. It was successful the first time. Does this mean that although she does not have the qualifications for cultivation, her qualifications for drawing talismans are not bad? A space talisman was completed, and all the corresponding information of the space talisman instantly appeared in Han Ying's consciousness. There are 225 cubic meters of space inside. It is valid for 20 years before use. Once activated, it is only valid for 3 years. Hanning knew that she only inherited 1% of the power of the owner of the power transfer talisman. She expected that there would be a difference between the space talismans drawn by herself and that person. But she didn't expect the difference to be so big. The space talisman drawn by the owner of the power transfer talisman has 2 million cubic meters of space inside. But the one she drew is only 225 cubic meters. The difference is so big that Hanning almost couldn't accept it. But her own cultivation is there. 225 cubic meters is not small. It is as big as 3 large rooms. Since the quality can't match, then she can only win by quantity. Thinking of this, Hanning is full of energy again. Then Hanning used the tools from the other 2 stores to draw 2 space symbols in the same way. The result was one with 219 cubic meters and one with 250 cubic meters. It seems that the talisman paper and the tools for drawing talismans should also be different. Although there is only a difference of more than 20 cubic meters, these 20 cubic meters can also allow Hanning to pack a lot more things. Even if it is water, it can pack more than 20 tons. What's more, she wants to draw a large number of space symbols, so the difference will be a very scary data. Hanning marked the serial number of each pen and each bottle of red liquid, and then used these things alternately. After trying several times, Hanning found that the pen and red liquid could not determine the size of the space symbol drawn. The real difference was the talisman paper. So Hanning immediately decided to buy more talisman paper that could draw 250 cubic meters of space symbols. Buy 50,000 stacks of high-grade talisman paper with 100 sheets? Or more. Of course, in addition to the talisman paper, the pen and red liquid are also indispensable. Although this amount is large, this thing is the most important tool to ensure that Hanning can keep those materials in the end of the world. Naturally, the more the better. After a rough calculation, these things add up to more than 10 million. Hanning said that she doesn't have so much money now. So it's better to place a small order of a few 100,000 first. The rest will be taken care of when she makes her quick money. Looking at the 3 ink discs on the table, each of which has a large amount of cinnabar liquid, Hanning said that her workload tonight is probably overloaded. Just as she was about to pick up the pen to continue painting, Hanning suddenly remembered that she had asked the milk tea shop to make another batch of milk tea for her before she went home. Now the time is almost up, so she should collect the milk tea first. Otherwise, it will affect the taste. After collecting the milk tea and coming back, Haning continued her great cause of drawing talismans. Haning finally couldn't hold on until 11 o'clock after painting with all her heart and soul. She felt as if her head was dizzy and painful, as if there were needles. Haning knew that her cultivation and physical strength were seriously overdrawn. But looking at the 50-odd space symbols on the table, she still felt a sense of accomplishment. Although the space of each one was not large, the total space was more than 10,000 cubic meters. If she could draw so many every day, then in less than half a year, her space could increase by another 2 million cubic meters. It was still very impressive. Haning, who was in a good mood, found another box to pack the 50-odd space symbols and put them into the space. Then, in line with the principle of not wasting, Haning put the unfinished red liquid and other things into the space symbol. After doing all this, she took out a portion of braised noodles that she packed at the restaurant at noon today. Since she came back, she's been immersed in drawing symbols, and Haning has been hungry for a long time. After slurping for a while, she dazzled the whole portion of braised noodles, which was enough for 3 or 4 bowls. Haning, who was really tired and didn't want to move, kicked off her shoes and lay directly on the bed. After lying on the bed, Haning realized belatedly that after being reborn in this life, it seemed that her appetite had increased by more than double. Haning knew that everyone's physique would change more or less after the end of the world. Most people's physique would become better, but the corresponding appetite would also increase. And she was one of those who had an increased appetite. In the end of the world, an increased appetite is not a good thing. Food is already scarce, and the appetite has increased. This is simply adding insult to injury. So, in the previous life, Haning often rolled on the ground with stomach cramps due to hunger. The main reason for this was that her physique had improved and her appetite had increased. But now it's not the end of the world yet, and her appetite has more than doubled. Could it be because of the power transfer talisman? While practicing the skills and thinking about these things, Haning fell asleep quickly. There was no words all night.
Ring, ring.
Haning, who was still asleep, suddenly heard the most primitive mobile phone ringtone. She didn't react for a while because she remembered that her mobile phone ringtone was not this. But after opening her eyes, Haning quickly remembered. This was Xia Jing's phone. Haning didn't answer the call immediately after picking up the phone, but checked the time first. It was already 7 in the morning. I didn't expect that I would sleep until 7 after overdrawing last night. The person who could call this phone was either the fat chef from yesterday or the outdoor goods store. However, the owner of the outdoor goods store said that it would take 2 days to deliver the goods, so it should be the fat chef from the restaurant. After hanging up the phone, Haning showed a smile on her face. With this fat chef, she can enjoy all kinds of food in this life in the end of the world. Haning can cook, but her cooking skills are average. The dishes she makes are not very delicious. And if all the cooked food is packed, it will be a huge expense, and the most important thing is that the ingredients cannot be guaranteed to be fresh. After all, she still wants to live a long life, so she has to stock up enough cooked food in the next 6 months. Therefore, it is quite cost-effective to spend hundreds of thousands to hire a chef to cook for her for half a year. Opening WeChat, Haning just asked the fat chef to add her WeChat, and there was indeed a friend request. After agreeing, Haning learned that the fat chef's name was Shuyong, and this name was quite consistent with his image. Haning sent Shuyong the location of the self-built house rented in Chongfu village via WeChat, and asked him to go there to work tomorrow. However, Shuyong said that he had to give him 2 days to give the restaurant some time to recruit people. He was still in the probation period, so it was easier to resign, and 2 days would be enough, so he could go to work the day after tomorrow. 2 days was not a bad time. So Haning agreed directly. Thinking that Shuyong, the chef, should not waste time doing trivial things such as washing and cutting vegetables, Haning called the agency that recruited warehouse managers yesterday. Asked them to help find 2 kitchen helpers who were more agile or chefs with some experience. It was almost 8 o'clock when they finished dealing with all these. Thinking that there were still many things to do today, Haning directly canceled her morning run. After all, she had to go to shooting classes, sanda classes, and karate classes in the afternoon and evening. After these classes, she had almost done all the exercises she needed. Adding the morning run in the morning, Haning was afraid that she would be exhausted before the end of the world. After finishing breakfast, Haning didn't waste any time collecting the breakfast that she had ordered and then drove directly to Changfu village. After all, she had agreed yesterday that she would move in today. Although this self-built house was halfway up the mountain, the transportation was still very convenient. Haning drove the car directly to the outside of the yard. Standing outside the yard and looking at this house, Haning was very satisfied just from the appearance. The 4-story building looked quite new. It was built no more than 10 years ago, and there was an acre of private land around it. Haning thought that the land should not be wasted. She could grow some vegetables and harvest a lot in half a year. What she didn't expect was that there was a sunscreen iron sheet on the roof of the 4th floor of the house. In this way, she would not be afraid of being discovered if she did anything on the roof. It was said that there was only one old man living here. Perhaps for safety, the whole house was surrounded by a wall more than 1 meter high. The yard inside was also surrounded, and there was only an iron gate outside that allowed cars to pass smoothly to connect to the cement road outside. It seemed that he heard the sound of a car outside, and after the iron gate opened, an old man in his 60s or 70s walked out. The old man may have worked hard all year round, and his skin looked very dark, but he was in good spirits. "Are you the girl who rented my house?" The old man had a very bright smile on his face when he saw Haning standing next to the car. "Yes, I agreed yesterday that I will come and live here today. What's your name?" Haning rented the house without even seeing it yesterday. She even paid the rent directly to the agent, so she didn't know the old man. "My last name is Wang. You look younger than my grandson. You can call me Grandpa Wang. I'll show you the house, okay? By the way, where's your luggage? I'll help you move in." Grandpa Wang was very enthusiastic, and he liked the little girl very much. To be honest, he really didn't expect that the person who rented his house would be such a little girl. Before renting it out, he always thought that the person who rented his house would be a big family. After all, although the rent of his house was not expensive, the area was not small. "I just brought a suitcase here. Grandpa Wang, please show me the house first." Haning patted the trunk to indicate that her suitcase was placed inside. "Okay." Grandpa Wang took Haning in through the iron gate and showed her floor by floor. After seeing it, Haning felt that renting this place was a very correct choice. Haning didn't rent this place to live here. She mainly wanted to store the spring water here and let Shuryeom cook for her here. After looking at all 4 floors, Grandpa Wang took Haning to stand under the sun-proof iron sheet built on the roof. Then he pointed to the top of the mountain. The water room for their family to store spring water was on the top of the mountain. Originally, this 4-story house was home to 11 people, including 2 sons, 2 families, and the old couple. Later, the sons all became successful, some settled in big cities, and some went abroad. His wife also passed away, and his health often had problems. The eldest son was worried about him living here alone, and wanted to take him abroad to take care of him. In the past, in order to make the family live comfortably and not lack water, the grandchildren also had to play in the water in summer. Therefore, the water room on the top of the mountain was built very large, which could hold 30 tons of water. It only takes half a day for the water from the 4 springs to fill the entire water room. The water source is very sufficient. What's more, a deep well was dug at a high price outside the yard near the orchard. The water from this well is mainly used to irrigate the orchard and the vegetable garden outside. For this purpose, a stainless steel water tower that can hold 3 tons of water was specially installed. Haning looked at the well water and spring water. The water quality is very clear. It tastes sweet, which is incomparable to the tap water in the city. For these waters, Haning spent more than 20,000 to rent this place. It is really a wise decision. What's more, there is more than 1 acre of land, plus dozens of fruit trees in the back mountain. If all of them are planted in more than half a year, the land can also harvest a lot of vegetables. The dozens of fruit trees in the back mountain are about to mature, and these will be supplies at that time. Added Grandpa Wang's WeChat. Haning promised to go to the back mountain every month and take some photos of the fruit trees in the orchard to show him. In addition, Haning asked Grandpa Wang to help find 3 people in the village to help her go up the mountain to find a few more springs. The reason is also very simple. She wants to live here permanently because she can't get used to drinking tap water in the city. To be safe, it is better to find more springs. Grandpa Wang didn't say anything about this. After all, he drinks spring water all year round, so he naturally knows that springs sometimes dry up and the water becomes turbid when it rains. He guessed that the girl was worried that the spring would dry up or that she didn't know who to ask to find the spring after the spring water became turbid, so she prepared in advance. Han Ying's salary was also very high. She would be paid 500 yuan for each spring found, and each person would be paid 200 yuan a day. And she would pay for all the materials needed for drainage, and it would be best if it could be done within 2 days. There are still many mountains in the area of Chongfu village, so it is not difficult to find a spring. The 4 springs in Grandpa Wang's house were found by the 3 of them in less than a day. So for the price given by the little girl, to be honest, if Grandpa Wang was not going to leave with his son soon, he would have wanted to earn it himself. When the 3 people who were called heard that Haning offered such a high price, they didn't even care about the farm work in the field and directly carried up the mountain. Before Grandpa Wang left, Haning asked him to find a plumber to connect a few more faucets on the roof of the 4th floor. This was a simple task and was completed in less than an hour. Near noon, Grandpa Wang gave Haning all the keys to the doors of the small building, including all the drawer keys, and was taken away by his son. Before leaving, Haning saw the reluctance in Grandpa Wang's eyes. After living in the countryside for most of his life, no one knew whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for an elderly rural man to suddenly live abroad. After Grandpa Wang left, Haning locked the door and the courtyard door and drove away. She was going to the hardware store to buy some special faucets and water pipes for water storage. These things were not sold in ordinary hardware stores, so she had to find a larger one. Following the mobile phone navigation, Haning found the largest hardware and plumbing store in Qingping town. After telling the boss her requirements, the boss did not ask much. After all, their store often contracts all the plumbing hardware materials of large companies. Although the quantity Haning wanted was not small, it was not the largest. Haning asked for 10,000 meters of 1-inch water pipes, 10,000 meters of 4-inch and 6-inch pipes, and 1,000 faucets of various models. She also asked for 300 electronic induction faucets of 2 different types. There were a lot of these things, so Haning directly reported the address of the rented warehouse and asked them to deliver them there. But before leaving, she took away 2 rolls of 6-inch water pipes and 30 electronic induction faucets. These 20 induction faucets are not the kind that can dispense water when you stretch out your hand. Instead, they are electronic faucets that turn on the water manually, but when they sense that the water has reached a certain depth, they will automatically turn off the water, similar to a modified version of a float valve. This kind of faucet is very important to Han Ying's water storage plan. After all, she can't just wait there until the water is full before taking it away, so it is really necessary to buy this kind of faucet. After returning to the small building in Chongfu village with the water pipe, Haning directly closed the courtyard door and the main door and went to the roof. She took out 4 inflatable swimming pools from the space symbol. After inflating and cleaning them, Haning installed the electronic faucet on one end of the cut water pipe and the other end on the original faucet on the roof. As for using inflatable swimming pools to hold drinking water, Haning said she didn't mind at all. Each of the 4 inflatable swimming pools can hold 6 tons of water. After making 4 of them, Haning fixed the electronic faucet. Then she placed it on the edge of the swimming pool so that there would be no sound when the water flowed into the swimming pool. When the 4 swimming pools are almost full, the faucet will automatically close. When the faucet is turned on, a trickle of water begins to flow into the swimming pool. The cross-sectional area of the swimming pool is large, so even if they are filled with water, Haning is not worried about any harm to the load-bearing capacity of the house. Because Haning specifically asked Grandpa Wang about the load-bearing capacity of the house. He said that when the house was built, his eldest son wanted to install a swimming pool for his children on the rooftop so that they could play in the water in the summer. Therefore, he specifically requested that the load-bearing capacity be the best, and the steel bars used were thicker than usual. After completing the 4 water tanks on the rooftop, Haning came to the 4th floor. This house is very clean because it has been inhabited all year round. Haning collected all the furniture in the living room and the rooms. Then he piled them in the corner of the space symbol and continued to repeat the actions on the rooftop. Each room on this floor has a bathroom, so Haning can just connect the water pipes from the bathroom. Each of the 3 rooms has a swimming pool that can store about 4 tons of water. In the living room, there is a swimming pool that can store 6 tons of water, like the one on the rooftop. After fixing the electronic faucet, he turned on the faucet and started to store water. After placing 4 swimming pools on the 2nd and 3rd floors in the same way, Haning went downstairs. Perhaps because there were children living in this house, a door was installed at the corner of the stairs on each floor. Lock the door of the stairs with a key. Haning didn't plan to store water on the 1st floor. After all, it was easy for others to spy on it, so forget it. As long as a few more springs are found, the daily water storage capacity of the 3rd floor and the roof will be very considerable. In this way, after the end of the world, Haning will have sweet spring water to drink every day. After finishing all this, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Haning hurriedly ate a lunch and drove directly to the club. She had already made an appointment to start shooting, free fighting, and karate classes today, and now the time is half an hour later than the agreed time. In the shooting class, Haning learned crossbows, but she had already told the coach that she would learn air rifles in a while. After finishing the shooting and free fighting classes in the afternoon, Haning felt that she was okay and not particularly tired. After turning to the milk tea shop, she collected the milk tea and went to the bank to deposit some money into the 3 bank accounts she bought. When she was looking for a place to have dinner, she received a message on WeChat. It was sent by Yi Xiaohai, saying that her house was sold. The other party seemed to be in a hurry and paid the money without even seeing the house. After the WeChat notification sound, the message notification sound came. Haning took a look and saw that it was a text message of 4.25 million in her bank account. Haning remembered that the price she posted was 4.25 million. This means that the agency did not charge her the agency fee. She thought that Yi Xiaohai said that he knew her and was embarrassed to take the money. Haning also frequently visited the agency in the past few days, and she knew about the agency fee. So, she directly transferred 42,500 to Yi Xiaohai via WeChat. She didn't want to owe him this favor for nothing. Although she could buy a lot of things with more than 40,000. Yi Xiaohai refused to accept Haning's money, but asked her if she could invite her to dinner. There was no other intention. She just wanted to have dinner with her. Seeing this message, Haning shook her head, thought about it for a while, and agreed. Yi Xiaohai didn't accept the more than 40,000 because he made a profit. Before the end of the world, she would give him some tips, just as the information fee. The time for the transfer of ownership and the moving of furniture was arranged with the buyer. As for the dinner with Yi Xiaohai, Haning directly told him to wait. Haning has been very busy recently. When she eats, she has to think about stocking up on supplies. How can she have the time to have dinner with him alone? After putting away her phone, Haning found a noodle shop near the university town and ordered a bowl of beef slicing noodles and started eating. Seeing that the noodles served by the boss were quite full of ingredients, Haning directly ordered 20 servings of beef ramen, 20 servings of beef slicing noodles, 20 servings of fried noodles, 20 servings of oil splash noodles, and 20 servings of fried noodles to take away. If the noodles are not put away immediately after they are cooked, they will clump together, so Haning dare not order too much at a time, fearing that it will affect the taste. When the boss heard the number of servings Haning reported while looking at the menu on the wall, he was stunned on the spot. He wondered if he had heard it wrong.
You heard it right.
I just said 20 servings of each of these. Each serving must have double the ingredients. Take it away. Be quick, otherwise it will clump together, and it will not taste good. Haning finished speaking and lowered her head to start eating. She knew that the 100 servings of noodles might not be ready so quickly, so she simply took out her phone, opened the shopping website, and placed an order. Haning would buy directly from the wholesale market what she could buy there. But some things are actually more diverse, cheaper, and more convenient to buy online, such as some women's products. Just find the brands she often uses. Haning used 2 phones and 2 addresses to buy 100 boxes of sanitary napkins, sleeping pants, and tampons of different sizes in different stores. She didn't buy much, but it's not suitable to buy too much at one time online. There is still time later, so she can place multiple orders. After buying the sanitary napkins, Haning saw a recommendation for a duck rack that she had bought many times before. Wang Shiqi often called Haning to buy this duck rack for her before. Every time, she said that she was afraid that Zhao Meihua would not let her eat it and said that she would give her the money after she returned, but she never gave it once. At that time, Haning opened her own milk tea shop and made money, so she didn't bother with a high school student. Once, Haning chose the wrong address and chose the address of the milk tea shop she often used. After receiving it, she took one away and asked the clerk to share the others. Haning was afraid of the high calories at that time and didn't dare to eat more, so she only dared to eat one. It tasted really good. Zhao Meihua's family is not good, but they are honest and picky about food. Clicking into the store selling duck racks, Haning bought 200 servings of their 4-piece set meal, which sold for more than 100,000 yuan, including duck racks, duck necks, duck wings, and duck tongues. It's not that Haning didn't want to buy more, but that they limited the purchase to 200 servings at most. Although she bought the 4-piece set meal, Haning also bought 200 servings of their signature duck racks. After placing the orders, Haning finished her noodles. She looked at the boss, who was still slicing noodles in the kitchen, and leaned back in her chair to continue placing orders. She had just bought sanitary napkins and wanted to buy tissues, but she was cut in line by Yajia. Haning originally planned to go directly to the factory to buy tissues. But now she has time, she can buy some first. Haning bought 100 boxes of toilet paper, tissue paper, handkerchiefs, face towels, and wet wipes of various brands in different stores. She also bought 5,000 pairs of underwear in the same way. There were also 19.9 and 15.9 special cotton long and short t-shirts and quick-drying clothes, and she bought 1,000 pairs of dark colors such as black, gray, dark purple, and dark blue. After buying the t-shirt, she wanted to buy pants, but Haning saw an alcohol block recommended by the bottom. She sighed that big data is really scary. It can even capture what you say when you talk to yourself. Haning immediately ordered 500 boxes from different stores, 20 packs per box, 30-50 g alcohol blocks per pack. With solid alcohol stoves are a must. With the help of big data, Haning clicked on a link for an alcohol stove without searching. She decisively ordered 50. After buying the alcohol block stove, Haning saw some self-heating pots and self-heating bags recommended by big data. These things can be used when there is no electricity or gas. The self-heating pot is more expensive and the taste is average, so she doesn't like it very much. So Haning didn't buy much, only 50 boxes, 12 boxes per box. As for the self-heating bags, this thing is cheap and sometimes more convenient to use than alcohol blocks. Haning specifically chose large and medium specifications and ordered 100 boxes from different stores, each box containing 250 bags and 350 bags respectively. The address of the things she bought was the warehouse she rented before. After buying these, Haning still felt a little unsatisfied. But at this time, the boss had packed all the noodles she wanted, so she could only buy them next time she had dinner. However, judging from the order situation today, Haning felt that she should rent another warehouse. This way, she could distract her attention. Otherwise, if too many things were put into one warehouse at once, it would be inappropriate. While the boss was helping to put the noodles into the trunk, Haning went straight to the barbecue shop next door. After buying all the barbecue in their store, Haning paid and left. She found a place to store the noodles and barbecue that had no room in the car. Then Haning did not waste time and returned to the club again. She had karate classes in the evening. Although these courses took up a lot of time every day, she could only stock up supplies in the morning and during meals, but Haning did not think it was a waste of time. Stocking up supplies is important, but it is more important to have the corresponding ability to protect supplies. Otherwise, no matter how much you stock up, it will only be for others in the end. Haven't you heard the saying that is often circulated during unrest abroad? My neighbor stocks up food, and I stock up guns. After returning from the club in the evening, Haning went to the milk tea shop to collect a batch of milk tea. Then she took some scattered packages sent to the milk tea shop and went home directly. Haning did not open these packages and threw them directly into the space talisman. These things were small orders she placed one after another. Except for the important things, she did not have so much time to open the packages one by one now, so she would wait until she had time after the end of the world to open them. After finishing a whole roast duck bought in the evening as a midnight snack, Haning began to continue her great work of drawing talismans. After drawing for 2 hours, Haning was too tired to move. After collecting the finished products and tools, she took a quick shower and lay down on the bed. Early in the morning, Haning received the breakfast she had ordered and was thinking of going to the farmer's market when she received a call. The call was from the agent, saying that there was news about the house she wanted. Haning did not expect that the owner of 2702 and 2703, Building 9, Uefu Jiangnan, was the same person. The previous owner bought the large 2703 for his son to get married. And the old couple lived in 2702 by themselves, which was closer and more caring. But later, his son's career had some problems, and his marriage was called off. It felt unlucky for the old couple to keep the house, so they thought about selling the house and giving the money to their son for cash flow. The larger of the two houses, 2703, had been bought some time ago. Someone also asked about the smaller 2702, but the owner was not satisfied with the price and demanded full payment, so it had not been sold yet. After hearing what the agent said, Haning decided to take 2702. It didn't matter if it was smaller, since she lived alone. The whole house was 110 square meters and sold for $3.52 million. Excluding the shared area, the floor area was only 93.5 square meters. There was a kitchen, a living room, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a balcony. If it was remodeled, it could be converted into 3 bedrooms, but Haning didn't need so many rooms to live alone. The current layout was good. Haning changed her original plan to go to the farmer's market to look at houses. After all, she could go to the farmer's market another day, and she could remodel the house as soon as possible after buying it. Haning didn't go to the agency again, but went directly to Uefu Jiangnan. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, she found the elevator of Building 9. She looked at the elevator and saw that it was still parked on the 20th floor. She had to wait for a while. While Haning was waiting for the elevator, a young man wearing a black cap and a black mask came over. He looked like a college student. The young man looked quite tall, almost a head taller than Haning, who was 170 centimeters tall when she put on sneakers. He looked at least 185 centimeters tall. The young man stood in front of Haning to the right. Haning glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. She felt that he looked familiar. Soon the elevator came, and the young man who was closer to the elevator walked in first. When Haning walked into the elevator and wanted to press the 27th floor, she found that the button light for the 27th floor had already lit up. Obviously, this young man also wanted to go to the 27th floor. In her previous life, Haning knew the residents of 2701. Although she was not very clear about their family structure, she seemed to have never heard of this person in front of her. So she guessed that this young man might be the one who bought 2703. After the elevator ran for a few floors, the young man in front looked up at the elevator button. After finding that only the 27th floor was lit up, he asked calmly, "Aren't you going to press the floor?" "No need." After hearing the young man's voice, Haning also felt that his voice seemed a little familiar. She should know him, but she just couldn't remember who he was for a moment. But Haning didn't think much about it. After all, there are so many students in the university town. Maybe it's an alumnus she has met. After hearing Han Ying's answer, the young man guessed that she should be going to the same floor as him, so he didn't ask again. When the elevator arrived, as expected, both of them got off at the 27th floor. When Haning passed by 2701, she glanced at the door. However, the door was closed at this time, and she didn't know if there was anyone inside. The young man walking in front of her went straight to 2703. Sure enough, Haning came to the door of 2702 and pressed the doorbell. Soon someone came to open the door. The one who opened the door was the agent who received her that day. Just as Hanning walked into 2702, the young man in 2703 opposite glanced over here. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then he walked into his own house. "Miss Han is here?" When the agent saw Hanning, he warmly welcomed her in. Naturally, he had to be more enthusiastic. After all, Hanning had promised to give him 5 times the agency fee if the deal was successful. And looking at the current situation, it was only one step away from the deal. The owners of this house are an old couple who look to be in their 60s. He gave Hanning a general introduction to the house and the surrounding area of the community. Then Hanning decided to buy the house on the spot at the price the old couple said. As for the parking space in this community, Hanning did not plan to buy it. After all, it was almost the end of the world, and the parking space would be used casually at that time. Hanning paid some deposits first, and the remaining balance would be settled when the transfer was to be completed. Hanning paid the 5 times agency fee on the spot. After all, the house was already settled. The house was originally intended for the old couple to move in after their son got married. So no one had ever lived in it after the renovation, so the old couple had nothing to move. After giving the key to Hanning, the agent and the old couple left, and Hanning walked around the house by herself. It was originally intended for the elderly to live in, so the decoration style was relatively simple. There was nothing fancy, but Hanning thought it was very good. She only needed to buy the furniture and refit the doors and windows before she could move in. The house was settled, and Hanning looked at the time, and it was almost 10 o'clock. She had to go to Chongfu Village, where the water in the dozen swimming pools must have been filled, and it was time to collect it. Half an hour later, Hanning arrived at the small building in Chongfu Village. When her car was about to drive to the gate of the courtyard, she saw a middle-aged man with a rough appearance looking inside from outside the gate. Hanning recognized that he was one of the villagers from Chongfu Village who she had hired yesterday to go up the mountain to find a spring for her. It seemed that they had already done the job and came to ask her for their wages. Sure enough, the middle-aged man smiled with a big white tooth after seeing Hanning's car. Then when he saw Hanning getting off the car, he put down on his shoulder and greeted her. "Little girl, we have done everything you asked us to do, hee 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 hee." The middle-aged man smiled a little embarrassedly. He had never seen such a pretty girl. She was prettier than the stars on TV. "Okay, give me the list," Hanning said and took the key to open the gate of the courtyard. There was a stone table in the yard, and then the two sat down directly there. The middle-aged man took out a piece of paper and a key from his pocket and handed them to Hanning. "The key is the key to the water room. To lead the spring into the water room, you naturally need the key to the water room." Looking at this bill, Hanning felt that the 3 people that Grandpa Wang found for her were quite honest. After all, she had said before that the day's wages were 200. And now they finished the work before noon on the second day. At most, they can only be paid for 1.5 days. They found 7 springs in less than a day and a half. That's 3,500 yuan. Add 1,651 yuan for materials. 900 yuan for 1.5 days of wages for 3 people. A total of 6,051 yuan. Let's go to the water room and take a look. I'll give you the money after we're done. Although Hanning knew that the water room was at the top of the mountain behind, she didn't know the exact location. Taking this opportunity to go over and take a look, she felt more confident. "Okay, I'll take you there, but this mountain is not easy to climb, little girl. You have to be careful." After saying that, the middle-aged man also glanced at Hanning's feet. "I was afraid that she would not be able to wear high heels, but fortunately the girl was wearing sports shoes." Hanning's physique was not worse than that of the middle-aged man, and even much better than him. So, after climbing to the top of the mountain in more than 10 minutes, the middle-aged man found that Hanning was not even out of breath. "Little girl, you can do it. Although this mountain is not high, it is not easy to walk. You must have exercised a lot, right?" The middle-aged man exclaimed at the sight of Hanning not breathing at all. "Yes, I used to climb mountains often." Hanning told a lie that was neither true nor false. Use the key to open the water room. Hanning saw that there were a total of 11 pipes of different sizes in the upper and lower rows, and water was flowing into the water room. The 4 old ones at the bottom were the original ones. The 2 with larger water flow used 1-inch pipes, and the other 2 with smaller water flow used 6-point pipes. The 7 new pipes at the top used 3 1-inch pipes, 2 6-point pipes, and 2 4-point pipes. It seems that the water output of a spring is different. At this time, the water in the entire water room was full, and the water was flowing out from a water outlet above the water room. There was still water flowing out here, which meant that the swimming pool she placed in the small building should be full. This water room is quite large. The water is clear, and you can see the bottom. There is no dust at the bottom. The surroundings are very clean, and it should have been cleaned not long ago. Seeing the water output of these springs, Haning also had a bottom in her heart. It seems that she can put a few more small swimming pools upstairs. Otherwise, after those swimming pools are filled with water every day, these sweet spring waters will flow away in vain. It's a pity. After paying the money, Haning went down the mountain and returned to the small building. She went upstairs and collected the water in each swimming pool into the space symbol. Haning did not need to use a container to collect water into the space symbol. After collecting the water directly, all the water would gather into a ball and be placed by Haning in the upper right corner of the space symbol. It saved her the money to buy another water storage container. Without Haning's summons, the ball of water seemed to be still and would not flow. When needed, she only needs to use her consciousness to extract water from the big ball. All the things she collected before were in the lower space of the space symbol. Haning planned to use the left and right sides of the upper layer to store domestic water and drinking water respectively, so she didn't worry about putting them in the wrong place. After collecting the water, Haning took out 3 folding swimming pools that could hold 2 tons of water and placed them in the gaps and corners of the 3 large swimming pools on the roof. After installing the induction faucet, she went down to the 4th floor. There were also 3 small folding swimming pools on the 4th floor, placed in the bathroom and balcony respectively, and the same was true for the 2nd and 3rd floors. In this way, as long as these swimming pools are full of water, Haning can receive at least 100 tons of water every time she comes. After checking all the faucets again, Haning was satisfied to close the door of the small building after confirming that water was flowing out. Before leaving the small building, Haning went to the water room on the top of the mountain and stored the 30 tons of water that was already full in the water room. After getting down the mountain and getting on the car, Haning looked at the time and saw that it was almost 1 o'clock. She had classes in the afternoon, and it would take time to get to the club from here, so Haning didn't want to waste time waiting for food. So Haning found the phone number of Pizza Hut near the club on the internet. After calculating the time they served the food, she directly ordered 50 Genio pizzas, 50 durian pizzas, and 50 bacon prawn pizzas. All of them were 12 inches, and the others would be ordered next time she had dinner. After arriving at Pizza Hut, Haning ate a whole 12-inch Genio pizza and still felt not full. However, she thought that she would exercise later and didn't want to eat too much, so she turned around and drank a large glass of iced black tea that the store gave away for free. As for water, it would be gone after exercising and sweating. After leaving Pizza Hut, Haning smacked her lips and thought that pizza and iced black tea were really delicious. Then she went back and ordered 50 pizzas of all the flavors in their store. She said she would pick them up around 6 p.m. and make sure they were warm, so she asked them to time the baking. Haning also ordered the 3 flavors she had just ordered, which surprised the manager of Pizza Hut so much that he gave her a 20% discount and vowed to invite her to come again next time. Haning didn't draw space symbols for too long that night. She only drew more than 30 and then stopped. She had been working non-stop for the past few days and was very tired. She wanted to take a half day off tomorrow, but then she thought about the fat chef Shuryong coming to work tomorrow to stock up on cooked food for her, and she was instantly full of energy. As for rest, let's talk about it after the end of the world. The next morning, Haning didn't go for a run again, but drove her small truck to collect breakfast. In the past 2 days, there were 4 more types of breakfast every day, and each store also had 50 servings. It was already 8 o'clock when she finished collecting breakfast. After a trip to the wholesale market, the truck compartment was already filled with disposable lunch boxes. In addition, 3 trucks were sent directly to the rented warehouse. Thinking that there should be a lot of things in the warehouse, I have to go there in 2 days to store them all in the space. However, the freezer has not been used yet. It seems that the plan to stockpile fresh food should be arranged. Thinking about these things along the way, Haning soon arrived at the small building in Chongfu village. When she came over, Haning saw Shuyong and the other 2 kitchen assistants who helped him waiting outside. Although Shuyong was curious about the boss asking him to come to the village to work, he didn't think much about it. Anyway, the boss pays a lot of money. As long as he doesn't leave the province, it doesn't matter where he works. What's more, his home is next to Chongfu village, very close. After entering the yard, Haning introduced the 3 people to their next work. Shuyong is the chef, and the other 2, Mrs. Li and Xiao Sun, help him, mainly responsible for washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, and other trivial matters. After introducing the work, Haning found that she had hired one less purchaser. She couldn't buy the vegetables herself, right? She didn't have that time, although she also wanted to stock up on vegetables. When Shuyong heard that Haning wanted to find a grocery buyer, his eyes lit up. Boss, how much do you pay for a grocery buyer? 6,000.
Why?
Do you have an introduction? Haning glanced at Shuyong and said, well, my wife can do the grocery shopping job, and my family has a 3-wheeled motorcycle, which is convenient for grocery shopping. Our home is in Lushan village, next to Chongfu village, very close. I used to open a restaurant with someone else, and my wife did the purchasing herself, and then I closed it down. Shuyong has his own skills. Although the dishes he cooks are not as good as those in a 5-star hotel, they are also very delicious. Otherwise, Haning would not have poached him after eating once. Shuyong and his cousin from the same village opened a restaurant together. He was in charge of cooking, and his wife was in charge of purchasing. Both of them were diligent, had good business, and had many repeat customers. But Shuyong's cousin has too many messy friends. Today, one brought a bunch of people to show his support, and tomorrow another brought a bunch of people to show their support. But they are all freeloaders. It was okay once or twice, but no matter how much they earned from more than 10 times a month, it was not enough for them to eat. The most important thing was that these people were not good people. They started to make trouble when they were asked to pay the bill. A few times the police were even called. But after that, these people often brought some bad people to make trouble. How could this restaurant continue to operate in the long run? It took Shuyong's family most of their life savings to open that restaurant. In the end, they lost all their money and finally had to go out to work again. Okay, then let your wife come over. It's best to start working today. From now on, this floor will be yours. I will come here every evening and reimburse you for anything I buy. But in order to ensure the taste and temperature, you should start making the dishes I want in the afternoon. As for the morning, you can make some marinated ingredients, seafood and sauce, dried meat, meat jerky, salted eggs, pickled cabbage, buns, dumplings, steamed buns, etc. These things that are not afraid of cold. By the way, you can make these, right? Haning gave Shuyong a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. She couldn't stay here and wait for him to cook. She could only come here once a day to collect water and cooked food. She didn't want the dishes to get cold and stale. So Shuyong could only start cooking in the afternoon. Then the morning time naturally couldn't be wasted. Those who are capable should do more work. Well, I do. Shuyong's mouth twitched after hearing Han Ying's words. But he really did know those things because he had learned everything in order to open his own restaurant. That's enough, I believe you. Haning nodded, showing an expression of as expected. Okay, but there's nothing here. Shuyong looked at the yard and the kitchen on the first floor. There wasn't even a suitable stove. How could he do anything? Don't worry, I've already bought everything and will deliver it to you in a while. By the way, when it's done, put it all in the packing boxes for me. The packing boxes are on the truck outside. Everyone will move them down later. I will drive over every evening to pick up the dishes. You can use the first floor as you like, but you can't go upstairs. Haning had packed up all the furniture on the first floor before. The entire first floor was empty except for a room full of foam insulation boxes. Haning gave Shuyong a list and asked him to help collect the cooking utensils and freezers she ordered later. As for the other 2 people, she asked them to help move the packing boxes to a room on the first floor. Then Haning went upstairs by herself. She put all the water that had been full for a long time into the space symbol. Haning didn't know the exact amount, but she estimated that the water collected today could be 100 tons. Looking at the ball of water in the corner of the space symbol, Haning felt much more at ease. Haning remembered that when it was extremely hot, Zhao Meihua sold her to someone else for a small bottle of water and 3 kilograms of old rice. It can be seen how precious water was at that time. Haning estimated that she and her future Tangyuan would use about 15 liters of water a day just for eating and drinking, and she could now stockpile more than 100 tons a day. 1 ton is 2,000 jin or 1,000 liters, so how much is more than 100 tons? And more than 100 tons are collected every day. These more than 100 tons are just drinking water for intake, and Haning will find another place to stockpile domestic water. In other words, she will never lack water in this life. When Haning went downstairs, she saw Shuyong counting the things he had sent. He had just called his wife and told her that the boss had hired her as a procurer with a salary of 6,000. He also asked her to get ready and drive the family's 3-wheeled motorcycle over in a while. Haning was relieved to see that Shuyong had handled things in an orderly manner. She told him that all the ingredients and condiments for the dishes he made must be fresh and the seafood must be alive. After handing him the menu she found on the internet, Haning left directly. Looking at the menu handed to him, Shuyong's mouth twitched again. The boss said that the menu above would cook 4 dishes a day in order. 1 dish would be cooked 50 times a day, and the amount of each dish would be calculated according to the takeout box that the boss bought. Shuyong also took a look at the takeout box. It was so big. Shuyong was originally wondering why the boss ordered that big iron pot, but it turned out that it was waiting for him here. Not all chefs can use a big iron pot. Many chefs can only cook small pot dishes and not big pot dishes. The big pot dishes are either too rotten or some are burnt, some are half-cooked, or the taste is greatly reduced. It takes a lot of effort to make dishes that taste the same as small pot dishes. Fortunately, he has also helped the village hold many banquets. This big iron pot is easy to use. Each pot can cook more than 30 tables of dishes, and the taste is not much different from that of a small pot. However, with the capacity of the boss's takeout box, 50 portions may only require 3 pots to be filled. Suddenly, Shuyong felt that his monthly salary of 30,000 yuan was not easy to take. After explaining everything in the small building, Haning spent more than 10 minutes climbing the back mountain. Then she took away the 30 tons of water that had been stored in the water room. How long would 30 tons of water last her? How could she waste it? After a tiring day, it was already past 10 o'clock when she got home. Haning didn't draw talismans today because she had more important things to do. The time and the space had accumulated for 10 hours, and her plan to make quick money could start. She planned to take a trip to the vault today. To be honest, Haning was very nervous at this time. There was no way, after all, it was the first time to do such a big thing, so she could only turn her nervousness into appetite. At this time, the table in front of Haning was filled with spicy fried chicken, boneless chicken feet, crispy roast goose, seafood and sauce, spicy crayfish, and a large glass of iced happy water. The fried chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The chicken feet had a chewy texture and moderate saltiness and spiciness. The roast goose had crispy skin but not burnt, and the meat was tender and boneless. The seafood is spicy and chewy, the crayfish is full, and the soup is delicious. Take a sip of ice-cold happy water. Haning suddenly felt that she had lived in vain in her previous life to keep in shape and was isolated from these things. After clearing out everything, Haning burped. She was very satisfied with this last meal. No, it was the meal on the road, and even the tension just now was mostly dissipated. Haning also figured it out. She had already experienced the end of the world, so what was she afraid of? With the teleportation symbol and the big cheat of space, it would be a shame for her rebirth if she didn't make a fortune. After taking a shower, she locked the doors and windows of the house. Turning on the computer, she found a photo of the church on the desktop. There were coordinates under the photo, and Haning memorized the coordinates. Then Haning took out the prepared equipment from the space. a thick down jacket, and a pure black men's jacket on the outside. The pants are thickened black cotton pants, and a pure black overalls are put on the outside. She put on 2 layers of black shoe covers over a pair of black sneakers. She put on a gas mask with an oxygen tank in her backpack, a black scarf, a black hat, black gloves, and black night vision goggles. After she was fully equipped, Hanning looked like a black character. Not to mention her skin. Not even a strand of hair was exposed. 3 or 4 months later in her previous life, Hanning saw a piece of news on the internet. A private vault 10 meters underground in a church in the Foot Basin country was taken down. Because the gold in that private vault was of unknown origin, the news was not revealed until a month after the vault was taken down. According to the news at the time, there was no surveillance in the vault. There was only an alarm device. Because the gold was of unknown origin, the alarm device was not connected to the police station, but to the mobile phone of the vault owner. When the vault owner learned that the vault had been stolen, he rushed there, but when he arrived, there were only rows of empty shelves in the vault, and there was no trace of gold. He fainted on the spot. Later, she stayed in the hospital for almost a month, and the news was also revealed at that time. Although she knew from the news in the previous life that there was no surveillance in the vault, Hanning was still fully prepared for safety. She was so armed that not even a hair could be seen, and it was even impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman from the back. Even so, she didn't believe it, and it was not safe. It was really safe, but Hanning felt that she was about to burst with heat. She looked at the time, and it was already 12:40 in the morning. It was already 1:40 in the morning in the Foot Basin country, so she was not afraid that someone was still in the vault. She was afraid that if she delayed any longer, she would faint from the heat. Finally, Hanning looked at the coordinates again and lay down on the bed. The vault was 10 meters underground in the church, so Hanning had to slightly change the coordinates of the church. After lying down, Hanning silently recited the coordinates that she had slightly changed in her heart. Then she used the skills to inject a stream of spiritual energy into the teleportation talisman, and then patted it on her chest. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. There was no golden light. Hanning felt a sense of weightlessness, and then her feet landed on the ground. What she saw were rows of tall shelves. Seeing the golden bricks on the shelves, Hanning couldn't help but scream in her heart. These are all gold bricks. A wave of fat. After a burst of surprise, Hanning found that the stuffy feeling in her house just now gradually disappeared. Whether it is the time difference or the weather in Japan country, it is almost the same as that in China, which can only mean that there is a problem in this vault. Hanning didn't have time to think about what the problem was. She raised her hand and touched it, and the shelves full of gold bricks disappeared one by one. She didn't have the time to collect the gold bricks one by one, so it was faster to collect them together with the shelves. When Hanning received the 4th shelf, the whole vault suddenly sounded a deafening alarm. Then the vault exit and the 1-meter-thick steel plate walls on all 4 sides were directly reinforced and locked. Oxygen was also extracted at the same time. But Hanning didn't care about these, because she knew that she still had a few minutes to collect after the alarm sounded. Don't ask her why she knew. In the previous life, these details were exposed clearly after the news broke out. A few minutes were enough for Hanning to collect all the shelves in the vault. Without any hesitation, Hanning directly collected the gold bricks and shelves into the space one by one. I don't know how many she collected. When Hanning finished collecting the last shelf, she heard a noise outside. But she didn't even hesitate for 0.01 seconds and flashed into the space. This was the second time Hanning entered the space since her rebirth. It was not that she didn't want to come in, but she really couldn't bear to leave the space. After all, the time she could stay in the space might be used to save her life after the end of the world. So Hanning didn't want to waste this time unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, the acre of land in the space that could be used for planting was still empty. There was only her white SUV in the corner. Ignore the land. After Hanning changed her strange equipment, she took out a chair from the space symbol. After sitting on it, she began to check the shelves she had just collected. Those shelves and gold bricks were collected by Hanning into the space symbol. Otherwise, they would be eaten by the space as soon as they entered the space. Hanning didn't know how much gold the space could eat yet, but she had to keep some for stockpiling supplies so that they wouldn't be eaten. She roughly counted and found that she had collected 90 shelves in total. Each shelf had 3 layers. Each layer was filled with 200 gold bricks, and a gold brick weighed 1 kilogram. Hanning took out her mobile phone, found the calculator, and pressed it. Then she was so shocked by the numbers on it that she almost dropped her phone to the ground. In other words, she collected 54 tons of gold in total? What kind of family is this? How could a private vault contain so much gold? No wonder the owner of the vault fainted when he learned that the vault had been robbed. How much is a ton of gold worth? Han-ing immediately used a calculator to calculate. After seeing the result, she couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It was really a wave of sudden wealth, but it was not easy to sell so much gold. Fortunately, there were no symbols on the gold, otherwise Han-ing would have to find a way to melt the gold. Now she saved a lot of trouble. When she wanted to sell it, she just needed to take an electric saw and saw them into irregular blocks that could not be pieced together. Han-ing wanted to take out a gold brick and bite it with her teeth, but she didn't dare. She was worried that the gold would be absorbed by the space after she took it out. It didn't matter if it was absorbed because she had to give part of it to the space anyway. The most important thing is that Han-ing is worried that the space will be upgraded directly after taking it out. Because she was not in the space during the previous upgrade, she didn't know whether she would be ejected from the space during the upgrade. Therefore, Han-ing absolutely dared not try it at this time. After all, if she was ejected now, she would face the Hades copy. Although she couldn't eat gold bricks, Han-ing would not waste time. She took out another table and laid out her talisman drawing tools, and began her talisman drawing career. Han-ing, who was in the space, naturally didn't know what happened outside. Just when Han-ing received the 4th shelf, the vault sounded an alarm. The owner of the vault, Yoshida Endo, was originally sleeping passionately with his lover. The mobile phone placed beside the bed suddenly sounded a deafening alarm. Yoshida Endo was stunned when he heard the alarm, because he couldn't remember what the alarm sounded for a moment. After all, it has been nearly 10 years since the vault was built 10 meters underground using the church to cover up the truth. This alarm has never sounded. However, Yoshida Endo reacted quickly and almost fell to the ground. He kicked the beauty in his arms away. He grabbed his clothes and ran out without even having time to put them on, calling someone nearby. When Han-ing collected all the gold bricks, the people had already arrived. But the security level of this vault was too high, and the key, password, and iris to open the vault were all on Yoshida Endo. So those people could only surround the entire vault dryly. And they also surrounded the church within a radius of 1 kilometer to ensure that not a fly could fly out. By the time Yoshida Endo arrived, more than 10 minutes had passed. When he trembled and entered the password, verified the iris, and handed the key to the bodyguard to open the vault door, there was only an empty vault to greet them. Even the shelf for the gold bricks was gone. Not to mention people, not even a hair was left. Seeing all this, Yoshida Endo screamed on the spot, and then fainted. When Yoshida Endo woke up, it was already a day later. He immediately ordered to start tracking down the thieves, and sent people out with a tough attitude to tie up several people. These people were the ones who helped him install the vault and were responsible for the vault security system. When the vault was installed, these people said that no one could open the vault except Yoshida Endo himself, who held the key, and the pupil. Although Yoshida Endo fainted after seeing the vault being stolen, but he still saw that the entire vault, including the door, was not damaged at all. What does this mean? This means that there is a high probability that there is an internal thief. The biggest suspect is the person who helped him install the vault and the person in charge of the security system. Although a large number of people were mobilized to find the thieves and catch people, Yoshida Endo did not call the police. After all, the gold bricks in his vault were of unknown origin. The police were originally looking for evidence to catch him everywhere, so how could he dare to run into the gun? Of course, these are all later stories. At this time, Han-ing was in her space, with her legs crossed and eating milk tea in one hand and pizza in the other. Haning had been in the space for 7 hours. She had drawn a lot of talismans. She was tired and hungry, and had just taken a 2-hour nap. She felt that she could not waste the time in the space on sleeping, so she thought that since it was a rare trip, she might as well make use of this piece of land. She ate something and then found from the space talisman. Haning got this from Grandpa Wang's house in Chongfu village. Then Haning started her planting business. Don't say that Haning really knows how to farm. This skill was lit up in her last life. Although she is not very experienced, she has some skills. Haning had a plan for what to plant in this space. She didn't know what level the space could be upgraded to. What was the upper limit of the time she could stay in the space every day? So she planned to plant some plants with a longer cycle and did not need to be taken care of frequently. So the first choice for planting was of course fruit trees, but Haning didn't have any fruit tree seedlings at hand. She did have seeds, but the growth cycle would be longer if she used seeds to sow. So she decided to plant some existing ones first. She dug some holes in the ground with Then Haning took out some seeds she bought online. She found watermelon seeds from them and threw 2 into each hole. Watermelons need to be raised, but Haning only put 2 seeds in each hole, so she skipped this step. Haning, who was sowing seeds at this time, did not notice that after she threw the first seed into the ground, the entire body of the SUV that she had placed in the back corner began to move upwards. The entire car stopped after it moved to a height of 10 meters. The SUV was so steadily suspended in the air, as if there was an invisible barrier above it that was holding it back. Haning stopped only after sowing a whole bag of more than 500 watermelon seeds. She turned around and was about to go over to see the results of her sowing. When she looked up, Haning suddenly felt as if something was wrong. After standing there and thinking about it for 2 minutes, she finally remembered what was wrong. Where is her white SUV? Where did her big, white SUV go? Haning wondered if she had just put it into the space symbol, so she sank her consciousness into the space symbol to search for it. But no. How could such a big car disappear? After searching around for a while, Haning was speechless to find that her car was floating in the air. She remembered that she had put it on the ground, right? And when she came in just now, she saw that the car was parked on the ground. When did it go to the sky? Haning took the car down from the sky, as usual. Very smooth. And the car she took down did not seem to float up again. Haning seemed to realize something. She took out a chair directly from the space symbol. Then the chair magically appeared directly in the sky. Then Haning took down the chair again, and it immediately appeared on the ground in front of her. Haning guessed that this might be related to her starting to plant things on this land. She had never planted anything on it before, so this place became a storage space by default. And now that she planted watermelons in the land, this would be a planting area. The storage space could only be moved upwards. Then Haning experimented several times in a row, and she finally found the trick. When she stood on this land to take the space symbol, as long as it was not taken from her hand, it would appear in the sky by default. As for if she wanted to put something on this land, she had to take it from the sky again. When she found this, Haning was excited. She quickly tried to take out a portion of hot braised noodles from the space and put it on. It turned out that the time flow rate on it was still the same as outside, and there was no preservation function. This made Haning, who originally thought that she could stop drawing symbols, directly deflated. Sure enough, her greatest career in this life is still drawing symbols. After studying the changes in space, Haning was thinking about drawing a few more space symbols. Who knew that a feeling of weightlessness came, and the next moment she appeared directly on her bed at home. It seems that the teleportation talisman has expired. Even if she was hiding in the space, she would be directly teleported back when the time was up. Haning didn't sleep much that day. She just took a nap in the space for 2 hours, and she was a little sleepy at this time. But there was one thing she didn't understand, so she couldn't sleep. Haning didn't waste any more time and took out a shelf full of 600 gold bricks from the space talisman. The shelf was quite large, so Haning could only move the sofa in the living room before putting it on. Looking at the gold bricks with highlights in front of her, Haning finally couldn't help stretching out her claws and picking up a gold brick and chewing it. Sure enough, her little fangs left a shallow mark on it. "I'm rich," I'm rich. Han couldn't help it. The whole person circled around the shelf several times before calming down. Then she turned around and put the whole shelf into the space. After putting it into the space, Han found that the shelf had appeared above the land, and the gold bricks on it had disappeared without a trace. That was 600 gold bricks, weighing 1,200 kilograms. It could crush someone to death. Seeing 1,200 kilograms of gold bricks disappear like this, it was impossible for Han not to feel distressed. But she knew the importance of upgrading the space even more. After all, the time you can stay in the space can save your life. Sure enough, after the 600 gold bricks were eaten by the space, Han felt that the space had been upgraded. It jumped directly from the original level 3 to level 6. The corresponding time you can stay in the space every day has increased to 3.5 hours. But Han knew that this must not have reached the upper limit. So she gritted her teeth and put another shelf in the space. This time, just like before, the shelf appeared directly in the storage space above. And the gold bricks inside disappeared again. I thought that this time I could add 2 more hours of stay time like before. Unexpectedly, this shelf of 1,200 kilograms of gold bricks only raised the space to level 7, and the time became 4 hours. Han almost swore when she saw this result. Is this the same as playing a game? The more you advance, the more experience you need to upgrade? Then Han threw 2 more shelves into the space. This time the space was directly upgraded to level 8. The time you can stay in it became 4.5 hours. The gold on the 2 shelves only raised it to level 1. However, after seeing this result, Han also guessed that it might have reached the upper limit, but the space can still take gold, which means there is still room for improvement. Sure enough, after Han threw another 4 shelves of gold bricks into it, she found that the gold bricks in the shelves did not disappear completely this time. There were still 90 gold bricks left on that shelf. And the time you can stay in the space has become 5 hours a day. Han knew that the space no longer needed gold. As for whether it could be upgraded, she didn't know, so she could only wait and see. Now 5 hours a day, slowly accumulating and saving can accumulate more than 100 hours a month. It was enough, since she didn't plan to live in the space for a long time anyway. Since the space no longer needed gold, it meant that the remaining gold was hers. Han roughly calculated that the space had used a total of 4,710 gold bricks. That was 9,420 kilograms. Less than 5 tons. That meant there were more than 49 tons of gold left. The remaining 49 tons of gold bricks belonged to her. Han was so happy that she hugged the gold brick with her teeth marks and rolled around on the bed for several times. However, after rolling around, Han still had to face a problem. She had to cash in the gold as soon as possible, or turn it into supplies. She made this quick money not to hoard these gold bricks. She made it to turn this quick money into supplies and hoard them. And Han already knew where to find the channel to cash in the gold bricks. She took out the computer that claimed to have no IP address and had not been touched since she bought it that day. The battery was already fully charged. Han unplugged the power cord and turned on the computer directly. There were very few things on the desktop, only the computer's essential system and a website. Obviously, this website was the Guiwang that Han was looking for. After looking at the website, it was not the time to open it yet. Although when she bought it, the other party said that when this website was used online, unless it was the world's top hackers, the IP address could not be traced. However, Han would not log in to Guiwang at home for the sake of safety. She should find a safer public network. Han did what she said. She drove to a hotel more than 50 kilometers away from the university town. She used Xiaojing's ID card to book a room in the hotel. She took out her laptop and opened the Guiwang. Han directly posted a reward on it to find underground gold trading channels with good reputations, high security, and fair prices in various countries. Although the news of the theft of the private vault in Jiaban country will be exposed in a while. But Han is not worried at all whether it will be inappropriate to take out the gold for trading now. The daily trading volume of the underground gold trading market in the world is a very terrifying number. Will those people stop trading because of this news? This reward is the cheapest one on Guiwang. After all, this kind of news is as simple as 1+1 for those who accept tasks on Guiwang. So Haning only paid a few $1,000s to get many answers she wanted. These people are from different countries. Haning plans to choose only one person from each country for trading. Looking at the Guiwang contact information of several people that she copied down, Haning said that Guiwang is really useful. Only when you have money can you hoard a lot of supplies. So Haning decided to deal with the matter here and then go to trade gold bricks as soon as possible. The next day, Haning went to the housing authority with the person who bought her house and transferred the ownership of her house in Yujing community. She gave the key to the other party and told him that there were several evil relatives living in the house. She asked them to find a way to drive them out. The other party did not say anything to indicate that he would solve it, but just made an appointment with Haning to move the furniture. Haning was not worried at all about how the other party would drive Zhao Meihua and her family out. Just for this buyer, he paid the full amount without even looking at the house. Haning was really not worried at all. The house here was transferred, and Haning also transferred the ownership of the house she bought to the old couple on the same day. However, she wanted to wait until she got the money before doing the modification. After solving the house problem, Haning looked at the time, and it was not time for dinner yet. So she drove to a pet shop 5 or 6 kilometers away from the university town. "Hello, you can take a look around, and take the pets you like home." The boss saw Haning walk into the store without any pets around her, so he guessed that she wanted to buy a pet. "I want to buy a puppy." This pet store is quite large. There are many small pets in rows of small cages. There is also a pet park at the back, where several cats and dogs are playing happily. "I don't know what breed you like, you can come here to take a look. We have quite a lot of breeds here. Even if we don't have them in the store, you can make an appointment in advance." Hearing that Haning wanted to buy a puppy, the boss's smile deepened. Haning already had a goal, so she said directly, "I want a large dog puppy. Do you have any here?" Large dog? Many large dogs are not suitable for raising in the city. "Are you sure you want this kind of dog?" "Of course, we also have large dog puppies, but I still suggest that you take a look at other small dog breeds." A few days ago, 2 Alaskan puppies arrived in their store, which were consigned here by others. It's just that these 2 Alaskan puppies have some Caucasian blood. Caucasian dogs are very ferocious when they grow up, and they are as fierce as Tibetan Mastiffs. They didn't intend to accept them, but the dog owner said that if they couldn't be sold, he would come to take them away in a month. He would not pay less for the foster care. The boss felt relieved when he saw the 2 puppies that were just 1 month old. In addition, there was a foster care fee, so the boss actually just wanted to earn some foster care fees, so he agreed to let the other party leave the puppies here for consignment. He actually didn't recommend people living in the city to keep large dogs. It's easy to cause unnecessary trouble in a city full of people. I do have 2 Alaskan puppies here, but these 2 puppies also have some Caucasian blood. Caucasian dogs are a very ferocious breed of dog. Did you know that? The boss felt that it was necessary for him to make these clear. After all, if something happened, he would be in trouble if people came to his door. "I know about Caucasian shepherd dogs. It's okay. I'll keep them here for a while and send them to the countryside before they grow up." Haning didn't want to waste time talking to the boss, so she told him a lie that was neither true nor false. "Since the beauty has decided, I won't persuade her anymore."
Come with me.
"It's right here." Haning followed the boss to a white cage, where there were indeed 2 puppies lying in bed. One of the cute puppies with darker fur stood up with its tail wagging when it saw someone outside the cage. Haning observed the puppy that came to her. It was quite energetic, but it was not the one she wanted. But the other puppy with lighter fur was still curled up in the innermost part of the cage. It didn't even look at Haning. "Can you open the cage? Let them out so I can choose." Haning stood up and asked the clerk next to her. "Of course." After the clerk opened the cage, he took out the 2 puppies and placed them in a small fence on the ground. How could this happen? Both puppies were taken out and placed on the ground. The very energetic puppy kept looking at the 2 people in front of it with its head raised and its tail wagged. But the other puppy with light fur had blood on its head. A corner of its furry ear on the right was missing. I don't know if anyone has seen it. If so, can you please let me know that I am not playing a single-player game? It was fine when I just fed it. How could it be like this? The clerk carefully picked up the puppy with a missing ear. Then, he carefully applied medicine to it. The blood on its head hasn't dried yet. It must have just been bitten. As for who the murderer is, there are only 2 puppies in the cage. It is already very obvious. Since this one is injured, then you can take a look at the other one. If you like it. The clerk applied medicine to the puppy and carefully prepared to put it in another separate cage before saying to Han-ing, "No, I want the one in your hand." Han-ing came here this time just for this puppy with a missing ear. In fact, this puppy will be bought by Han Ying's classmate named Sun Yutong in more than half a month and named Teng Yuan. In the previous life, 1 month before the end of the world. Because her new boyfriend was allergic to dog hair, Sun Yutong entrusted Teng Yuan to Han-ing, who also rented a house outside, to take care of it temporarily. Sun Yutong did not come to pick up Teng Yuan until the end of the world. Teng Yuan has been living with Han-ing. In the last life, Teng Yuan bit Han-ing in order to save Han-ing, who was almost defiled by her uncle Wang Jianya. In the end, Wang Jianya instigated Zhao Meihua, and the 2 of them killed Teng Yuan and ate his meat when Han-ing was not paying attention. In this new life, Han-ing will take Teng Yuan with her as soon as she appears. In this life, she will take good care of Teng Yuan. Let it become her most loyal partner. You want this one? But it's injured. The boss himself is also a dog lover. Although he opened a pet shop to make money, he couldn't bear to see this puppy being taken away with injuries. It doesn't matter, I'll buy it first and then leave it here for a few days, and I'll take it home when it's healed. Han-ing will also go out these days. So she can't take Teng Yuan with her. It's not bad to leave it with the boss. That's fine. Since it was injured here, I won't charge you for foster care until it recovers. The boss is also very reasonable and won't take advantage of customers. Okay. I'll take it to get the dog license after it recovers, but I've never kept a dog before. Can you help me with the relevant procedures? In this big city, you need to get an ID card for your dog. Not only that, you have to get vaccinated. It's not the end of the world yet, and these are essential for Teng Yuan to live a normal life. No problem. We'll do it for you when the time comes. Han-ing paid 3,500 yuan and picked up several bags of dog supplies, then left the pet store. As for Teng Yuan, she could only wait a few days to come and pick him up. The day after buying the dog, Han-ing went abroad to trade gold directly. The first person Han-ing chose to cooperate with was a Taigua man named Virat. It was learned from the Guiwang that this person had a lot of power in the Taigua underground. But he had a very good reputation in business, and I had never heard of the phenomenon of black eating black. The most important thing was that the Guiwang said it. This man not only collects gold, but also does other black businesses, such as oil, firearms, etc. The reason why Han-ing first chose Taigua was because she could stock up on some fruits after selling the gold bricks. Han Ying's family had a little money, and her parents were artists, often looking for inspiration outside. Under the influence of this, Han-ing often traveled around, so passports and visas were not a problem at all. Han-ing didn't understand Taigua very well, but she could roughly understand a few sentences. However, she spoke English quite well, so she didn't worry about communication problems when she was out. Han-ing didn't trade much on the first trip. She only took out 1 ton of gold bricks for trading. The price given by the other party was 320 per gram, which was about 100 yuan lower than the market price of gold. But this was an underground trading market. All the gold was of unknown origin, so Han-ing also knew the rules. The other party didn't ask about the origin of the gold and Han Ying's identity. He paid the money, took the gold and left, and asked Han-ing to find him again next time she had goods. Han-ing also nodded to indicate that there was a chance to cooperate again. Han-ing took the money and found a secret place. After receiving the money, she directly put the broken car into the space. Then she exchanged it for another second-hand car that she bought after coming to Taigua. After leaving that place, she rented a few warehouses under another identity. Then she started her plan to buy fruits in Taigua. She has been coveting Taigua's durian and mangosteen for a long time. Han-ing doesn't like many fruits in this country, but there are a few of them that she likes very much. For example, coconut, durian, mangosteen, wax apple, dragon fruit, jackfruit, rambutan, and mango. But among these, Han Ying's favorite is still durian and mangosteen. Han Ying didn't buy many other taigua fruits that she knew or didn't know the name of. She bought about 2,000 kilograms of each. As for her favorite durian, Han Ying directly bought all the goods in 2 durian wholesale markets. And she also wanted all the goods that they could get in the next week. After all, she would stay here for another week. Moreover, the heads of the 2 wholesale markets also patted their chests and promised Han Ying. They promised that the amount of durian every day in the next week would be as much as today, or even more. Han Ying did not carefully calculate how many durians there would be. She only knew that the durians delivered to the warehouse on the first day in those 2 wholesale markets alone reached more than 80,000 each. There were nearly 170,000 durians in those 2 wholesale markets a day, and what about 7 consecutive days? More than 1 million durians are definitely not going away. Enough for her to eat for dozens of lifetimes. But the corresponding money paid was also like flowing water. After buying durian, you can't forget mangosteen. It is said that mangosteen is very productive. But the reason why the price is high is that mangosteen is not easy to pick. However, in the local area, the price is still unknown how many times cheaper than in China. So Han Ying directly asked for 1 million kilograms. After all, she also likes to eat this thing. The shell is thick, and there is not much meat. Wax apples and coconuts are good fruits for replenishing water. Needless to say, wax apples can be eaten in their entirety. Han Ying also asked for 300,000 kilograms directly. Coconuts are also full of treasures. Coconut water is not to be mentioned, and coconut meat can also be eaten. Stewed chicken and pigeon are very delicious. Eating coconut meat alone is also very fragrant. It can also be made into coconut flakes. You can also use coconut shells and coconut meat together as a stew pot to stew various soups. Even coconut shells have other uses. I heard that coconut shells are also a good traditional Chinese medicine, which can dispel wind and relieve pain, and relieve dampness and swelling. At worst, they can be dried and used for burning. With so many uses, Han Ying said that she must stock up more, so she directly asked for 1 million. Although jackfruit is not as delicious as durian, it is not bad, and it is big, so Han Ying bought a total of 300,000 jackfruits of different varieties. Dragon fruit looks a bit like longan, and tastes sweet and sour. It can be eaten, but Han Ying doesn't like it very much, so she only ordered 50,000 kilograms. Rambutan also looks a bit like lychee in China, but it doesn't taste as good as lychee. Han Ying always failed to peel the flesh cleanly, and some residue from the core would come off, which was a bit irritating to eat. But Han Ying still ordered 100,000 kilograms. As for mangoes, there are so many ways to eat them. Eat them alone, squeeze them into mango juice, dry them into dried mangoes, make desserts, smoothies, and cakes. And there are so many varieties, so Han Ying ordered a total of 1 million kilograms of mangoes of various varieties. Of course, dried mangoes were also a must, so she ordered 200,000 kilograms. Not only fruits, but also other things that have come here. Han Ying must stock up more. After all, if you can stock up a lot here, try not to stock up in China. Among them, rice must not be less. Han Ying also likes to eat Thai rice. With Han Ying's current appetite, she must eat at least 2 kilograms of rice a day. It is more than 700 kilograms a year, so Han Ying turned around and asked for 3,000 tons directly. Before coming to Thailand, Han Ying had done her homework. Not only are there abundant fruits and rice here, but the output of coal mines, oil, and liquefied petroleum gas is also very high. So Han Ying first set her sights on coal and liquefied gas. These things are also available in China, but since she is here, she's still stocked up here. Han Ying directly asked for 5,000 tons of anthracite coal and 5,000 tons of high-quality anthracite honeycomb coal. These coal quantities are not too much. After all, in extreme cold, you need to burn coal and firewood every day to keep warm. If you want to live comfortably in extreme cold, 1 ton will not last long. As for liquefied gas, Han Ying asked about the price. Although it was not cheap, it was nearly 20% cheaper than most cities in China. Moreover, she wanted to buy in large quantities so she could get the wholesale price, which was even cheaper. A 50 kilograms can of liquefied gas was equivalent to about 580 Chinese yuan. 1 can was enough for a family of 5 for more than half a year. Haning turned around and asked for 600 cans. A 15 kilograms can of liquefied gas was equivalent to about 210 Chinese yuan. Haning asked for 500 cans. There was also a small-sized 5 kilograms liquefied gas, and Haning also bought 500 cans. This small one was still okay for hot pot. Haning didn't buy much liquefied gas, which was mainly used for cooking. And Haning also stocked up so many honeycomb coals. In addition, she also planned to stock up on dry firewood, so she didn't need to buy too much liquefied gas. As for fuel, it was difficult to buy in large quantities in any country. You had to find the corresponding channels. So Haning was so happy when she got the contact information of a gasoline dealer from the owner of an outdoor goods store. But now she has come to Taigua. Haning, in line with the principle that if she can buy from abroad, she will not harm her own country, contacted the Taigua man named Virat on the strange website on the third day. She said that she had obtained another 3 tons of gold. 2 tons will be traded as last time, and the other 1 ton will be exchanged for gasoline, diesel, and hot weapons, and the amount of peanuts will be a little more. Virat will naturally not refuse business. However, the order for 1 ton of gold to be exchanged for those things is not small. So he needs a few days to prepare. Haning naturally knew this, so she directly set the time of the transaction on her last day in Taigua. When he learned about the content of the transaction, Virat stroked his stubbled chin. He thought that the little girl was quite interesting and courageous. That day, she drove a broken car alone to trade with him. Is this a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, or is there something behind him? However, Virat has been in the underworld for decades, and he has been able to get to this position because of his reputation. He really didn't think of cheating the girl. Although the girl looked very experienced, Virat, who has been in this business for so long, could naturally see that it was her first time to do such a transaction. And today the girl said she wanted fuel oil and hot weapons, and the quantity was so large. This made Virat, who never broke the rules to inquire about the identity of the trader, curious about the origin of the girl. Although the transaction that day was very smooth and there were no accidents, Haning still kept a little more caution. She planned to leave Taigua immediately after the transaction and collected the things, so she chose to trade on the last day in Taigua. Because what Haning wanted was more dangerous. It couldn't be put in the open. So Virat said that except for the money that could be handed over to Haning on the spot, everything else had to be placed somewhere else. Haning had no objection to this. After all, 1 ton of gold had to be exchanged for hot weapons and fuel oil, and the amount was still very considerable. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Haning watched the last batch of trucks that delivered supplies to the warehouse leave, and then closed the warehouse door. Then all the things in the warehouse were put into the space symbol. For 7 consecutive days, trucks kept coming and going in the 2 warehouses. So no one noticed that the things in the 2 warehouses were actually only in and not out. Haning hung the key of the warehouse on the door. Then she drove a car bought from a second-hand car dealer in Taigua to the transaction location. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when she arrived at the transaction location. It was pitch black all around, but Haning felt a lot more at ease looking at the night sky like thick ink. According to the process of the last transaction, the 2 parties exchanged money and delivered the goods after inspecting the goods. Didn't you say 3 tons? After inspecting the gold, the quality was the same as last time. But just like last time, it was cut into messy blocks by the cutting machine. But it didn't matter. After all, they had to melt it again when they went back. Where is the thing I want? Even if facing a big guy like Virat, Haning was not afraid at all. After all, she has experienced the end of the world and died once. Haning looked directly into the other person's eyes under the light of the car lights. In a warehouse with a password lock 10 kilometers away from here, I will give you the password after I get what I want. Don't worry, I know the rules, and there are no people of mine there. Virat didn't mean to cheat anyone. He knew it was easy to cheat this little girl. But he couldn't ruin his reputation in business. After all, this little girl has been contacting him on the Guiwang website. Although he has some power in Taigua, He is still not good enough to face the people behind the Goewang website.
He won't take this risk.
Everyone is seeking wealth, but wealth is only useful if you have a life. But he still did some tricks, because he was really curious about the origin of this little girl. What a coincidence. I also put the things you want in a warehouse 20 kilometers away from here. What should I do? Haning showed a smile on her face with a mask on, and she also saw that this person really wanted to trade with her. This is the address, the password is. Virat heard Han Ying's words and knew that the little girl was wary of herself. He was generous enough to tell the other party the password in advance. The main reason was that he wanted to find out the origin of this little girl. He did not break the rules of the transaction. He did not send anyone to watch the warehouse. He would not send anyone to follow the little girl. It was just that he put trackers in the things in the warehouse and the cash boxes. Haning did not expect that the other party would give her the password so readily. Did she doubt whether the password was fake? But now she has no choice. Here are the keys. Throwing a key to the person on the other side, Haning gave him an address. Little girl, you are straightforward. Come to me next time, if you have something good. I have everything here. Virat took the key and took his people to find the warehouse. Haning drove away with the money box in his car without any hesitation. Boss, she went to the warehouse. Do you want to send someone to follow her? After Virat and his group left, one of his younger brothers came up to him with a computer and asked. No need. Virat did not want to break the rules of the transaction. He put those trackers just out of curiosity. He wanted to see where she took the things to in the end. This road is not easy to walk. It is bumpy. And it is dark all the way, with only the light of the car lights. It took Haning more than 20 minutes to drive the 10-kilometer road. After arriving at the place the other party said, Haning took the lead in collecting the car and the money inside. At the same time, the younger brother who had been staring at the computer to see the tracker's trajectory suddenly exclaimed, because he just found that the tracker had disappeared. But soon he saw the tracker again, flashing on the screen. He thought, the few seconds that the tracker disappeared just now, maybe it was because of a signal problem? So, he didn't report this to the boss. The signal of the tracker was naturally fine. Just when Haning put the money into the space symbol, she had already discovered the tracker inside the box. The storage, access, and viewing of things in the space all depend on Han Ying's consciousness. Things that are invisible to the eye in the outside world, she can see them all in the space symbol with her consciousness. Otherwise, how can she accurately get what she wants in the space symbol at any time? So, when she found the trackers in the money boxes, Haning decisively threw the money boxes out. Only the money was left in the space symbol. After throwing out the money boxes, Haning put on a headlamp. The warehouse door was successfully opened with the password, and the headlamp was shining with barrels of sealed gasoline and diesel. After finding the lights in the warehouse, Haning finally saw the warehouse clearly. The entire warehouse was endless. Except for a small aisle in the middle, the entire warehouse was almost filled with oil barrels. They were stacked up layer by layer, almost to the top of the warehouse. Without having time to see how much fuel there was, Haning walked directly into the warehouse. After walking for a long time, she found some wooden boxes in the corner that were completely different from the fuel. She pried open one of the boxes. Inside were many guns that she had been thinking about. She randomly pried open another box. Inside were bags of peanuts neatly arranged. There was no time to check each box. Haning took out the surveillance detector she bought from the owner of the barber shop, where she got the address of the ghost network, and carefully detected the entire warehouse twice. Very good. No surveillance was found. However, to be safe, Haning still turned off the lights in the warehouse. After another careful inspection, she made sure that there were no red dots before putting away everything in the warehouse. Similarly, like the money box just now, there are several trackers in these boxes of gasoline, diesel, and guns. After putting the things in according to the same method, once she found the tracker, Haning threw out the boxes and fuel directly. Haning found that one of the trackers was placed in the gasoline barrel. So she threw it back to the warehouse with the barrel and the oil. It was a pity for the barrel of oil. However, Haning did not have time to extract the oil inside, so she had to give up. There was another one in the gun box. Pry open the box, take out the things inside, and put the box back to its original place. The signal of the tracker can be blocked in the space, but if the signal of this tracker suddenly disappears, I am afraid that those people will come directly to check, and there will be trouble at that time. After doing all this, Han threw all the money boxes in the car back to the warehouse and then drove the car into the inky night. She drove to the airport overnight, parked the car in the parking lot, and Han directly abandoned the car and left. This car is the most broken one among the second-hand cars she bought in Taigwa this time. Therefore, even if they couldn't get it back, they wouldn't feel bad. There were still several hours before dawn and the first flight. Han didn't want to waste this time. She found the 24-hour KFC, McDonald's, and other chain restaurants in the airport. She ordered a lot of food, stuffed it directly into her big backpack, and then smuggled it into the space symbol. Han kept ordering and collecting food at the airport, but Virat was not as comfortable as her. Virat asked his men to take turns staring at the computer to watch the tracker. But since the little girl arrived at the warehouse, all the trackers have not moved. This means she is still in the warehouse. They all guessed that the little girl slept directly in the warehouse. Otherwise, how come all the trackers didn't move all night? So when Virat knew about this the next morning, he went to the warehouse in person. Although he also guessed that it was because there were too many things in the warehouse, so the transfer was not so fast. But all the trackers were not moved, including the ones in the cash box. So Virat couldn't sit still and personally took people to check. After arriving at the warehouse, everything was quiet. The door of the warehouse was also tightly locked. It was as if no one had ever come. Virat asked people to open the door of the warehouse. After opening it, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw everything inside. Except for the boxes and oil drums with trackers, the entire warehouse was empty. Han naturally didn't know what happened to Virat and his men later, but she decided not to trade with him in the future. She would go to other countries again in half a month. There are still so many gold bars in her hands. She can't eat them if she keeps them, and she can only feel at ease if she exchanges them for supplies. After getting on the plane, Han put a baseball cap on her head upside down, leaned back in the chair, and closed her eyes to rest. But in fact, she sank her consciousness into the space symbol. According to the price given to her by the other party, 1 ton of gold is 320 million in Chinese currency. Han exchanged half of it for gasoline and diesel, and the other half for hot weapons. As for gasoline and diesel, Han took a rough look and found that they were all in large capacity barrels of 500 L. The quantity is about 60,000 barrels of gasoline and 30,000 barrels of diesel. Quite a considerable quantity. Even if Han flies helicopters and yachts every day, she can't use them all. As for hot weapons, Han doesn't know much about them, but she has learned about them on the internet. Those boxes mostly contain some modern grenades, various types of pistols, machine guns, rifles, smoke bombs, tear gas bombs, rocket launchers, and a large amount of ammunition. Although the quantity of each hot weapon is not large, it is enough for her to use. What's more, Han is not only buying here. In the future transactions, she can also use gold to exchange what she wants, just like this time. She saw these hot weapons. Han instantly felt that her ability to survive in the apocalypse had risen to a new level. Especially when she saw the boxes of ammunition that she couldn't count, Han was simply filled with joy. If she wasn't on the plane now, she felt that she would be so excited that she would spin around in circles. After getting off the plane, Han went straight to the pet store to pick up Tang Yuan before she went home. The wound on Tang Yuan's ear had healed, and it became a lot more lively. She and Tang Yuan were not familiar with each other in this life, so she naturally had to cultivate feelings as soon as possible. After making an appointment with the people in the pet store to apply for a dog license the next day, Han took Tang Yuan away. Tang Yuan is still a little puppy who has just turned 1 month old. The boss said that it is not a purebred Alaskan, but has 1/3 of the bloodline of the Caucasian Shepherd dog. Therefore, it may have the fierceness of the Caucasian Shepherd dog in temperament, so Han must be careful. However, Han didn't care whether Tang Yuan was a purebred Alaskan dog. What she wanted was Tang Yuan, who had always protected her in the previous life. It had nothing to do with its bloodline. Now that she is back, Han will naturally resume the days of stockpiling. First, go to the rented warehouses to collect a batch of supplies. After all, a lot of supplies have been piled up in the warehouses these days. In the following time, Haning resumed collecting breakfast in the morning and went to the wholesale market and the farmer's market to stock up. At noon, she ordered another batch of cooked food and bought some scattered things online. She went to class in the afternoon. In the evening, she went to Changfu village to collect water and cooked food. She went to class again in the evening. She came back to collect another batch of milk tea. Han Ing had just ordered a large number of paper towels from a paper towel factory that morning. Later, she went to a mineral water supplier that she had made an appointment with yesterday and ordered 300,000 boxes of mineral water of different brands and specifications in 3 batches. After ordering the mineral water, when she was about to go to the farmer's market again, Haning received a call. It was a call from the police station. The content of the call made Haning laugh. After she sold the house in Yujing community, the buyer came to drive her out, and Zhao Meihua's family was directly confused. She wanted to fight with the man on the spot, but the other party called the police directly. He also took out the property certificate on the spot. The other person's name was on it. Zhao Meihua's family has been quibbling that the house was given to them by her niece. But the police asked her to contact her niece, but she couldn't. Not to mention that all the contact information of their family had been blocked by Haning. At that time, Haning used another identity to stock up supplies abroad. Her mobile phone was placed in her space. So even if Zhao Meihua and her family changed their numbers, they couldn't get through. In desperation, Zhao Meihua's family could only move out under the supervision of others. After moving out, there was no place to live, and there were piles of luggage. So they could only rent a house nearby to deal with it. The husband cheated and concealed his income. The children also made a fuss all day long for a tablet. In addition, Haning quietly sold the house they lived in and drove them out. So Zhao Meihua became more and more unwilling to give up and cursed Haning and Han Ying's deceased parents and grandparents all day long. After cursing for 2 days, Zhao Meihua let out some of her anger and calmed down a little, then went to Han Ying's school. But the school happened to be on summer vacation these days. The entire campus was almost empty and no one could be found. In a rage, Zhao Meihua went to the local police station. She turned black and white, saying that her niece Han Ying not only seized the house left to her by her parents, but also sold the house. She stole their things and drove them out. The police station asked Zhao Meihua to produce relevant information, but Zhao Meihua couldn't produce it. Then she rolled over in the police station, crying and saying that the world was unfair. She said that the police took taxpayers' money and did not do anything, but specifically bullied the people. The police station had no choice but to contact Haning. After receiving the call, Haning went to the bank first. Then she drove directly to the police station. After arriving at the police station and explaining her purpose, someone took her to an office. Zhao Meihua was sitting on the sofa in the corner of the office. After not seeing this person for a few days, she looked haggard and old. It can be seen that she is not living well. Han Ying's mood suddenly improved. "You little witch, give my house back to me. What did you do? Let me tear this little witch apart." Zhao Meihua, who was originally sitting on the sofa, looked up and saw Han Ying being brought in by a police officer and rushed over. Just as she was about to strangle Han Ying's neck, the police officer next to her raised his hand and grabbed her arm. "Don't you see where you are? If you have something to say, just talk it out. Why use violence?" The police officer let go of Zhao Meihua's arm and said seriously, "This matter is not the responsibility of our police station. If you want to sue your niece for occupying your property, you should go to court. But since it has come here, we will help mediate if we can. After all, if there is anything to say between relatives, it is better to sit down and talk. It is better not to go to court unless necessary." The police officer who received Zhao Meihua before asked both parties to sit down and then spoke. "You said I occupied the property your parents left you? I haven't told you that your family bullied me, an orphan without parents, and rented my house for 2 years without paying me a penny. Also, dare to ask my good aunt, did my grandparents leave any inheritance when they died? Oh, there is an old collapsed house in the countryside. If you want it, I won't fight with you. I'll give it to you. Han Ning clasped her hands and looked at the furious man opposite with a smile. She was in a good mood. Seeing you unhappy, I was very happy. Who wants that broken house? I'm talking about the one in Eugene community. That was bought with the money of my parents, your grandparents, and I also have a share. You sold it without my consent. Isn't this occupying my property? Zhao Meihua stared at Han Ning with a pair of eyes. It seemed as if she wanted to bite a piece of meat off Han Ning. She didn't dare to mention the property certificate. After all, she knew that the name of the stinky girl was written on it. So she could only work the money to buy a house. If I remember correctly, my parents were not married when my grandparents passed away, right? After they got married, my parents still rented a house. At that time, my father was a third-rate painter. He didn't even have a proper job, and the rent was paid by my mother. It was not until I was 8 years old that our family bought a house in Eugene community. As for the money to buy the house, it was saved by my father after he sold a painting at a high price that year. What does this money have to do with my grandparents who have passed away for many years? Han Ning leisurely admired the expression of the person opposite. What evidence do you have to prove that the money for buying the house was earned by your father himself? That was clearly left by my parents, and I also have a share of that money. Zhao Meihua didn't expect Han Ning to remember all these things so clearly, but she was not afraid. Who can't speak nonsense? Of course I have evidence, but what evidence do you have to prove that the money was left by my grandparents? All the things in the house were packed up and placed in Zhao Meihua's room after her family moved in. Han Ning had taken everything away when she left that day. She has plenty of evidence. After all, this is an information age. Although her parents have passed away, some records can still be found. It's been so many years. Even if there is evidence, it's gone. Anyway, the money for buying the house was left by my parents when they died. Zhao Meihua started to act like a rogue when she couldn't produce any evidence. Okay, then I have nothing to say. Han Ning shrugged and looked at the police officer next to her. Comrade, since you have evidence to prove that the house is yours and has nothing to do with this comrade, you should take it out as soon as possible. The police officer actually understood it. It was just that the aunt wanted to share some of the money from the sale of the house with her niece who had no parents to support her, but the niece refused to give it. Okay, you have to open your eyes and watch carefully, Han Ning said as she took out a file bag from the backpack she brought with her. This is the information that my parents used to transfer the house to me after I became an adult before they passed away. These are all the receipts for my dad's paintings. Look, this is the receipt for the 2 million yuan my dad earned from selling that painting when I was 8 years old, and these are the bank statements for our house purchase. Han Ning took out the documents one by one from the file bag. The receipt for the painting was on the top. It clearly stated which year, month, and day the painting was sold to whom, and how much it was. There were also signatures and handprints from both parties. From the bank statement, we can see that my dad used the money to buy a house less than a week after selling the painting. Han Ning placed the evidence in front of her. Zhao Meihua looked at the evidence on the table and her face was very ugly. She never thought that these things were still there after so many years. What kind of collecting addiction is this? However, Zhao Meihua was still very unwilling to accept it. She wanted to make a final struggle. How do you prove that the money you used to buy the house was from the sale of paintings? Maybe your father spent the money from the sale of paintings. The money used to buy the house was the money left by my parents. After hearing Zhao Meihua's words, not only Han Ning, but also the other police officers next to her almost laughed out loud. This is equivalent to the question of how to prove that you are a person from birth and not a person transformed from a dog, but they still held back. Since Annie wants to say so, then okay. How do you prove that you are Zhao Meihua, my grandmother's daughter? Maybe the baby that grandma gave birth to was taken away by mistake. I don't know who took the wrong animal and raised it here. Who can't make up some nonsense? Zhao Meihua's father died when she was still young, and she followed her mother to marry Han Ying's grandfather. Her mother didn't give birth again after she came, and she and Han Ying's father are half-siblings. So Zhao Meihua really has no way to prove that she is her mother's biological child. Who are you calling a beast? Zhao Meihua jumped up from her seat upon hearing Han Ying's words and was about to slap her. Did I scold you? Who are you blaming? I was talking about a beast who was held by the wrong person. A beast. Han curled her lips with a very subtle expression. She believed that the police officers present had already understood Zhao Meihua's purpose. Since Comrade Han has already produced the evidence, and Comrade Zhao has nothing to produce, and this house was transferred to Comrade Han before her parents passed away, it cannot be considered an inheritance. It can be seen that the house Comrade Han sold has nothing to do with you. If you are still not satisfied, I suggest you go to the court to produce evidence and go through the judicial process. Our police station does not care about this matter. The police officer stood up and asked Han to collect all the evidence on the table. Then he forced the two to leave. If they wanted to continue to make trouble, they could go to the court to make trouble and not affect their work. Han collected her things and walked out directly, but Zhao Meihua did not want to leave. Her purpose had not been achieved yet, and she had not made Han suffer yet. Unfortunately, the police station didn't care about her at all. They told her that if she didn't leave, she would be treated as obstructing public service. Zhao Meihua left reluctantly. When she left, she didn't say anything clean. She not only cursed Han, but also the police officer who had just received her. After leaving the police station, Han walked briskly and was in a very good mood. On the other hand, Zhao Meihua looked constipated. In fact, Zhao Meihua knew that she couldn't make any trouble. She just didn't want to be tricked by Han. She didn't want Han to have an easy life, so she made such a fuss. Little witch, just wait for me. If you make me suffer, you won't have an easy life either. When school starts, I will let everyone in your school know what kind of person you are. Zhao Meihua didn't forget to threaten Han before leaving. It's a pity that she didn't know that Han had dropped out of school. Okay, I'm waiting, but you will know who is suffering later. By the way, let me tell you another secret for free. My good aunt, your husband has more than one lover. He has a colleague whose name seems to be something. Oh yes, it seems to be an intern. They are very sweet. Since Zhao Meihua would threaten her, Han thought she was not a good person, who wouldn't make something up out of nothing. The last time she went home, Han did hear Wang Jianya mention that there was an intern in their company. It seems that his identity is not ordinary. Wang Jianya already has a criminal record. Even if it is a fabrication, Han believes that Zhao Meihua will not let her down. Let them fight each other first, and then we will deal with them after the end of the world. What Han didn't know was that after she told Zhao Meihua the secret, Zhao Meihua made a big fuss again when she went home. Who knew that Wang Jianya didn't admit it at all? He even beat her. And that night, he packed his luggage and moved to the company's employee dormitory to live. When Wang Jianya moved out, Zhao Meihua confirmed the fact that he had more than one lover. The next day, she went to their company. She slapped the intern on the spot without even figuring out the matter. She pulled her hair and kept scolding her as a witch, a mistress, and a. As a result, Wang Jianya was fired on the spot. How could Zhao Meihua know that the intern was the boss's niece? She went to his company for internship and training. And the intern's father was even more remarkable. He was the chairman of a large group. After the chairman learned about this, he directly informed all other companies that had business dealings with them. In order not to offend the chairman, these companies also informed the companies that had business dealings with them. So, Wang Jianya was directly laid off. Of course, Han didn't know about these things. Because Han was in those warehouses at this time, she put all the materials that had arrived and the packages purchased online into the space. Time slipped away quietly as Han was busy with online shopping, ordering, receiving goods, picking up meals, collecting water, playing with dogs, etc. More than 2 months have passed since Han came back from Taigua to stock up on supplies and sell gold. During this period, Han went abroad 3 times. A total of 20 tons of gold bricks were traded out in several times. Not only did she bring back a lot of money, but she also stocked up a lot of things that could be stocked outside. For example, 50 large warehouses of snacks, beverages, and dairy products from all over the world. 50 large warehouses of various fruits and vegetables. 50 large warehouses of rice. 20 large warehouses of specialties from different countries. 30 large warehouses of flour, black rice, glutinous rice, wheat, beans, peanuts, corn, and other long storage grains. In addition, there are 10 warehouses of daily necessities, 5 warehouses of toiletries, 5 warehouses of various supplies and food for dogs, 5 warehouses of cat litter, 20 warehouses of clothing, shoes, socks, and bedding, 20 warehouses of various meat products, 30 frozen warehouses of ice cream, popsicles, 10 frozen warehouses of various frozen products in boxes and bags, 20 frozen warehouses with chicken feet, duck feet, chicken wings, pig trotters, and other meats that foreigners don't eat, which are not much meat but really delicious. As a person who wants to enjoy the end of the world, Hanning naturally can't forget seafood. So she decisively bought 80 large containers of various seafood and marine products. On the way, Hanning also went to the hometown of King. There, king, snow, and marine fish were flooded to the point where almost no one eats them. And Hanning directly asked for 30 trucks of king, snow, and 20 trucks of other local deep-sea seafood. After all, it's cheap. Not only that, Hanning found a gang selling ice cubes under the introduction of the boss who bought Polar Outdoor Products. She bought 300,000 pieces of 0.5-ton glacier ice cubes there. And under the guidance of the group selling ice cubes, she found a super large freshwater lake that is said to be glacier water. She stayed there for half a day and collected all the water in the lake into the space. Although I don't know if this is really glacier water. But even if you don't use it to drink, it's not bad to use it as living water. After all, free is good. After hoarding supplies for more than 2 months, Hanning deeply felt that the 2 million cubic meters space symbol was no longer enough. After all, more than half of the space was filled with water and ice. So Hanning took out some things that could be stored. For example, snacks, clothing, shoes and socks, bedding, daily necessities, bottled mineral water, cat litter, gasoline and diesel, coal, gas cylinders, hot weapons, etc., which would not expire in the short term, were all moved out of the space symbol. All of these were placed above the land in the space. After all, it was infinitely large except that it was not fresh. As for the space symbols she drew herself, Hanning said that she wanted to wait until the space symbol was about to expire or the space was really full before using it. After all, the space symbols she drew herself were only valid for 3 years after being used. In addition to foreign things, Hanning also hoarded a lot in her own country. She went to Chongfu village every day to collect more than 130 tons of drinking water, as well as 200 dishes, some cold dishes, pickled vegetables, sausages, salted eggs, bacon, salted fish, etc., and 80 large boxes of barbecue. The barbecue was made by Lee Sa's son, who Hanning had originally called to help Shuyong. His son opened a barbecue restaurant, but it was only open after 7 o'clock in the evening. So after learning about it, Hanning paid him 10,000 yuan a month and asked him to spend half a day every day to grill 80 large boxes of barbecue. It didn't matter what, he would grill whatever was sold on the market. Hanning tried it and it tasted good. And he didn't need to wash vegetables or string vegetables because Hanning hired 2 more helpers. Hanning felt that she was very wise to rent the small building in Chongfu village. This small building not only allows her to collect more than 130 tons of drinking water every day, but also produces a variety of delicacies. More importantly, it also solves her troubles of running to the market to stock up on vegetables. Foam Huiling, the wife of the fat chef Shuyong, is a capable person. Hanning originally hired her to buy vegetables at a salary of 6,000 yuan a month. But in the end, her salary almost caught up with her husband Shuyong. Foam Huiling knew many vegetable vendors, meat vendors, and seafood vendors, and even knew many old farmers who sold vegetables and chickens and ducks in the countryside. The most important thing was that she was very good at choosing ingredients. She could tell if the food was not fresh, had strong pesticides, or was fake, and she could bargain. After learning this, Hanning directly gave her a salary of 25,000 yuan per month. She was responsible for helping Hanning to order all kinds of vegetables, meat, eggs, seafood, fruits, and other fresh food. Every day, these things would be delivered to the warehouse and freezer she rented, and Hanning would find time to collect them. Of course, some people were curious about why Haning bought so many things every day. After all, the fresh food delivered to the warehouse every day was enough for thousands of people to eat. In response, Haning said that she had signed contracts with many factory canteens and school canteens, and these things were delivered to those places. People did not doubt this, and even felt that they bought too little. After all, it is said that there are tens of thousands of people in a large factory. Are those vegetables enough to eat? It is almost September now. In previous years, the weather was still very hot, but perhaps it was because the doomsday was approaching. This year, there are more cold fronts. Look, there is another cold front coming in the past few days. The weather forecast shows that the temperature will hover around 20 degrees in the next half-month. Haning asked the people in the small building in Chongfu village to stop cooking and barbecue for the past month and only make some things that can be stored for a long time. For example, dried meat, meat jerky, salted eggs, preserved eggs, sausages, bacon, smoked fish, dried vegetables, canned fruits, sauerkraut, kimchi, and other foods that can be stored for a long time. And Haning also asked Feng Huiling to change the things she bought this month. It has become a variety of dry goods that can be stored for a long time. What about soybeans, mung beans, red beans, black beans, sesame seeds, fungus, white fungus, bean curd, daylily, dried bamboo shoots, seaweed, mushrooms, red dates, rice, millet, black rice, glutinous rice, sago, oatmeal, flour, dried oysters, scallops, etc. And various spices, seasonings, canned food, salt, sugar, and cooking oil. For this purpose, Haning rented 4 large warehouses with an area of more than 1,000 square meters. After all, she might not come back for at least a month and had to go out. The things Feng Huiling purchased this month could only be piled up in these warehouses. Haning had been preparing for this day for more than a month. She had temporarily stopped the courses in the club in Pengcheng because she had to go to other places to learn other skills. But before that, Haning had made an appointment with a melon farmer to buy his melons. Haning saw this melon farmer on the internet. The weather this year was weird, and cold air often hit. The watermelons that sold well in previous years had poor sales this year. So the melon farmer posted on the internet for help. Haning often looked through these at night during this period. Before this, Haning had bought the fruits and vegetables of several fruit and vegetable farmers who asked for help online. One of them was a vineyard. Haning bought nearly 500,000 kilograms of grapes of several varieties in the neighboring Nan province and Ning province. Then she went to several other provinces and bought 300,000 kilograms of peaches of various varieties, including honey peaches, yellow peaches, large flat peaches, blood peaches, etc. There are also 200,000 kilograms of bananas, 300,000 kilograms of longans, and 400,000 kilograms of apples of various varieties and more than 80 acres of vegetables. But the largest number was from a fruit farmer last month. It was a lychee orchard. The fruit farmer had several lychee orchards of thousands of acres. Seeing that this year was more abundant than in previous years, there were not only fewer people coming to buy lychees, but also the quantity was small, and the price was not good.
So he asked for help online.
After seeing this, Haning decisively turned into Lei Feng and went to buy all his lychees. She bought nearly 1 million kilograms of lychees at a price 50 cents cheaper than other fruit merchants. There are many varieties of lychees, such as blackleaf, guiwei, nuamasai, zuangi wanhong, beitangpeng, fizixio, etc. And now Haning is going to turn into Lei Feng and go to a melon farmer's melon field to harvest watermelons. After getting off the train, Haning wanted to take a taxi to the village where the fruit farmer was. But she didn't expect to see a man in his 40s holding a sign and waiting at the exit. Haning was stunned when she saw Xia Jing's name on the sign. She thought they had the same name, but soon she received a call. "Miss Xia, did you get off the train? I drove over, and I'm waiting for you at the exit. I have a sign with your name on it. You can see it when you come out." Han Ying's face suddenly became hot when she heard that the other party was holding a sign and waiting for her. She was embarrassed. Where else in this day and age would someone hold a sign and wait for someone except at the airport? But Haning didn't show it. She walked straight towards a sign with Xia Jing's name on it.
"Hello, I'm Xia Jin.
Hello, Miss Ya. My name is Zhao Deong. I grow watermelons. My car is outside. Shall we go over now? Zhao Deong was obviously surprised when he saw Haning. Although he felt that Han Ying's voice on the phone should not be very old, he did not expect that she would be so young and so pretty. Sister, you are so beautiful. Haning nodded and was about to leave with Zhao Deong when she saw a little head sticking out from behind his thigh. A pair of big eyes blinked at her. Thank you, you are also very cute. Haning bowed her head and bent down, raised her hand and touched the child's messy hair. This is my little daughter Yaya, Miss Ya. Please forgive me. Zhao Dayong's big hand messed up the little girl's already messy hair. The little girl looked only 6 or 7 years old. In fact, if Zhao Dayong hadn't said it, Haning really couldn't tell that this was a little girl. She thought it was a boy. Han Ying carried the little girl in Zhao Dayong's pickup truck and drove for more than half an hour before reaching their village. The little girl kept staring at Han Ying along the way. She said that she would be as beautiful as her sister when she grew up. She even pulled her messy hair while talking. Han Ying learned from Zhao Deong that the little girl was not actually his child. She was his sister's child. It was just that his sister's family died in a car accident 2 years ago. Only the little girl was adopted by him. Zhao Deong divorced his wife a few years ago. There was a son and an old father in the family. There was no woman, and they were all rough men who didn't know how to take care of people. Under the influence of this, the little girl became like a boy. Han Ying took out a comb and a bundle of hair ties from her bag. She braided 2 beautiful braids for Yaya in the car. She was so beautiful that she kept looking at herself in the mirror all the way. After getting off the car, Han Ying gave the comb and the bundle of hair ties to Yaya, and told her that even if the adults at home didn't know how to tie her hair, she could try to learn it herself. She also gave her a little doll and asked her to learn to tie the doll's hair first. Seeing the little girl holding the doll happily, Zhao Deong thanked Han Ying gratefully. They were busy tending the melon field all day and neglected to take care of the children at home. After getting off the car, Zhao Deong wanted Han Ying to go to his house to rest for a while and eat something. But Han Ying said that they should go directly to the melon field to have a look. Zhao Dayong's family planted more than 100 acres of watermelons. There are 4 varieties in total: 8424, Maidu, seedless watermelon, and Mo Tong. They are all good varieties, and the price is much higher than that of ordinary watermelons. Although the price is more expensive than other watermelons, it takes more effort to take care of it than ordinary watermelons. Seeing that the watermelons have matured one after another even without ripening drugs, and the yield is higher than in previous years. But this not only did not make Zhao Dayong's family happy, but made them look worried. To be honest, Miss Ya, I really can't sell my watermelons. If I sell them at a low price of 30 cents, I can't even get back my investment. That's why I have to ask for help. Zhao Dayong's old father, Zhao Zhengwo, followed the two to the melon field. Looking at the endless melon field, the old man secretly wiped his eyes. Zhao Dayong's family took care of the melon field this year in the same way as in previous years. But they couldn't explain why the watermelons were so abundant this year. In previous years, the watermelons his family planted were all 80 to 90 kilograms. At most, they weighed 12 to 13 kilograms, and the annual yield per mu was about 7,500 kilograms. But this year, I don't know what happened. The watermelons on the melon field have all grown to 14 or 15 kilograms. Many have directly reached 17 or 18 kilograms, or even more than 20 kilograms. The yield per mu has far exceeded 10,000 kilograms. Higher yields should have been a good thing. But such large watermelons are not a good thing for Zhao Dayong's watermelons. His watermelons do not use ripening agents, and all the melons mature naturally. Therefore, the ripened watermelons that can be sold at a retail price of 4 or 5 yuan outside usually cost at least 5 or 6 yuan in his shop. This means that a watermelon costs about 50 yuan, which most people can accept after gritting their teeth. But now each one has grown to more than 14 or 15 kilograms. A watermelon retails for at least 70 yuan, and many people can't afford it. However, the large size of the watermelons is only one of the reasons why they can't be sold. The most important reason is that cold air has frequently hit all parts of the country in recent times. The temperature has dropped sharply and fewer people eat watermelons. This has caused the sales of watermelons to plummet. Since they can't be sold at retail, fruit merchants are naturally unwilling to buy more. And seeing that the watermelons are already ripe, if they are left alone, they will rot in the fields. Zhao Jiangwo picked a watermelon at random in the melon field. He bent his finger and flicked it, and then appeared where his finger landed. Then he broke the watermelon in the middle with both hands, and the whole watermelon was immediately split into two. He handed the half of the watermelon with more flesh to Han Ying and said, "Miss Xia, try it. The melons in my family are all good melons. Anyone you pick is crispy and sweet." Han Ying and her friends are now in the melon field 8424. Looking at the watermelon handed over, Han Ying's tears almost flowed from the corners of her mouth. This is definitely a watermelon for repaying a favor. After taking the watermelon, Han Ying directly broke off a large piece of melon flesh exposed outside with her hands and put it in her mouth. The flesh is crispy, refreshing, sweet, and juicy. Moreover, there are mostly white seeds on the flesh, with only a few black seeds dotted here and there. Looking at the endless melon field, Han Ying can already foresee the pleasure of eating half a cold watermelon with a spoonful when it is extremely hot. After looking at the melon fields of 8424, they went to the other melon fields. "I want all your watermelons," Han Ying said directly after trying the watermelons from the last melon field. It was because Zhao Dayong's watermelons were so delicious. They were completely different from the ripened melons on the market. Han Ying felt that the varieties of watermelons in each of his melon fields tasted better and sweeter than those she had stockpiled at the wholesale market some time ago. For such watermelons, Han Ying just wanted to say the more the better, and she wanted as many as she could get. All? Zhao Dayong thought he had heard wrong after hearing Han Ying's words. His voice was a little tense, fearing that he had really heard wrong, so he trembled to confirm it again. "Well, you have someone pick them right away. I'm not responsible for this. Starting from this afternoon, they will be sent to the warehouse I designated in batches and weighed there." Han Ying had rented 2 large warehouses that were very close to each other before coming here. Moreover, one of the warehouses had a floor scale, which was just in use now. "Xia, Miss Xia, you know how many watermelons I have, right?" Zhao Jiangwo was afraid that his son had not told her clearly, and the other party did not know how many watermelons his family had planted, and he would regret it when he found out. "I know. More than 100 acres? Now, let's talk about the price." Han Ying smiled at the honest father and son in front of her. It was difficult to see the features on their dark faces from years of exposure to the watermelon fields, but when they smiled, they had a mouthful of white teeth. The retail price of these 4 varieties of watermelons from Zhao Dayong's family was very high. Naturally, the wholesale price was also high, and the prices of different varieties of watermelons were also different. In previous years, they sold the highest price to fruit merchants for 84.24. But today, when they heard that Han Ying wanted to buy all their watermelons in one go, they decided to give all the watermelons the same price.
0.8 yuan per ketti.
This price is 30 or 40 cents cheaper than what they sold to fruit merchants in previous years. But this year's watermelons are big, and the yield is high. In fact, the income is not much different from previous years. So this price is not low. They didn't dare to bid too high, for fear that if they scared away Han Ying, such a generous fruit merchant, their melons would rot in the field. Han Ying nodded and said she was satisfied with the price Zhao Dayong quoted. She had bought thousands of different varieties of watermelons at the fruit wholesale market before. The wholesale price was 8,424 yuan per catty, which was 2 yuan. The taste was not as good as Zhao Dayong's. Zhao Dayong gave Han Ying an estimate so that she could have a rough idea. His family had 145 mu of melon fields. In addition to the ones that had been sold, they could probably pick 1.4 million catties of watermelons. That was about 1.12 million yuan. Han Ying didn't care about picking watermelons and asked them to find people to pick them and find a car to deliver them. Zhao Dayong didn't say anything about this. After all, they had hired people to pick watermelons in the past. They had to thank God for being able to sell all the watermelons successfully this time. So Hanning asked him to be responsible for the transportation, and Zhao Deong accepted it. Finally, Hanning gave Zhao Deong a warehouse address and a deposit of 100,000 yuan and left. After leaving Zhao Deong's house, Hanning rented a beach villa more than 30 kilometers away from their village. Hanning had already made appointments with several coaches online. She would learn various courses here for more than a month, including diving, yachting, parachuting, gliding, and helicoptering. That's right. Hanning planned to go abroad again to sell gold and buy yachts and helicopters after learning these. There was really not enough time to learn so many skills in more than a month. So Han Ying's idea was that she must know them, but she didn't need to be proficient. Anyway, she would learn them first and practice them slowly later when she had the opportunity. Han Ying first learned diving and yachting. She had some experience in diving with the guidance of others at the end of the world. After all, there was no food to be found anywhere at that time, so she could only go into the water to fish. If she could fish, she could live a few more days, but if she couldn't fish, she would die in the water. The first time she went into the water, the coach could see that Han Ying had learned it before. She learned it very quickly after just a brief explanation. So the coach asked her to shorten the diving course and spend more time on the yacht. Han Ying relearned diving after her rebirth just to give herself more means to save her life in the future. She was afraid that there were some skills that she didn't know in her previous life, so she wasted time relearning. However, since the coach said that she did a good job, Han Ying directly changed the original 7.5 days of diving time to 3.5 days. The remaining 4.5 days were all used to drive the yacht and boat. The coach was a little dissatisfied with Han Ying only giving 7.5 days to learn to drive the yacht. He said that it was impossible to get a driver's license in such a short time. But Han Ying didn't need a driver's license at all. She just wanted to drive. Han Ying usually drives the yacht in the morning and dives in the afternoon. As of yesterday, the diving course had ended, so she came to the yacht this afternoon. After getting on the yacht, the coach watched Han Ying carefully fiddle with the yacht, and Han Ying got started quickly. Originally, it was necessary to systematically study at least 3 days of theoretical knowledge before touching the yacht. But Han Ying directly compressed this theoretical time into 1 day. She didn't plan to take the exam, so she was the coach. So Han Ying started practicing from the second day. Han Ying had already tried it twice, so her coach promised to let her try it out in a farther sea area today. Han Ying put the glutinous rice in a fence she brought with her on the yacht. Before the yacht was launched, she saw a nimble figure on the left front leaping in the waves on a surfboard. It was him. Han Ying's heart skipped a beat. It's him. Han Ying's heart skipped a beat. Isn't he handsome? If you want to learn, you can also sign up for a class. We also have surfing lessons here, and we can give you discounts. Seeing Han Ying staring at the surfing figure in front of her, the coach beside her hurriedly advertised at the right time. Coach Lee, do you know that person? Han Ying did not answer the coach's words. Her eyes never left the figure leaping in the waves on the sea. Oh, I know him. His name is Lu Yuan. He is here to learn yachting like you. You used to come here to learn in the morning, so you haven't seen him. But he is almost done with learning. There is still one class, right? Coach Lee adjusted the yacht and took another look at the figure on the sea before saying, So his name is Lu Yuan.
Han Ying muttered softly.
When Han Ying went to see a house in Yuefu Jiangnan on the first day, she met a boy wearing a mask and a hat. At that time, she only felt that he looked familiar. After returning, Han Ying thought about it for a long time before finally remembering who the man looked like. He was wearing a hat and a mask, so Han Ying was not sure if it was him. I just felt that it was very similar to a person she met in the early days of the apocalypse. At that time, Zhao Meiwa's family had gone to the university town to live with Han Ying for a while. Most of the supplies that Han Ying had stockpiled were soaked in the tsunami. After the tsunami, all the supplies had risen to sky-high prices. After Han Ying spent all her money, the true face of the family was exposed. One day, Zhao Meiwa urged Han Ying to go out to find supplies because of Tang Yuan's appetite. She rented a rubber boat, wore a protective suit that she bought at a high price, and went out to find supplies with Tang Yuan in the poisonous fog. Sure enough, She found a former convenience store. Haning dived in the freezing cold water and found a lot of good things inside. But just when she was about to come up to breathe and go down to fish for things, her feet were stuck in the door. Being bound underwater is equivalent to death. Haning struggled underwater for a long time. When she was about to give up and thought that dying like that might be good, a pair of hands grabbed her feet. After removing the door, the man rescued her feet. But Haning had been struggling underwater for a long time and didn't even have the strength to dive up. So the man just held her in one hand and brought her back to the surface to save her life. That was the first time Haning saw that man. After coming up, the man also told her some tricks of diving to find supplies. After that, she relied on what he taught her to fish out a lot of good things underwater. The second time she saw that man was when he was besieged. Across the bottomless water, Haning saw that he alone beat down 4 or 5 men who were stronger than him. After a closer look, she found out that the joints of those men's hands and feet had been removed by him, and they could only crawl on the ground. And from beginning to end, Haning didn't know where the man lived. What was his name? It turned out that his name was Lu Yuan. It was very likely that he lived opposite her. Speaking of living opposite, Haning had never seen him again since she saw him when she first went to look at a house. She only knew that his house was renovated earlier than hers, but he never showed up again. Haning had almost finished decorating the house, and it was just short of putting furniture in it before people could live in it. Haning installed 3 security doors for the entrance alone. Each one was a super-class security door. Not to mention a crowbar. Even with an electric saw, you can't leave obvious marks on it. And all the windows were modified by Haning at a high price. The glass was all super crystal bulletproof glass that she bought at a high price through connections. Even the walls, floors, and ceilings, Haning paid a high price to paste a thick layer of safe-grade fine steel plate. Almost made 2702 into a safe. Not to say armed to the teeth, but ordinary people can't even think of breaking in. Haning got the hang of a yacht very quickly. Although she couldn't get a driver's license, she didn't need it at all. Who can check your driver's license in the end times? Haning had to learn to drive a yacht every morning and afternoon. But she was not a person who would waste time. Before coming here in the morning, she would go around the market and collect breakfast from most of the trucks. The same thing happened during lunch. She ordered batches of cooked food, cakes, and drinks in advance and went to get them after lunch. At night, Haning went to a warehouse 2 or 3 kilometers away from the sea to collect seafood and some seasonal fruits and vegetables. There were also some frozen pork, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, and goose meat that were slaughtered and sent over that afternoon. The seafood was kept in large fish tanks in the warehouse, so there was no need to worry about them dying even if they were collected at night. However, they died as soon as they entered the space symbol. Haning liked the oysters in this place very much. They were plump and thick. After steaming or roasting them, they were so delicious that they would make your tongue fall off when you eat them with sauce. Therefore, Haning asked the seafood wholesale market to send her 2 trucks of oysters to the warehouse every day. After collecting those things, Haning had to drive non-stop to the warehouse 30 kilometers away to collect watermelons. The watermelons were picked and delivered quickly. The warehouse could store hundreds of thousands of kilograms of watermelons every day, with vehicles entering and leaving. However, Haning could not take the watermelons directly from the truck. In order not to delay the delivery of watermelons, she hired 7 or 8 more people and bought a lot of small carts to help move the watermelons into the warehouse. At this rate, about 1.4 million kilograms of watermelons can be harvested in less than 10 days. Haning's talent is not bad. In less than 7 days, she can drive a yacht very well. The day after finishing the yacht, Haning started to learn helicopters without stopping. Helicopters are different from yachts. So Haning plans to spend the remaining half a month on learning helicopters. In her spare time, she will learn parachuting, rock climbing, and gliding. Parachuting and gliding are basically not used. Haning just signed up for these 2 courses based on the idea that more skills are better and learning more skills will make it easier to survive in the end times. Haning decided to learn rock climbing after coming here, because Coach Lee told her that Lu Yuan was also learning rock climbing. Haning did not learn rock climbing with Lu Yuan just to get close to him. It was because she realized that rock climbing is also a good life-saving skill in the end times. She learned the skills that could increase her chances of survival. More than a month passed quickly as Haning was too tired to move. After returning to the milk tea shop in the university town, Haning felt that she was a completely different person. Hanying's space and the supplies in it were her backing, and the skills and weapons she had were her confidence. They made her more confident in dealing with the coming doomsday. It is now October, and there are less than 2.5 months to the day that is set as the end of the world in the future. But in fact, the continuous heavy rains before the end of the world are not suitable for stockpiling supplies. So Haning only has more than a month to stockpile supplies, and she still has a lot of things to stockpile. Seeing that the time for stockpiling is running out, Haning contacted several foreigners who were ready to trade gold on the strange website after returning. One is M-Country. In addition to trading, Haning also bought a large amount of local grain, fruits, vegetables, eggs, meat, wine, salt, and sugar there. The milk there is often dumped in tons and tons without lowering the price. Haning directly contracted all the milk produced by a farm in a week and all the dairy products they have accumulated in the past few months. Haning also bought hundreds of sets of diesel and gasoline power generation equipment, solar generators, solar panels, and more than 100,000 energy storage power supplies of different sizes in M-Country. In addition, Haning also found out that M-Country is a technological power and a wood power country. So she bought a lot of things here that she had checked online for other possible doomsday disasters. After all, the apocalypse she experienced in her last life was only tsunamis, rainstorms, viruses, extreme heat, and extreme cold. As for what disasters will appear in the future, Haning is not sure. But she knows that the disasters will definitely not end after her death in the last life. So she also found a lot of information on the internet all about other disasters and also made a lot of other preparations. Not only that, Haning also bought a large amount of wood here. There's a lot of wood in M-Country, and this thing is also cheap. 1 ton is only more than 200 Chinese currency. So Haning directly ordered tens of thousands of tons of large and small wood and threw them into the infinite space above the acre of land. Tens of thousands of tons of wood piled together are really spectacular. In addition to wood, Haning will not forget charcoal. Charcoal is still very useful for heating, cooking, barbecue, water purification, etc. However, ordinary charcoal smoke is too big, so Haning bought all smokeless fruit charcoal. It is not the kind of charcoal with coal or combustion aids, but pure charcoal. The best fruit charcoal is lychee charcoal, but there are no lychees in M-Country, so Haning can only buy lychee charcoal after returning to China. But since she is here, she can also stock up some other smokeless charcoal and bamboo charcoal. There is no way to escape hundreds of tons. After leaving 5 tons of gold in M-Country, Haning went to Canada, their neighbor, and also exchanged 5 tons of gold for various materials. Not to mention other things. Rice, cheese, wine, and seafood alone cost Haning 50 million each. After returning from Canada, Haning found that she seemed to have stocked up a lot of seafood. After all, she would stock up a batch of seafood wherever she went. But Haning likes to eat seafood, so there is no harm in stocking more. There is another trading partner, Ali in Saudi Arabia. His specific name is unclear, but he is called Ali on the internet. In addition to being able to trade gold bricks, this person also has the air conditioner that Haning wants that can be used in extremely hot weather. Ordinary air conditioners will not work when the outdoor temperature is too high, or they will burn out directly. Haning experienced this firsthand in her previous life. The high temperature in Saudi Arabia is commonplace for them, so they have developed some special air conditioners that can operate normally even under high temperature conditions. Haning came here for these special air conditioners this time. Because the quantity was scarce, Haning paid the other party 3 times the price to buy 5 units. 1 unit was 600,000 yuan, and there was no more to buy even if she wanted to. When seeing Haning buying this special air conditioner, the other party also recommended a piece of clothing to her, a constant temperature suit. It is said that when wearing this constant temperature suit in an environment between 43 degrees Celsius and plus 43 degrees Celsius, the perceived temperature can be kept at around 25 degrees. When wearing this constant temperature suit in an environment exceeding this temperature, the perceived temperature will increase or decrease slightly as the temperature fluctuates. When Han Ing saw Ollie mention the constant temperature suit, her head was already clamoring to buy it. She had never thought of this thing before, but she didn't expect this person to bring it up himself. It was really a bit missed, but the price is a bit expensive. Because it belongs to the category of black technology, it is not only constant temperature, but also can be used as an anti-cutting suit. A set of constant temperature suits that can be worn by people as small as 80 kilograms or as large as 200 kilograms, and also with anti-cutting function, costs $3 million. Han Ing cursed the profiteer in her heart, and then turned around and directly ordered 10 sets, and also asked for 500 meters of this fabric. However, Ollie said that 500 meters was too much, and he couldn't get it. At most, he could get 300 meters of 1.5 meter wide cloth, and also gave her a set of cutting tools for this kind of cloth. 300 meters is not a small amount, which is about the equivalent of 9 pieces. Even if it is used to make clothes, it can make more than a dozen sets. However, Han Ing wanted this cloth mainly to prepare it for Tangyuan and to make some socks and gloves for herself. Ollie was very happy to see Han Ing buy the things he recommended. So the other party enthusiastically recommended a lot of good things to her. For example, escape cabins, battlefield off-road RVs, armored vehicles, helicopters, submarines, yachts, cruise ships, etc. Seeing the things recommended to her by the other party, Han Ing instantly thought of a story she didn't know where she heard from. A rich man went to a department store to buy a fish hook, but the salesperson who recommended the fish hook to him had sales of tens of millions that day. The rich man bought a fish hook and then bought a matching fishing rod and a complete set of fishing gear under the recommendation of the other party. Then the other party said that fishing at sea was the only enjoyment, so the rich man bought a yacht. Then, because his car could not pull the yacht, he bought another car on the other party's recommendation. Han Ing felt that she was in that situation now. She originally bought an air conditioner, but the other party guessed that she would use it in an extremely hot place and recommended that she buy a constant temperature suit. Seeing that she was so straightforward and bought it without hesitation, she guessed that she was going to work or explore in the polar regions. Then he recommended her escape capsules, off-road RVs, etc. that could save her life. Han Ing was a little dissatisfied that she was being taken advantage of, but who told him that he needed all the things he said. So Han Ing ordered 3 escape capsules for 3 people and 3 for 2 people. 2 battlefield off-road RVs. 1 medium-sized submarine. 2 large and small helicopters. 1 large, medium, and small yacht. After all, she could drive a yacht and a helicopter. As for the cruise ship, Han Ing didn't want it, because she couldn't drive it and the price was expensive, costing hundreds of millions. After ordering these things, Han Ying's more than 1 ton of gold disappeared again. I originally planned to trade 5 tons with him, but in the end I had to add 2 tons, making it 7 tons. After agreeing on the transaction location, Han Ing wanted to log off. Just as she was about to close the Gui Wang, Han Ing saw another new message from Ollie. The other party asked her if she wanted gasoline, saying that he had a large amount of high-quality fuel. If she wanted more, he could give her a discount. After all, the big toys she bought were all big consumers of oil. Han Ing had to sigh that Ollie was really good at doing business. Han Ing actually wanted to refuse, because she had already hoarded a lot of gasoline and diesel, and she couldn't use it up no matter how much she squandered. But thinking that these things were from foreigners and could only stay abroad after the end of the world, it was a bad thought. In this case, of course, she had to stockpile more. In addition, Han Ing thought of something that she had very little stockpile. Han Ing sent over the things she wanted. Do you have medicines and simple medical supplies? No matter if they are special medicines, prescription drugs, or other commonly used medicines, vaccines, etc., as long as the shelf life is within 5 months, I will take as many as you can. Medical supplies such as oxygen concentrators, scalpels, sphygmomanometers, thermometers, gauze, bandages, alcohol, iodine, band-aids, masks, protective clothing, gas masks, etc. Among them, the number of masks must be large. As long as the number of medicines and medical supplies satisfies me, I will buy 1 ton of gold gasoline and diesel from you, as well as 1 ton of gold hot weapons, crossbows, and crossbow arrows. In fact, Haning had already asked someone in China to buy medicines for several million, but she was not satisfied with that amount. But if she had more, it would be difficult for her to buy more in China. So if Ollie could get them, she would not mind stocking up more fuel and hot weapons. The other party obviously did not do this medicine business. So after seeing Han Ying's request, he hesitated for a while and said that he would give Haning a reply tomorrow. Before going to Saudi Arabia, Haning had already checked all the supplies there clearly. After a search, Haning was greatly disappointed. She found that there were not many things she could stock up in this country. The most were oil, dates, wheat, and knives. Oil was out of the question. Since there was nothing to buy in this place, Haning bought 20 tons of dates and 1,000 tons of wheat directly after arriving. There were also several warehouses of fruits and ordinary food, as well as 500 controlled knives that could cut through iron like mud and were not allowed to be carried in the country. Just like before. Haning left the country as soon as she finished the transaction and collected the things. Han Ying was very satisfied with this transaction. Not only did she exchange more than 1 ton of gold for those yachts, helicopters, lifeboats, submarines, and RVs, but she also received a full ton of gold in exchange for various medicines and medical supplies. Moreover, Haning found that many of these medicines were actually from China, and she didn't know how the other party got them. Of course, Haning also reluctantly bought the gasoline, diesel, and hot weapons that were exchanged for 2 tons of gold. What made Haning even more satisfied was that Ali from Saudi Arabia said that if she didn't want too much, he could give her the crossbows and crossbow arrows for free. So she was given 30 crossbows and 100 boxes of 500 crossbow arrows for free. These included 10 semi-automatic mechanical crossbows, which could fire 3 arrows in a row. This was much more useful than hot weapons in the early stage of the apocalypse. After all, the authorities still controlled the overall situation in the early stage of the apocalypse, and it had not yet been completely chaotic. However, although the crossbow arrows could be recycled, 100 boxes were already a lot. However, based on the principle that she might never be able to buy them again in the future, Haning shamelessly asked for 100 more boxes, and Ali agreed. Ali also did not forget Han Ying's special request that the number of masks should be more. So, in addition to the masks she bought, the other party actually gave her an additional 20 million medical surgical masks. After all, this thing is not worth anything except taking up space. Han Ying was very satisfied with Ali's approach. The other party was even more satisfied. How could he not be satisfied when he got 10 tons of gold? This was the largest amount of gold Haning had traded out. In other places, Haning traded out at most 5 tons of gold. Unexpectedly, 10 tons were traded directly in Saudi Arabia. Before leaving, Ali asked Haning to cooperate with him again next time she had the chance. He could give more discounts and more things. He even invited Haning, a wealthy man, to visit their base camp. However, Haning declined. After leaving Saudi Arabia, Haning went to Sri Lanka again. She exchanged the last few tons of gold for a large amount of rice, wheat, barley, corn, strawberries, grapes, oranges, grapefruits, wine, and other things there. After returning from Sri Lanka, there was less than a month left before the end of the world, which means that there were only a few days left for her to stock up on things. Haning now has about 100 million in her hands. There are more than 30 million in the bank card, more than 60 million in cash, and the only gold brick left is the one that she had bitten with her teeth. Haning didn't plan to sell that gold brick, so she left it in the space. If the end of the world ends one day, she still has a little capital to turn over. After all, Haning only lived to the 4th year of the end of the world in her previous life. She didn't know whether the apocalypse would end or not. After all, she didn't need the gold brick now, so she might as well leave it there. She had already stockpiled enough supplies. She had stockpiled everything Haning could think of over and over again. The amount of food, drink, entertainment, clothing, daily necessities, housing, transportation, medical care, weapons, etc. in the entire space was far beyond imagination. So in fact, Haning didn't have anything she had to stockpile. But when it came to food, clothing, housing, and transportation, Haning felt that she seemed to have missed something. She had almost made her living place into a safe, and she had stockpiled a lot of building materials and decoration materials. But she forgot to build a house in space. She couldn't just sleep in a tent if she had the chance to live in the space in the future, right? So Haning planned to buy a movable light steel villa and put it on that piece of land. Anyway, she didn't have much time to go in and plant. It was okay to take out about 100 square meters to put a house.
Do it as soon as you say it.
After returning home, Haning began to look for places on the internet where such houses might be sold. Sure enough, many people now use this type of integrated light steel mobile house to save the cost and time of building a house. Han-ing quickly found a company online and agreed to go to see the house the next day. The next morning, Han-ing finished her breakfast and drove directly to the place agreed with the other party. This is a factory outside Pengcheng. It covers a very large area. In addition to a tall factory building, there are also light steel villa model houses outside the factory building. The person who received Han-ing was Xiao Qian, a salesman of this factory. According to Han-ying's description, he took Han-ing to see several model houses and then took her to the office to look through the picture album to customize the house. Customizing a house is actually just adjusting and decorating the general layout of the house according to the owner's own preferences. Everything is ready-made, and as long as the other party makes the decision, they can complete the delivery of the house in a few days. In the end, Han-ing decided on a 2-story villa covering an area of 100 square meters. Originally, she wanted to order a 3-story villa. But then she thought that the space was only 10 meters high above the land, so the first floor was only a little more than 3 meters, and there was no need to live so cramped. So Han-ing directly ordered 2 floors, and then made the floor height a little higher for meters, so that there would be some space on the roof of the second floor. Then build a staircase on the roof, and make a fence. Then put tables and chairs, tea sets, lounge chairs, and swings. Occasionally, I can drink tea on it and take inventory of the supplies in the space. It's beautiful to think about it. The price of a light steel villa is not expensive. According to Han-ying's requirements, it only costs 2,700 per square meter. 2 floors with balconies, each floor is 100 square meters, so this small villa is only 540,000 yuan, and it also includes decoration and furniture, which is very cheap. So Han-ing directly ordered 2 houses. One will be placed on the land, and the other will be thrown in the air for storage. After paying the money and agreeing on the location of the house, Han-ing left. There is not much time left, and Han-ing plans to stop her large-scale stockpiling. Use these few days to settle all the payments for the goods. As for the remaining money, she can use it when she stays at home. It has been drizzling outside since yesterday. If Han-ing remembers correctly, this rain in the last life will last for 23 days. The rain will get heavier and heavier until it almost paralyzes the entire city. Han-ing drove to the first warehouse she rented. At this time, Lao Zhang was holding a list and comparing the goods that had just been unloaded. When he saw Han-ing, he wiped his sweat and greeted her with a smile. It is now November, and it is still drizzling outside. The temperature is 5 or 6 degrees lower than in previous years. But Lao Zhang was still sweating, which showed that this job was not easy. Han-ing also knew this, so she gave them bonuses in addition to wages. From time to time, she would take some things from the warehouse for them to take home. Therefore, these people worked very hard for her. Lao Zhang, you should get off work early today. I will come to count the goods tomorrow. After this batch of goods is shipped out, I will not rent this warehouse anymore. I want to switch to other businesses instead of wholesale. That is to say, you don't have to come here to work from tomorrow. Here is this month's salary. Han-ing had said when she recruited them that they would only be employed for about half a year. It's almost the same now, so it's not abrupt to bring it up at this time. Boss, is this too much? Lao Zhang wiped his hand on the hem of his clothes before taking the envelope handed over by Han-ing. He looked at the amount of money inside and asked in confusion. Although there are still 10 days left this month, I will still give you a full month's gift as a thank you for your dedication during this period. In addition, when you leave, You can take 2 bags of rice, 2 barrels of oil, and a box of candy from the warehouse as this month's welfare. Haning took a look at the things in the warehouse and continued. I saw the weather forecast saying that it will rain for more than half a month, and it will get heavier. I'm afraid that the prices of things will increase by then. If you pass by the supermarket, you should buy more and take it back. After all, buying early can save more money. Haning did not mention the end of the world, and no one would believe her if she said it. Anyway, the weather forecast did say that it would rain in the next half month, so it was normal for her to remind him like this. Is that so? Then I will ask my wife to buy more and keep them. If the price increases, it will cost a lot more money. As soon as the price increase was mentioned, Lao Zhang became serious. After all, the boss brought in and out so many goods every day, and she knew very well whether the price had increased. Since she gave a reminder, it must be correct. After Lao Zhang left, Haning did not immediately take away the things in the warehouse. She sat at the door of the warehouse and waited for people. Waiting for the suppliers who had supplied goods to the warehouse to come and settle the payment. In fact, Haning would settle the payment for them every once in a while. Today, the payment was for the goods delivered in the past half month. After waiting for about 10 minutes, suppliers came one after another. Haning paid them directly in cash. And the suppliers also came to settle the payment with their own money detectors. After all, the boss had paid in cash for the previous few payments. Haning also had money in her bank account, but now she had more cash, so she would pay in cash if she could. She stayed at the warehouse for 2 hours. Except for a few tomorrow, Haning had already settled the payment for most of the suppliers in this warehouse. Haning did not waste time waiting for the suppliers to settle the payment for several hours. Takeout on the mobile phone is very convenient. Fried chicken, hamburgers, guachao hamburgers, roast duck, Peking duck, crispy pork belly, braised steak, beef noodles, beef soup, large intestine soup, small wontons, red oil wontons, fried noodles, roasted pork dumplings, roast duck, roast goose, sushi platter, boneless chicken feet, red-haired chicken feet, duck racks, duck necks. There were so many that Haning couldn't order them all. She could only pick a few dozen and order 50 of each. She would have to go to other warehouses to settle the bill later, and there was still one day tomorrow, so there was no rush. Besides, she didn't waste the time she had for lunch and dinner every day, and she ordered a lot of them. Haning walked in after the warehouse was closed. This warehouse was the first one Haning rented. Compared with other warehouses she rented, it was not big, only more than 500 square meters. But at this time, the supplies in this warehouse of more than 500 square meters were already full. Most of the innermost were some condiments, sauces, pickles, cooking oil, grains, white sugar, brown sugar, rock sugar, salt, and other things needed in the kitchen. In the middle were some drinks, dairy products, snacks, and other food and drink. At the outermost part of the warehouse were the newly arrived truckloads of fruits and vegetables, as well as eggs and duck eggs that Lao Zhang was counting. Haning could no longer put these things in the 2 million cubic meter space symbol. Because even after Haning cleaned it up again, the space symbol was full again. Haning even cleared the packaged things such as grains, oils, condiments, snacks, canned food, bottled mineral water, beverages, wine, etc., and temporarily stored them above the land. She would slowly move these things in after she drew more space symbols. Anyway, the shelf life of those things was not short. Haning had no choice but to use the small space symbols she drew herself. Over the past 6 months, Haning has drawn nearly 10,000 small space talismans through her daily efforts. The smallest space of these small space talismans is 219 cubic meters drawn in the early stage, and the largest is 255 cubic meters drawn last month. It is 5 cubic meters more than the largest 250 cubic meters drawn before. Apart from the 5 cubic meters, the water alone can store 5 tons more. The largest 255 cubic meters of space talismans, in addition to Haning's negligible increase in cultivation, the most important thing is that she later tried to buy better quality, high-quality talisman paper from other places. Haning has already stockpiled 1,000 boxes of that store's high-quality talisman paper, 10,000 pieces per box. If possible, Haning would like to stockpile more of that store's high-quality talisman paper. Unfortunately, these 1,000 boxes are all the inventory accumulated by the other party over the past few years. In order to express his enthusiasm for big customers, the boss personally brought 2 trucks to deliver the goods to the door, and promised that within a month, they would do their best to provide Han-ing with 500 boxes of high-grade talisman paper. 500 boxes of high-grade talisman paper are worth more than 10 million. Today is exactly the deadline of 1 month, but the address Han-ing left is not this warehouse, but another one. After putting away the things in this warehouse, Han-ing closed the door of the warehouse. Wait for the last visit tomorrow to return the warehouse. When she arrived at the second warehouse, 2 suppliers were already waiting there. After Han-ing settled the payment with them, she used the same excuse to let the warehouse manager of this warehouse go off work. It took 2 days for Han-ing to settle the payment with all the suppliers. More than 100 suppliers, together with the 500 boxes of high-grade talisman paper worth more than 10 million. Adding up the scattered payments, more than 70 million was paid. After the payment, Han-ing didn't have much money left. There were more than 10 million in cash and more than 10 million in the bank card. After the end of the world, the order did not become chaotic so quickly under the control of the authorities. During this period, although prices have risen, money can still be used, so Han-ing still needs to keep some money. After putting all the things in the warehouse, including the 500 boxes of high-grade talisman paper, into the space, Han-ing returned all the warehouses. After doing this, Han-ing did not go out to buy things everywhere, because she had stockpiled enough of what she should and should not stockpile. After leaving the warehouse, Han-ing went to the milk tea shop to collect the last batch of milk tea and notified the milk tea shop that it would no longer be open from tomorrow. The several shop assistants in the store did not show dissatisfaction when they heard the news. After all, Han-ing had told them a week ago, and promised to give everyone an extra month's salary, so everyone was happy to accept this fact. After all the employees leave tomorrow, Han-ing will find a chance to come. At that time, everything in the store, including the machines and the extra milk tea raw materials and ingredients, will be taken away. After finding a place and collecting the milk tea, Han-ing drove directly to the small building in Changfu Village. She plans to live here for the next week. On the one hand, I can stock up more drinking water. On the other hand, I can learn a few cooking skills from the fat chef. After all, Han-ing also understands that it is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Otherwise, she would not have spent so much time learning so many skills after her rebirth. Boss, a lot of packages arrived today, and they have all been moved to the room inside for you. Shur-yong was pickling the 3rd jar of pickled cabbage today in the corridor. Seeing Han-ing holding an umbrella and walking in with the dog, he took the time to say something. After not seeing it for a while, the dog seemed to have grown a whole circle. It is no longer surprising that the boss can often receive packages here. It's just that there are a lot of them these days, but no one cares. After all, the boss's business is so big, it's normal to buy more things. Han-ing has returned all the warehouses she rented, so the things she bought online recently have been sent here. And she will not come to this small building again in another week, because by then the rain will get heavier and heavier, and the road will start to flood, and it will be difficult to walk. Well, I'll go and see what dishes we're going to make today. Han-ing put away her umbrella and hung it on the edge of the corridor, put away the leash of Tang Yuan, patted its head, and let it play by itself. Tang Yuan is already very familiar with this place. After all, Han-ing comes here almost every day except for going abroad to stock up on supplies and learning skills for a month. According to the menu, today we should make golden soup fish, boiled beef, braised lion's head, and pot-fried pork. When Han-ing heard the names of the dishes Shur-yong announced, she couldn't help but slurp her saliva. All the dishes Shur-yong made were delicious, but Han-ing would definitely vote for the best boiled ones. For example, boiled beef, boiled mutton, boiled bullfrog, boiled meat slices, boiled live fish, boiled shrimp, boiled thousand sheets, golden soup fish, golden soup fat beef, pickled fish, etc. That soup, Han-ing was reluctant to pour out the soup even if she ate all the ingredients in the bowl, and she could pour it on the white rice and she could make 3 bowls of rice. No, I'm drooling when I think about it. Thinking that there were only a few days left, Haning decided that starting from tomorrow, for the next 6 days, Shur-yong would cook all of his best boiled dishes. After telling Shur-yong her decision, Haning went upstairs to collect water. The rain has been getting heavier these days. In order to ensure the cleanliness of her drinking water, Haning has to check the water room on the top of the mountain every day. Then she pulled out the water from the springs that had become turbid. This is the bad thing about spring water. If it rains harder, the water quality will start to become turbid. Fortunately, although the water from 2 springs was pulled out, the water flow from other springs was much larger than before because of the rain. I think I should be able to collect more clean water in the next few days. After collecting all the water, Haning picked up the jumping glutinous rice and went downstairs to the room where her express parcels were piled. Recently, Haning will stop stockpiling in large quantities, but she will still place small orders online for some things to check for shortages and make up for the gaps. For example, the parcels in this room. Most of the things in these packages are some disposable masks, disposable protective clothing, alcohol, 84 effervescent tablets, hypochlorous acid disinfection tablets, potassium permanganate disinfection tablets, drinking water disinfection tablets, floral water, insecticides, DEET, sticky insect boards, and other protective items. Although Han-ing has already hoarded a large number of these things abroad in the space symbol, these things will be of great use after the end of the world, and no amount is too much. Some things are very cheap now, but after a while, the price will increase by hundreds of times, and you may not be able to buy them. So Haning took advantage of the fact that she still had a lot of money now and bought more of these things, which will be of great use later. Now there are people outside, so these things can only be put away after they go back at night. Time passed day by day, and today was the last day Haning planned to stay in the small building. The rain outside was getting heavier, and it would be difficult to leave if she didn't leave now. After Shur-yong packed the last few boxes of vegetables, the others had already cleaned up the kitchen. They also learned early in the morning that today was the last day they would stay here, so everyone had different expressions. The rain had been falling for 10 consecutive days, and not only did it not show any sign of stopping, but it was getting heavier. From the news, we saw that many places outside had already experienced waterlogging. Although Pengcheng had not had it yet, it would be a matter of time if the rain did not stop. If Haning had not said that she would do it until today, I'm afraid these people would not have wanted to come in the past 2 days. This rain is too weird, I don't know how long it will last. If it's convenient, you should buy more things and put them at home after you go back, otherwise it will be inconvenient to go out today. Han-ing gathered everyone together, and then took out some envelopes and distributed them one by one according to the names written on them in advance. Thank you for your hard work during this period. I will give you an extra month's salary to thank you for your hard work during this period. When you leave, I have prepared gifts for everyone. They are in the room at the back. Each one is the same. Take one with you. No one counted the money in the envelope when they received it. Although they only worked here for half a year, some even only for 3 or 4 months. However, they have seen the boss's character, and no one suspected that the boss would do anything about it. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. After taking the money and watching the heavier rain, everyone was eager to go home. Without saying anything more, they went directly to the room at the back and each took a gift prepared by Han-ing. They left one after another without taking a closer look. After returning home, everyone opened the gift package sent by Han-ing. Inside were 2 bags of 20 kilograms of vacuum rice, 2 cans of 20 salted duck eggs pickled by Shur-yong, 2 bags of salt, 2 bags of sugar, 2 bags of compressed kelp that is said to be able to soak a dish with 1 piece, and a small box of medical supplies. Inside the box of medical supplies, there was a pack of 100 disposable surgical masks, a bottle of 100 chlorine-containing disinfectant tablets, a bottle of 100 drinking water disinfectant tablets, a bottle of 30 anti-inflammatory drugs, a bottle of 30 anti-diarrhea drugs. No one was surprised that Han-ing would give each of them a box of medical supplies. After all, the boss mentioned 2 days ago that she bought a batch of medical supplies to donate to the mountainous areas. She also said that if there were any leftovers, she would leave some for each of them. After everyone went home, Some of them followed Han Ying's instructions and were afraid that it would be difficult to go out later, so they hurried to the supermarket and brought back a lot of things. Others bought as much as they could eat. After all, there were supermarkets and convenience stores downstairs. They felt it was very convenient, and there was no need to stock up. Han Ying naturally had no control over these. She had already reminded everyone of what she should say, and it was none of her business what others would choose. After everyone left, Han Ying put all her things in the small building into the space. Then, she took out all the things that she had put into the space from the small building. After taking a last look at the small building, she closed all the doors and windows and got into the car with the glutinous rice and left. After leaving Changfu village, Han Ying sent a message to Yi Xiaohai to ask if he was in school. She said she would pay him back for the meal she owed him. When Han Ying sold the house in Yujing community, she sold it through Yi Xiaohai's agency. At that time, Yi Xiaohai did not charge her agency fee, but just asked Han Ying to have a meal with him. Han Ying's idea at the time was to give him a reminder before the end of the world, so that he could stock up more things as a message fee. After Yi Xiaohai came to the place Han Ying said, he stared blankly at the milk tea shop in front of him. Didn't they say they were going to eat? Why did they change to milk tea? After entering the store, Han Ying sat at the table in the store. On the table were some fried chicken burgers she bought from KFC, as well as boneless chicken feet, spicy crayfish, seafood and sauce, and 2 large glasses of happy water. We're just eating these? How about we go to the seafood restaurant next door? I'll treat you? Yi Xiaohai was a little worried when he saw the high-calorie food on the table. After all, he knew that Han Ying and her dancers were most afraid of these things. What? Do you look down on these foods? Han Ying pointed to the chair opposite her and asked Yi Xiaohai to sit down. Well, that's not the case. It's just that these foods are high in calories. I'm afraid you will regret it after eating them. Yi Xiaohai told the truth. He really felt that way. It's okay. Han Ying didn't want to explain anything more. The two of them ate up all the food on the table. Yi Xiaohai was still a little surprised. To be honest, it was the first time he knew that Han Ying was such a big eater. He felt a little bit of a contrast. If he told others, no one would believe him. After all, Han Ying had such a good figure. Before Yi Xiaohai was about to go back, Han Ying reminded him to buy more things to keep. She said that the rain might not stop so soon. Didn't you see that other cities were flooded and couldn't buy supplies? Moreover, it was very humid and rainy weather, and things would go bad quickly. He asked him to buy some food that was better packaged and could be stored. After Yi Xiaohai left, Han Ying put all the things in the milk tea shop into the space, and then went directly back to Lefu Jiangnan. Han Ying had already returned the house in the university town, and from now on she would live in 2702 of Lefu Jiangnan. When the elevator stopped at the 27th floor, Han Ying stepped out with confidence in the future. When she passed 2701, she looked sideways again. The door was still tightly closed inside, but she knew there was someone inside. After all, there was a faint voice coming from inside just now. After returning home, Han Ying settled the glutinous rice, and then came out again with 2 bottles of adult milk powder and a bag of fruit. Later, she came to the door of 2701 and rang the doorbell. Hello, who are you looking for? Wu Tingfang was cooking in the kitchen. When she heard the doorbell ringing, she was about to ask her mother-in-law to open the door. But she saw her mother-in-law putting away toys for her son, so she walked out and opened the door. Through the cat's eye, Wu Tingfang saw a very beautiful girl outside and opened the door. Hello, I'm the resident of 2702 next door to you. My name is Han Ying. We were renovating our house a while ago, and it was quite noisy. I'm very sorry to disturb you. Please don't refuse this small token of my appreciation. After saying that, Han Ying handed over a box of milk powder and a bag of fruit. Hello, my name is Wu Tingfang. Well, everyone's house would be renovated like this. Yours is relatively good. You're not busy in the morning, noon, and night, and you don't disturb us at all. Don't be so polite. Seeing that Han Ying also brought a gift, Wu Tingfang felt embarrassed. Oh, yes, come in and sit down. We'll be neighbors from now on, so you should move around more often. I'm cooking right now. Why don't you stay for dinner tonight? Wu Tingfang was very enthusiastic. She took the gift from Haning and embarrassedly adjusted her curly hair on her forehead and said with a smile. Haning remembered that Wu Tingfang should be in her early 30s now. Her husband Lei Minghu is about the same age as her. He is a retired soldier and now a fitness coach. They seem to be high school classmates from school uniforms to wedding dresses. They have a son who should be 5 years old this year. I don't know much about the rest. No, but thank you, Sister Wu first. I just moved in, and I have to tidy up.
Han ging valkerin beside Wu Tingfang.
I have known them for so long in my previous life, but this is the first time I have come to their house. The house looks very warm, with many children's things. Feng, who is it? He Xiao originally thought that her son had come back from work early. But when she heard that her daughter-in-law did not come in immediately after opening the door, she guessed that it should not be her. Mom, it's Xiaohan from 2702 next door. She is so polite. She said she was afraid that the renovation would disturb us before, and she also gave us so many good things. Wu Tingfang introduced Haning to her mother-in-law, who was helping her son to put away toys. Hello, Auntie. Haning smiled and greeted Wu Tingfang's mother-in-law. Hello, you are too polite, it's not a big deal, the family across the street renovated earlier than you, and the noise in their house is so loud it scared me. Your family's is nothing, haha. I'm not saying bad things about the family across the street, I just. He Xiao seemed to realize that she had said something she shouldn't have said, and suddenly became a little embarrassed. I understand. Haning also saw the embarrassment of Wu Tingfang's mother-in-law, so she nodded. Don't stand, Xiaohan, come and sit here. By the way, this is my son Lei Yuhang. He is 5 years old this year. Xiaohang, come and say hello to his sister. Wu Tingfang raised her hand and touched the hair of her son, who was lying on the coffee table playing with a car.
Hello, Auntie Xiaohan.
Lei Yuhang raised his little head, looked at Haning, and called crisply. This child calls sister, why call Annie? How does Xiaohan look like an Annie? Wu Tingfang gently touched Lei Yuhang's forehead with her finger and shook her head with a smile. Mom, you're wrong. I just heard Auntie Xiaohan call Auntie Grandma. Our kindergarten teacher has taught me that if I call her sister, it will be a mess. Lei Yuhang stood up from the chair, puffed up his chest, and pointed out her mother's mistake. Xiaohang is really smart. It's good to call her Auntie. Haning didn't expect that a 5-year-old child would be so logical. It seems that he is a smart child. Haning didn't stay at Wu Tingfang's house for long. She sat for a while, drank a cup of tea, and left. When she left, she took away a large piece of braised beef with sauce that Wu Tingfang gave her, saying that she braised it herself for Haning to taste. Haning didn't refuse it either. After all, a relationship can only last if there is give and take. Even if the person is familiar with each other, if he just accepts blindly, it will not last long. After returning home, Haning directly put the piece of braised beef with sauce into the space talisman. Then she began to draw talismans. After all, she could never fall behind in her big business. After drawing talismans for several hours, Haning started to exercise again. After exercising, she felt a little hungry, so she took out the piece of braised beef that Wu Tingfang gave her and sliced it. She put a large plate full of it. She also took out 2 bottles of ice beer and a box of spicy crayfish from the space symbol, and later she would have a piece of ice watermelon. This would be her midnight snack. Haning was about to start eating when Tang Yuan came over with 2 bowls of food in his mouth. Woof woof, the big head rubbed her ankle and called out twice, come on, boss, put it here. Oh, why is my Tang Yuan so greedy? You really can't eat this. Okay, just a few pieces. Haning took a few large pieces of braised beef from the plate and put them into one of Tang Yuan's bowls. She poured some dog food in it and finally took out a large soup bucket from the space symbol, scooped out a spoonful of ribs and soup from it, and put them in. This rib soup was specially stewed by Haning for Tang Yuan. Only a little bit of salt was added, and even the oil spots on the soup were cleaned up with oil-absorbing paper. After filling Tang Yuan's rice bowl, it seemed unsatisfied. It placed its other foot on the edge of the empty rice bowl, and then looked at Haning with its big round eyes. Just this? Who is it looking down on? You are really my ancestor. Haning instantly understood what Tang Yuan meant. She took out a small box of cut watermelon pulp directly from the space, and then poured it into another rice bowl and placed it next to Tong Yuan's rice bowl. It's cold now, so you should eat less watermelon. Tong Yuan's mouth is too picky. Haning remembered that Tang Yuan didn't have this problem in the previous life. Maybe it was because she spoiled it too much in this life, which made it very picky. It likes to eat flavorful food, but Haning was worried that its body couldn't stand it. So, she specially stewed a variety of cooked food for it, with only a little salt added. As for the food that she eats with a stronger taste, Haning only dared to give it a little bit every time. However, Tang Yuan loves to eat fruits, especially watermelon. At least a lot of watermelon is eaten every day. Fortunately, Haning has a lot of watermelon in stock, otherwise it would not be enough for Tang Yuan. Turning on the TV, Haning watched the news while eating the food on the table. Nowadays, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. More than a dozen cities across the country have experienced waterlogging. Traffic has been paralyzed and rescue operations have been launched in various places. Looking at the cars soaked in water and the rows of volunteers holding hands to resist the flood, Haning could only sigh helplessly. It has only rained for 11 days now, and there will be 12 days of even heavier rain. And this rain is global. What should we use to resist the flood? Haning posted an apocalypse post anonymously on the internet some time ago. It talked about some general situations of the apocalypse, but it was not surprising that the post was taken down in less than half a day, and even her account was blocked. But even if it was blocked, it has been seen by many people, and there are still many comments below. Most of them said that she was mentally ill and posted such a post to deceive people. Some people just read it for fun. However, there are still a small number of people who say that what the original poster said is true, and that they will stock up more things. Even if it is false, it will not cost much. Haning turned off the TV and turned on her mobile phone. Just now, Wu Tingfang added her as a friend and pulled her into the community group of Lefu Jiangnan and the small group of their Building 9. There are a total of 4 community groups, and Haning joined the Lefu Jiangnan group too. Now the group is very lively, and everyone is discussing this rain. Haning also saw in it that someone mentioned the doomsday post she had posted before. That person talked about the severity of this rain and asked everyone to stock up more things. However, that person was soon attacked by others. It's just a rain, don't spread rumors to confuse the public. Then the person stopped talking. Haning looked and saw that there was no important news, so she stopped looking at that group. Instead, she joined the small group of Lefu Jiangnan Building 9. There were only more than 100 people in the small group, and few people were chatting. Only a few people were discussing the inconvenience of going out in the heavy rain. Haning changed her business card to 2,702 Han according to the format of others and then left. After leaving the small group, Haning thought of something and clicked in again. After clicking to view more group members, she saw a WeChat of 2703 Lu, a few positions in front of her. It was him. Clicking on his profile picture, it was a black back with his head half turned. No specific features could be seen, only a slightly raised chin. No personal signature, no circle of friends, no video account. Clean and tidy. Haning hasn't been on WeChat for a long time, mainly because she doesn't have much time. The places where she used WeChat were all for ordering, but most of the orders were placed with other identities, so she rarely used her own WeChat recently. Today, she was a little free, so Haning simply looked at WeChat for a while. There were more than 30 friends added in the address book. Haning smiled when she clicked in and took a look. The first few she saw were sent by Zhao Meihua's family. At first, they asked her how to delete them as friends. Later, they questioned her about selling the house. After that, they cursed her. Some of them were university tutors. They all asked why she didn't go to class this semester, why she took a leave of absence, etc. Haning agreed, but the tutors' messages were expired. Haning selected a few tutors who usually took care of her and added them back. She reminded them that the rain might not end so soon, so they could buy more things to keep, otherwise it would be difficult to buy if there was flooding like other cities. Tutor Qin Qinghai often sent a message to ask about her situation every few days. Haning was busy stocking up and rarely used her mobile phone, so she missed it. She sent a voice message to Qin Qinghai saying that she had traveled to many countries for half a year. Now she is back and feels much better. She said that she will return to school in September next year. She also reminded him that people abroad are talking about the current reign. Many countries have begun to be a little chaotic, so he should buy some easy-to-store things if it is convenient. There are also some classmates and alumni who have not added WeChat before. All the questions were about her not going to school, which she simply ignored. After all, we may not have any intersection in the future, so if there is no grudge between us in the past, we will not add them to save trouble. Speaking of grudges between classmates, there are indeed some, but that was in the previous life. During this period, she has been busy stockpiling supplies and applying for a leave of absence, so Hanning almost forgot about the few people in the school who had grudges with her in the previous life. Opening the group chat that she folded and did not remind her, Hanning found their class group. She had not checked the group for so long that the messages had already exceeded 999. After clicking it, it was surprisingly lively inside, with several people discussing the rain. Wang Meili, my cousin who is abroad, told me that the rain was unusual. He said that their place was flooded, and many people started to scramble for food. Some even pulled guns. He regretted not stockpiling more things. My uncle also asked me to buy more and keep them. Do you think I should buy them? Wang Huiyao, don't stockpile. Don't forget that we are dancers. If we stockpile, we will definitely eat more. By then, you will be fat to death. Zhao Ziru, yeah, with this money, you might as well buy more cosmetics. Don't hoard them. It's more important for women to maintain their figure and face. If you gain weight, you'll cry to death. Feng Xiaochen, buy it, why not? If you have money, just buy some. It's better to die of obesity than starvation. Jiang Qianqian, I really envy you people who live outside. We who live on campus can't hoard them even if we want to. What if I hoard them and my roommate doesn't, and she's hungry and asks me for them? Should I give them to her or not? Wang Meili, then I'll go hoard some. I won't get fat if I eat less. See you later, my dears. Mwah. Wang Meili, by the way, my dears, guess who I saw today? Wang Huiyao. Who? Feng Xiaochen. Who? Jiang Qianqian. Wang Meili, Hanning. Wang Meili, when I went to my uncle's house for dinner just now, I actually saw her in the underground parking lot of their community. She even hugged a fat dog. Can you believe it? Seeing that they actually mentioned her, Hanning almost spit out the beer in her mouth. She moved here, and she still met him? But she didn't care. She was not shameful, and she didn't do anything bad. She looked down at Tang Yuan, who was eating happily. It was indeed a fat dog. It seems that the plan to train Tang Yuan should be put on the agenda. Feng Xiaochen at Wang Meili, where is your uncle's community? Jiang Qianqian at Feng Xiaochen, no way. You can't sit still when you hear about Hanning? Wang Huiyao, Xiaochen likes Hanning, you know it's not like she doesn't know. She suddenly dropped out of school without saying anything. Xiaochen must be very anxious. Seeing this, Hanning blinked. When did Feng Xiaochen like her? She didn't remember such a thing. She only remembered that Feng Xiaochen had a good dance foundation, and his instructor often praised him for his explosive power. She rented a house outside, so she rarely had contact with him. Han Ying's parents are both artists, and her mother is a dancer, so she has been learning painting and dancing since she was a child. Her temperament is different from other children since she was a child. Since elementary school, there are often boys around her. After entering junior high school, boys often confess to her, so Han Ying is very decisive when rejecting people and never drags her feet. After entering college, many boys often find various reasons to ask her out after being rejected by her. Han Ying naturally won't agree to go out alone. But sometimes they will ask her out through classmates or other people, so Han Ying's number of class reunions is getting less and less. Zhao Ziru. Feng Xiaochen. You really have no vision. I really don't know what you like about Han Ying's stone woman face. Feng Xiaochen. She is cold, what do you know? And if she has a stone woman face, then what are you? A face? Or a witch face? Feng Xiaochen at Wang Meili. Where is your uncle's community? Wang Meili. Lefu Jiangnan. Wang Meili. Hanning just looks a little cold, but she's actually quite nice. I didn't do many dance moves well, and Teacher Qin scolded me. She taught me over and over again until late at night without saying anything. Anyway, I think she's quite nice. Zhao Ziru at Fengsalchen, your whole family is a witch face. Are you going to be a licker for a barren woman? Zhao Ziru. And Teacher Qin is usually so nice to her. Who knows what kind of shameful relationship they have in private. Otherwise, why is he so nice to her alone? Jiang Qianqian at Zhaozhou. You're going too far. Everyone knows that Teacher Qin treats Haning well because she dances well, and Haning is in the group. You should be more careful with your words. Wang Meili, Xiaorou. Do you have any misunderstandings about Haning? She is not that kind of person. What you said is too harsh. Feng Xiaochen at Zhaozhou. You should be more careful with your words. Do you know that there is a saying that everyone has their own opinions? You judge others by yourself. You are that kind of person, so you think others are the same as you? Zhao Ziru at Fengsalchen. You lick dog. If you have the guts, say it again. Believe it or not, I will find someone to break your legs. I will see if Haning will still pay attention to you when you crawl on the ground. Wang Meili. Teacher Qin is also very good to us. Although sometimes he is a little strict, it is because we make mistakes. Haning has done very well, so Teacher Qin likes her more. Which teacher doesn't like students with good grades? Jiang Qianqian at Zhaozhou at Fengshalchen are all classmates. You should both take a step back. It's not a grudge. Haning at Zhaozhou. Did the 60-year-old sponsor that your gangster boyfriend introduced to you pick you up today? Han Ying's sudden resurrection made the entire group quiet down instantly. Haning didn't know it would have such an effect, but the most important thing was that she was right. After class in the afternoon, a bald man in his 60s really drove a Mercedes-Benz to pick up Zhao Ziru. This scene was also seen by many classmates. Zhao Ziru said that the man was her uncle, but it turned out to be the sponsor, and he was introduced by her boyfriend, and her boyfriend was a gangster. Han Ying's words contained too much information, and everyone in the group was shocked. Haning knew this news in her previous life, or it was Zhao Ziru's gangster boyfriend who said it himself. After the end of the previous life, Haning lived in a rented house near the university town. The rent there is not expensive and many college students live there. Zhao Ziru also went there to seek refuge with someone else after the end of the world, and their grievances also took place in that building. Haning will not live there in the end of this life, but if she meets Haning later, she will not show mercy. After sending that sentence, seeing the class group suddenly quiet down, Haning directly clicked to quit the group. After leaving the class group, Haning saw a new friend request. Feng Xiaochen. Haning, are you in UFU Jiangnan now? Why did you drop out of school? Did something happen? Haning remembered that there was also a Feng Xiaochen in the friend request she clicked on just now. But she ignored it directly, and now this person sent it again. But Haning directly clicked to reject it. Since she knew that the other party liked her, and she didn't want to respond to him, there was no need to add friends to give the other party a wrong signal. After rejecting Feng Xiaochen's friend request, Haning read some friends' messages one by one. Most of them were messages from a long time ago. After picking up a few replies, Haning turned off WeChat. After eating the food on the table, Haning took out a piece of watermelon from the space. After showing off, she didn't throw the watermelon rind away, but threw it into a small space talisman she had specially prepared for kitchen waste. It might be useful in the future. Although Haning now has more supplies than she can finish in dozens of lifetimes, she was so hungry in her last life that she couldn't bear to waste anything. This might be a common problem for people who have come back from the end of the world. Of course, Haning didn't know if other people had this problem. After all, she didn't know if there were other people who had been reborn from the end of the world like her. After eating, Haning didn't rest, but went directly to the balcony. Haning turned on the rainwater collector specially installed on the balcony. The rainwater was collected into a folding swimming pool on the balcony. This swimming pool can store about 5 tons of water. With the current rainfall, it is believed that it will be filled in a few hours. The rain is getting heavier now, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a rainstorm. And the rain in the future will be heavier than today, and this rainwater cannot be wasted. Collect as much as you can. Even if you don't use it for drinking, you can use it as living water. Although the space talisman is no longer enough, Haning doesn't have to stock up a lot of supplies for the time being, and the pressure is also relieved a lot. But she still had to draw more space symbols as soon as possible. After all, she still had a lot of supplies piled up above the land. Haning drew space symbols for more than 2 hours before having supper, so she planned to take a break after supper. Haning had tried to draw space symbols for 4 hours in a row before, but she was almost exhausted after finishing the painting. So later she didn't dare to do that, and drew for 2 hours. Rest for a few hours, then draw for 2 hours again, rest again, and draw again. The result is that the efficiency is improved, and the number of space symbols per day has also increased a lot. It's called rest, but there's really no time to rest. Haning still has to do as much as she can before the end of the world. There are 3 induction cookers on the ground, and 3 large soup pots on the induction cookers. One has 3 whole chickens and slices, and later I will fry some open clams and stew them together. One has 7 or 8 pounds of ribs, corn, and slices. Another one has 4 pounds of mung beans, ready to make some mung bean soup. Fill the pot with water until it is 80% full, cover it, set the time, and start stewing. Haning has stewed a lot of soups like this. Haning will add more salt to the soup she wants to eat, and less salt to the soup for Tangyuan. Han-ing and Tangyuan don't like the chicken in the stew. The chicken is not very tasty. So Han-ing will let the stewed chicken cool down. Then tear off the meat and make cold chicken strips. She loves it very much, and Tangyuan loves it too. Of course, the chicken rack without meat will not be wasted. It will exercise Tangyuan's teeth, and it will bite it with a crunchy sound. As for the stewed broth, in addition to drinking it, Haning can also use it to make noodles, vermicelli, dumplings, wontons, porridge, etc. Every time, she and Tangyuan can each eat a big bowl. After setting the time for the 3 pots of soup, Haning went to the bathroom again. Open the washing machine and take out 3 dozen new pure cotton long-sleeved and short-sleeved t-shirts, totaling more than 30 pieces, from the space. After unpacking, throw them directly in. I put the water in the highest level without adding detergent and started washing. These are all new clothes. Haning is used to washing new clothes before wearing them, so she wants to wash these before the end of the world while there is still electricity and water. After washing and drying, she hangs them one by one in the living room. Then she puts the clothes drying rack into the space. The space over there is not fresh. The clothes will dry slowly, and there will be no damp smell. Han Ying's house has 2 bathrooms, so she puts 2 washing machines. The same operation is done in the other one. After putting away her clothes, Haning went to the guest bedroom again. In this room, Haning placed a large freezer and some fitness equipment. On the cold side of the large freezer, 7 or 8 large watermelons were being frozen. On the other side, boxes of bayberries rolled in syrup were being frozen. Now, each bayberry was frozen hard. After Haning came to Uefu Jiangnan, she realized that she had done something wrong. She returned the 2 freezers she rented too early, because she found that she had forgotten to freeze the watermelons and fruits she bought. And she also forgot to buy small ice cubes, which were related to whether she could live comfortably when it was extremely hot. Fortunately, Han Ying bought a lot of commercial ice machines. 2 ice machines running at the same time can produce hundreds of kilograms of small ice cubes a day. So the problem of small ice cubes can be easily solved as long as there is electricity. Haning, who has stockpiled hundreds of gasoline and diesel generators, solar generators, and hundreds of thousands of fully charged outdoor energy storage mobile power supplies, is the one who is least short of electricity. As for fruits, Haning puts them in the large freezer for half a day, every day. 2 rounds a day, so the amount of frozen fruit a day is also considerable. The frozen watermelon was put away and replaced with a batch of other fruits. For example, apples, grapes, oranges, tangerines, mangoes, and other fruits were put into freeze. On the side where the bayberry was placed, Haning replaced it with 2 large buckets of mung bean soup and then stuffed some scattered small jellies and chocolate pies in the gaps. Because the amount of mung bean soup is relatively large, by the time the 2 large buckets of mung bean soup are frozen with ice residue, the other small things have already been frozen. In this way, you can change another batch before going to bed. After doing all this, Haning can't rest. She came to the kitchen again and took out 2 4-whole non-stick round egg omelets. In this way, 8 eggs can be fried at a time. Haning has stockpiled a lot of delicious dishes, but most of them are high-end restaurant dishes made by Shuyong and dishes bought from restaurants outside. As for home-cooked dishes, Haning didn't stock up at all. She has learned cooking skills from Shuyong for a few days, and it is not a problem to make some simple home-cooked dishes. Fried eggs are not a problem. In fact, Haning should take advantage of the fact that everyone still has food and drinks and does not need to worry about food at all to make something with a strong smell. It's just that because time is tight today, Haning wants to make the simplest fried egg. And fried eggs can be eaten with anything. It can be eaten with porridge, rice, and noodles, so fried eggs are a must. Although Haning has learned cooking skills for a few days, she is not very skilled. So she took out 8 bowls and beat the eggs one by one in advance. When the oil is hot, just pour the eggs from the bowl into the omelet machine one by one. It's fast and there will be no mistakes. Spray oil on each position, and when the oil is hot, Haning pours the eggs that have been beaten in advance into it one by one. It didn't spill at all. It was perfect. While waiting for the shape to be fixed and turned over, Haning had already beaten 8 more eggs into the bowl. After beating the eggs, just turn the fried eggs over one by one. The bottom is a little burnt, but it's not a big problem. It tastes better when it's crispy. It doesn't take any skill to fry eggs in this pan. Just turn the eggs over in time. So although she was busy beating the eggs and turning them over at the same time, but Haning still successfully fried 40 pots of eggs. A total of 160 eggs, enough to fill 8 large disposable fast food boxes. Haning bought a lot of eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, and quail eggs. Especially eggs, at least hundreds of thousands of pounds. She even bought a lot of turtle eggs and ostrich eggs from the internet. Let alone other eggs, there are many ways to eat eggs alone. Fried eggs and boiled eggs are the simplest ways to eat them. Haning plans to start making Korean sauce eggs and tea eggs in a while. The sauce eggs should also be made into a sugar-filled one. Just thinking about it makes me drool, and I must make more. Put all the fried eggs into the space symbol, and don't throw away the eggshells. Eggshells have many magical uses. In the end times where everything is lacking, eggshell powder that was previously only fed to poultry is even a luxury for humans to supplement calcium. After putting it into the space symbol for kitchen waste, Haning twisted her neck. It was time to continue her great work of drawing symbols. After drawing space symbols for more than an hour and exercising her body for a while, it was already past 12 o'clock. Haning walked to the balcony. It has only been 5 or 6 hours since she came back, and the entire folding swimming pool that can store about 5 tons of water is already 9/10 full. It can be seen how heavy the rain outside is. After collecting the water into the small space, symbols specially used to store rainwater, Haning turned off the rainwater collector. She replaced the swimming pool with a taller folding swimming pool that can store about 10 tons of water. Otherwise, she was worried that the swimming pool would be full before dawn. In fact, in addition to collecting rainwater, Haning also collects some tap water from the community into the space, but the amount is not much. An average of 1 ton a day is enough. After all, if the monthly water consumption exceeds too high, someone will come to check the water meter and waterway, which is very troublesome. After reopening the rainwater collector, Haning opened the glass on the balcony a little. Through the gap, Haning saw that in the entire community, except for the street lights in the garden downstairs, only a few lights were still dimly lit. The continuous heavy rain made everyone's heart heavy. They could only go to bed early. After lying on the bed, Haning looked through her phone for a while. She didn't look at the chat software, but directly opened several fresh food delivery apps. These apps have delivery points in the convenience stores at the entrance of the community. Clicking on them one by one, Haning found that many things in them had increased in price. Especially fresh food, such as vegetables, fruits, and meat, the increase was at least more than 30%, but grain and oil did not increase much for the time being. She randomly found some snacks and condiments, as well as bottled mineral water, canned food, and other things that can be stored without preservation, and placed some orders. Then she saw that there were actually hot baby stickers for sale, and Haning decisively bought 200 of them. Haning had stocked up 5 large warehouses with hot baby stickers and hot water bottles before. However, the hot baby stickers are consumed quickly. When it is extremely cold, you will probably need to stick 5, 6, 7, or 8 stickers when you go out. Since it is still possible to buy now, I might as well stock up a little more. After buying these things, Haning fell asleep directly. She was a little tired after a busy day. If it weren't for the power in the power transmission talisman, Haning felt that she would be so tired that she couldn't even lift her hands. The next morning, Haning was awakened by the ringing of the doorbell. None of her friends and classmates knew that she lived here, so the only people who could ring the doorbell were those on the same floor and the property management. Looking at the time, it was already past 9 o'clock. Haning rubbed her shoulder-length hair and tied it up casually. Then she put on a down jacket and went out to open the door. Through the peephole, Haning saw that it was Wu Tingfang who was standing outside. "Hey, you two are quite in sync. The opening time is exactly the same." Wu Tingfang also heard the sound of the door of 2703, across the street opening at the moment Haning opened the door. Haning looked up at the door across the street after hearing Wu Tingfang's words. And the person over there happened to look at her. The two looked at each other, and then both staggered to look at Wu Tingfang standing at Haning's door. Wu Tingfang explained, "That's Xiaolu. I just rang your doorbell for a long time, and you didn't open the door, so I came to Xiaohan first." "Sorry, I was just taking a shower." Lu Yuan raised his hand and touched his hair that was still covered with moisture and said apologetically, "Oh, it's okay, it's okay. By the way, these are the dumplings I just made this morning. They are still hot. I'll give some to each of you." Wu Tingfang handed a fresh keeping box to Haning, and then walked back a few steps and gave one to Lu Yuan. "Thank you. Thank you," the two said in unison. "Haha, you're welcome, your neighbors. Please visit each other more often. I'm a bit of a noob. Don't mind. By the way, you two don't know each other yet, right? She is Haning, and this is Lu Yuan." Wu Tingfang stood in the middle and introduced the two to each other. "Lu Yuan, I know."
Ah?
"Do you know each other?" Wu Tingfang asked in confusion. When Lu Yuan said that he knew Haning, she looked at him in confusion. "Lu Yuan, I'm also from Pengcheng University, and I'm from the Department of Finance." Lu Yuan didn't wear a mask or a hat in the morning. The distance between them was only about 2 meters. This was the first time that Haning saw him so clearly. Lu Yuan's skin color was a little cold and white, and the thick eyebrows on his handsome and soft face were slightly raised, which made him look a little unruly. And with his dark and deep eyes and long and slightly curled eyelashes, it made people feel that there was a hint of tenderness in his indifference. Haning actually seldom interacts with boys of the same age, but because of her profession, she has watched a lot of artistic performances. Whether it is the stars on the internet or those seen in real performances, Haning feels that Lu Yuan is no worse than those stars. With his appearance, he must be very famous in Pengcheng University. It's just that Haning didn't pay much attention to these things, so she really didn't know Lu Yuan before. "So, you're alumni. That's quite fate. Well, you guys should eat the dumplings soon, otherwise they will get cold. I'm going back too, it's very cold today." After Wu Tingfang finished speaking, she waved to the two and went home. After hearing Lu Yuan's words, Haning was thoughtful. She looked up and saw Lu Yuan nodded at her, then turned around and closed the door. Haning really didn't expect Lu Yuan to know her. Did he save her from the water in the previous life because he knew her? She shook her head and stopped thinking about this question. Haning closed the door and casually put the dumplings into the space, symbol to prevent them from getting cold. After all, although it was only the beginning of December, it was already very cold. After entering the room, Tang Yuan was already wagging his tail and circling around his feet, barking. "Woof woof. Boss, serve me dinner quickly, your handsome dog is starving." Haning touched Tang Yuan's head and knew that he was hungry. After all, she got up late today. After serving Tang Yuan breakfast and finishing her job as a shoveler, Haning went to the bathroom to wash. After washing up, she continued to apply smears on her face and hands, thinking about Lu Yuan just now. I didn't expect that he was actually from the Department of Finance. If it weren't for what he said, Haning would definitely think that Lu Yuan was either a medical student or a sports student or even a soldier. But she never thought that he was actually from the Department of Finance. After all, at the end of the world, he saw the trick of easily removing the joints of a person's whole body with one hand, so I'm afraid he knows the whole skeleton of the human body very well. Isn't he a medical student? This guy has learned too many things. Haning met him there when she was learning to drive a yacht. At that time, he was also learning to drive a yacht and rock climbing there, and she even saw him surfing freely on the sea. And his diving skills are better than his coach. Is it necessary for a college student in the Department of Finance to learn so many things? But she thought about herself. She is a dancer who can not only draw, but also shoot, karate, sanda, dive, rock climb, drive a yacht, boat, helicopter, and even draw talismans. So it seems that it's nothing for Lu Yuan to know so many things, right? But isn't he a college student? How can he still hang around like herself? And although it was raining heavily today, the school didn't seem to notify the suspension of classes, so why is Lu Yuan still here? What Haning didn't know was that Lu Yuan, who was questioned by her about how a college student in the Department of Finance could learn so many things, went home and ate the box of dumplings sent by Wu Tingfang one by one with his hands, and then gulped down a glass of milk. After cleaning up, a tang sword appeared in Lu Yuan's hand out of thin air. Then he kept practicing the movements of chopping, cutting, stabbing, lifting, and blocking in a standing position. She kept doing this until she was sweating again, but she didn't stop. Wu Tingfang sent quite a few dumplings, more than 20 of them. Haning finished a whole box of dumplings with a cup of hot milk, but she was still not satisfied, so she took out a bowl of wontons from the space symbol. After eating the wontons, Haning was satisfied and started her day's work at home. First, she went to the balcony to collect the rainwater that was already 90% full into the space symbol. Then she went to the freezer to change a batch of fruits. She collected the ice cubes in the ice maker and replaced them with 2 barrels of mineral water. She placed 3 large soup buckets on the induction cooker on the ground. In the morning, Haning stewed tea tree mushroom and old duck soup, cordyceps flower and bone soup, and white fungus, bird's nest and red date soup. After doing all this, Haning threw another batch of clothes into the washing machine and then started her great work of drawing symbols. She drew the space symbol for a full 2 hours. Haning looked at the small pile of space symbols in front of her. She didn't count them exactly, but she estimated that there were nearly 30 of them. She felt a great sense of accomplishment. Including the space symbols that she had drawn before but had not yet activated, Haning had accumulated more than 6,000 of them. Moreover, the internal space of these small space symbols was basically 255 cubic meters. That means she still had more than 1 million cubic meters of space. However, looking at the supplies on the ground in the space, Haning said that she had to continue working hard. After all, she still had something important to do. After putting away all the space symbols, Haning was about to go into the kitchen to start working hard, and the phone beside her rang twice in succession. It sounded like a WeChat message. When she opened WeChat, she found that it was a group announcement of the 2 groups that she had pinned. One was UFU Jiangnan Group 2, and the other was UFU Jiangnan Building 9. Since Haning had already moved here to live, she planned to live here as much as possible in the future. Since she plans to live here permanently, she naturally has to pay more attention to the news of the community. However, in order not to disturb her life, only at her and the group announcement will remind her. The content of the announcements in the 2 groups is similar. It says that the orders of Matewan, Hema, Ding Dong, etc. have been delivered. Because the rain is too heavy, all the delivery orders of this community are placed in the underground parking lot. If the residents are at home, they can go down and pick them up by themselves. If they can't pick them up, they will be delivered to the convenience store outside the community. Haning did buy a lot of things last night. However, she placed the order late, at around 12 o'clock. So her things haven't arrived yet, and she has to wait until tomorrow. But since it is delivered to the underground parking lot, it saves her from going out in the rain, which is not bad. Haning doesn't need to go out to get things, but Lu Yuan from 2703 opposite her and Wu Tingfang from 2701 next to her went out to the underground parking lot after seeing the announcement. When Lu Yuan came back, he was carrying a large bag of things in each hand, and Wu Tingfang was even more exaggerated. She pushed 2 small carts with 2 large bags of things back. While they were outside moving things home, Hanning was in the kitchen humming a song while watching a video on her tablet cooking. She was cooking spicy shrimp today. This dish is very simple. After learning from Shi Yong for 7 days, Hanning already had the basics. So if you want to make any dish, just call up the video and follow it, and you will never go wrong. Hanning was not very skilled at cooking at first, so she tried to fry a small pot first. After finding that the taste was absolutely amazing, she boldly opened 2 large pots to fry together. Han Ying's large pot is the kind of large pot with a diameter of 40 centimeters used by ordinary families, not the large iron pot that Shi Yong used. One pot can fry 7 or 8 pounds of shrimp, which can fill 2 large disposable lunchboxes. Hanning ate while cooking, taking a mouthful of spicy shrimp and a sip of happy water. She was so happy. When she filled 20 disposable lunchboxes, she was full and full. The spicy shrimp was really delicious. She ate so much and still felt unsatisfied. Hanning decided to continue making spicy shrimp in the afternoon and make spicy crab tomorrow. After frying 20 boxes of spicy shrimp, Hanning put away 19 boxes. She took out 2 smaller disposable lunchboxes from the space and divided 1 box of spicy shrimp into 2 boxes. She would send 1 box to Wu Tingfang's house next door at lunch. After all, she had eaten her dumplings in the morning. As for Lu Yuan across the street, forget it. She is not familiar with him now, and she is afraid that he will think too much if she sends it to him for no reason. After doing all this, Hanning continued her great cause of drawing talismans. Now Hanning spends an average of about 8 hours a day drawing talismans, which is not an exaggeration to say that it is a great cause. Maybe this time can be shortened when the space talismans are enough, but it is impossible for the time being. After all, even if she draws 1 more, she can put more things in a few days. Now there are still 14 days before the tsunami that was determined to be the end of the world in the previous life, and this reign will last until the 12th, which means there are still 10 days. At 8:30 a.m. on the 3rd day after the rain stopped in the previous life, a super-level I tsunami warning was issued globally. It was said that a super level 1 tsunami would appear in half an hour, and the authorities required all people in coastal cities to evacuate. However, during the evacuation, there was no tsunami, but global darkness. At 9 a.m. on December 15th, the Earth left its orbit, the magnetic field changed, and the sun and the moon disappeared. All electronic equipment was paralyzed, and the entire Earth fell into darkness for 29 hours. It was not until 2 p.m. on December 16th that all power equipment returned to normal. And less than half an hour later, the global super level 1 tsunami that was originally thought to be a mistake also came at the same time. Although late, it came. The huge waves hundreds of meters high were like a pair of giant hands madly hitting the land from the sea. One wave was higher than another, and it came like a crushing force. After the tsunami, all coastal cities were devastated, and even several coastal cities were directly destroyed. About half an hour after the official evacuation message was issued, the world fell into darkness. At that time, some people did not believe that there would be a tsunami, so they resolutely refused to leave. In the darkness, no matter how tough the official attitude was, it was impossible to take away all the hundreds of millions of people in the coastal cities of China within 29 hours. So those who were unwilling to leave and hesitant could only wait until the end to transfer. But the power was restored before those people waited for the official mandatory takeaway. Those people saw that the power was restored, and nothing happened after so long since the tsunami warning, so they were even more unwilling to leave. And then the tsunami came, and it was too late for them to run. Those who were unwilling to leave and hesitant not only killed themselves and their relatives, but also caused batches of soldiers to be buried in the sea with them. After the tsunami, the entire land was soaked in water. Hanning remembered that the building she lived in her previous life was directly flooded to the 15th floor. It was only after 7 days that it slowly retreated to the 8th floor. It was at that time that Zhao Meihua's family came to the university town with the help of rescue workers to take refuge with her. In her previous life, Haning was in the passive state of the end of the world like everyone else. However, Haning chose the 29 hours when the global magnetic field changed and the world fell into darkness. The only tool for lighting during these 29 hours was an open flame, and this was also Haning's chance to buy for free. Haning herself didn't know how much supplies she could buy for free, so she had to do her best to draw more space symbols these days. Han-ing intended to extend the time she spent drawing space symbols every day. But her body couldn't bear it, so let it be 8 hours a day, draw as many as she could. After a busy day, Haning went to bed more than an hour earlier than yesterday. Before going to bed, she placed a lot of orders on those fresh food apps. Anyway, she still had money in her hands, and the most important thing was that she couldn't stay at home all the time, and she had to go out and show her face occasionally. What Haning didn't know was that after she went to bed, in the study of a villa in the neighboring Nan province, a middle-aged man in his early 50s wearing glasses, frowning and looking serious, was reading a document. If Haning could see the content of the document, she would definitely be shocked. Because the middle-aged man was reading the content of the apocalypse post that she had posted anonymously on the internet before. Dad, please believe me. What is posted on this post must be true. Let's buy things and move quickly, otherwise it will be too late. A pretty girl in her early 20s was acting coquettishly and shaking the arm of the middle-aged man in front of her. She almost cried when she saw that the middle-aged man didn't believe her. Lin Shui is a junior at Pingcheng University. Recently, she has become obsessed with apocalyptic novels. She is really obsessed with them. In addition to reading apocalyptic novels, she also takes notes and makes strategies, imagining how she and her family can survive in the apocalypse if it really comes. Seeing how obsessed she is, several classmates secretly say that she is possessed. Especially when they heard that she had hoarded a lot of things to deal with the apocalypse that does not exist at all, they even scolded her for being stupid and having a lot of money. But Lin Shui does not care about this. She has many like-minded friends on the forum. The things she hoards are basically hoarded according to the list after everyone discusses. 2 months ago, a post titled "The Apocalypse is Coming, Are You Ready?" suddenly appeared on the forum. This post has a lot of hits on the forum, but most of the people are scolding it. It was even removed from the forum in less than half a day. Fortunately, her like-minded friends took screenshots and circulated them among each other. The post said that it would rain for more than half a month at the end of November, and after the rain stopped, there would be a devastating tsunami. As that person said, it has been raining for 13 consecutive days until today. The most important thing is that the rain not only has no intention of stopping, but it is getting heavier, as the post said. In the past few days, their like-minded friends have been discussing this matter in their small group, and many people think that this matter may be true. Just like in those apocalyptic novels they read, someone was reborn or had a precognitive dream and knew about the apocalypse. This is to remind everyone. So many of them decided to stay away from coastal cities for at least this month and stockpile a batch of supplies. Even if there is no apocalypse, they can slowly consume them and will not be wasted. If there is really an apocalypse, then these are life-saving things. At this moment, those who have this idea set up another small group. There are more than 20 people from different cities. Everyone expressed their opinions on how to buy the most things with the least money. Lin Shui's family is rich, and there is a lot of money. Otherwise, they would not have bought a house for her to live in Lefujiangnan, not far from the university town, just to make her live comfortably in college. These days, Lin Shui has almost stockpiled all the things on the list. She also quietly avoided other people's sight and moved things into the house little by little at night when no one was around. There are still some things left that are temporarily stored in the truck in the garage, and she will slowly move them back home when she finds a chance. But Lefujiangnan is just the house her parents bought for her to live in while she is in school. Her home is actually in Jiangcheng, Nan province. Jiangcheng is a coastal city, so Lin Shui felt that she had to go home, bring her parents to live here, and let them live with her in Lefujiangnan for at least 1 month. In a hurry and fear, Lin Shui asked for leave directly. She rushed home overnight in the heavy rain and printed out the content of the post to show her father. She believed that her father would believe her. After reading the entire post, Lin Zhongming's expression was a little solemn. He looked at his daughter helplessly and said, "Xiao Xue, this is just a YY article that someone casually posted on the internet. Don't take it seriously. We can't just believe it, right?" Lin Xue had an anxious look on her face. There were only a few days left before the time mentioned above. She also knew that it would be impossible for her parents to give up their foundation and company here, so she didn't have that idea. She just asked her parents to accompany her to live in Uefu Jiangnan for a month. She had prepared a lot of things there. If nothing happened after a month, she could come back. It was said above that during a tsunami, waves hundreds of meters high would engulf and destroy the entire city. If it was true at that time, then their family's industry in the city would probably no longer exist. "Dad, you two can go with me to live in Uefu Jiangnan for a month, just 1 month. If everything is okay, you can come back. Otherwise, I won't go to school, I won't eat, I will go on a hunger strike from now on. Let's see who will die of hunger first, the end of the world or me." Lin Xue's attitude was also very tough. She knew that her parents loved her. If she really threatened them with a hunger strike, they would definitely compromise. You kid, wait until your mom comes back from a business trip in 2 days, and then I'll deal with you. How about this? Doesn't it say that the rain will last for more than half a month, and there will be a tsunami after the rain stops, right? Dad has some connections. I'll find a few experts in this area to pay more attention to the tsunami. If there are really signs of a tsunami, it will be discovered in advance through careful analysis and investigation. Give me 3 days. If there are any signs in this regard, even if they are not as exaggerated as what is said above, Mom and Dad will go to your little house with you to live for a while, okay? Lin Zhongming touched his daughter's hair lovingly with a helpless look on his face. He couldn't say anything to blame his daughter. After all, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with his daughter knowing how to be prepared for danger in times of peace. "What small house? My house is more than 160 square meters. How can it be small?" "Forget it, Dad. We agreed that it would take 3 days, but Dad, please give me some more money. I will buy more things in these few days. I'm almost out of money." Lin Xue stuck out her tongue, stretched out her hand in front of Lin Zhongming, and smiled with her eyes curved. "Lin Zhongming, didn't you say you would give me 3 days? What else can he do now except give money? His daughter spends hundreds of thousands of yuan on bags every month, so just think of it as buying her a few more bags." Lin Zhongming made a few phone calls that night and then took a photo of the part of the post about the tsunami and showed it to the other party. The other party said that he would try his best to analyze it. The next morning, Haning woke up because of hunger. When she woke up, Haning was at a loss for a moment. She almost thought that she was still starving and living in the end of the world where people were neither human nor ghost. But she came to her senses only when she opened her eyes and saw the ceiling. She was reborn, and she had stockpiled a space full of supplies. This time, she could enjoy the apocalypse and would not go hungry again. After putting on her clothes and opening the door, Haning found that Tang Yuan was guarding the door again, dragging his sleeping mat. Since moving to Uefu Jiangnan, she wakes up every day to see Tang Yuan sleeping at her door. Is the doghouse she prepared for Tang Yuan not luxurious or comfortable enough? Why doesn't it sleep in it on such a cold day? Hearing the noise of Haning opening the door, Tang Yuan jumped up from the sleeping mat. Is this kid pretending to sleep? The head of the family, you want to sneak out while I'm sleeping? Haning did not wash up first, but went to the bathroom to take a look at the dog toilet that she had specially prepared for it. Sure enough, Tang Yuan had already relieved himself in it, so there was no need to serve him again. After being a shoveler, Haning went to the balcony and collected the rainwater collected all night into the space symbol. After collecting the rainwater, Haning looked out and saw that the rain was getting heavier. Even though the terrain of Uefu Jiangnan is relatively high, water has already accumulated. It seems that the cars in the underground parking lot are about to be unsafe. Turning on the TV, every news channel is reporting this rain. There are dozens of cities in the country that have suffered from severe waterlogging. Compared with the first few cities that had rescue efforts after the waterlogging, the rescue efforts of the dozens of cities that appeared later have obviously decreased a lot. People are not donating to those places because their own cities have also suffered from waterlogging. It is too late to save themselves, so how can they spare the energy to save others? So now in those cities where waterlogging has occurred, the rescue figures that can still be seen are all official personnel. Soldiers obey orders to serve the people. Han-ning couldn't bear to watch the tired faces of the soldiers on TV, so she turned off the TV. She was just an ordinary person with flesh and blood. In her last life, she wasted 4 years in the apocalypse, which made her have a strong and cold heart. In her new life, Han-ying's cold heart was only 3 points off. 1 point for the soldiers who always stood on the front line to serve the people. 1 point for the couple who helped and saved her many times in her last life. Another point for Lu Yuan, who saved her life underwater and taught her how to salvage supplies underwater. After serving Tang Yuan and washing up, Han-ning did what she had to do, and then she put the breakfast on the table. Jianbingguizi, glutinous rice chicken, crab roe buns, rujiamo, and another portion of tofu pudding. Speaking of tofu pudding, Han-ning felt that she had to find time to squeeze out more soy milk and store it. There was still not enough time, and she had to do this and that. Han-ning was browsing her phone while eating breakfast. The small group of Building 9 Lefujiangnan was still very lively today. After all, it was raining so hard outside that cars with low chassis could not pass. Everyone was discussing whether to stock up. Han-ning smiled as she looked at the chat records. She knew that those who were shouting stock up what the Hades were actually stocking up more than others, but some people had a sense of crisis and didn't want others to know. The property management also issued a notice in the group, saying that the water in the community had already flooded up. Leave a retreat for the residents on the first floor in advance, and ask if anyone is willing to take them in if the water level rises, and they can pay the rent themselves. Hearing that there was rent to be collected, a few people said they could talk about it in private messages. After reading other people's chats, Han-ning opened the fresh food app again. Today, all the fresh food in it has increased in price again, including meat. Han-ning remembered that when she placed an order last night, she saw that a pound of lettuce was 7.9 yuan, but today it is 11.3 yuan. The cauliflower that cost 10.5 yuan yesterday has risen to 17.8 yuan. Apples that used to cost 16.3 yuan a pound have risen to 20.6 yuan today. The price increase is still very high. Although the prices of things have increased, at least they can still be bought, so everyone just cursed a few times and then placed orders indignantly. After breakfast, Han-ning drew space symbols without stopping. Although Han-ning often practiced while sleeping at night, her cultivation seemed to have not improved much. This can be seen from the size of the space symbols she drew, which has always been 255 cubic meters and has not increased by 1 cubic meter. However, Han-ning was not discouraged and saved slowly. Although those cultivations could not make Han-ning fly or live forever, but they strengthened her body and allowed her to draw space symbols that could keep food fresh, which was enough. At around 11 o'clock, Han-ning planned to stop and rest. Today she still had the task of making spicy to complete, so she didn't have much free time. But at this time, the phone next to her rang with a reminder sound, and Han-ning guessed that it should be the delivery of those fresh food apps. Picking up the phone, she found that her guess was correct. The things she ordered had arrived. She would pick them up in the underground parking lot today. However, there was one more reminder today than yesterday. The underground parking lot had accumulated water to about 30 centimeters, and everyone was asked to be careful when going down. After seeing the message, Han-ning took out an outdoor folding cart from the space. She had bought many of these carts in various sizes, and now it was just right to take them out to cross the road. The one she took out now was a small one, which could hold 110L and bear 200 kilograms, which was enough to hold the things she bought. It was not the end of the world yet, and it had been raining for more than 10 days in a row. Everyone seemed to realize that it was unusual, so everyone began to consciously stock up things. Han Ying's purchase of these things was not conspicuous. After assembling the cart, Han Ying held Tang Yuan in one hand and pushed the cart with the other hand, opened the security door, and walked out. Just after closing the door, Haning saw Lu Yuan on the opposite side also walked out. It seemed that he should have seen the group message and was ready to go down to pick up things. When he saw Haning, Lu Yuan nodded to her as a greeting. When he saw the glutinous rice in Han Ying's hand, a hint of surprise and interest appeared on his face. But he left without saying anything. When passing by 2701, Haning heard a noise coming from inside and turned around to see Wu Tingfang's mother-in-law He Xiao opening the door and walking out.
Aunt He. Han Ying greeted här.
Xiao Han, are you going downstairs to get something too? He Xiao smiled brightly when she saw Haning.
Hello, Aunt Han.
Lei Yuheng followed He Xiao out, and he should be going downstairs with her. It's been raining too hard recently, and it's inconvenient to travel. Their kindergarten has suspended classes, and they insisted on going downstairs together. Hey, your cart is nice, and it looks pretty sturdy. He Xiao was very interested in the cart in Han Ying's hand, and it looked like it could hold a lot of things. It was much more useful than the small tractor she had for shopping, so she decided to ask Fong to ask Xiao Han for a link when she got home, so that they could buy one too. For outdoor camping. Haning didn't say much. Anyway, it wasn't a rare thing, and people who like to play outdoors had one. Aunt Xiao Han, your dog is so handsome. What's its name? Lei Yuheng stared at Tang Yuan, who was held in Han Ying's hand, with his big eyes and was eager to touch it, but he didn't dare. Tang Yuan is now 7 or 8 months old, and he is still a few months away from adulthood. However, because of the breed, it looks bigger than an ordinary dog.
It's called Tang Yuan.
Haning pulled the dog leash to let Tang Yuan stay a little further away from Lei Yuheng. After all, Tang Yuan's size was there, and it would be bad if he scared the children. It's so handsome, Grandma. Let's get a big dog, okay? I want to ride a dog. Lei Yuheng looked at Tang Yuan with fiery eyes, and his face was full of curiosity. Why ride a dog? Let your dad ride a big horse for you at night. The 3 people and the dog came to the elevator and found that Lu Yuan, who had left earlier, was also waiting for the elevator. Now, most people go to the underground parking lot to pick up things, so the elevator is very busy going up and down. The elevator arrived soon. The floors of Lefu Jiangnan community are all 28 floors, and Haning and her friends are on the 27th floor. That is the second to last floor, so there is no one in the elevator now. The 4 people, the dog and the cart, the whole elevator is almost full. Now the elevator is so busy, I am afraid that someone will come up later. Tang Yuan, get up. Han unconsciously moved to the back and then pulled the dog leash. Tang Yuan immediately jumped onto the cart after receiving the signal, which made it seem a little less crowded. Sure enough, almost every floor had someone pressing the elevator button. Later, more people got on, and people on other floors saw that the elevator was full and consciously did not go up. Each building of UFU Jiangnan has 2 elevators, so even if other people did not take the elevator just now, they did not complain. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Haning saw that it was already crowded with many people. 4 small trucks opened the doors of the carriages, and 2 people in each car were holding a list to compare the items purchased by each person. Count everything on the spot, and if there is anything wrong, bring it up immediately. No more waiting. The driver and the people at the distribution point stood on the carriage and picked out everyone's items one by one. Haning and the others came late, so they were standing at the back and looking at the crowded crowd in front. The group said that the water in the garage had flooded more than 30 centimeters, about the calf. Haning looked carefully and could not find any trace of water. She guessed that the underground drainage system of the garage was paralyzed, and it might be flooded to more than half in 2 days. Haning found that most people bought rice, flour, grain, oil, and fresh food, and the quantity was quite large. She saw an old lady in building 10 next door who bought 5 bags of rice weighing 100 kilograms and 5 or 6 boxes of instant noodles, and was carrying them into the elevator one by one. The same was true for another old man in building 10. He bought all the rice and noodles, as well as 2 large boxes of mineral water. The 2 of them kept carrying things into the elevator of their building, and there was almost no room to put their feet in the entire elevator. Haning also noticed the people in building 9. Everyone was carrying boxes of rice and flour and buying bags of vegetables and fruits. She also saw a middle-aged man in his 40s carrying a bag of potatoes that was estimated to be about 50 kilograms into the elevator. In comparison, what she bought today was not worth seeing. Han didn't know these people. But she remembered that in the small group of Building 9 when they talked about stockpiling supplies these days, many people said they would not stockpile. It seems that they are all hypocrites. Han looked at the piles of supplies that everyone had bought, and a trace of pain flashed across her face. No matter how much supplies these people bought now, if they were not properly stored when the tsunami came, most of them would be washed away by the waves or soaked in water. This is why everyone stocked up a lot of things during the heavy rain, but when the end of the world really came, they would be starving. It took more than 30 minutes before it was Han Ying's turn. Wu Tingfang's family also bought mostly rice, noodles, and fresh food. They bought 3 boxes of noodles alone, each box weighing 30 kilograms. They also bought several cabbages weighing 6 or 7 kilograms. Hishio saw that Han Ying's cart was mostly filled with snacks such as chocolate, potato chips, biscuits, jelly, and some hot packs, milk, soap, drinks, self-heating pots, fruits, etc. There was almost no sign of staple food.
Lu Yuan next to him was the same.
There was almost no rice or noodles. It was just some drinks, snacks, and daily necessities, but he did buy a lot of meat. He bought more than 20 kilograms of beef alone, and he also bought a lot of fish. Xiao Han, why do you buy things that don't satisfy your hunger? Let me tell you, it's not certain when the rain will stop. Buy more rice and flour before the price goes up. Auntie is an experienced person and won't lie to you. Hishio looked at the people next to her, shook her head, sighed that young people just don't know how to live, and then quietly reminded them. Hearing Hishio's reminder, Han also smiled and said that she would buy it tomorrow. Lu Yuan, who was standing by, glanced at the things on Han Ying's cart with his peripheral vision. He lowered his head and looked at the 2 large bags of things in his hands, with no expression on his face. After returning home and putting away the things, Han went out again. The water in the garage was already more than 30 centimeters deep, and it was probably not much better outside, so she had to go out to take a look. Han didn't drive, and walked out of the community wearing a raincoat, rain boots, and an umbrella hat on her head. The rain was very heavy, but fortunately there was no wind. If a person stood 5 meters away, Han felt that she might not even be able to see the other person's shadow. It was okay outside the community, and the waterlogging was not serious. It can be seen how well the drainage system of Pengcheng is done, but judging from the situation, the underground drainage system may not be able to hold on. Han is now next to the express supermarket in the community. Although it was raining heavily at this time, there were still many people gathered around the express supermarket. She saw a black figure jumping down from a gray off-road vehicle with an umbrella. The figure went around most of the car body, retreated under the awning built by the express supermarket, and opened the trunk. From Han Ying's angle, the figure was a little blurry in the rain, but it looked like Lu Yuan from the opposite door, and she didn't expect him to come down. Han ignored him, took another look at the rain curtain, and turned back. When she walked to the entrance of the parking lot, a red Wrangler rushed past Han, splashing a lot of water. Looking at the red Wrangler that had passed, Han said that she also had an off-road vehicle that was said to be able to cross the river in her space. The chassis was super high, very suitable for driving in weather like this. After returning to the community, Han waited for a long time before the elevator came. Uncle Lee, you don't have to send me back.
I can do it myself.
I'm already this old, but my dad still treats me like a child. Lin Shui moved her feet to the side a little. The elevator was full of things, and there was only a small space for her feet. She would step on things if she wasn't careful. In such heavy rain, not to mention that the boss wouldn't trust you to drive back by yourself. Even I don't trust you to come here by yourself. Li Jinrong glanced at everyone in the elevator and then looked at the girl next to him helplessly. Han felt the gaze scanning her and glanced sideways. From their conversation, the 2 men should have just returned from outside. Uncle Lee, you should rest at my house for a while and go back after lunch. Lin Shui knew that Uncle Lee had to go back to help his father with work, so she didn't dare to keep him any longer. Han saw the 2 men get off the elevator on the 26th floor and move out all the things piled in the elevator when they left. Having been here for several days, Haning has more or less understood the community and their building. The floor layout of Lefugyeongnan community is not the same on every floor. For example, there are only 2 large rooms on the 26th floor downstairs, while there is only 1 large flat on the 28th floor upstairs. Wu Tingfang from next door said that she heard the sound of renovation upstairs before, but she has never seen the owner of the upstairs come here. Haning has been here for so many days and has gone out several times, but she has indeed never seen anyone coming in and out of the 28th floor. But this has little to do with Haning. She just needs to live her own little life in the end of the world. As long as others don't offend her, she is okay. The situation in the next few days was even worse than Haning had expected. The entire underground parking lot was flooded in 2 days. It seemed that Pengcheng's drainage system was completely paralyzed. The water on the ground had nowhere to be discharged, and the water flowed to the lower places. The first containers of this water were naturally these underground parking lots. All the vehicles in the parking lot had become flooded cars, including the small broken car that Haning put in there to make up the number. As for her own white SUV, it was still in her space. The sudden rise in the water level in the past 2 days caught everyone off guard. The water on the road outside had already flooded to about 50 to 60 centimeters. But today's rain was obviously heavier than yesterday. Coupled with the paralyzed drainage system, according to this situation, it is uncertain how much the water level will rise tomorrow. Seeing the sudden rise in the water level outside, some people who had not stocked up or had a small amount of stock began to panic. Because of the rising water level on the road, all grocery shopping apps also stated that the shopping channel would be temporarily closed tomorrow after today's delivery. Even the convenience store at the entrance of the community was closed this morning for some reason. That means you still have to go to the supermarket outside to buy things. But in this weather, with this kind of water accumulation, it is still dangerous to go out in the pouring rain. The rain shows no sign of stopping. Some people who didn't buy things on the grocery shopping app today are getting anxious. Someone in the small group of Building 9 is calling for a team to go out to the big supermarket outside to buy things while the water level is still high. Those who want to go should gather at the gate of the community half an hour later and bring their own tools to carry supplies. All the vehicles have been soaked in water, and everyone can only go out on bus 11. Fortunately, the water on the road outside is only above the knees, so walking is not a problem. Haning has already bought things on the grocery shopping app today, and she is not short of supplies. So she didn't intend to go out, but when she was eating, the doorbell rang. When she opened the door, Wu Tingfang was standing outside fully armed. "Xiao Han, we also want to go out to buy some things. Do you want to go together?" When she saw Haning opening the door, Wu Tingfang directly stated her purpose. "You guys?" Haning asked in confusion. "Go with my husband and Xiao Lu. I heard from my mother that you and Xiao Lu didn't buy much staple food. Now the rain is getting heavier. It's better to buy more while you can still go out." Haning turned her head and saw a sturdy man in a one-piece raincoat standing in the corridor in front. It was Lei Minghu, whom Haning knew in her previous life. Lu Yuan was also wearing a half-length waterproof pants and leaning against the wall of the corridor with his eyes closed. There was a big bag at his feet, and a black raincoat was draped over the bag. "Okay, wait for me." Haning closed the security door and went back to the room, and then put on a down jacket. After all, the temperature outside is about 5 degrees, and it is raining heavily. She changed into waders, took a raincoat, and an umbrella cap. She comforted Tang Yuan, put some food in its basin, and then went out with a big backpack taken out from the space. It has been raining for more than 10 days in a row. Everyone was well equipped, so no one was surprised to see that everyone was almost fully armed. "You don't bring tools to carry supplies?" Wu Tingfang asked in surprise when she saw Haning only brought an umbrella, a raincoat, and a backpack. "Here, let's go." Haning patted the big bag on her back. "Put it in the bag. How much can you put in it?"
Wu Tingfang glänzte Henjinges backpack.
Although it was not small, how much could you put in it even if it was filled? "I brought a magic carpet. Don't worry." Wu Tingfang's family was still okay, so Haning responded to her kind reminders. It's just that Haning would control the relationship with them within a certain degree and would not exceed it. Although Wu Tingfang didn't know what a magic carpet was, she didn't ask much. Anyway, she thought that if Xiao Han and Xiao Lu's bags couldn't carry much things later, then they would help them carry some. Anyway, the tools they brought could hold a lot of things. It was the 2 large bathtubs her husband was holding in his hand for his son to take a bath. One is tall for bathing in winter, and the other is longer so that things can be put in it and pushed back later. There are several convenience stores outside the Uefu Jiangnan community. However, these convenience stores only sell some relatively simple things, such as fresh food. There is a very small amount of rice, flour, grain, and oil, and more some condiments, snacks, and drinks. However, there is a large supermarket about 700 to 800 meters away from their community. That's where they are going now. When they arrived at the gate of the community, Hanning found that there were more than 20 people who were going out to buy supplies together this time. Most of them were some uncles and aunts, and there were relatively few young people. Only the 4 people on their floor were young people. Everyone brought all kinds of tools to prepare for the supplies. However, the most common ones were the big bathtubs for children like Wu Tingfang's family and some dragged inflatable swimming pools or adult bathtubs. A few carried the kind of shoulder poles used in rural areas, probably intending to carry the supplies back. Everyone held a stick to detect the water level to avoid falling into the pit. Most of them were the clothes drying poles used to hang clothes, and some people, like Hanning, brought hiking poles or long branches and sticks. Han Ing was wearing a transparent raincoat with a backpack compartment. After all, she was carrying a bag with a magic carpet on her back. Although the bag was made of waterproof fabric, it would still get wet if it was exposed to the rain for a long time, so it was best to cover it with a raincoat. She put on the hood of the raincoat, and then put on an umbrella hood outside the hood, and then unfolded the folding trekking pole. "Little girl, you are so pretty, and you look like a kind person. Hey, your umbrella looks pretty useful. Can you lend it to me for a while? I will return it to you when I come back. I am old and useless. I will get a headache and catch a cold if I get a little rain. It will be a pain if I catch a cold today." After Hanning put on her equipment, she stood aside waiting for others. An auntie in her 50s stared at the umbrella cap on Han Ying's head and asked her with a flattering smile, "If you are afraid of catching a cold, then don't go out. Just hide in the quilt and take a nap, and you'll have everything." Han Ying's face was indifferent, as if she didn't hear the auntie's moral kidnapping of her, and she went back without any emotional fluctuations. "Want to morally kidnap me? It doesn't exist. In this life, Han Ing has only one principle when facing these people. That is, as long as I have no morals, morality can't kidnap me." When the other people around heard Han Ying's words to the auntie, some of them laughed secretly, and some looked disapproving. "Hey, little girl, how can you talk like that? Do you have any virtue of respecting the old and loving the young? I see that the brim of your raincoat is quite long, and you won't get wet if you put it down. Just lend me this umbrella. I'm not greedy for your things. I'll return it to you when I come back, otherwise I'll definitely catch a cold after getting wet in the rain." The auntie was about to reach out to pull the umbrella cap on Han Ying's head, but Hanning dodged it by turning sideways. The brim of the auntie's raincoat is actually quite large, and she won't get wet if she puts it down and lowers her head. However, seeing that Hanning has a better tool to keep out the rain, she felt itchy. Anyway, little girls are thin-skinned, and a little moral kidnapping can achieve the goal, but she didn't expect that this little girl is quite shrewd and can't be fooled. "If you want me to respect the old, you have to love the young. Let's do this. I'm a little afraid of water. You carry me to the supermarket, and then I'll lend you the umbrella cap. In this way, you won't catch a cold, and I don't have to be afraid of water. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How good, how about it?" Hearing the auntie's words, Han Ying's face was covered with a smile. She lowered her head slightly and looked at the old lady with a little expectation in her eyes, as if she would jump on her back immediately as long as the old lady nodded in agreement. The old lady was stunned when she heard Han Ying's words. Could it be like this? It seems that this little girl can't be fooled. Hey, the young girls nowadays are so rude. They're so impolite. They talk as if others owe them 8 million. They really don't have any virtues. I don't know what this society can expect from them in the future. Haning had already dressed up and was about to go into the water and ignore the old lady. At this time, another woman who looked to be in her 30s jumped out to accuse her. "Auntie, you are polite and virtuous, right? I see that your inflatable swimming pool is quite big. Auntie is old and probably doesn't have much strength in her hands. You can help her bring her things back later. And your umbrella is also quite big. Auntie is old and afraid of getting caught in the rain. You can be responsible for holding the umbrella for her later." Haning looked at the nosy woman, and her mouth was like a machine gun. After saying that, she still looked at the auntie beside her, as if to say, "I have arranged everything for you. No need to thank me." After hearing Han Ying's words, she didn't expect that the auntie would really look at the woman next to her with expectation. "Who are you calling auntie? You little hoof." The woman ignored the auntie, who was full of expectation, and glared at Haning. The woman's husband saw that the auntie was really going to rely on their family and immediately slapped his wife on the back. "Go over there. What's your business?" Seeing her husband angry, the woman's face was full of grievances, and then she looked at Haning, who had already entered the water, with resentment. Looking at the farce next to him, Lu Yuan had a smile in his eyes. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was fully armed and had a bulge on her back with a backpack, he inexplicably felt that this scene was a bit funny. The group of people, fully armed and carrying their own tools, set off towards the supermarket. The rain was very heavy, and the sound of the rain hitting the raincoat made the ears buzz, making everyone not in the mood to chat. She just buried her head and carefully used a stick to explore the road ahead. Because of the continuous heavy rain, many manhole covers were opened. What if she accidentally fell in? According to the current water level, it would be almost a life and death experience. The accumulated water had already flooded to above her knees. Han Ying carefully used her trekking pole to explore the road surface. She only dared to pay a little attention to the shops and buildings on both sides of the road. Most of the shops on the roadside were closed, and only one or two were still strong. The original 700-800-meter road could be walked in 20 minutes at a slow pace and 10 minutes at a fast pace. But today, everyone walked for more than half an hour to reach the supermarket. This is a 4-story supermarket, which has almost all kinds of food and daily necessities. The terrain of the supermarket is still relatively high, so the water only flooded to the door at this time. There were dozens of bags of sandbags piled at the door to resist the accumulated water that was about to fill up. Everyone put the tools they brought with them outside and did not bring them in. After all, the order is still very good now, and few people will steal the tools left outside by others. After agreeing on a time to go back, everyone rushed into the supermarket. Although it was still raining heavily outside, there were many people rushing to buy things in the supermarket. Everyone was pushing a big shopping cart, and the most piled in it was rice, flour, grain, and oil. Han Ying also pushed the largest shopping cart in the supermarket. Not far from the entrance, she picked up 2 bags of 20 kilograms of rice, 2 barrels of oil, and 2 packs of 5-pack instant noodles and put them in. The price of rice has increased a lot compared to before, and 1 bag is more than 10 yuan more expensive. Then Han Ying casually strolled in the supermarket. The price of fresh food is now ridiculously expensive. A kilogram of lettuce is 19 yuan, and cabbage is 16.2 yuan. Apples are 23.8 yuan. Oranges are 21 yuan. Durian is 80 yuan. Although it is expensive, there are still a lot of things. When everyone saw that there were so many vegetables on the shelf, their expressions relaxed. People are like this. If there are fewer vegetables on the shelf at this time, everyone will definitely fight for it, no matter how ridiculous the prices are. But there are still a lot of things in the supermarket, so everyone can easily choose while complaining about the supermarket's high prices. And they plan to take photos and report them after buying them. Although there are many people in the supermarket, there is no crazy rush. Maybe this is related to the shouting at the supermarket front desk. Han Ying heard that everyone on each floor was shouting that the supermarket has sufficient inventory and not to rush. After hearing this, the people who originally planned to buy a lot of things also lost some of their thoughts. Only some things that are urgently needed now, of course, rice and flour, are still carried in bags. Xiao Han, why don't you buy a few more bags of rice? Wu Tingfang asked anxiously when she saw that there were only 2 bags of rice in Han Ying's shopping cart. I still have 2 bags at home. If I don't finish them, they will grow worms. Han Ying didn't take more staple food because she didn't want to compete with others. After all, she already had mountains of rice and flour in her space. No, Xiao Han, you should take this kind of rice bricks. This rice brick will not go bad if it is well preserved for 2 years. Buy more and keep them. Wu Tingfang took 2 20-gene rice bricks from her shopping cart and put them in Han Ying's shopping cart. Han Ying looked at Wu Tingfang's shopping cart, which was filled with more than 20 rice bricks. However, she still accepted Wu Tingfang's kindness and did not return the rice bricks. Have you ever eaten this brand of chocolate from Sister Wu? I think this brand is relatively cheap and I want to buy more, but I'm afraid it won't taste good. Han Ying and her friends were in the chocolate area at this time, and she had already bought a lot of chocolate. She wanted to remind Wu Tingfang what to stock up on, but she could only remind her implicitly. Chocolate has high calories and is tightly packaged, so it is not easy to get wet. It is relatively easy to preserve it in a tsunami. Although this is not a big brand, it tastes good. My son likes it very much. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten. I'll take some too. Wu Tingfang put 2 large boxes of chocolate in the shopping cart. Then, thinking that she didn't know when she would be able to come out again, she took 2 large boxes and put them in. I want to buy more dried vegetables and canned food. Sister Wu, do you know where these things are? Han Ying said again when she saw Wu Tingfang taking a lot of chocolates.
I was just passing by here.
Come on, I'll take you there. Wu Tingfang pointed to an area at the back and turned the shopping cart around. Next to the canned food area is the dried vegetable area and seasonings. Han Ying put some canned food and bags of well-packaged dried vegetables, bacon, sausages, salt, and other seasonings into the shopping cart. When Wu Tingfang saw Han Ying taking so many dried vegetables, bacon, sausages, and canned food, she suddenly thought of the increasingly expensive vegetables on the shelf. So she kept moving bags of dried vegetables, bacon, sausages, and canned food into the shopping cart. Seeing that Wu Tingfang had moved a lot of these things into the cart, Han Ying didn't stay here for long, but pushed the cart to other places. Xiao Han, my shopping cart is full. I'll go get another one. You can go shopping first. After moving those things, Wu Tingfang's shopping cart was already full. Thinking about the bathtub they brought, it should be no problem to get another one, right? Han Ying pushed the shopping cart to the meat area. She saw Lu Yuan standing in front of the meat stall and putting bags of weighed meat into the shopping cart. Generally, there is not much meat in the mall. Maybe because there are more people coming out to stock up these days, Han Ying saw that the meat on the meat cabinet was empty and was quickly replenished. Now a pound of ribs has risen to 75, a pound of pork belly is 39, and a pound of pig's trotter is 47. Han Ying also weighed 4 ribs, 2 pieces of pork belly, 2 pieces of leg meat, 2 pig's trotters, and took 2 bags of frozen chicken feet and chicken wings. After buying the meat, Han Ying took some snacks and filled the whole shopping cart. It seemed that there was nothing else to buy. When passing by the wine area, she was about to pick up 2 cartons of beer, 2 cartons of drinks, and 2 boxes of mineral water to the cashier when she suddenly heard Lu Yuan's voice next to her. I just saw the news in the group. The convenience store outside the community is open. These wines and drinks are sold there. These things are heavy. I'm afraid it's not easy to carry them all the way there. Han Ying turned her head and saw Lu Yuan next to her. There were 2 shopping carts next to him. They were not too full, but the things in the 2 shopping carts added up to more than Han Ying's. The shopping cart near Han Ying was filled with a large bag of towels and socks on the top, and a few boxes of underwear and 2 pairs of slippers were stuffed in the gaps of the shopping cart. Okay, Han Ying replied and turned her head away embarrassedly. In fact, Han Ying bought those wines and drinks just to remind Lei Minghu, who was behind her just now, not to forget to stock up on water while stocking up on food. If Han Ying remembered correctly, the city would be without water and electricity for 7 days after the tsunami. Instead of taking the wines and drinks, Han Ying was choosing some chewing gum at this time. What she didn't know is that when she and Wu Tingfang were in the seasoning area, a pair of eyes had been watching them talking over there. When Wu Tingfang went to push another shopping cart, a figure walked towards her and asked where they came from to buy things. The order was still very normal now, and others were just curious, and it was not a big deal. So Wu Tingfang directly said that they came from Yuefu Jiangnan. And she didn't take it seriously and didn't mention it to anyone afterwards. Everyone bought at least a whole shopping cart of things. So even though there were 6 cashiers, there was still a long queue when checking out. When checking out, Hanning still paid in cash. A full shopping cart, 3,956 yuan. These things usually cost less than 1,500 yuan, which shows that the price increase is not a little bit. After paying the bill, Hanning pushed the shopping cart to the side, then untied the big bag on her back and took out the magic carpet inside. Take out the wireless electric air pump. Less than 2 minutes after plugging it in, a floating platform with a waterproof fence that can bear 500 kilograms was completed. Just when Hanning was about to put the air pump away and put it in her backpack, she saw Lu Yuan next to her. At this time, he was stepping on a blue foot-operated air pump with a dark face to inflate a floating bed. When he stepped faster, his foot would step on the air, causing the air pump to slide to the side. Hanning felt that this scene was inexplicably very funny. Just when Hanning was about to laugh secretly, Lu Yuan might have felt the gaze on him and looked up at her. Hanning immediately held her breath and held back her smile. Laugh if you want to laugh. Aren't you tired? Lu Yuan saw Hanning trying hard to hold back her laughter, and her face was almost red.
Puff. Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Hanning couldn't hold it back anymore and laughed out loud. Lu Yuan looked at Hanning, who was bending over and laughing without any image, and the corners of his mouth curved up. What did you tell the seller? Hanning asked after she had finished laughing and handed over her wireless electric air pump. She didn't believe that Lu Yuan, who even learned yachting, would be reluctant to buy a wireless electric air pump that cost more than 100 yuan. I bought a lot of things from that store. The seller said he would give me a good air pump. I said I wanted the kind that can be used outdoors without plugging in electricity. Who knew? Lu Yuan's face was a little dark. He was fooled by the seller. He bought 10 inflatable floating beds and 10 magic carpets, like Han Ying's. The seller saw that he bought a lot and said he would give him a good air pump. He also told him his requirements, and he also meant to have a rechargeable wireless air pump like Han Ying's. The strange thing was that he didn't check it after he bought it. The main reason was that there were too many things and he didn't have the time to check them one by one. It really can be used without plugging in electricity.
Ha ha ha.
After saying that, Hanning laughed again. She didn't expect that Lu Yuan was so easy to fool. Thank you. Lu Yuan ignored Hanning, who was laughing at him, and inflated the floating bed and returned the air pump. After the air was inflated, the two began to move things onto it one after another. Everyone heard what Hanning said to the old lady downstairs in the community, so everyone knew that she was not easy to talk to. Therefore, a few people who saw that they seemed to have bought too much by accident set their sights on Lu Yuan, who also had a large floating bed. Young men are thin-skinned and embarrassed to refuse people, so they are easy to talk to. Young man, look at me. I bought too much by accident. The main reason is that my grandson is still young at home and asks for snacks every day. I thought it was a rare day to go out, so I didn't pay attention and took too much. I see that your things are quite wide. Can you help me take some back? One of the old men's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Yuan's floating bed, and he walked straight to him and said, Sure, 1,000 per trip, guaranteed to be delivered to your home. Lu Yuan turned his head to take a look at the old man's things. Sure enough, there were a lot of snacks, such as potato chips, seaweed, and wafers. There were quite a lot of bags. When he heard Lu Yuan say yes, the old man was about to move the things in his hand to the floating bed. After hearing the last sentence, he pulled the things back abruptly. 1,000 per trip? Although the little girl just now was a bit venomous, she was not as obsessed with money as this young man. Sure enough, the woman just now was right. Young people nowadays have no virtues. Unlike their generation, although prices have risen a lot now, 1,000 can buy a lot of things. Is he wasting money? What's wrong with you, young man? We are all neighbors, and it's just a matter of helping each other. The old man hadn't finished speaking, but when he saw Lu Yuan's eyes looking at him, he stopped talking. Lu Yuan also bought a lot of things. Although his floating bed was big, he could only barely hold the things in his 2 shopping carts without falling off. Ignoring the old man, Lu Yuan moved the things up one by one and stacked them up. Han also moved all the things on the shopping cart up, covered them with a layer of waterproof cloth, and then she found that there was still some space on the floating platform. Just when she was thinking about whether to go in to buy something, she saw Lei Minghu and Wu Tingfang pushing 3 full shopping carts and finishing the checkout. Well, her little space will not be wasted. What if the rain doesn't stop? Wu Tingfang looked at the long shopping list in her hand with a worried look on her face. Her husband's salary for more than a month was gone after this trip. And now, because of the heavy rain, the club where her husband works is also closed, and it is not known when it will reopen. Wu Tingfang herself is an unemployed preschool teacher, the kind who gets paid for a day's work. Now the kindergarten is closed, and both of them have no income. They still have a mortgage of more than 5,000 yuan a month. What if the rain doesn't stop? Wu Tingfang also thought about buying less things, but she felt uneasy in her heart. Before leaving, her mother-in-law specifically told them not to feel sorry for the money. Buy as much as you can bring back, and if you have no money, she will take out her coffin book. Xiao Han, Xiao Lu, you two are so fast. Seeing that Han Ying and Lu Yuan had already packed their things, Wu Tingfang was a little surprised. Wu Tingfang and Lei Minghu took all the things from the shopping cart and then moved them little by little into the bathtub. They stacked them up layer by layer, and then fixed them with ropes, and then covered them with a layer of fresh keeping bags from the supermarket to prevent rainwater from getting in. But after filling a large bathtub and a bathtub, they found that there was still a shopping cart that could not be loaded. Lei Minghu put half of the remaining things into several shopping bags, and then carried them with 2 clothes drying poles bought from the supermarket, but in the end there was still nearly half a shopping cart left. Put it here, I still have some space here. Han Ying saw Wu Tingfang trying to imitate her husband and carry things on her shoulders and take them back, so she spoke. Xiao Han, it's a rare trip out. Why don't you buy more things? I can take them back. While they are not out yet, you should buy more. The rain may stop. Wu Tingfang turned around and looked at her floating platform after hearing Han Ying's words. There was indeed some space on it. No, there are so many people inside. I don't know when I can check out. I'll buy it next time. Han Ying didn't say that she still had a lot of things at home and didn't need to buy so much. After all, it's better not to test people's hearts. No matter how good the relationship is, she didn't dare to gamble on that one. Well, if you need anything, you can come to me. Neighbors help each other. Wu Tingfang didn't persuade her anymore. She had reminded her before that talking too much might cause others to be unhappy. Han Ying helped Wu Tingfang move the things on the shopping cart to the floating platform and then tied the things up again. A few people stood by and waited for others. Many people have come out one after another. They used all their brain cells to stuff the things they bought from the supermarket onto the tools they brought. Han Ying saw an old man pile up the entire bathtub so high that there was no gap, and then he carried other things on his shoulders like Lei Minghu. Some people who couldn't carry anything simply tied a few shopping bags together and hung them around their necks. The old lady who asked Han Ying to lend her the umbrella hat was now asking the polite couple to help her bring some things. After all, they brought a big inflatable swimming pool, and they didn't buy so many things themselves. The husband of the couple was looking at the old lady with a dark face and anger as she put bags of things on their inflatable swimming pool. His wife looked like she was about to cry and didn't dare to say a word. Auntie, you are so light? Han Ying was pulling the magic carpet with a rope in front. When she passed by the old lady, she saw that although there were a lot of things in her bathtub, most of them were light things. The bathtub didn't take up much water, so it was obvious that the heavy things were all in the inflatable swimming pool. Hey, little girl, it's you. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to take all the things I bought back. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal later. The old lady with the machine gun mouth who had seen Han Ying didn't dare to borrow an umbrella from her again. She happily dragged the lightweight bathtub even faster than when she came. It was raining heavily, and no one chatted much. However, everyone's mood improved a lot after buying a lot of supplies, and some of them even started chatting loudly. The old lady, words also fell into the ears of the couple. They worked so hard to help the old lady carry things, but Haning became the good guy. The woman stared at Han Ying's back, her face full of resentment. On the way, Haning found that the water level seemed to be much higher than when she came here. It was up to her thighs. Although the heavy rain was still ruthlessly washing the city, there were still many people on the road. Everyone waded through the water and used various tools to carry piles of things back home. The magic carpet was very useful. The things on her were at least several hundred pounds, but it was still quite light to drag. It was just hard to control the direction. After all, it was a bit wide. However, when the magic carpet almost went off the track for the first time, Haning felt that someone behind her used his feet to help her push the floating platform, so the floating platform quickly returned to the right track. Haning looked back and found that it was Lu Yuan who was following her. On the way back, Han Ying's magic carpet often went off the track. However, every time it was about to go off the track, someone behind her helped her correct the direction. Sometimes it was Lu Yuan, sometimes it was Lei Minghu, which saved her a lot of worry. It took half an hour to come here. On the way back, because the water level was higher, and everyone had to carefully detect the road surface while dragging things, the speed was a little slower. When they returned to the community, it was already afternoon, which meant that they all missed lunchtime. It was just a meal. After getting the supplies, they would eat slowly when they got home. More than 20 people each bought a lot of things. Although there were 2 elevators, it would take many trips to transport all the things up. Haning and the others did not compete with others for the first place, but thought about reminding Wu Tingfang and the others to buy water. Sister Wu, I want to go to the convenience store to buy some mineral water. Can you help me watch the things? The magic carpet could not be dragged directly into the elevator, so Haning took all the things on it down and put them on the ground.
Now?
It's raining so hard and you've been so tired for so long. Don't you want to take a rest? Although most of the things in their house were dragged by her husband, Wu Tingfang felt that she was very tired after going back and forth. She thought that Haning, a little girl, must be even more tired. No, I just saw that the water level seems to be higher than when we went there. I'm afraid that the water quality will deteriorate if it keeps raining. I'm also used to drinking mineral water. It doesn't look like it will be our turn soon, so I want to buy a few more boxes of water and drinks now. When Haning took off her backpack and was about to put on her raincoat again, Lei Minghu next to her said, "How about you lend me this magic carpet, Xiao Han? It looks like it can hold a lot of things, and everyone should stop running around. Anyway, I'll go out alone to buy it. We also want to buy some. Xiao Lu, do you want some? Then help me bring 2 boxes, and I'll give you the money later." Hearing Lei Minghu's words, Lu Yuan glanced at him. Although the two did not have much contact, Lu Yuan could hear the meaning of his words from the other party's words, and one of the 2 men must stay. "How much do you want, Xiao Han?" Lei Minghu looked at Haning and asked. "Then I want a box of mineral water, a box of Coke, and a box of beer." Haning originally planned to buy 2 boxes of each by herself. But if Lei Minghu goes out, he should buy less so that their family can bring back more things. When he heard that Haning also bought a box of beer, Lu Yuan glanced at him. "Why? Girls can't drink." Seeing Lu Yuan's eyes, Haning glared at him and asked, "Sister Wu, did you hear me?" Lu Yuan looked at Haning with amusement, and then turned to ask Wu Tingfang next to him. "Xiao Lu didn't say anything, right, Xiao Han?" Wu Tingfang also had a smile on her face. Although she was over 30, she was still young in her mentality, and liked to watch young people playing and fighting. So although the son at home was a little noisy, Wu Tingfang not only didn't feel annoyed, but also felt that it was very lively. "TSK. I don't believe you." The 3 of them threw their raincoats on the ground. Leaning against the wall, eating the food she had just bought, she watched other people moving things back and forth into the elevator. The first person to start moving things into the elevator was the old man who hung the things around his neck. When Haning was still wondering why the old lady didn't get there first, she saw the old lady moving things out of the couple's inflatable swimming pool 1 bag at a time. Haning saw the woman just now, and instead of blaming the old lady who threw the things to her to move, she was secretly glaring at her with a resentful look. Seeing this scene, Haning was so angry that she laughed. She had noticed the resentful look in the woman's eyes on the way back just now, but she just didn't want to pay attention to her. Haning never takes the initiative to cause trouble. Just now, the other party was just meddling in her business first and provoked her, and she just retaliated. So she hates her? Very good. Then I will attract another wave of hatred, and see if you dare to meddle in other people's business in the future? Auntie, you bought a lot of stuff. Wow, you bought 10 bags of rice alone. How heavy is it? Haning rolled her eyes, and then walked to the side of the ant with an innocent face, looking at the rice she piled on the ground in surprise. Little girl, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to bring back so many things. We have an agreement. We will definitely come to your house for dinner later. I will make you my best pork knuckle, the ant said as she moved the last box of instant noodles down from the inflatable swimming pool. This ant is also a wonderful person. She didn't tell people her house number when she invited them to dinner. Hey, what's wrong with you? It's obviously us who worked so hard to help you move the things back. Instead of thanking us, you thank some irrelevant people. Do you have a brain? The woman couldn't help it when she heard the ant thanking Haning again. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at the ant and started to scold. You dare to call me brainless?
Who are you?
I put the things there to give you face. I put some things there, and you're still complaining. Who do you think you are? You dares to scold people. I will not kill you. The ant jumped up when she saw the woman dared to put her hands on her waist and scold her. While jumping, she made the gesture of intangible cultural heritage and slapped the woman in front of her. Seeing that the ant pushed the woman to the corner, Haning silently stepped back. She continued to lean against the wall, eating her bread and waiting for her mineral water. Lu Yuan, who was watching Han Ying's coquettish operation, was stunned and said that women really should not be offended, especially the woman in front of him. What are you looking at? Haning felt the gaze from the side, turned her head and glared at Lu Yuan without any lethality. Lu Yuan raised his hands lightly with his palms facing outward and made a gesture of surrender to show that I can't afford to offend you. Haning turned her head back with satisfaction. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was Haning and his friend's turn after everyone else had moved their things up. At this time, Lei Minghu also came back. The magic carpet was filled with boxes of alcoholic beverages, as well as several large bags of snacks and cigarettes. Haning and Lu Yuan didn't have too many things, so they shared an elevator and moved all their things up. Wu Tingfang and her friends had more things, so they filled up another elevator. Even people had to sit on the rice to move all the things up. After the elevator reached the 27th floor, the two of them worked together to move all the things outside. Haning went home first with a bag of snacks that took up space but were not heavy, and then pushed her small cart out to load the things. Tang Yuan saw that its boss had finally come back and went out again, so he barked and chased after him. Woof woof. Boss, why did you go out again just after coming back? Bring the dog with you. Then when it saw Haning moving things onto the cart, it also bit a bag of delicious-looking things with its mouth, and was about to drag them home. Tang Yuan, put it down. That's someone else's. Tang Yuan was dragging a large bag of beef, which belonged to Lu Yuan. After putting down the bag of meat, Tang Yuan bit another bag of sausages. This time, he dragged it back without hearing the owner's voice asking him to put it down. Your dog is quite smart. Lu Yuan looked at Tang Yuan with full interest and admiration. That's it, he's always stupid. Haning didn't want people to pay too much attention to Tang Yuan so as not to be remembered, so she could only lie with open eyes. After walking back and forth twice, Haning finally moved all the things back home. After closing the door, she collapsed on the sofa without any image. After resting for a few minutes, Haning took out a portion of soup that she had boiled before from the space and drank half a bowl directly. Then she took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Wu Tingfang, asking her how much the 2 boxes of wine and cola were. Wu Tingfang directly took a bill and gave it to Haning. Wow, a box of mineral water that originally cost more than 30 yuan has directly increased to 80 yuan. The price of cola and beer has also increased. However, Haning had expected that these things would increase in price, so she was not too surprised. She calculated and transferred the money directly. After transferring the money, Hanning planned to go into the bathroom to take a hot bath before eating. Just as she was about to take off her clothes, she heard the doorbell ring. After walking out of the bathroom and opening the 2 security doors, Hanning saw through the peephole that it was Lu Yuan standing outside. When Hanning thought he wanted to talk to her about something, she opened the door and asked, "What's the matter?" "I bought this box of wine from abroad. It tastes pretty good. I'll give it to you to try, just as a thank you for lending me the air pump." Lu Yuan pointed to a box of beer that he had put on the ground. Hanning looked down and saw a box of beer on the ground. Wow, the price of this box of beer was enough to buy her 2 air pumps. Hanning also bought a lot of this brand of wine when she was stockpiling supplies abroad. She had drunk it and it tasted really good. "Then I'll give you this. I have another one." Hanning turned back to the entrance and handed the electric wireless air pump she had used today to Lu Yuan along with the charger. Hanning didn't think that she could accept this box of wine just by charging it once. The most important thing was that she had dozens of such air pumps in her space.
It was probably not easy to buy outside now.
Would she have to help him charge the air pump next time they went out together?
Thank you.
Lu Yuan did not refuse. He really needed this thing. The most important thing was that it was really not easy to buy outside. After saying that, he waved his hand and went back to his house. Looking at the box of beer on the ground, Hanning sighed helplessly. Did she look so much like an alcoholic? Didn't she just ask Lei Minghu to help buy a box of wine? Was it necessary for this person to send her a box of wine on purpose? Hanning moved the wine in and placed it next to the dining table, and then planned to go into the bathroom to take a shower. At this time, she heard her phone ringing again. It was a video call request from Wu Tingfang next door. Han-ing answered it directly and saw Wu Tingfang's face on the screen. "Xiao Han, is it convenient for me to come over to you now? I have something to tell you." "Okay, come over." Wu Tingfang's expression in the video was quite serious, and her face didn't look very good. Han-ing couldn't figure out why she came to see her. After inspecting the entire living room, there was nothing that shouldn't be there. But thinking that it was still several days before the end of the world, it seemed that there was nothing that couldn't be left at home. The doorbell rang soon, and Han-ing opened the door directly and saw Wu Tingfang coming in with a plate. "This is the chicken wing rice roll made by my mother-in-law. You shouldn't have eaten yet, right?" Just now, when they were waiting for Lei Minghu downstairs, the 3 of them had a casual meal. But that little food was not enough to fill their stomachs, and they had just returned, so Han-ing obviously didn't have the time to prepare food. "Yes, I haven't eaten yet. Thank you, Sister Wu." Han-ing put the plate of chicken wing rice rolls on the dining table, and then invited Sister Wu to sit down. "Xiao Han, my husband and I are planning to go out at night when there are many people around. Do you want to come with us?" Wu Tingfang's face didn't look very good. It looked a little pale, and she seemed a little scared. "Did something happen?" Han-ing asked doubtfully. "Didn't my husband just go to the convenience store to buy water? The boss said that if he didn't have some packages that others hadn't taken away, he would have planned to close the store directly. They don't plan to open the store after today. He said that a friend of his at the Meteorological Bureau overheard some secrets, saying that there are signs of movement of the crust on the seabed, and it is very likely that a large submarine earthquake will occur and trigger a tsunami, so they should prepare early. Although I have heard such news before, true and false, but there has been this strange rain recently, so I am always uneasy. My husband said that while we can still go out, we should quickly stock up more, otherwise I am afraid that if the rain doesn't stop, or the news is true, I won't be able to buy much when I want to buy it, and if the rain doesn't stop, I am afraid that the water level will rise and I won't be able to go out even if I want it." Wu Tingfang's face was not very good when she said this. She was originally looking forward to the rain ending as soon as possible so that she and her husband could return to work as soon as possible so that the family could have income. But now it seems that this rain may still be gentle. "Thank you for telling me the news. Sister Wu, are you going to tell other relatives and friends about it?" Han-ing really didn't expect that Wu Tingfang and the others would know the news at this time. Did they know about this at this time in the previous life? Maybe they didn't know. Today, she suggested going to the convenience store to buy water, so Lei Minghu heard the news from there. And the news of the tsunami didn't seem to be so early in the previous life. Haning guessed that the news of the tsunami appeared several days earlier than in the previous life, which was probably due to her post. However, she didn't know who took it seriously and investigated it. Anyway, as long as the official knew the news in advance, they would have more time to prepare so that this life might be less likely to be chaotic. Now there are 5 days before the end of this reign. There are still 8 days before the tsunami. If the official prepared in advance, they would definitely do better than in the previous life. No, actually, I am an orphan. My husband and I are neighbors. We have known each other since we were young. I have lived in their house since my parents died in junior high school. So except for my husband, my son, and my mother-in-law, I have no other relatives, and I don't have many friends here. Wu Tingfang looked a little sad. She didn't expect that after learning such a big news, she could only tell the neighbors she had just met for a few days. She has many colleagues in the kindergarten, but she is actually just a substitute teacher, and she has no identity background. There are also small circles in early childhood education. Although everyone is polite to her on the surface when it comes to good friends, there is really no one. Okay, then let's go out together again. It'll be another 2 hours. Let's take a break. By the way, should we call Lu Yuan across the street? Haning really didn't know about Wu Tingfang's past. She had received a lot of help from Wu Tingfang in her previous life, but she didn't think she was a person who was not good at making friends. On the contrary, she felt that she was quite enthusiastic and a little outgoing. It might be that the two of them really got along well. Don't worry, my husband has already gone to ask him. By the way, let me tell you, my husband said that Lu Yuan is not an ordinary person. Since we are destined to be neighbors, it's best to make friends with him and not provoke him. My husband said that he accidentally saw Lu Yuan's hands, and the calluses on his hands were caused by years of practicing swords.
It's not ordinary.
My husband used to be a soldier. He wouldn't be wrong. Wu Tingfang's desire to share gossip dispelled a lot of her fear just now. Haning knew in her previous life that Lu Yuan was not an ordinary person. Although she had never seen him use a sword, Haning still remembered vividly the way he could remove joints from people. Why aren't you surprised at all? Forget it. You should take a rest. I'll call you when it's time to leave. Wu Tingfang stood up and waved to Haning and prepared to go back. After going out, when Wu Tingfang walked to the door of her house, she saw her husband also coming out of Lu Yuan's house. The two looked at each other and said that they would go back and talk about it. Dehu, how is Xiao Lu doing? Wu Tingfang asked impatiently as soon as she entered the house. He said yes, and we should call him when he's ready to go out. He also reminded us that he saw someone selling inflatable swimming pools at the mall in the afternoon, so we could buy one. The bigger one can bring back more things. Lei Minghu changed into slippers after entering the house, and then continued. Wife, how much money do we have left? Do you want to take it all? But what about the mortgage then? We will have the things by then, but what if we can't pay the mortgage and get kicked out? This is the sorrow of house slaves. Wu Tingfang also wanted to take out all the money to buy things, but unfortunately their family still has a mortgage of more than 5,000 yuan per month, and now they have no income.
Buy.
I still say the same thing. Buy as much as you can bring back. Don't be stingy with money. How about this, Dahu? Don't touch the money in the card you used to pay the mortgage. It can last for a few months. If the situation gets better after a few months, even if you borrow, you can still pay the mortgage for 1 month. Mom still has some money. Use it all to buy. He Xiao handed a passbook to Wu Tingfang and then took out 20,000 in cash for them. Wu Tingfang took a look at the money on the passbook and there was still 50,000. The down payment for this house was paid with the money that her parents-in-law had saved for their entire lives, and now they have to use the remaining money of her mother-in-law, which makes the couple feel a little guilty. But they are even more afraid that they can't buy anything if they keep the money. Looking at the sky, I'm afraid that the water level will rise even higher tomorrow. What if the bank is closed tomorrow? Now you can pay with your mobile phone or cash, but the money in the passbook can't be swiped at all. You have to take it out before you can use it. Wife, make a list of things you need to buy. It's past 3 o'clock now. In a while, the bank may not close yet. To avoid any trouble, I'll go out to get it in advance. We'll meet at the supermarket then. Lei Minghu said as he took the passbook from Wu Tingfang. To withdraw cash from a passbook, you don't need to be present as long as the amount does not exceed 50,000 yuan at a time. You only need the password. Dahu, you have to be careful when you are alone. The bank is not close. Wu Tingfang was a little worried. The bank where the passbook was kept was 2 kilometers away from their community. She also knew that it was unrealistic to come back to the community, so she would go directly to the supermarket and wait for it to be closer. Don't worry, don't you see where I come from? This little bit of money won't bother me. Lei Minghu comforted his wife. In fact, there was some anxiety in his eyes, an anxiety about the future. But he is the backbone of this family. His family needs him. If he is not strong, this family will not survive. Lei Minghu set off half an hour later. He had to go there early, otherwise he was afraid that the bank would close early. Not only would it be a wasted trip, but it would also be troublesome if he couldn't withdraw the money. Mom, I'm a little scared. After Lei Minghu left, Wu Tingfang looked at her mother-in-law with red eyes. She felt uneasy. Ever since she knew there might be a tsunami, she couldn't calm down. Her hands were still shaking. Wu Tingfang didn't know why. Pengcheng was still far away from the sea. It was said that even if there was a tsunami, it had nothing to do with them. But she saw that the world had been experiencing heavy rain for more than 10 days in a row, and she felt inexplicably flustered. Don't be afraid. Think about Xiaoheng. He hasn't grown up yet. It is said that a mother is strong. If you think about Xiaoheng more, you won't be afraid. No matter what, as long as our family is together, there is nothing to be afraid of. Don't go out later. I'm worried about your condition.
I'll go.
Mom is only in her 50s. She's not too old to move. You stay at home with Xiaoheng. Go and sleep with Xiaoheng for a while. Don't think too much. He Xiao patted her daughter-in-law's arm. Ah Fong is good in every way except that she is a little timid and has never seen much of the world. She gets scared by a little thing. Today's rain is particularly heavy, much heavier than yesterday. I'm afraid the water level outside will be even deeper in the next few hours. Mom, can you make it? Wu Tingfang knew that her current state was not right. On the one hand, she didn't want her mother-in-law to go out and suffer, and on the other hand, she was worried that if she went out in her current state, she would hold others back. Hanning felt much more relaxed after taking a hot bath. Although the weather was very cold and she had just drunk soup, she still did not dare to slack off and made another cup of cold medicine and drank it. She had to go out in more than an hour, and this little time was not enough for her to sleep. So Hanning simply did not sleep, and she was feasting on the food on the table. While eating, Hanning was browsing her phone and looking at Weibo for a while. The hot searches on it were all about the rain. The water level in some cities with lower terrain and poorer drainage systems has risen to 2 or 3 meters, and the entire city has been paralyzed. This shows that Pengcheng is still relatively good, and the water level is less than 1 meter now. After browsing Weibo, Hanning browsed some short videos. Most of the recent short videos were about the water levels in various cities and videos of them staying at home to buy supplies. Of course, there are also some who don't know whether they are for the number of clicks or for some other reason, showing their stockpiled goods at home, with several large refrigerators full of rice, flour, grain, and oil. Hanning didn't want to watch these videos of herself killing herself, so she opened the WeChat community group and the small group of Building 9. Everyone was complaining about the rain. They were complaining about the work they were forced to stop, complaining about the endless rise in prices without income, and complaining about having to go overseas to buy things. After closing the community group, Hanning opened the small group of Building 9. As soon as she entered, Hanning saw several families who went to the supermarket to buy things together today and posted their gains today. The ground was full of various rice, flour, grain, oil, meat, fresh food, snacks, and drinks. Not to mention that it was really spectacular to take pictures. After several people posted their spoils in succession, Hanning saw a very abrupt purchase message in the middle. She said that she didn't dare to go out in this weather and water level and there was nothing to eat at home, so she asked for a high price to buy a batch of food. The price could be negotiated, or she could also exchange it with her brand name bags. Then she posted a whole cabinet of brand name bags. There were dozens of them. Hanning recognized several of the bags in them, and each one cost hundreds of thousands. She took a look at the person's note in the group, 2601 Lin Shui. Haning didn't know Lin Shui, but she knew the 26th floor. When she was riding the elevator that day, she met a man and a woman who had just returned from outside. They also brought half of the elevator's food.
They were on the 26th floor at that time.
Of course, there are 2 families on the 26th floor. The person who exchanged the brand name bag for food may not be the girl that day, but if it is really that girl, then Haning really has to praise this person's survival method. This kind of person is too suitable for surviving in the end times. Take the initiative to let others know that there is no food in the house in advance, so that they will not be targeted by others. Thinking of this, Haning also casually sent a message in the group. Seeking food together. It's too rainy to go out. Looking for errands or food at a high price. Tears in the eyes. Jif Hanying's message was quickly wiped out as soon as it was sent out, and of course no one paid attention to her. This made people who were originally worried that those who went to the supermarket with her today would come out to ruin her, but in the end, no one noticed her at all. Haning closed the chat interface without any interest and concentrated on eating her food. Just when Haning closed the chat interface, Lu Yuan, who lived across the street, was also eating. He stared at the page on his phone with a smile in his eyes, and he was looking at the purchase information that Haning had just sent in the group. After finishing the meal and putting away the dishes, Lu Yuan walked into the room and opened the door of the closet that took up an entire wall. After moving all the hanging clothes to the side, a row of stairs that were only wide enough for one person appeared in the closet. Climbing up the stairs, Lu Yuan actually came directly to the 28th floor. The 28th floor was a large flat with thick carpets on the floor to ensure that there would be no sound when walking on it. The entire 28th floor was divided into 8 large rooms by Lu Yuan, and 6 of the rooms were filled with various supplies. Lu Yuan came to a room in the middle, which was displayed with 3 rows of 3-story shelves. On each shelf, various vegetables were planted in long pots. Although it had been raining for more than 10 days without a ray of sunshine, the vegetables still grew very well with the help of the fill light. Lu Yuan watered each pot of vegetables a little bit, then pulled out the weeds that had just emerged and caught a few small caterpillars before leaving the room. After leaving the room with the vegetable garden, Lu Yuan walked into another room next door. There were also 3 rows of shelves in this room, but they were filled with cages. On each layer of the 3 shelves was a rectangular cage. One shelf was for fat rabbits, one for roosters, and one for quails. Rabbits reproduce very quickly, so they can ensure that they will never lack meat to eat. Roosters are quiet, clean, and have a long lifespan. Although they are a little small, they lay eggs very diligently. A rooster can collect more than 300 eggs a year, and of course the meat can be eaten. Not to mention quails, the meat and eggs are very delicious. All 3 kinds of poultry are quiet and not noisy. With sound insulation cotton installed on the walls and glass, you can't hear from the outside that there are live poultry inside. Haning drew more than 20 space symbols. She looked at the time and estimated that Wu Tingfang would come to call her soon. Although it was only 5 o'clock, it was already pitch black outside. If she went out at this time, she might not get home until midnight. Although she was wearing waders, it was still very cold in the water. Since she had the conditions, she had to protect herself. So Haning planned to wear her constant temperature suit inside and a down jacket outside. After getting dressed, Haning put her bag, umbrella hat, and headlamp at the entrance, and she could just pick them up and leave later. After putting her things away, Haning was about to go back to the room to draw 2 more space symbols when she heard the phone on the table ring. It was a video call request from Wu Tingfang. "Hello, Sister Wu." Haning answered and said directly to the screen.
"Siya Han."
Something happened. "Hurry up and check the news and the messages in the group. Hurry up." Wu Tingfang's eyes were red, and her voice was shaking unnaturally. Han Ying's heart trembled after hearing Wu Tingfang's words. She instinctively felt that something big must have happened. Without time to say anything else, Haning hung up the video and turned on the TV. Sitting in the middle of the TV screen was an official leader. Haning heard him say that starting from now, China will restrict Chinese people from leaving the country and launch an evacuation operation. rescue the international students and tourists trapped abroad by heavy rain and floods. The evacuation operation will last for 2 days. Those who still don't want to come back after 2 days, just stay safe. Hanning was stunned when she heard the news on TV. Because there was no evacuation operation at this time in the previous life, and there was only about half a month after the tsunami and the virus outbreak. Could it be because the post about the end of the world that she posted before was noticed by the authorities? Or are there other reborn people like her in the official? Otherwise, just because of a simple post about the end of the world, it should not be possible to cause such a big deviation in this life. However, the evacuation operation has nothing to do with ordinary people like them, and Wu Tingfang would not be so scared because of it. There must be other things. Hanning took out her mobile phone and looked through the messages in the group, and then found the answer from it. There is a boss who runs a big supermarket in the community group. He said that he just received a notice from the official, asking him to close the supermarket immediately and not sell anything to the public. There are also other bosses in the community group who spoke up and said that they also received the notice. All pharmacies, big supermarkets, factories, gas stations, wholesale markets, farmers' markets, seafood markets, farms, large orchards, large vegetable gardens, etc. can no longer open to the public. Wait for the official personnel to take over the inventory before making further arrangements. Han Ying's face was very bad after seeing the news. This didn't happen in the previous life. She remembered that before the tsunami came, when the rain stopped, she spent a lot of money to have someone send a batch of supplies to Zhao Meihua's family. Although the supplies were very expensive at that time, they could still be bought, and the other party also promised her that as long as she had money, she would have enough supplies. So the official takeover of supplies is only in this life. In fact, this may not be a bad thing. With unified management of supplies, no one will hoard a large amount of goods and resell them at high prices, and some people will starve to death. The most important thing is that during the tsunami, these materials that were taken over can also be better preserved under the official arrangement. Otherwise, if they are bought by individuals, they may be directly washed away or soaked in the tsunami. That was the case in the previous life. Hanning actually hoarded a lot of things during the heavy rain. But in the end, almost 4/5 of the supplies were washed away by the waves or soaked in the water in the tsunami. So it is not a bad thing that all the supplies are taken over by the official. Hanning guessed that the official would definitely release these supplies after the tsunami. But before the authorities release these supplies again, there will definitely be some chaos. Continuing to read the messages in the group, Hanning had noticed before that the owner of the convenience store at the entrance of the community was also in the community group. But he didn't say just now that his convenience store was also banned from selling to the public, which shows that it should only target those businesses with large inventories. After realizing this, Hanning immediately carried the bag she had prepared and went out. After pressing the doorbells next door and opposite, Hanning stood in the middle and waited. "Xiaohan, have you read the group message? My husband went out to withdraw money. I just called him, and he said that a convenience store he just passed by was not closed. He went there to buy something first. Let's be careful. There are people scrambling everywhere in the small store outside." Wu Tingfang said anxiously when she opened the door and saw Hanning. Then the convenience store outside must not be closed either. "Let's go down quickly. Maybe we can grab some." Hanning didn't expect that this life would be so chaotic in advance. This wave of official operations really caught everyone off guard. "Lu Yuan, do you know everything?" Hanning asked directly when she saw Lu Yuan opening the door.
Know what?
After Lu Yuan finished tidying up the vegetable garden upstairs, he began to take care of the rabbits, quails, and roosters. It took him a lot of time to collect eggs, feed water, and clean cages. So he came out when he heard the doorbell after coming downstairs. "Hurry up and take your floating bed. There is no time. Let's talk while walking." Hanning pushed Lu Yuan in a hurry and pushed him into their house. Plans cannot keep up with changes. The three of them took their own tools and rushed to the convenience store outside as fast as possible. The owner of the convenience store was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She didn't want to open the store today, but there were still a lot of express deliveries that others hadn't picked up yet. So she called them one by one and asked them to come and pick them up and then she planned to close the store and go home. And decided not to open the store in the next few days and hide everything on the shelves in the warehouse tomorrow. After all, she heard about the tsunami from her friends. Although Pengcheng is still far from the seaside, she was still a little worried. But after she pulled down the door curtain, she suddenly heard a sound coming from outside the door. She didn't think much about it, thinking that someone came to buy something, so she opened the shutter door again. Who knew that the person rushed in and frantically moved things to the counter and urged her to settle the bill quickly. Before she finished settling the bill of that person, several more people rushed into the store in the heavy rain and did the same thing as the person just now. She was confused. When Haning and the other three arrived at the convenience store, almost all the shelves had been emptied. After all, how many things are there in a convenience store? And there are still many people scrambling inside. Seeing the scene, the three of them decisively decided to give up this convenience store and go directly to the next one. The occupancy rate of Lefu Jiangnan community is very high, so there are still many supermarkets and convenience stores around. The supermarket has been forced to close, but there are still many convenience stores around. The second convenience store is about 100 meters away from Lefu Jiangnan. However, Haning and the others found that there were more than a dozen people outside the store on the door. They were really it, and several men were swinging various heavy objects at the door. But the boss just wouldn't open the door, and maybe he wasn't in the store. It seemed that there was no hope here, and Haning decisively told them to give up here. But everyone knew the news almost at the same time, so there were many people who thought of going to the convenience store outside like them. Most of the stores along the way were closed. Those restaurants had stopped operating when the rain got heavier a few days ago. The only ones that were still open occasionally in the past few days were hospitals, supermarkets, express supermarkets, hotels, banks, casinos, and a few clothing stores, and even fewer where you could buy food. When the three of them braved the heavy rain and came to the third convenience store more than 400 meters away, they found that it had been emptied out a long time ago. The boss was sitting at the cashier with a look on his face that looked like he was about to cry. That won't work. There are too few things in these small convenience stores. A few people can clear them out. We may not be able to buy anything. Wu Tingfang shouted in the rain.
Come with me.
I know a place where there may be more. Lu Yuan looked at the empty shelves of the convenience store and raised his hand. Lu Yuan led the two of them to carefully turn left and right in the heavy rain. After walking for more than half an hour, they came to a small shop in an alley. This is a specialty store that sells some local specialties of Pengcheng and Prung province, as well as other foods that are convenient for giving away. Lu Yuan has bought a lot here before. The store is not big, and the owner is an old woman in her 60s. At this time, the heavy rain outside seemed to have nothing to do with her small shop. She sat quietly in front of the cashier with reading glasses and flipped through a book. Oh, there are still people buying things in this heavy rain? The boss smiled widely when he saw the three young people walking in from the rain. There seemed to be a lot of things in the specialty store. There were boxes of beautifully packaged cakes, various kinds of dried meat, meat jerky, candied fruit, dried tofu, biscuits, tea, wine, etc. There were even boxes of meat sauce and bacon. Boss, are you selling your things? Wu Tingfang's eyes lit up when she saw these things. Although she couldn't buy rice and flour, it was not bad to have these things. You asked, sell. Of course sell. Their family is a specialty store. The things they sell are relatively expensive. But they are not staple foods nor must-eats, so to be honest, business has been much worse after the rainstorm, resulting in not much sales of the entire batch of goods that were previously imported. Wu Tingfang smiled broadly when she heard the affirmative answer. She looked at Haning and Lu Yuan and saw that they both nodded and began to move things. Seeing the three people moving their things as if they were free, the boss's face was both worried and happy. She was happy that the store had business, but she was worried that these three people would bully her, an old woman, like bandits, without paying, right? Well, these things of mine are quite expensive. Do you really want to buy so many? Although these three young men did not look like bad people, you can't judge a person by his appearance. It was a rainy night like this, and it was impossible for her to say that she was not worried. Just when the boss was thinking about calling his wife upstairs to ask him to come down, he heard the little girl among the three people speak. "Boss, let's settle the bill first, and remember to write us a receipt." They had already discussed it when they were in the elevator just now. They would buy as much as they could take back after they came out, and then divide it up after they got back. The boss also knew that the prices of food outside were rising now. So, although she still had a lot of inventory, she still had to make the money she should make. Of course, she had to follow the increase in others' prices. "Boss, do you still have this bacon and meat sauce?" Wu Tingfang asked after moving the 2 boxes of bacon on the shelf to the counter. Yes, there are still 5 or 6 boxes of bacon, and there seem to be 3 or 4 boxes of meat sauce. "How much do you want?" the boss said while settling the bills and pointing to the location of the warehouse. "These meat sauces and bacon can be stored for a long time. I want to take a few more boxes." "How much do you want?" Wu Tingfang looked at Lu Yuan, who was moving the meat jerky, and Haning, who was taking coffee, and asked, "I want 1 box of each." Haning took down several bottles of coffee from the shelf before saying, "Lu Yuan, me too." The 3 of them almost emptied the shelves of the specialty store, and only stopped after asking the boss to take out a lot of things from the warehouse. "The total is 79,853 yuan. I'll round it off for you. 79,800. After settling all the bills, the boss himself was also shocked. Did these 3 young people really want to buy so much? "Each of you pay 25,000 first, and I'll pay the rest. We'll calculate when we get back." I knew that the prices of things would increase, but I didn't expect that even the specialty store would increase the prices so horribly. If these things were in normal times, they wouldn't even cost 30,000. But now it's very rare to find a store to buy supplies, so naturally there's no way to complain about the high prices. Wu Tingfang took out her mobile phone and scanned 29,800 and gave it to the boss, and Haning and Lu Yuan each scanned 25,000. After hearing the sound of the money coming in, the boss's face was squeezed with wrinkles. While happily helping them move the things up, he also reminded them to be careful on the way. While moving things, Han Ying's eyes fell on a vacuum packaging machine at the corner of the cash register. "Boss, are you selling this vacuum packaging machine?" Han Ying actually has many such vacuum packaging machines in her space. But now that she saw it, she thought of it as an excuse to stock up one for the neighbors, to thank them for taking care of her in their previous life. With a vacuum packaging machine, some things can be stored in a vacuum, and maybe they can save more things during the tsunami. But this one is old. I have a new one in my warehouse. This old one broke last month, so my son who lives in another province bought another one online and sent it back. Later, this one was repaired, and the new one was not used. If you want it, I will give you the original price of the new one." The boss smiled. They had no use for the vacuum packaging machine, so it would be better to give it away so that it would not take up space. "Okay, Sister Wu, my card has a limit today.
Can you help me swipe it?"
Just consider it as a purchase for the 3 of us." Haning bought this vacuum packaging machine for Wu Tingfang, but she couldn't say it so obviously, so she could only say this. She glanced at Lu Yuan next to her, and he didn't seem to have any objections. "That's fine." In fact, Wu Tingfang's family also has a vacuum machine, but it's relatively small and can't be used continuously or it will go on strike, so she didn't refuse. "Do you want the vacuum bags?" "I still have 15 or 16 boxes in my warehouse. They were all bought when my son bought the vacuum machine. I can't use them all, and I don't know why I bought so many." The boss looked at Haning and asked after he moved the vacuum machine out. "Yes, take whatever specifications you want. I want 9 boxes in total, is that okay?" It was said that the 3 of them bought it together, and when the time comes, they will be divided according to size, and each person will get 3 boxes, which is very even. Okay. The boss was very happy. She was worried about the vacuum bags in the warehouse that were piled up and taking up space. A large box has 300 pieces, a medium box has 500 pieces, and a small box has 1,000 pieces. If they use them, I'm afraid they may not be able to use them all in 10 years. It's too wasteful. "Xiao Han, can we move so many boxes back?" Seeing that there was still a lot of things on the ground that had not been moved, Wu Tingfang was a little worried. It's okay, just pile it up a little higher, and it'll be fine if you organize it properly. Lu Yuan, who was standing by, seemed to have seen Han Ying's thoughts and said affirmatively. However, when he heard Han Ying say that she wanted to buy so many vacuum bags, he was also surprised and thought about something. Most of the materials piled up in his house were sealed by himself using tin cans and plastic cans with a concealing machine after they were bought. This not only allows them to be preserved for a longer time, but also prevents water from entering. Those that cannot be sealed with a concealing machine are also sealed with a vacuum machine, so there is no need to worry about water entering. But Han Ying's purchase of so many vacuum bags is obviously also based on this consideration. So this has to deepen Lu Yuan's suspicion of Han Ying. Lu Yuan had seen Han Ying suddenly appear in the house opposite before, and he had some guesses about Han Ying. And now it seems that this guess can be deepened. After the three of them moved and the things, they did not stay for long, but walked back along the original route, deep and shallow. Now the water level has risen nearly twice since they came out in the morning. Han Ying's long legs are more than 1 meter long, and the water level is almost up to her waist. But this water level is a bit awkward, and neither the speedboat nor the kayak can be used. It won't hit the bottom, but the water level is too shallow to paddle, and it's probably slower than walking. Lu Yuan put all the heavy things on his floating bed, so Han Ying and Wu Tingfang were much lighter. Especially Han Ying, Lu Yuan walked behind her and often helped her correct the direction of the magic carpet, so she didn't have much trouble dragging it. Sister Wu. Han Ying, who was walking next to Wu Tingfang, saw that her body seemed to stagger. As if she was about to fall, she immediately reached out to help her and shouted at her. My raincoat seems to be soaked in water. Wu Tingfang shouted hard in the heavy rain. She felt very cold and shivered all over. Every step she took was so heavy, and her whole legs seemed to be soaked in ice water, and was about to lose consciousness. Hearing Wu Tingfang's voice, Han Ying secretly said that it was bad. The temperature outside was about 3 or 4 degrees now, but the problem was that they were still soaking in water. It was still bearable through the raincoat, but if they were soaked directly in the water, it would be freezing cold. It would be a terrible thing if they lost temperature halfway. Now it should be 400 or 500 meters away from Yuefu Jiangnan. If they stopped to rest, Wu Tingfang, whose raincoat was soaked and her whole body was soaked, could not get timely insulation, and she would be in danger. It would be better to go home in one go, take a hot bath, drink soup, take cold medicine, and then wrap herself in the quilt. Maybe the situation will be better. Sister Wu, hold on a little longer, we will be home soon.
Han Ying chutet to Wu Tingfang.
Lu Yuan also heard Wu Tingfang say that the raincoat was soaked with water, so he walked over and tried to drag the things in her hand. This might make her walk faster. Xiao Lu, I'll do it myself. You can't explore the way like this, it's very dangerous. Seeing Lu Yuan dragging the floating bed with one hand and trying to drag her bathtub with the other hand, Wu Tingfang also got anxious. It would be okay if she insisted for a while, but they were almost blind in such deep water. If they didn't have a free hand to take a stick and carefully explore the way, if they fell into a pit, it would be fatal. It's okay, I'll tie the bucket to the back of the floating bed. Lu Yuan's floating bed has a handle-like handle on the front and back, just tie the bathtub to it. It's just a little heavier to drag, but fortunately, he has enough strength. Just when Lu Yuan was about to tie Wu Tingfang's bathtub to the back of the floating bed, he saw a figure appear 2 or 3 meters in front of him under the heavy rain. The rain was so heavy that it was like a hole in the sky. Although it was only 2 or 3 meters away, and there was a flashlight, it was impossible to tell who the figure was. When the man came closer, Wu Tingfang could tell from his figure and raincoat that it was her husband. Seeing her husband's figure, Wu Tingfang's originally forced calmness almost broke. Tears were about to fall.
Da Gao.
Wu Tingfang shouted at the figure. Lei Ming, who saw his wife's staggering figure and the bathtub that Lu Yuan dragged to his side, and seemed to guess something. My raincoat is soaked. Wu Tingfang's voice was a little choked, and the sound was not very loud. But Lei Minghu, who had already walked to her side, still heard it. Lei Minghu tied the rope of the bathtub to his arm, and then took out a folding steel knife from his pocket. He bent down and carefully cut a hole in Wu Tingfang's raincoat at the bottom of both boots. Then he carried her on his back and fixed both of her feet to his waist with his hands. As Lei Minghu moved, streams of water suddenly gushed out of Wu Tingfang's boots. Han Ying and Lu Yuan were not surprised that Lei Minghu carried a folding knife with him. Since the official announcement of those news just now, the outside has been quite chaotic. Although the order has not collapsed so quickly, there is no guarantee that there will not be a few reckless people. So it is normal to carry some self-defense weapons. The rain was too heavy, so it took 4 people nearly an hour to walk a distance of 4 or 500 meters. It was almost 11 o'clock when they arrived at the community, and the whole community was quiet. Wu Tingfang was soaked all over, so she took an elevator upstairs to change clothes. After the 3 of them filled the other elevator, the previous elevator also came down. After forcing all the things in, Lu Yuan and Han Ying carefully sat on the supplies and started the elevator. Han Ying leaned against the wall of the elevator with some fatigue. She was thinking whether the official actions today would affect her 0 yuan purchase in a few days. If all the domestic supplies are taken over by the official, then the things at the port will definitely not be an exception. It seems that she can no longer go to the port she chose before. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if she can't get the supplies, but it will be terrible if she is discovered. It seems that she has to change her target after returning. Lu Yuan looked at the girl leaning against the elevator wall opposite. He knew that she must have a secret. However, Lu Yuan did not want to explore her secret. After all, he also had a secret. In this case, let it go. After the elevator stopped, Lei Minghu had already moved the things of another elevator and was standing outside the elevator waiting for them. After the 3 of them worked together to move all the things in the elevator, Lei Minghu said, "If you don't worry, I will go back and rest first. I will move the things to the corridor first and we will divide them tomorrow morning. How about it?" Han Ying waved her hand to indicate that she was fine and went home directly, and Lu Yuan did the same. It's not that Han Ying is careless, nor that she doesn't care about the supplies. These things are all on the list, so there is nothing to worry about. When the time comes, pay for the things, and no one can take advantage of anyone. In fact, Han Ying is just a little tired. After all, she's been busy since morning and has not rested. It wasn't cold at all. She was still wearing a thermostatic suit and didn't feel the cold at all. However, after taking off the thermostatic suit and preparing a midnight snack for the dog, Han Ying quickly filled it with hot water and took a bath. While taking a bath, she took out some hot cooked food from the space and ate it. When she woke up the next day, Han Ying sat on the bed in a daze for a long time. She felt that something seemed different today. Originally, there was only the rumbling sound of heavy rain, but today there seemed to be very lively voices coming from below. These voices covered up the rumbling sound of the heavy rain. No, how could the sound of heavy rain be covered up? Opening the window, Han Ying was horrified to find that the rainstorm outside had stopped. Many people also opened their windows and were cheering outside from the balcony. The rainstorm had stopped. It had stopped. It had stopped 5 days earlier than in the previous life. Han Ying was not surprised by the sudden stop of the rainstorm. Instead, she was horrified, because this meant that this life was different from the previous life. The rainstorm stopped early, so what about the tsunami? When would the tsunami come? Han Ying was horrified to find that she had lost her prophecy. Not only was the official action different from the previous life, but she didn't even know the time of the end of the world. Taking out an infrared telescope from the space, Han Ying looked downstairs. The water downstairs was now 70.7 meters away from the position of her telescope. She had also measured this place when she first came here, and it was 73.1 meters at that time, which means that the water level has now reached 2.4 meters. The terrain of Yuefu Jiangnan is a little higher, and it has flooded to 2.4 meters here, which shows that the water level outside is higher. Opening WeChat, the community group is very lively. Building 1, 1002, this rainstorm has finally stopped. I can see my salary waving at me. My spicy hot pot, milk tea, and fried chicken are also waving at me. Do you see it? Building 2, 2602. No, I only see the mortgage and car loan waving at me. Building 7, 2003. If it doesn't stop, I will really starve to death. I haven't paid my mortgage this month yet. Building 6, 1202. My car is soaked in the garage. Do I still have to pay the car loan? Does anyone know if the insurance can compensate for this situation? Building 8, 801. Doesn't anyone care about what the officials said yesterday? Do we still need to take those words seriously when the rain stops? Do we have a place to buy things? Building 2, 1309. I run a supermarket. I didn't receive a notice that I could open it, so I didn't dare to open it. Building 1, 2701. If the rain doesn't stop, I'm almost out of clothes to wear. There's no heating or clothes dryer at home. Guess how my clothes are dried? Building 2, 1309. The people upstairs don't use their body temperature to dry their clothes, do they? Building 1, 2701. Well, that's not necessary. I always use a fan to dry them, but the air is too humid. They're still moist after 2 days of use. I'm almost getting rheumatism if the rain doesn't stop. Building 3, 1902. You're not the only one upstairs. I'll tell you a secret. I haven't worn a dry pair of underwear these days. I really don't want to try it again in this life. Building 3, 2601. My mom has a cold. Who has cold medicine? I'll buy it. Now that this hospital has been taken over, can we ordinary people still go to the hospital for treatment? Building 9, 102. I don't know when the water will recede. I want to go home. There's no place like home. 9th Building 703 at 9th Building 102. Have we treated you badly? Why are you still complaining? You are all so lazy. The floor of the room we rented to you has been covered with patina, and you didn't even bother to clean it. My mother-in-law just said a few words to you, but you still have the nerve to complain here, making people think that we are bullying your family? 6th Building 1202. The floor has been covered with patina. You are awesome. 9th Building 703. Isn't it covered with patina? It was because my mother-in-law felt sorry for her floor that she mopped it. She changed 3 buckets of water before she mopped it clean. Pictures, pictures, pictures since the water began to accumulate. Those residents living on the first floor who have relatives or friends went to find them. Those who don't have relatives or friends also found people willing to take them in the community group with the help of the property management. Of course, they have to pay rent. After the person in 703 finished talking about the patina on the floor, the whole group was quiet for a while. Then many people started saying that they still had cold medicine at home and reported their house numbers so that the person in Building 3 who needed cold medicine could go get it himself. Haning shook her head. Those who said they still had medicine were afraid that their doors would be broken in a few days. Haning stopped reading the messages in the group and exercised for a while before going to the bathroom to wash up. Then she prepared food for Tang Yuan. She also ate a bowl of wontons, a portion of fried cold noodles, a box of steamed dumplings, and 2 sesame. After breakfast, Haning went to collect the rainwater on the balcony, which was almost full even if the rain stopped. I don't know in this life, but Haning remembered in the previous life that after this rainstorm, there was no rain for 2 consecutive years. Instead, seawater often flowed back into the land, causing the water level to remain high for a long time. Han Ing put the folding swimming pool into the space and then turned off the rainwater collector. And it was disassembled, so it should not be used in the short term. These locations can be used to install solar panels. She had already reserved the location when she was renovating the house. She only needed to embed the solar panels. It was very convenient. She looked at the time, and it was almost 9 o'clock. She opened the security door and walked out. The corridor outside was quite spectacular. Wu Tingfang's mother-in-law He Xiao was sorting things and piling the same things together. She looked up when she heard Han Ing opening the door. Has Xiao Han had breakfast? Auntie steamed big buns this morning. I asked Xiao Heng to bring you 2? No. Auntie, I just had it. How is Sister Wu? Haning asked after taking a look at the neatly arranged supplies on the ground. After I came back last night, I took a hot bath, drank soup, and took cold medicine, but I still have a slight cold. I'm sleeping now. This child told her not to go out and let me go, but she just didn't listen. Wu Tingfang has lived in their house since she was a child, so He Xiao treats her like a daughter. She also knows that Ah Fong loves her and can't bear to let her go out in the rain at such an old age, so even if she is scared, she still goes out with them. In the previous life, Han Ning and Wu Tingfang went out to look for supplies together several times. The first time I met them, they helped me drive away 2 people who wanted to steal her supplies, and then they added WeChat. At that time, although the mobile phone signal was often poor, it was still usable. So later they made several appointments to go out to look for supplies together. Every time they went together. I didn't see Xiao, and I think Xiao should be at home with her grandson at that time. I wonder if Xiao Lu has woken up? Should I call him? Although not many people come up to our floor, these things are placed here, just in case someone comes up. They are on the 27th floor, and no one has been seen coming in and out of the 28th floor all year round. So usually, except for the property and the delivery people, no outsiders come up, let alone now, but it's hard to guarantee. It's not a good thing for people to see that the people on the 27th floor have hoarded so many supplies. The sudden stop of the heavy rain didn't seem to have any impact on their floor, and no one questioned whether it was a waste of money to buy these supplies after the rain stopped. It's almost 9 o'clock, and it should be time to get up. Han Ning walked over and pressed the doorbell on Lu Yuan's side, but no one came to open the door for a long time. Lu Yuan was cleaning the feces of rabbits, hen and quail in the room on the 28th floor. The cleaned feces were piled in a compost bucket in the corner, sealed and used to fertilize the vegetables after a while. After cleaning the nests of the live birds, Lu Yuan picked up a basket of quail eggs and hen eggs on the ground and a basket of vegetables and walked out of the room. Now he can pick up a lot of eggs every day. He can't eat them all, and the space can't keep them fresh, so Lu Yuan pickled all the extra eggs into salted eggs. This is the best and simplest way to preserve them for a long time. As for vegetables, he can't consume all the vegetables he picked every day. So he pickled some of these vegetables into kimchi or pickles. And more of them were washed, chopped, put into the dryer to dry, and then stored in a vacuum. The rabbits bred again, and there were more than 20 adult male rabbits. Not only would it be a waste of food to keep them, but it would also take up space, so Lu Yuan planned to find a time to slaughter them all. There was definitely too much to eat, so they could only make dried rabbit meat, cured rabbit, etc. The room was very soundproof because they were raising poultry. In addition, he was worried that the smell would get out, so he closed the door after entering. He would wait and take a shower after going downstairs so that he would not smell. After ringing the doorbell for a long time, no one came to open the door, so Han Ning ignored him. He directly picked out the things he wanted, including 3 boxes of vacuum bags. Then he compared the list and calculated the bill, including the money for the vacuum machine, which was 18,693 yuan in total. Han Ning took most of the things that were difficult to preserve. She could put these things in the space symbol, and they would not go bad, but Wu Tingfang and the others were different. Before going home, Han Ning also reminded Xiao to seal the things at home that were not easy to preserve with a vacuum machine as soon as possible. Otherwise, it was too humid today, and I am afraid that they would go bad in 2 days. Han Ning had already reminded them here, and as for whether they would listen to her in the end, it all depended on themselves. After returning home, Han Ning drew the space symbol for a long time. The size of the space symbol has not changed. It is still the same size. So far, she still has more than 7,000 space symbols that have not been activated. All of them are small space symbols of 255 cubic meters. Although the space of each one is not large, the total space of all of them is nearly 2 million cubic meters. Han Ning is already very satisfied. Such a large space can hold a lot of things. After drawing the space symbol, Han Ning was bathing the dog in the bathroom and was splashed with foam. At this time, the doorbell outside rang. After washing her hands casually, she went to open the door. Lu Yuan was standing outside the door. Sorry, I was taking a shower at that time. How about adding WeChat? It will be convenient to contact you in the future if you have something. Lu Yuan was stunned when he looked up and saw Han Ning with a lot of white foam on her neck. But he didn't say anything and directly handed his WeChat QR code to her. Taking a shower again? Last time, Wu Tingfang rang his doorbell in the morning, and no one opened the door after ringing for a long time. At that time, He also said that he was taking a shower. It seems that this person likes to take a shower in the morning, in such a cold weather. After hearing Lu Yuan's words, Hanning glanced at her wet hands. The phone was not in her hand. Wait a minute. She turned around and walked into the living room to take out the phone on the coffee table. When Hanning turned back, Lu Yuan followed her figure and looked inside. The corners of his mouth twitched immediately. My goodness, her house has 3 anti-theft doors. And all of them are Superclass A anti-theft doors, Superclass A anti-theft doors that cannot be cut by knives and axes, and there are 3. One more than him. Han Ying quickly took out her mobile phone and scanned the QR code on Lu Yuan's mobile phone. After a ding, the application was sent. Okay. Then contact me on WeChat if you have anything in the future. Lu Yuan shook his mobile phone at Han Ying and left. Han Ying shrugged, then closed the door and continued to bathe her dog. Not long after Lu Yuan left, Han Ying received the money returned by the neighbor. In the last batch of supplies, Lu Yuan also took more than 10,000 yuan of things and left the rest to the neighbor. The excess will be refunded and the shortage will be supplemented. This was agreed upon before, so Han Ying took the money directly. It was cash. Lei Minghu said that his family only had cash left and the money on the card would be kept to pay the mortgage. The rain stopped. Although the trajectory was a little off, the general direction should be correct. Since the official has made preparations in advance in this life, Han Ying guessed that the approximate time of the tsunami should have been detected. With the approximate time, the evacuation of personnel will definitely be notified in advance. As long as the news of the tsunami and the news of the evacuation of coastal cities are announced. Then, although the time of the tsunami in this life may be slightly deviated, the result will still be the same. So her 0 yuan purchase plan will not be affected. It's just a change of location. Han Ying was sitting in front of the computer at this time. The target she had chosen for 0 yuan purchase was directly cut in half by her because of the sudden move of the official, so she had to change another place. She only had 2 teleportation talismans left, which meant that she could only go to 2 more places. But she was worried that the official news would have some impact on these places, so Han Ying had to choose 2 new places where supplies were concentrated and safe. Looking at the 5 places she had re-listed on the computer, Han Ying had difficulty making choices. The first one was the world's largest freight container port. It is said that the annual container throughput here reached an astonishing 20 million, which is an average of more than 50,000 per day. Coupled with the recent continuous heavy rains, you can imagine how many containers are stranded there now. Although the global heavy rains will have some impact on this port, it is not much. This is also the news Han Ying got from her previous life. After the tsunami, all the containers in the entire port were buried under the sea. However, before being buried under the sea, these containers still played a wave of residual heat. With their steel bodies and dozens of tons of items inside, they made a great contribution to destroying the entire coastal city. So the biggest weapon that completely destroyed that coastal city in the previous life was not the tsunami. It was the containers and other large heavy objects on the port. These large weapons did not sink to the bottom of the sea so quickly as the waves washed them, but they hit the buildings back and forth again and again until they were completely destroyed. Han Ying originally placed her first choice on the domestic sea city. Because there is the largest container port in China, she might be able to indirectly save part of Haishur after collecting those containers. However, she gave up this idea because of the sudden action of the authorities in this life. After all, since the authorities have made preparations in advance, they must have thought of this problem and solved it in advance. The second choice was a large warehouse by the sea abroad. This warehouse is not only one of the top 10 warehouses in the world, but also the general distribution center of the world's largest online retailer. It is a huge warehouse covering more than 300,000 square meters. After the tsunami, the entire warehouse was washed away by waves until it collapsed. The tens of billions of supplies inside also became sacrifices to the sea god. The third is the world's largest logistics park, which handles more than 10 million packages every day. And because of the recent continuous heavy rains and the warm-up of double 12, the backlog of packages has far exceeded the historical record. The fourth is also a large warehouse, which is the operation center of a chain supermarket with thousands of stores around the world, and the items inside are also tens of billions. The fifth is also a container port. Any of the supplies in the 5 places is enough to make Haning rich, so her choice difficulty is directly committed. There are already a lot of supplies in Hanying's space, but who would complain about too many supplies? Anyway, Haning is impossible to complain. Especially these supplies. If she doesn't take them, they will all become sacrifices to the sea god after the tsunami, so it's better for her to collect them in her space. Since there are 5 choices, and the supplies in each place are far beyond imagination, then Haning has to consider other things. For example, the most important thing is safety. It will take a long time to collect so many supplies. So she has to ensure that she will not be discovered when she collects the supplies. Although the world has fallen into darkness at that time, there are still open flames to illuminate. If she is not careful, she will still be discovered. So she has to choose the safest place, which means that she has fewer choices. Haning prefers the first and second places because she has a deeper memory of these 2 places. In the previous life, these places were reported on the internet during the period of staying at home after the tsunami and the outbreak of the virus. These 2 places were destroyed very thoroughly, and soon after the world fell into darkness, everyone evacuated. Since all electronic devices cannot be used, it means that there will be no surveillance to take pictures of her. And after the people are evacuated, it means that she is less afraid of being discovered when she arrives there. After making a decision, Haning printed out the pictures and coordinates of the 2 places. Then carefully put them in the space and take them out directly when they are needed. While Haning was looking up information one by one on the computer and comparing the options, the mobile phone next to her, which she had accidentally covered with the quilt, rang several times in succession. However, because the sound was too small and she was too focused on the choice, she didn't hear it at all. Haning didn't hear it, so she didn't know the information received on the mobile phone, but at this time the whole of China was in an uproar. Because just now, the official issued a black warning that had been abolished so far. The black warning has long become history. The highest level of warning in the world is the red warning, but now the black warning has been restarted, which shows the seriousness of the matter. The specific content is that the International Astronomical Expert Group monitors that the Earth is expected to deviate from its normal orbit at around 9 a.m. on December 8th. The negative impact of the Earth's deviation from its orbit may be, but not limited to, magnetic field turmoil, polar night, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, extreme cold, and extreme heat. The International Astronomical Expert Group and the Meteorological Group predict that the first negative impact of the Earth's deviation from its orbit is magnetic field turmoil, submarine earthquakes, and tsunamis. The consequence of magnetic field turmoil is that all electronic equipment in the world will be paralyzed instantly. If even a trace of the sun disappears by then, the world may fall into darkness. Hope that people around the world will be prepared for emergencies. 1. Call on all personnel to pack up their portable emergency kits as soon as possible. The items in the emergency kits can be as follows: water, food, warm clothing, fire, lighting tools, medicines, whistles, certificates, valuables, etc. 2. Facing the whole country, recall all military branches that have retired within 10 years. Those who cannot be recalled due to physical problems need to provide proof. 3. All personnel in all coastal cities in China must immediately cooperate in evacuating existing cities and transfer to temporary resettlement sites. Execute immediately. 4. Residents of non-coastal cities can choose buildings with an altitude of more than 80 meters or mountains to avoid tsunamis. Those who have nowhere to hide can also move to temporary resettlement sites. 5. Recruit volunteers throughout China to cooperate in the transfer of personnel and materials with a daily subsidy of 1,000 yuan. Requirements: healthy men and women aged 1845. Veterans are preferred, and those who have experience in driving any water transportation or bring their own water transportation will have their subsidies doubled. Water transportation includes, but is not limited to, kayaks, speedboats, pedal boats, bumper boats, leisure boats, jet skis, sightseeing boats, bamboo rafts, fishing boats, etc. When Haning learned the news, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the neighbor who knocked on the door to tell her the news. When Haning learned the news, she was stunned again, because the news was different from the warnings in the previous life. In the previous life, the tsunami was warned half an hour in advance, but later, because the Earth deviated from its orbit, the tsunami was delayed for more than 29 hours. But in this life, the warning is the deviation of the Earth from its orbit, and the tsunami is only one of its negative effects. But what is surprising is that the warning in this life is 19 hours in advance, instead of only half an hour in advance like in the previous life. These 19 hours plus the 29 hours of magnetic field turmoil later, a total of nearly 50 hours, so much time, I believe that this life will be able to save more people and more supplies. Knowing that a huge disaster is about to come, everyone in the community is terrified. But panicking is useless. Time waits for no one. They must pack up the things they need to carry with them in this short time. Officials said that non-coastal cities should choose mountains or buildings with an altitude of more than 80 meters to avoid tsunamis, or move to temporary resettlement sites. The altitude of most areas in Pengcheng is about 36 meters. However, the terrain near the university town is higher, so the altitude of Lefujiangnan is about 45 meters. Each building in Lefujiangnan community is 28 stories high, with a floor height of nearly 2.8 meters, which means that people below the 13th floor must temporarily leave their homes. As for where to go, except for the other 15 floors upstairs, they can only go to temporary resettlement sites. Han Ing is not clear in this life, but when the tsunami occurred in the previous life, she remembered that the community next to the university town where she lived was directly flooded to the 15th floor and then slowly retreated to the 8th floor. The property was also panicked and scared when they received these messages. But they also had official instructions and immediately issued notices one by one in all community groups. Follow the official personnel to the temporary resettlement site were asked to take their own packages, within 100 kilograms, and wait on the second floor of each building 2 hours later. They were transferred in batches, and those who were late would not be accepted. As for the other residents below the 13th floor who did not follow the official personnel to move, they sought shelter from other residents on higher floors at a high price. Especially for the residents above the 20th floor, almost every household was at ed, including Haning. Looking at the households at ed by her, Haning directly refused. She did not say anything unpleasant. After all, the order had not collapsed yet, and she could not be too high profile. These people did not know, but only Haning knew that it was impossible to live there. Even if they lived there, it would only be for a few days after the tsunami. After all, every household would be flooded during the tsunami, and the doors and windows would be damaged by the tsunami, including the residents on their higher floors. At that time, even ordinary tempered glass could not withstand the ravages of the tsunami, so she spent a high price to find connections to buy super crystal bulletproof glass. But there is another way to prevent the glass of doors and windows from being damaged by the tsunami. That is to demolish all of them before the tsunami arrives, so that some of the doors and windows can be saved. But Haning naturally couldn't tell such a method. After all, she is just an ordinary person and can't know too much. Many people in the group said that they would follow the official to move. After all, no matter how safe a high building is, it is not as safe as following the official. So more than half of the residents below the 13th floor chose to follow the official. And most of the other half were reluctant to leave their own supplies. After all, each person can only take away 100 kilograms of supplies if they follow the official. What about the supplies at home at that time? Will someone break into the door and steal? Moreover, under the mobilization of the property, more than 50 people in the entire community responded to the official call and were willing to become volunteers. However, there were not many people who brought their own water transportation. Lei Minghu from next door also wanted to be a volunteer. After all, there was a subsidy of 1,000 yuan a day. This was already a considerable income for a family that didn't have much money left at home. But looking at his timid wife, young son and mother who is already in his 50s, Lei Minghu gave up the idea. Making money is important, But if any family member was injured or had an accident during the tsunami because of his absence, it would be a loss. Han-ning naturally couldn't go as a volunteer. After all, she had more important things to do. And Lu Yuan across the street didn't plan to go either, because he had a nest of live poultry and vegetables upstairs. At this time, he was on the 28th floor, hanging all the cages on the ceiling with steel ropes. There was a water supply device in each cage. The opening was smaller, and if it was filled, it would be enough for them to barely eat for 5 or 6 days. It didn't matter if they were full these days as long as they didn't starve to death. The vegetables were hung in the same way, closest to the ceiling. Each pot of vegetables was covered with a thick layer of plastic wrap so that even if water got in, the soil inside would not be lost. As for the supplies in other rooms, Lu Yuan was powerless. He had tried his best to seal all the supplies with tin cans and plastic cans. Those that couldn't be sealed in this way were also packed with vacuum machines. Whether or not all these things can be saved in the end, it can only be left to fate. After all, his space is not big and it has been filled up by him, and there is no room for these things. Wu Tingfang just knocked on the door and asked Han Ying's family whether they wanted to accept those people on the lower floor. She said that many people just came to her and wanted to stay at her house, paying 200 yuan a day. But her husband refused because her husband was worried that the supplies at home would be seen by outsiders. So Wu Tingfang came to remind Han Ying that even if she wanted to accept people, she had to hide the supplies. It is best to hide them under the bed or in the cabinet and mezzanine and never let anyone find them. She also sent a vacuum machine to Han Ying, saying that the things in her house that needed to be vacuumed were basically ready. Han Ying did not refuse this. After all, when she bought it, it was agreed that the 3 families would share it. Han Ying knew in her previous life that Lei Minghu was very security conscious. She chose to live here in this life, of course, because of their help to her in the previous life. But the bigger reason was that Lei Minghu had a strong sense of security. In her previous life, Han Ying had heard Wu Tingfang mention that their floor was sealed off by Lei Minghu with a door some time after the tsunami water receded. So living next door to them would save Han Ying a lot of trouble and allow her to live a more low-key life. After all, someone else had thought of it. After getting the vacuum machine, Han Ying threw it directly into the space. Then she came to the guest bedroom, which originally had a lot of fitness equipment and freezers. But now she has put them into the space. After all, these things are most afraid of water. At this time, there was only a chair and a table in the guest bedroom. There were a lot of cotton cloths on it, and there was a barrel of gasoline and several empty barrels on the ground. These cotton cloths were what Han Ying asked the other party for when she bought a large number of clothes from the garment factory. They were all long strips of pure cotton rags, not worth much. So the other party gave Han Ying several trucks very simply. Han Ying planned to use these rags as torches. After all, after the magnetic field was turbulent, all electronic devices could not be used, including flashlights. The only tool that could illuminate was an open flame. So Han Ying planned to make some torches and put them away so that she could use them when she went shopping. Making torches was very simple. Han Ying had plenty of sticks. Don't forget that she bought tons of wood abroad, so she could easily find some suitable sticks. Han Ying first soaked these sticks in water for 2 days, so that the sticks would not burn out so quickly after the torches were lit. Wrap the rags around the top of the sticks, and then tie them up with wire, and then put them into the gasoline to let the cotton cloth absorb the gasoline. After absorbing the gasoline, Han Ying put the torches into the empty barrel next to her. After the gasoline on the surface dries a little, it can be put into the space, and when it is needed, just take it out and light it. The torches made by Han Ying are relatively large, and one can burn continuously for about 40 minutes. And making this is very simple, so she wants to make more and put them away in case of emergency. After making torches for 3 hours in a row, Han Ying has piled up hundreds of them in her space, which is enough for the time being. It was already dark, but the whole community was unusually lively. The crying, busyness, and the sound of panic in their hearts. Everyone's face was filled with worry, but time waits for no one, and they had to move. The residents who wanted to follow the official personnel had already packed up and were waiting at the second-floor staircase of each building. The first group of people had also been taken away. I heard from the volunteers who came to pick up people that the temporary resettlement sites are in the mountains above 200 meters above sea level in Pengcheng, as well as the student and teacher dormitories in hotels and university towns. After all, there are limited high-rise hotels and dormitories in university towns in Pengcheng, so a large part of the people who need to be relocated can only be sent to the mountains. Except for the elderly and children, everyone else can only camp in the wild at the resettlement sites on the mountains. The volunteers recruited by the government are now setting up temporary tents on the mountain. There are only so many places for temporary resettlement sites, and they not only have to accept people from the province, but also some people transferred from coastal cities. So, everyone can only live in a dormitory there. Each person has only one body position, which is not only used to put the luggage they brought over, but also for sleeping. A room of about 10 square meters may have more than 10 people living in it, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is crowded. The tsunami caused by the Earth's deviation from its orbit and the undersea earthquake is not absolutely safe wherever you hide. There is actually not much difference between the resettlement site and the community here. The house may collapse in a tsunami or earthquake, but there are also dangers on the mountain, and the mountain may collapse. But Haning knew clearly that this building was not damaged by the tsunami in the previous life. So she did not plan to move. Haning stood on the balcony, opened the window on the balcony, and looked into the distance with a telescope. Various water vehicles were constantly shuttling back and forth on the yellow water. Their boats were either carrying supplies or people who needed to be moved. Haning also saw a volunteer with a red silk tied on his hand and wearing a life jacket trying to step on a water bumper boat that was used for children to play in the park. There were 2 children and a woman, and their luggage squeezed on the small boat. The water level in Pengcheng is now about 2 meters, and there are many buildings. Large water vehicles cannot travel at all. So only those small water vehicles with strong flexibility can be used. And these small water vehicles have a low load capacity, which shows how difficult it will be for the government to transfer people and materials. This is also the main reason why the government offers high subsidies to recruit a large number of volunteers. After all, how much supplies and personnel can be transferred with millions of active soldiers? But no matter how difficult it is, the government must do it. They can't just leave the supplies and the people alone. Han Ying's heart was a little restless as she watched the people coming and going on the water outside the window. How great it would be if the end of the world didn't come, and everyone could still live and work in peace. She would also continue to complete her studies, and after graduation, she would open a dance studio to teach children to dance or continue to run her milk tea shop. When she gets older, maybe she will find someone to accompany her for life. It's a luxury to think about it. After a self-deprecating laugh, Haning closed the window. There were still 10 hours before the magnetic field turmoil, and she planned to draw some more space symbols. After drawing space symbols for 2 hours, Haning put away the soup that had been stewed for 2 hours on the ground. Next, she planned to boil a few buckets of soup and go to bed. After all, after the magnetic field turmoil, it would be time for her to start being busy, and she might not have a break for more than 20 hours in a row. Boiling soup is very simple. Cut some slices and pour some brown sugar, red dates, etc. into it and boil it. After the water boils, boil it for another 20 minutes. While boiling soup, Haning ate a meal and took a bath. After collecting the soup, she put on her earplugs, drew the curtains, and went to sleep in the quilt. When Haning was sleeping, the outside was still bustling. Various water transportation vehicles were constantly picking up and dropping off people and supplies, almost without a moment's rest. Except for the soldiers who were guarding the scene in various places, all the other Chinese soldiers were transferred to transfer supplies. The big supply points in the whole of China were taken over by the authorities. These supplies are very, very scary data, since it is known that there will be a tsunami and the city will be flooded. So in order to protect these supplies, the authorities have to be bad guys so that no one can buy anything. But transferring such a large amount of supplies is a very heavy task. Since the news of taking over the supplies was released, the soldiers have been shuttling back and forth between the major supply points without stopping. Food, medicine, and fuel are given priority. As for where to transfer, These are all matters that the official leaders have to solve. But these seem to have nothing to do with Haning. It was already past 9 in the morning when she woke up. Although she was wearing earplugs, Haning was still awakened by bursts of screams. The whole community, no, it should be said that the whole world was immersed in panic screams at this time. The whole world has fallen into darkness. All communication equipment, electrical appliances, vehicles, and other electronic equipment are paralyzed. The world is dark. Haning tried to turn on her mobile phone, but the phone did not light up at all. She knew that the magnetic field turmoil had begun. Haning still felt a little scared when she experienced darkness again, but she quickly calmed down. Pulling out the earplugs, there was a slight knock on the door outside. Haning lit a candle and walked out to open the door with her hand. Xiao Han, I thought you didn't have candles at home. I was planning to send you two. Do you want to come and stay with us? Otherwise, it's so dark, and you are alone? Wu Tingfang held a red candle as thick as a child's arm in her hand. This kind of candle is usually used for burning incense and worshipping Buddha. Her mother-in-law bought a lot of it. No, I bought some before. I plan to take a nap, otherwise I have nothing to do without electricity. Candles are not valuable, but they are priceless when there is no electricity, so Haning naturally doesn't want them. Okay, knock on the door if you have something to say. Wu Tingfang said, then she glanced at Lu Yuan's door opposite and left. Lu Yuan was a boy. How could he be afraid of the dark? Haning also looked over there, and it was quiet inside, without any movement. She guessed that Lu Yuan must have a secret. She remembered that Wu Tingfang and the others never mentioned Lu Yuan in the previous life, and it was very likely that Lu Yuan did not live opposite in the previous life. Haning had just woken up and naturally could not go back to sleep. She was just looking for an excuse not to let people knock on the door. After all, she still had things to do next. The global darkness has just begun. According to the previous life, this darkness will last for 29 hours. And she will have to go to each place 10 hours later to come back. That means she will have to leave in a few hours at the latest, and she has to leave some time for maneuvering in the middle. In the darkness, Haning did not light a torch, but a candle. There are still a few hours to waste. After placing 5 or 6 candles on the table, Haning continued to draw the space symbol. Every time she draws a space symbol, she can store more things, so she must not slack off in this undertaking. After drawing the space symbol, Haning put the entire table and everything on it into the space. Then she took out another empty table from the space. Just as she was about to put all the food on it and start enjoying it, she heard a knock on the door. Haning had just told Wu Tingfang that she was going to sleep, so it shouldn't be Wu Tingfang who knocked on the door. As for Lu Yuan opposite, Haning didn't think it would be him. Thinking of this, a baseball bat suddenly appeared in Han Ying's hand. Now that the order has not begun to be disrupted, it is just right to use a baseball bat as a weapon. After opening the 2 anti-theft doors inside, Haning could only see the vague figures outside and the swaying candlelight through the cat's eye. The appearance of the person who came could not be seen clearly. Haning spoke directly through the security door. Who's outside? Is there anything wrong? Little girl, I'm Wang Guilan from 1301. My grandson is only 1 year old. I'm afraid that the tsunami will scare him. Can you be kind enough to let our family stay here for a few days? Wang Guilan didn't expect the people inside to not even open the door. A trace of displeasure flashed across her face, but it was quickly replaced by a smile.
Sure.
200,000 a day. Once the money is in place, you can stay as many days as you want. Haning was not surprised at all when she heard someone outside say that they wanted to stay. She didn't refuse directly, because she had already refused many people directly in the group before, but now someone came to her door again. That means that she couldn't dispel these people's idea of coveting her house by refusing directly, so she could only make these people retreat when they knew it was difficult. Originally, when Wang Guilan heard the people inside say yes, she had already smiled. She thought that little girls are indeed soft-hearted, but after hearing the following words, she was stunned for a moment and thought she had heard it wrong. 200,000? 200,000 a day. Is this house made of gold? Little girl, did you just say 20 yuan a day? Then I'll go and ask my son and daughter-in-law to move the things up. Wang Guilan asked again tentatively. In fact, She had heard clearly that the little girl said 200,000 yuan a day.
Auntie.
Are you old and hard of hearing? 200,000 yuan a day. I'll open the door for you as soon as the money is in place. After saying that, Haning directly closed the other two security doors together. 200,000 yuan a day? You are embarrassed to open a house the size of a palm? Do you think your house is made of gold? You are a little girl who is obsessed with money. You deserve to have no boyfriend and live with a dog. What kind of character is this? I am. Wang Guilin held the candle in both hands and stared at the security door in front of her with anger, cursing. Woof.
Woof. Woof.
If you dare to curse again, I will let the boss let me out and beat you. Just when Wang Guilin wanted to curse a few more harsh words, she suddenly heard a dog barking from inside, which almost frightened her legs. How could the dog bark so fiercely? She had also raised dogs when she lived in the countryside before, and she had never heard such fierce dog barking. Wang Guilin immediately shut up her mouth and turned to walk towards the door opposite. But Wang Guilin knocked on the door for a long time, her hands were sore, and finally she took off her shoes and slapped them with her shoes, but still no one opened it. When passing by Laminghu's house in 2701, she spat on their door. This family is not a good thing either. Not only did the man not agree, but he also threatened her. When leaving the 27th floor, Wang Guilin couldn't help but stand at the stairs and curse for a while. She cursed the people on this floor for being unkind and not helping others in need, and cursed them for not having anyone to collect their bodies even if they died in the future. After leaving the 27th floor, Wang Guilin went up to the 28th floor. But when she saw that there was only one door in the dark corridor on the 28th floor, she couldn't help shrinking her neck. But in the end, she picked up her shoes and slapped on the door. But no matter how many minutes Wang Guilin slapped, there was no response. In fact, when there was still electricity in the evening, her son had contacted a family on the 20th floor in the group. The family had agreed to accept them, but they asked for 500 yuan a day. Not only did they have to pay for their meals, but their family of 5 could only squeeze into one room. Wang Guilin thought it was too expensive and the place was small, so she wanted to try other families to see if there were cheaper and bigger rooms. If it was free, it would be even better. After Wang Guilin went back, she told her other old sister what happened on the 27th floor. The two cursed in the dark, and the words were so ugly. After closing the door, Haning didn't care about what happened outside. She came to the table and took out one by one of the delicacies from the space. Sour soup fat beef, twice cooked pork, egg yolk shrimp, smashed cucumber, corn and pork rib soup, and another serving of rice. Each dish on the table was quite large, but Haning ate them all up. Haning was even surprised by her appetite. However, she never felt uncomfortable after eating so much. On the contrary, she felt full of energy, so she didn't care. After finishing her meal, Haning looked at the mechanical watch on her wrist by candlelight. It was already past noon. More than 2 hours had passed since the global darkness fell, and those who should have evacuated the beach must have evacuated. As for the supplies on the beach, Haning didn't think the foreigners would move them. After all, there were too many things, and the foreigners never had the awareness of being prepared for danger in times of peace. They only advocated freedom, and it was very rare for them to be able to move obediently. Still thinking that they could help move supplies? Don't be so idealistic. After Han-ing put on her equipment, she put the glutinous rice into the space first, and then she lay on the bed. She took out a photo and a teleportation talisman from the space. After lying down, Haning silently recited the coordinates on the photo and then used the skills to inject a stream of spiritual energy into the teleportation symbol and then slapped it on her chest. Haning suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, and then there was a sense of ground under her feet, and she knew she had reached her destination. She stepped on the ground, which was good. The port was close to the sea, so there was no water accumulation, which made it convenient for Haning to do things. Without taking out the torch in the space immediately, Haning calmed down and listened patiently to the movements around her. There was only the sound of the whistling wind, and there was no light in sight. It was pitch dark. She took out an ignition gun from the space and held a previously made torch in the other hand, and lit the torch with the ignition gun. In an instant, Haning was shrouded in the flames. If the torch is lowered, the range that can be illuminated is limited, and it needs to be held with one hand at all times, so Haning deliberately made these torches longer. From the space, Haning tied the torch firmly to the front of the scooter and then began to check the surroundings. There was no time to check how many containers there were in the port, and the little light from the fire could not see the whole picture. So Haning could only look around the torch. All she could see were rows of stacked containers. Judging from the size, they were basically international standard containers. Of course, there were also some larger standard containers. Haning did not count them carefully, and there was no way to see what was in these containers. She stepped on the scooter with one foot, held the handlebars with one hand, and touched the container next to her with the other hand. Suddenly, a row of 4 stacked containers disappeared. Haning did not stop, and pushed the scooter on the ground with her other foot, and it slid forward. She did not retract her other hand, but touched the containers in the next row while sliding. Sliding all the way. With the not very bright light of the torch, it can be seen that wherever Haning passed, all the containers on her right disappeared in rows. Haning searched a lot of information about this port on the internet. She also made a rough map. However, the area that the torch can illuminate is limited, so Haning can't see exactly where she is now. After collecting for more than 2 hours and changing the 5th torch, Haning has roughly guessed where she is in the port. In order to avoid wasting time and taking detours, Haning directly changed direction. Collect the containers on the left first, so that she doesn't have to take detours when she returns later. After collecting for more than an hour, Haning stopped when the flame of the new torch became smaller. Frequent collection of things in the space is very exhausting. In order to collect more smoothly later, Haning decided to rest in the space. Now there are more than 900 hours accumulated in the space, but despite this, Haning still dare not waste a little time in the space. There was no other way to put Tang Yuan in just now. She couldn't let Tang Yuan and the dog stay at home alone. If something happened in the meantime, wouldn't Tang Yuan starve to death? So she could only waste some time in the space to put the dumplings in there. The watermelons planted on the land before had been harvested long ago, and now there are more than a dozen fruit trees planted there. Not to mention that the yield of the space is really high. She just scattered the seeds casually and didn't take care of it anymore. Unexpectedly, 1 acre of land actually harvested more than 10,000 kilograms of watermelons. Haning also discovered that although there was no sun in the space, the plants were not affected at all. There was no river, but the plants did not water or fertilize it, and the soil did not dry out or harden. There seemed to be no seasonal restrictions, and whatever was planted would survive. I think this should be another comfort for Haning. After all, this space is time-limited, so poultry cannot be raised. There are quite a lot of fruit tree varieties planted in the space now. 2 durian and mangosteen trees that Haning asked for when she went to Taigua to buy fruits. An apple tree, a peach, and a yellow peach. There are also mangoes, grapes, lychees, longans, oranges, tangerines, grapefruits, and bananas. Although it was less than 1 acre, it was still easy to grow more than a dozen fruit trees. In order not to waste the land, Haning also planted a lot of crops with shorter plants under these fruit trees. Leeks, water spinach, daylily, peppers, perilla, strawberries, blueberries. These vegetables have a common feature with fruits, that is, they can be harvested for a long time after planting once, and there is no need to replant every crop. For Haning, who does not have much time to stay in the space, planting these is the most convenient. Calling Tang Yuan, who is still playing in the orchard, Haning served it a meal. After eating something, she closed her eyes and practiced the exercises. This can also help her spirit recover faster. After all, she doesn't have much time. After resting for about an hour, Haning flashed out of the space directly. Then she changed the torch without any pause and continued to collect containers. The number of containers here far exceeded Han Ying's estimation. Before coming here, she roughly estimated that the number of containers stranded in this port should be around 200,000. But when it was the 8th hour, Haning felt that her estimate was wrong. The number of containers stranded in this port is definitely more than 200,000. Originally, she wanted to finish the collection in 10 hours. However, because there were too many, Hanning did not dare to stop for even a minute except for the half an hour she rested before. Just when Hanning finished collecting another row and came to the end of the port, she was thinking about whether to rest for a few more minutes. Maybe it would make her more efficient. Then a gust of wind blew, and the fire flickered. Then she suddenly saw the fire flickering to the nearby water surface, and then a huge black shadow seemed to appear in the distance under the refraction of the water light. Hanning moved the fire closer, and there was indeed a very vague shadow in the distance. And that shadow was very huge. Suddenly, Hanning seemed to realize something. She took out a kayak that had been inflated long ago from the space and paddled towards the shadow with excitement. Let's talk about rest later. Hanning paddled the kayak so hard. The closer she got, the more she felt the hugeness of the shadow. When she got close to the shadow, Hanning was so excited that she almost trembled. She almost missed it. The huge black shadow in front of her was clearly a huge ocean-going cargo ship. Hanning had seen photos of this kind of ocean-going cargo ship when she was looking up port information. It was no problem for it to carry 5,000 or 6,000 containers. The huge body of the cargo ship in front of her could be seen from a distance. Although the firelight could not illuminate its entire appearance, it was still vaguely visible that it was stacked with full containers. A wave of fat. Without any hesitation, Hanning raised her hand and touched the cargo ship, and the entire cargo ship disappeared directly on the sea. The cargo ship was too heavy, and the draft was definitely not what Hanning could imagine. She knew that the sudden disappearance of the cargo ship from the sea would definitely cause a short-term high-speed vortex or backflow around it. So Hanning did not dare to show off her ability. At the moment the cargo ship disappeared, she and her kayak also disappeared on the sea. Perhaps because the cargo ship was too big and too heavy, Hanning felt dizzy in her head the moment she entered the space. She knew that it was because her mental power was overconsumed. At this moment, she had to rest for a while, even for 5 minutes. Otherwise, she was afraid that the gain would outweigh the loss. People can't eat greasy food when they are tired. So she directly took out a cup of warm milk tea and 2 sandwiches from the space symbol, closed her eyes, and ate slowly while resting. Eating was taken as a rest. Seeing that there was only 1 hour left, she didn't know how many containers were waiting for her outside. So although Hanning was still a little dizzy, she didn't continue to rest. She sat back on the kayak and flashed out of the space. Knowing that there was only 1 hour left, the remaining containers would have nothing to do with her after leaving here. After thinking of this, Hanning kayaked faster. But this port is really too big, and the number of containers is even more amazing. Just after Hanning worked hard for more than an hour without any pause, she felt a sense of weightlessness. But the moment the weightlessness came, she saw that there was only 1 row of containers left where the fire was shining. Hanning didn't know where the power burst out, and the moment the weightlessness came, she kicked her feet towards the last row of containers. Immediately, the moment she disappeared, the last row of 6 containers also disappeared at the same time. 6 containers. Each one is at least 30 to 40 cubic meters and can hold 20 to 30 tons of goods. How much supplies are there in it? Hanning would have been very upset if she hadn't received these 6 containers. Knowing that she had received all the containers at the last minute, Hanning finally had no regrets. When she returned to bed, Hanning took off her equipment and put the glutinous rice in the living room outside. After adding some food to it and lighting a thick candle, she didn't take a shower or change clothes. She just lay back on the bed in her thermostatic suit and fell asleep. She was too tired, not physically, but mentally. In order for the next $0 shopping trip to go smoothly, Hanning couldn't miss any minute of rest. Now there are still 16 hours before the end of global darkness. Although Hanning was afraid that she would oversleep after falling asleep. But there was no way. If she didn't sleep for a while, she was afraid that she would not be able to hold on later. When she woke up, Hanning took out a lighter from under the pillow. She lit the candle beside the bed and glanced at the mechanical watch on her hand. She slept for 5 hours. Fortunately, she didn't oversleep. In the dim light of the candle, Haning casually ate a large box of braised noodles and 2 poached eggs. After eating the braised noodles, Haning was about to put on her gear, but there was a knock on the door. Putting on a long-down jacket and picking up the candle on the table, Haning walked out of the room and opened the 2 security doors. "Who's outside?" "Xiao Han, it's me." Wu Tingfang's voice came from outside the door. Haning opened the door and saw Wu Tingfang standing outside with a candle in her hand. "Sister Wu, is there anything wrong?" "It's nothing. You may not have heard me knocking on your door just now. Have you eaten?" "I cooked a lot of dumplings. I was afraid that the refrigerator would not be able to store them because there was no electricity, so I cooked them all. Can I bring you a plate?" Wu Tingfang knocked on Han Ying's door more than an hour ago. She had always been worried that Haning, a girl, would be scared in a dark house without a mobile phone. So she calculated the time, and she probably woke up, so she came to knock on the door. "No need, Sister Wu, I've already eaten. My house is well soundproofed. If I'm in a room, I can't hear the knocking. So Sister Wu, if I don't hear you knocking, don't worry. I might be in the room. Haning will have to go out soon. If Wu Tingfang comes to knock on the door again and can't find anyone, it will inevitably arouse suspicion, so she gave the other party a shot of prevention first. Okay, if you have something, just come and knock on the door. We are all here." After Wu Tingfang finished speaking, she went back with a candle. After closing the door, Haning went straight back to her room. Then she didn't waste any more time, put the glutinous rice into the space, and put on the equipment again. She took out the last teleportation symbol, looked at the photo, and silently recited the coordinates on it. She appeared again in a place where she couldn't see her hand in front of her. But this time, Haning felt that she didn't seem to be stepping on the ground. Although she was wearing heels and shoe covers, she still felt that the things under her feet seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Haning moved her body slightly, and in the dark, she almost lost her balance. Realizing that something seemed to be wrong under her feet, Haning didn't dare to move. First, she scanned the surroundings in the darkness. It was pitch black and there was no light, indicating that there was no one nearby. Then she took out the torch and lit it. Only then did she realize that she was standing on a cart. This cart was a bit like a shopping cart in a supermarket, but a little bigger. So the movement of her body just now directly drove the wheels of the cart to move. Without jumping off the cart, Haning looked around in the light of the fire. Rows of tall shelves were full of boxes of supplies. The shelf in front of her was full of boxes of chocolate, indicating that she had landed in the chocolate area. She jumped off the cart, plucked the feathers from the goose, and put the cart into the space. Haning took out her scooter again, tied the torch to it, and then began to collect the shelves one by one. The shelves in this warehouse were very large, and the height was estimated to be 4 or 5 meters. Each shelf was also very long, and every time a shelf was collected, a 7 or 8 meter wide open space would appear on the ground. Although the shelves were large, the materials inside were definitely not as heavy as the containers before. So Han Ying didn't feel tired after collecting for more than 3 hours. The scooter made a rustling sound in the silent warehouse, and everything it passed by became an empty space. There was no time to check what was in the shelves and which area they were collected. Haning only knew that she was numb, and the shelves that looked similar kept disappearing. It took Haning nearly half an hour to collect just one row, which shows how big this warehouse is. After collecting for more than 6 hours, the ordinary warehouse of the entire warehouse was finally collected. Of course, there were the most things in it. Haning felt that she should take a break, so she went into the space to eat something and rested for more than 10 minutes before flashing out of the space again. This warehouse is really big. Ranked in the top 3 of the top 10 warehouses in the world, the amount of materials piled up in it is beyond imagination. Just after she finished collecting a row, she found that there were refrigerated warehouses, constant temperature warehouses, and frozen warehouses on the other side of the warehouse. Although more than 20 hours have passed since the global darkness, this time has not allowed the things in these special warehouses to go bad. Thinking about the many warehouses that needed to be confiscated, Haning realized that 10 hours might not be enough to confiscate them all. Without wasting any time, Han Ying's scooter moved faster. After arriving at the cold storage warehouse, Hanning took out a big axe from the space and attacked the lock on it like crazy. Special warehouses like this usually have electronic locks outside. But at this time, all the electronic equipment was paralyzed. This electronic lock is just a decoration now, and it is not much better than ordinary locks. After a crazy output, the entire door lock fell down. Hanning smashed the axe in her hand again, and the door fell inward. She put away the axe and continued to slide the scooter forward. There was no time to take a closer look at what was in the warehouse. Her right hand directly touched the shelf where the scooter slid. The shelves disappeared again. Although she didn't know what was piled in here, every shelf was full. After eating, Hanning felt that she was collecting things faster. There was no delay except for changing the torch. At this time, no one knew where the stacking was above the land in the space. Countless containers were stacked one by one. Next to the containers were shelves stacked one by one. Hanning was not worried that these shelves would fall or be crushed in the space, because there was no such situation. After collecting the supplies in the cold storage warehouse, Hanning changed another torch. Then she rode the scooter again and came to the nearby freezer. Following the same pattern, the contents of the entire freezer warehouse also entered Hanning's space. Hanning did not stop to check the time, but she knew that time was running out, so she smashed the warehouse faster. After smashing the door of the last constant temperature warehouse, Hanning did not stop for half a second. The scooter slid forward directly, and the shelves inside kept disappearing. When there were still a few minutes before 10 hours, Hanning was surprised to find that the entire constant temperature warehouse had been emptied by her. The entire warehouse of more than 300,000 square meters was so empty that even mice had to leave with tears. When Hanning found that the entire warehouse had been emptied by her, she did not stop at all and instantly flashed into the space. After entering the space, Hanning had just finished half a glass of water. She was about to check how much she had gained in the past 20 hours, and then she suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. Then a piercing woo-woo-woo alarm sounded in her ears, which almost scared Hanning to death. But when she heard the alarm, Hanning reacted instantly. Global darkness is over. It should have just ended within a few minutes, and she knew very well what the alarms from every building in the community meant. The tsunami is coming. Tsunami warning, tsunami warning. Please carry your emergency kit and move to a higher place immediately. Move to a higher place immediately. Along with the piercing alarm, there was also the sound of various birds flapping their wings desperately in the sky. Hanning remembered this sound clearly in her previous life. After the black mass of birds flew over Pengcheng, the tsunami arrived in less than 5 minutes. It seems that the tsunami in this life will come a little earlier. After receiving the tsunami warning, everyone desperately ran to a higher place. Although Pengcheng is still dozens of kilometers away from the sea, the official warning is for the whole country. It can be seen that the tsunami caused by this submarine earthquake is extraordinary, and even non-coastal cities like them are in danger. The whole building was filled with noisy and messy footsteps and terrified screams. But these seemed to have nothing to do with Hanning. She had already decided to hide in the space to avoid the tsunami. She has the golden finger of space, but she is still exposed to the tsunami like everyone else. Isn't that stupid? But before hiding in, Hanning knew that the neighbors would definitely knock on her door, so she could only hide in after dealing with the people next door. Sure enough, Hanning heard the doorbell amid the shrill alarm and opened the security doors one by one. Wu Tingfang was standing outside. Xiao Han, the tsunami is coming soon. Do you want to stay with us so that we can take care of you? Wu Tingfang pretended to be calm, but Hanning could still see from her pale face that she was afraid of the upcoming tsunami. Thank you, Sister Wu. I'd better stay at my own house. When my house was renovated before, the glass was installed with the highest grade tempered glass. I shouldn't be afraid of tsunamis. I'll stay at my own house. Although Hanning couldn't remind others, she still reminded Wu Tingfang's family implicitly. Let them keep as much glass as possible to deal with the thick fog that will follow. You mean the glass might be shattered by a tsunami? It's not that exaggerated, right? We are on the 27th floor and so far from the beach. Although Wu Tingfang was also afraid of tsunamis, she still subconsciously believed that they were so far away from the beach, and even if a tsunami hit, it would not be that strong. I don't know about this either. I saw it in a disaster movie before, and it was so scary. Haning pretended to be scared, and her shoulders trembled. Then I won't tell you anymore. Be careful. I have to go back and discuss it with my husband as soon as possible. By the way, if you don't want to stay with us, you can go to Lu Yuan across the street. He also said that he wants to stay at his own home. You are more comfortable with your peers. Wu Tingfang left after she finished speaking. After all, time waits for no one. The bursts of alarms outside seemed like a demon urging death, making everyone's heart tremble. In fact, there's nowhere to go if you don't stay at home. Go to the roof. If a huge wave hits you, you'll be scared to death if you don't get smashed to death. Hiding in one's own home, one only needs to deal with the flood that rushes in. The wall can also withstand part of the impact of the huge waves, which is much safer than being on the roof. As for the corridor, that is a place that cannot be stayed. The flood brought by the huge waves will fill the entire corridor in an instant. When the flood retreats to the stairs after the waves, the impact is not something that humans with a weight of more than 100 kilograms can withstand. Haning glanced at Lu Yuan's door opposite and closed her own security door. The sound of the alarm made her feel a little uneasy. However, thinking of her own space, Haning felt at ease and put all the things in the whole room into the space. Just as Haning put everything into the space, she suddenly felt a shaking under her feet. Without any hesitation, Haning flashed into the space. And just as Haning flashed into the space, more than a dozen helicopters whirred over the sea more than 100 kilometers away from Pengcheng. They kept sending instant messages back. The helicopter didn't dare to fly too high. There were lightning and thunder at sea. Although it wasn't raining, the whole sky seemed to be falling. Just as the crew on the helicopter reported the latest news at sea, they suddenly found that all the seawater was receding at an incredible speed. Then, in less than half a minute, the receding seawater was like a galloping army rushing towards the shore. Lift off, lift off. The person who was looking out of the cabin door with a telescope suddenly showed a terrified expression on his face and shouted. Just now, when he saw that the sky seemed to be really pressing down, he suddenly realized that it was not the sky that was about to collapse. It was a huge wave hundreds of meters high rushing towards them. The helicopter was not flying very low to begin with, and after barely avoiding the huge waves, the pilot felt his back was wet. They were still careless. They originally thought that even if there was a tsunami, it would not be that high at the beginning, so they flew lower so that they could observe the situation on the sea more clearly. Huge waves hundreds of meters high are surging on the sea. In an instant, it whizzed onto the shore. Dozens of buildings and sea view villas on the beach were the first to be smashed by the huge waves. But the huge waves showed no sign of stopping. After smashing dozens of buildings, it only slowed down a little and continued to wreak havoc throughout the city. The first round of huge waves finally turned into sea water and poured into residential buildings in the city center more than 10 kilometers away. But after the first wave dissipated, another wave followed that was even more severe. Looking down from the helicopter at this time, you can't tell where the coastline is at all, and the land and water are almost connected. Huge waves continued to advance further and further. The entire Jiangcheng has turned into a vast ocean, and 1/3 of the buildings in the entire city are in ruins. The waves continued to advance. Even though the buildings in the city were blocking them, the huge waves, like a mighty army, simply ignored them. Then, it rushed towards the nearly 1,000-meter-high mountain in front of it like a tidal wave, and suddenly the whole mountain collapsed from the mountainside. In Pengcheng, dozens of kilometers away, everyone felt the shaking of the earth and the devil-like roar in the distance, hugging their relatives and friends and trembling. Everyone's face was as pale as paper. In the face of such a natural disaster, humans were like ants and could only leave their fate to God. When everyone was trembling, a shadow suddenly appeared in the air. The shadow enveloped everyone, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. But everyone knows that the sky will not fall. This shadow is a huge wave that is roaring wildly. Everyone hid in a corner, holding tightly to everything around them, staring with eyes wide open and mouths wide open in horror at the huge waves rushing down from the sky.
Ah, 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 ah.
The screams came one after another. Everyone closed their eyes unconsciously when the huge waves rushed down, as if they had handed their lives over to God. Han Ying's house was quiet, and there was no sound at all. But the 4 people next door all hid in the bathroom, which had the smallest window and the smallest space. Lei Minghu has already prepared for the worst, and has removed all the doors and windows in his house. Lei Minghu's house only has 3 rooms and 1 kitchen. So there were not many large windows, so he placed a window horizontally to block the entrance. One blocked the door to the balcony. The other 2 doors directly blocked the bathroom door from the inside. He really has prepared for the worst. What if a tsunami hits Pingcheng? Even if the glass of these removed windows is destroyed, the window frames can ensure that the things and people in the house will not be washed out by the huge waves. The 4 of them hugged each other tightly. At this time, Wu Tingfang bit her lower lip tightly while listening to the roaring sound of the waves outside. Her whole body began to tremble, but she still held her son tightly and did not dare to relax at all. Compared to Wu Tingfang's family next door, Lu Yuan's situation across the street is much better. At this moment, he was standing by the window, frowning and looking at the huge wave that was about to hit him with a worried look on his face. He was completely unprepared in his previous life, but was able to survive the tsunami safely. He didn't believe that anything would happen in this life, even though he had made all the necessary preparations. Similar to Han Ying's house, although some furniture was still there in Lu Yuan's house, all the electrical appliances and each house things were gone. Han Ying, who was in the space, was actually not at peace. She knew that everyone outside was struggling in the tsunami, but what could she do? She can't reveal her secrets, and she can't control others. She could only ensure that she and Tang Yuan could survive well in the apocalypse. Tang Yuan likes it very much. Although I brought it in only a limited number of times and each time was not for long, Tang Yuan would run around wildly on the ground every time he came in. After Han Ying collected all the vegetables and fruits that could be harvested from the field, she went to the roof of the 2nd floor. At this moment, she was lying on a recliner with her eyes closed, counting the gains from her $20 purchases. After taking inventory, Han Ying was so scared that she almost rolled off the recliner. She received nearly 380,000 containers at the port, which was nearly double the 200,000 she had originally expected. And this does not include the large ocean-going freighter, which has more than 6,000 containers on board that are not counted. Regardless of all this, that freighter alone may be worth hundreds of millions. In the previous life, so many supplies were directly sacrificed to the sea god. But in this life it became her property. Han Ying was so happy that her eyes were curved with smile. As for the warehouse of that operation center, the warehouse is over 300,000 square meters. Even if the items inside are stored on shelves, the quantity is still beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The things in the special warehouses collected later obviously need to be kept at low temperatures. So Han Ying transferred all the things she collected later into the space symbol without any hesitation. As for the others, there is not enough space, so they can only be left there for now. Anyway, they basically come packaged and can be kept for some time. After dealing with the things in the warehouse, Han Ying turned her attention to the containers. There are so many of them that I don't know how long it will take to open them all. After such a long time, some things that should not be stored might get spoiled. So Han Ying planned to pick and choose, first taking out some containers that could not be stored for a long time and putting them into the space symbol that could preserve freshness. Open slowly when you have time. Each container has a label on the outside indicating the type of goods inside. And because it has been raining recently, these labels have been waterproofed and can be seen clearly. However, it would take a lot of time to check the labels one by one, and Han Ying was afraid that the supplies in the container could not wait that long. Han Ying simply sank her consciousness into the sky. Suddenly, all the supplies in the entire space appeared in her mind, and the contents of those containers were also roughly presented. Haning did not check carefully. She just went by her feeling and transferred everything into the space symbol as long as she felt it was not something that could be stored for a long time. After about an hour, Haning felt a sharp pain in her head. She knew she had overexerted herself. After moving the last container into the space symbol, Haning relaxed and fell asleep on the recliner. In fact, Haning was very tired. She had been collecting things in the big warehouse for almost 10 hours straight. After returning, she started to count the supplies without taking a rest.
It was her limit to last until now.
Haning slept for a full 12 hours. When she woke up and found that she had slept for so long, she immediately took out an inflated magic carpet. After holding Tang Yuan, she sat on the magic carpet. Then she took out a mask from the space and put it on, and then came out of the space with the magic carpet. After coming out and seeing the situation at home, Haning felt relieved. The water that was poured into the house was not much, probably up to the calf. After collecting all the seawater in the room into the space symbol, Haning walked down from the magic carpet. Haning guessed that the water in other people's homes should not be as much as hers, because their doors and windows must have been damaged by the waves, and the seawater flowed directly out through the door after the waves came in. The reason why her house was still flooded with such high water was that her doors were very solid and not damaged by the tsunami. There was no gap under the door, so not much seawater flowed out through the door gap. It seems that the money spent like water when renovating this house was worth it. The water was gradually poured in from the gaps in the windows under the beating of the waves. I didn't expect that so much water could accumulate. It seems that the sealing of the windows is not as good as she imagined.
Han Ying.
After collecting the water, Haning heard someone outside on the security door and calling her. It seemed to be Lu Yuan next door. Haning opened the security doors one by one. Not only Lu Yuan was standing outside, but Wu Tingfang, her husband, her mother-in-law, and her son were also standing at her door. Everyone looked anxious. It would be a lie for Haning to say that she was not moved when she saw the scene. In her last life, she was killed by someone she knew. Although she chose to live here in this life, Haning still didn't trust anyone from the bottom of her heart. She only planned to give them a little help at the right time, just as a way to repay their kindness in her last life. Xiao Han, is there something wrong with you? We kept knocking on the door but you didn't hear us, and we took turns calling you but couldn't get through. Wu Tingfang saw Haning suddenly open the door, and the worry on her face was real. Seeing Haning wearing a mask, she paused for a moment before asking. When the tsunami was about to hit, the power supply station cut off the electricity in the whole city in an instant. This can avoid some accidents caused by current leakage in the water. However, although the signal of the mobile phone was very bad, it was still barely usable.
Me?
I'm fine. Maybe I locked myself in the room with earplugs and didn't hear it. Haning disappeared for more than 10 hours, and she didn't know what happened in the meantime. When did the tsunami stop? Did anything happen to this building during the tsunami? When did they start knocking on their own door? So she could only pass it vaguely like this. Although it felt a little incredible, no one could find anything wrong. Andy Han, why are you wearing a mask? Lei Yuhang pointed at the mask on Han Ying's face and asked crisply. The smell of the sea is too strong. I can't stand it. If you don't like the smell, you can also wear a mask. Annie Han will give you a bag, okay? Haning wore a mask not because of the smell of the sea. In her previous life, she didn't know how many times she had smelled the stench of corpses, so she didn't care about the smell of the sea. As she said that, Haning took out a pack of 100 masks from the drawer at the entrance and handed it to Lei Yuhang. This pack of masks is for adults. She is an adult and there are no children at home. It seems unreasonable to have a mask for children, so she took out the adult masks. Adult masks can also be used by children if they're folded. Mom? Lei Yuhang glanced at Wu Tingfang and didn't dare to take it.
There are too many in this pack. Just take a few.
The smell should be gone in 2 days. Wu Tingfang looked at the mask that Haning handed over with embarrassment. Although this pack of masks is not worth much after the tsunami, she also realized that it is very inconvenient to buy something now, so she hesitated a little. He Xiao, who was standing by, saw the embarrassment of her daughter-in-law and saw that her grandson really wanted those masks. She thought about it and said to her grandson, Xiaoying, don't you have some delicious chocolates hidden? You can exchange a few with Aunt Xiaohan. Okay, I'll get them now. Lei Yuhang said and turned around and rushed into his house. After the tsunami, the house smelled of dead fish, and he really didn't like it. And he saw Uncle Lu Yuan next door often wearing a mask, so handsome. He thought that if boys want to be more handsome, they should wear a mask like Uncle Lu Yuan, so he also wants to be like that. Hanning didn't say anything after hearing what Hishio said. It's not that she is reluctant to give up this pack of masks, but it's an attitude. If the neighbors are more reasonable, it can save a lot of trouble. Wu Tingfang often brings her some of the food they made from time to time. Han Ning will also bring some things to their home. There is give and take, and no one takes advantage of each other. Only in this way can the relationship between neighbors last. Lu Yuan glanced at Han Ying's mask and went back without saying anything. After returning, he closed the doors and windows directly. Although it was a bit stuffy, fortunately, the weather is cold now, so the impact is not great. Then we will go back first. Xiao Han, if you have something, come and knock on the door. By the way, Xiao Han, you can drain the electrical appliances in your home and try them after the power comes on. If the damage is not serious, my Dahu will repair it. After Hishio reminded Hanning, she patted her grandson on the shoulder and asked him to give the chocolate to Hanning. Lei Yuhang took 4 pieces of chocolate in exchange for Han Ying's pack of masks, and then everyone except Wu Tingfang left. Now the whole community has no electricity, but the mobile phone can still be used barely, as long as you find a place to charge it. But most of the electrical appliances were soaked in water. Han Ying's family naturally didn't have this concern. She even dismantled the air conditioner and put it in the space, so naturally there was no such concern. But she really didn't know that Lei Minghu could repair electrical appliances, and she had never heard them mention it in her previous life. After Wu Tingfang stayed, she told Han Ning some news she heard from others and in the group. Han Ning was a little shocked to hear this news, because Wu Tingfang just said that more than 70 people in the community died in the tsunami. And there were 8 people in their building, one of which originally had 4 people in their family, and in the end only a 17-year-old boy died. Some of these people were drowned, and some were killed by things. But most of them were directly washed out by the flood through the openings of doors and windows. The bodies of the 2 who were drowned and crushed to death in their own homes are still placed in their own homes. The property management contacted the official staff, and the official staff said that they would come and take them away tomorrow for cremation. As for those who were washed away by the flood, there is no way for the time being, and we can only wait until they are found. No wonder Hanning just stood at the door and heard a lot of people wailing below. And they were crying miserably. Not only that, Hanning also learned another thing from Wu Tingfang. After the tsunami, sharks have appeared in the water dozens of meters deep outside. This is the news they saw on the internet. It is said that the official personnel encountered it during the rescue after the tsunami, and only 2 of the 7 or 8 people on the boat came back. Someone also used a drone to take pictures of sharks swimming between buildings in the city, which scared people so much that their hair stood up. Han Ning was not surprised at all about this news, because in the last life, before the water level receded for the first time, sharks could often be seen swimming in the water. Later, after the water level receded, many people saw stranded sharks, which made a lot of money. In the subsequent times when the seawater backflowed, the water level was relatively shallow, but no sharks were heard of. Otherwise, Han Ning would not dare to go into the water to retrieve supplies no matter how brave she was. After Wu Tingfang left, Han Ning returned home and slipped into the space first. She placed plates of food directly on the coffee table in the living room on the first floor. After taking off her mask, she took out a box of rice and happy water and started eating. The dog had just been fed by Han Ning, and it was still frolicking in the field. There was no need to worry about it. After Han Ning finished eating, she filled a sprayer with water directly in the space. Then she threw in a handful of hypochlorous acid disinfectant tablets, shook them a few times, and put them on the ground to melt. There are many kinds of disinfectant tablets, and there are also many kinds of disinfectant tablets containing chlorine. 84 disinfectant tablets are the most common, but the smell of 84 is too strong and irritating. Haning really doesn't like that smell. She prefers to use hypochlorous acid disinfectant tablets, and the disinfection effect is better than 84. While the disinfectant tablets were melting, Haning and the dog had already left the space. She had to thoroughly clean the house that had been soaked in seawater. This tsunami not only destroyed the city, but also brought a blue poisonous fog that enveloped the world, and the poisonous fog also carried a virus named T1. The end of the world officially began with the tsunami because of this virus. Han Ing remembered that in the last life, about 70 million people in China died in the tsunami. But the number of people who died from the T1 virus reached more than 200 million. In this life, people had been evacuated before the tsunami. Although there were certainly casualties, it was much better than in the last life. Wear a mask and start cleaning every corner of the house with clean water mixed with disinfectant. When Tang Yuan saw Haning washing the floor, it rolled directly on the ground with water stains, and then swung wildly, splashing Haning all over with water.
Tang Yuan,
Go to the toilet. Haning raised her foot and gently kicked Tang Yuan's hind legs. If she didn't want to waste time in the space, she would never let Tang Yuan out. It was too much of a hindrance to her work. Haning sighed, changed her wet clothes, and then continued to clean the floor. After cleaning the whole house, Haning took out the disinfectant from the space. After carrying it on her back, she started from the security door and sprayed disinfectant in every corner of the house, including the ceiling. After doing this, Haning did not take out all the furniture immediately. Instead, she took out a small chair, a few small suns and spare batteries, and placed one in each room. After plugging in the power, she sat on the chair and browsed her mobile phone. The others would be done after the room was completely dry. In this life, there was an early warning and early transfer, but many people still died in the tsunami. This time, most of the resettlement sites in China are on the mountains. Official statistics show that 9 mountains that serve as resettlement sites have collapsed across the country, including one in Pengcheng. Countless deaths and injuries. Many residential buildings also collapsed under the ravages of the tsunami, especially those old communities. But these are far less than 1% of those in coastal cities. The first major coastal cities were hit by the devastating tsunami. Judging from the photos Haning had seen, these coastal cities were almost destroyed to the point where less than 1/3 remained. It was no exaggeration to say that all the coastal cities were devastated. Whether those houses could still be lived in was ultimately decided by the authorities, and Haning did not need to worry about where the residents of the affected coastal cities would go in the future. According to official statistics, the tsunami caused the death of nearly 2 million people across the country, and the direct economic losses were more than 1 trillion. If it were in the past, with so many people dead, I'm afraid the whole country would have held a memorial and silent ceremony. But now the water level outside is still dozens of meters, and even water and electricity are not dared to be connected. Basic life is not guaranteed. Who would do these formal things? In this life, there is an early warning and transfer, and the death toll is much better than the more than 70 million in the previous life. As for the economic losses, there is no way around it. Materials can be transferred, but what about fixed assets and vehicles? These cannot be transferred at all. The water level on the Jiangnan side of Ufu has risen to the 15th floor, which is 5 or 6 meters higher than the official estimate. After the tsunami, several families on the 14th and 15th floors kept knocking on the doors of other floors, hoping that someone would take them in for a few days. When a family knocked on Han Ying's door, Han Ying saw through the peephole that it was a strange middle-aged man, so she didn't even open the door and let him knock. After knocking for more than 10 minutes, the middle-aged man saw that no one opened the door, and he cursed at the world while saying that it was cold. The weather is already quite cold now, and the window glass of every household was basically destroyed by the tsunami, and they couldn't get out. So many people asked for help on the official Weibo, called the fire department and the police. I hope the government can solve the problem of glass doors and windows, and the problem of food. There are even many people who went to the resettlement site and died in the tsunami. They made a crazy noise and asked the government to compensate and give an explanation. Those who died in the tsunami this time have no way to deal with the government. After all, No one knows which mountain or building will be destroyed in the tsunami. And many people in the government also died in the tsunami. So the authorities only responded to the people's demands for supplies, saying that supplies would be airdropped on the roofs of each building in the afternoon, and then the residents would collect them in time. Although the network signal is not very good now, it can still be used. The small group in Building 9 was also talking about the official delivery of supplies, but more people expressed dissatisfaction with the official approach. 1702 Yang Huanwan. My child's diapers and milk powder are almost gone. What should I do? I asked for help under the official Weibo, but there was no response at all. 902 Zhao. Who doesn't ask for help now? But who cares about us? The glass of the doors and windows at home is broken, and the wind blows, and I am freezing. I can only leave it to fate. What else can I do? 1301 Zhao Hongyi. We don't know when the water will recede, and when we can go back to our own home. 1901 Li Kajia. The government has taken over the supplies, so where can we buy things in the future? 2202 Lu Wenba. Most of the things at home were damaged by the flood, and there is no electricity or water, and there is no place to buy things. I really don't know how to live like this. 902 Zhao. Does anyone have a self-heating pot? I want to make milk powder for my child, but there is no hot water. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the resettlement site. At least there would be hot water. 603 Wang. Don't think about it, I'll show you what the resettlement site looks like, and see if you still want to go. This is what my friend sent me. Pictures 2602 Huang Jun. Are they treating people like pigs? They can't even turn over in such a small place. What does the official mean by this? They treat people like non-human beings? 1702 Yang Huanwan. At 902 I have some at home. Can I exchange some milk powder with you using my self-heating bag? 902 Zhao. How much do you want to exchange? 1702 Yang Huanhuan. I'll add you, and we'll chat privately. 2403 Lu Huaxing. Don't you all care about how the official materials are distributed? 2403 Lu Huaxing. It is impossible for the official materials to be distributed to everyone. After all, they don't know how many people we have, right? 2403 Lu Huaxing. So, I think we have to discuss this distribution issue. Otherwise, who gets more and who gets less will definitely not be happy, right? Han Ying was browsing the messages in the small group. She remembered that this Lu Huaxing from 2403 was a security guard in the community. She heard Wu Tingfang mention that Lu Huaxing's wife was a strong woman who seemed to have opened several clothing stores. This Lu Huaxing was usually lazy and didn't go to the store to help. He stayed at home all day playing games and reading novels. It was his wife who asked him for the job of community security guard. He was clearly a. Now the water has flooded to the 15th floor, and the property management of the community is in name only. They can't do anything, so the security guards in the community can only go back to their homes. 2602 Huang Jun. What the above said makes sense. I think we should have a meeting. After all, some people's mobile phones are out of battery. Let's call each other and gather on the rooftop. Anyway, it's almost time to drop supplies. 2403 Lu Huaxing. Okay, then we'll gather on the rooftop and everyone can notify their neighbors. Han Ying closed the small group and sighed. She couldn't stay in the room all the time, and she couldn't even refuse the free supplies from the government. Otherwise, people would think she had a lot of food in her house. Han Ying stood up from the chair. The room was almost done. After putting away the little son, she took out some furniture from the space and arranged them. She let the dog out of the bathroom. Han Ying planned to take it up to the rooftop later. Tang Yuan would live with her in the future, so it was necessary to let it come out and show its face occasionally. Moreover, because of its large size and the blood of Caucasian shepherd dog, Tang Yuan was very fierce and could still shock people. After the tsunami, a thin layer of light blue mist slowly appeared in the air. It was just because the weather was too humid. Everyone thought it was just ordinary water vapor, so no one cared at all. But Han Ying knew very well that the T1 virus was already in this layer of mist. But fortunately, this T1 virus seemed to only target humans. In the previous life, I had never heard of animals or plants being infected with this virus, so Haning was not worried about whether Tangyuan would be infected if he went out and stayed in the toxic fog. After putting on a mask and putting a leash on Tangyuan, Haning opened the security door and walked out. When they passed Wu Tingfang's house, they happened to open the door. Lei Yuhang and Wu Tingfang were both wearing masks. "Auntie Han, look at the mask my mother folded for me. Is it nice?" Lei Yuhang came in front of Haning, holding his head high to show off his mask. There was even a puppy painted on the outside of the mask, which was very cute. Very cute. Haning reached out and touched Lei Yuhang's little head, and then nodded to Wu Tingfang and the others as a greeting. When everyone was about to leave, Lu Yuan on the opposite side also opened the door. He was still wearing a black suit, black shoes, a black cap, and a black mask. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Lu Yuan also nodded to everyone. They were on the 27th floor, and the rooftop was on the roof of the 28th floor. When walking in the corridor and about to reach the 28th floor, Hishio glanced at the door leading to the 28th floor. "I don't know if anyone lives on the 28th floor. We have lived here for so long. Except for the sound of renovations on the floor before, I have never seen anyone living here. It's very strange. I heard that there is a large flat on the 28th floor, which is very expensive. I don't know who is so rich to buy it but not live in it." Hishio used to dance with others in the square of the community, and she also knew some news in the community. There are 2 large flats in their 9th building, one above them and one on the 19th floor.
These are not secrets.
Maybe they bought it and waited for appreciation? Lu Yuan, who rarely spoke when he had nothing to do, suddenly took over Hishio's words. "How do you know? But there is also this possibility. After all, we really don't understand the world of rich people." Wu Tingfang heard Lu Yuan suddenly answer, looked back, and then had an envious look on her face. "Lu Yuan, because I am the owner of the 28th floor." Lu Yuan lived on the 28th floor in his previous life. Although the top floor is convenient, it is really comfortable when it is extremely hot, and there is a free sauna every day. So in his new life, Lu Yuan directly asked someone to buy 2703 and connected it to the 28th floor. Sooner or later, others will know that the 28th floor is his, so it is okay for Lu Yuan to say it frankly at this time. After hearing Lu Yuan's words, everyone stopped and looked at Lu Yuan with their mouths open, including Haning. Haning has been here for a while and has never seen anyone coming in and out of the 28th floor. She was also curious about who would live on the 28th floor. But she never expected that it would be Lu Yuan who lived opposite. "I originally wanted to buy it for appreciation, who knew?" Lu Yuan showed a bitter smile on his face. He knew these people would have this expression. Hearing Lu Yuan say this, several people who originally shouted that they were rich in their hearts immediately began to sympathize with Lu Yuan. How many square meters is this large flat on the 28th floor? The housing prices in Uefu Jiangnan are not cheap, especially the large flat on the top floor. 1 square meter is much more expensive than their 27th floor. So much money was thrown into my hands by a rainstorm and a tsunami, and my envy immediately turned into sympathy. Arriving at the rooftop, everyone found that there were already quite a few people waiting there. Haning didn't recognize any of them, but a few of them looked familiar. The Annie, who had said she would treat Haning to her best pork knuckle last time, was also there. There were 2 men beside her, and they seemed to be her son and her husband. There were also 2 other girls and a middle-aged man who she met in the elevator that time. But now those 2 people were talking and laughing with another man and a woman. They looked very close, so it should be a small group of 4 people. Lin Shui was originally talking quietly with her father, and when she saw someone coming up at the door, she looked over there. Unexpectedly, she saw a familiar face.
Han Ying.
Lin Shui shouted directly. In fact, Lin Shui had seen Haning in the elevator before, but at that time she only felt that Haning looked familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Later, when she went home and browsed the school forum, she suddenly remembered that the girl in the elevator was Haning, who was competing with her good sister Zhao Lingwei for the school beauty. Unexpectedly, she also lived in Uefu Jiangnan and in the same building as her. Do we know each other? Han Ying was a little confused. How come people recognize her everywhere? And isn't she wearing a mask now? How did this person recognize her? Is she so recognizable even with a mask on? Me too. Lu Yuan? When Lin Shui was about to answer Haning, she saw Lu Yuan walking behind Haning, and a surprised smile suddenly appeared on her face. She had lived in Lefyu Jiangnan for so long that she didn't even know that Lu Yuan also lived here. Hearing the girl in front of her call out Lu Yuan's name, Haning didn't need to ask anymore. It seemed that this girl should also be from Pengcheng University. But there was nothing strange about this. Lefyu Jiangnan is not far from the university town, and many wealthy students will rent or buy houses here.
Lu Yuan.
Do you live here too? When Lin Shui saw Lu Yuan, she had forgotten Haning beside her and rushed directly in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan saw the girl rushing in front of him, and his eyebrows under the baseball cap slightly frowned. I'm sorry, I don't know you. Lu Yuan, I'm Lin Shui. We participated in the college basketball league together. I was the captain of the cheerleading team. Don't you remember? Lin Shui seemed a little sad when she heard Lu Yuan's words. Lin Shui stamped her feet. She couldn't believe that Lu Yuan didn't remember her. She had appeared in front of him many times before, and she followed him throughout the game. I'm sorry, I don't remember. Basketball game? How long ago was that for Lu Yuan? Xiao Xue. Come here. When Lin Shui wanted to say something else, an elegantly dressed woman standing next to her just now shouted with a gloomy face. When Lin Shui heard her mother calling her, she swallowed the words she wanted to say. After looking at Lu Yuan, she walked to her mother unwillingly. Lu Yuan? Is he the eldest son of Lu Jing'an's family? After seeing Lin Shui coming back, Lin Zhongming looked in Lu Yuan's direction and then asked, I've heard that the eldest son of the Lu family is unruly and rebellious. He put the company's shares left to him by his mother up for public auction, and finally his powerful stepmother bought them at a high price. I thought he was a prodigal son, but now it seems that he has foresight. Zhou Qian glared at her daughter, and then looked in the direction of Lu Yuan. Her daughter is good in everything, but she is a little silly. How can she pursue a boy this way? It seems that she will have to teach her later. Didn't you often drink tea and appreciate paintings with Zhuo Huiyan before? Why are you still saying that she is powerful now? Lin Zhongming turned his head and looked at her after hearing his wife's words. That's not for the business of your company. In my heart, I look down on her like a mistress.
You know it.
Zhou Qian snorted. It's true that men need to socialize outside. Doesn't she often have to deal with people she doesn't like for the company? Just now, Haning heard the person who called her name called herself Lin Shui. She still remembered that there was a person named Lin Shui in the community group who showed off a wall of branded bags and said that she wanted to exchange food with others. Unexpectedly, it was her. Haning remembered that when they met in the elevator was full of their supplies. Turning around, this person was asking for supplies in the group, and it seemed that he was also cautious. Haning stroked the dog's head, looked at the rooftop with more and more people, and quietly found a corner to sit. At this time, many people may not be used to the smell of the sea, so they wore masks, so Haning and the others wearing masks were not very abrupt. Many of these people who came had gone to the supermarket to buy supplies together before. Although they couldn't call out their names, they looked familiar. Haning sat in the corner stroking the dog's head, but Tang Yuan's larger body than ordinary dogs still attracted a lot of attention.
Han Ying.
It's really you. Xiao Chen, come here quickly. Haning is here too. After Wang Meili and her uncle's family came to the rooftop, they saw so many people up there and wanted to find a place where no one was waiting, but they were attracted by a big dog in the corner. The size of this fat big dog looked a little familiar to Wang Meili. Then when she saw the girl stroking the dog's head, Wang Meili instantly remembered that this was Han Ying's dog. She had seen it in the underground parking garage before. Feng Xiaochen walked at the back. Suddenly, after hearing Wang Meili's words, she looked up and saw Haning sitting in the corner stroking her dog. A hint of joy suddenly appeared on her face. Hearing someone calling her again, Haning wanted to cover her eyes with glasses. Who can tell her how these people recognized her? She has changed a lot compared to when she was in school. Her hair was cut short, her face was only simple skin care, not even foundation, and her clothes were only dark and simple styles, and she was wearing a mask. How did these people recognize her? Can't she change? Lu Yuan, who was standing aside, almost laughed out loud when he saw Han Ying's eyes on the verge of going crazy. God knows that only she can understand Han Ying's thoughts at this time, because he was also wondering how Lin Shui recognized him. Han Ying, are you angry so you don't add me on WeChat? Feng Xiaochen walked in front of Han Ying, squatted down, and took a look at the big dog next to her before asking. Han Ying was stunned after hearing what Feng Xiaochen said. What the Hades? Why was she angry? Han Ying wanted to imitate Lu Yuan and say I don't know you guys, but the two people in front of her were her classmates, and it would be too fake to say that she didn't know them. She just wanted to be low-key. She was not stupid. How could she not know them after being together for almost 2 years and practicing dancing together frequently? What a coincidence. Do you live together? Han Ying didn't know how to greet the two people, so she just said something casually. No, Han Ying, don't get me wrong. We live next door. I live in my uncle's house. Xiaochen rented the empty house next to us a few days ago. Hearing Han Ying say that the two of them lived together, Wang Meili waved her hand quickly. She had someone she liked, and they all knew that Feng Xiaochen liked Han Ying, so she couldn't let her misunderstand. Han Ying, are you angry? How could Meili and I live together? When Feng Xiaochen heard Han Ying misunderstand that he and Wang Meili lived together, he immediately raised his feet and moved 2 steps to the side, a little further away from Wang Meili. Angry? Misunderstanding? What's going on? Han Ying suddenly felt a little tired talking to these two people. She didn't want to talk nonsense with them anymore. Hey, it's about to start. Let's find a place quickly. At this time, more than 100 people had gathered on the entire top floor, and everyone was chatting quietly with someone they knew next to them. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, the two people who had just announced in the group that they were going to have a meeting on the rooftop were now standing on 2 chairs that they had brought out from nowhere. Seeing those two people, Han Ying guessed that they seemed to be competing for the position of the owner of Building 9. Everyone be quiet and listen to me. I'm sure you all know me. I'm the security guard of our community. My name is Lu Huaxing. Today, we've gathered everyone here. First, we've officially notified that supplies will be delivered here later. Second, we're also discussing how to distribute these supplies. Lu Huaxing took a loudspeaker from somewhere and stood on a chair and shouted. Then how do you think we should distribute them? That's right. You can talk about it first. After hearing what Lu Huaxing said, many people below started shouting. There are 2 ways to distribute supplies. One is to distribute them by household, and the other is to distribute them by person. How do you think it's better to distribute them? Huang Jun, who was standing on the chair next to Lu Huaxing, also came to the loudspeaker and said loudly, Of course it's divided by the number of people. I believe that's what the government means. Of course you want it divided by the number of people. After all, there are 5 people in your family. I think it's better to divide it by the number of households. After all, this way it can be evenly distributed, right? Divided by the number of people. Divided by the number of households is the best. Everyone wants to divide it according to their own ideas, because only in this way can they ensure that they can get more supplies. Han Ying didn't want to get involved in this. Anyway, in the end, these people will definitely discuss a distribution method that will basically satisfy everyone. Han Ying didn't go to the crowd, and still sat in the corner stroking her dog. But when Feng Xiaochen saw that she didn't move, he simply found something to sit next to her. Han Ying, I live in 2003. If you need anything, you can come to me. I have a lot of food there. I hid it in the compartment so it won't get soaked in water. I can give you some if you need it. By the way, do you still remember Zhao Ziru? She's the one who scolded you in the group. I heard that someone revealed a lot of things about her in the forum. It turns out that she was a bus driver and had been with many old men, all of whom were pimps for her boyfriend. Han Ying, what breed is your dog? It looks pretty well behaved. What's its name?
Can I touch it?
Han Ying, I just sent another friend request. Please agree to it later. We live so close that we can take care of each other in the future. Why didn't she know that Feng Xiaochen was a chatterbox before? Han Ying listened to Feng Xiaochen chattering over there, saying things she didn't want to hear. Han Ying was a social loser. She didn't know how to communicate with others. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been called a barren woman by Zhao Ziru because she always had a cold face and looked like she didn't want anyone to approach her. Although she had seen someone in the classmate group say that Feng Xiaochen liked her, he had never confessed his feelings to her. She couldn't just say, "I can't possibly like you, so stop pestering me." If he didn't admit it, she would be the only one embarrassed. Feng Xiaochen was still chattering beside her. Hanning looked at Lu Yuan, who was closest to her, for help, hoping that this person could help her out and save her from the water and fire. Lu Yuan received Han Ying's distress signal, sighed helplessly, and walked over.
Your name is Xiaochen, right?
Can you come over a little bit? I have something to say to my girlfriend. Lu Yuan's tall body stood directly in front of Feng Xiaochen and looked down at him. Han Ying almost choked on her saliva when she heard Lu Yuan's words. She stared at Lu Yuan in disbelief, as if to say, "How dare you say that?" Han Ying, when did you have a boyfriend?
I haven't heard about it.
When did you two have a boyfriend? Feng Xiaochen looked at Han Ying in shock, his eyes full of hurt. Just these few months.
Right?
Before Han Ying finished speaking, she saw Lu Yuan pushing Feng Xiaochen aside. Then he took her shoulder, causing her body to stiffen, and she couldn't speak clearly. Han Ying was not used to someone getting so close to her and being so intimate with her. Just when she was about to stand up and avoid Lu Yuan, she saw Lin Shui standing in front of her angrily.
You?
Lin Shui looked at Lu Yuan, who was squatting on the ground with one hand still holding Han Ying, with grievance. She couldn't believe that someone like Lu Yuan would actually have a girlfriend. In her opinion, Lu Yuan was the kind of person who never took anyone seriously. If she knew he would have a girlfriend, she would have tried her best a long time ago, so how could Han Ying have anything to do with it? After all, she was closer to him before, and she had never heard of Lu Yuan and Han Ying having any intersection before. Han Ying wanted to cover her forehead. What is going on? This is too ridiculous. She couldn't believe that such a ridiculous thing would happen to her. But after calming down, Han Ying also saw what Lu Yuan meant. He must know that Lin Shui is interested in him, but he doesn't like Lin Shui. And Feng Xiaochen has been pestering her, so the two of them pretend to be a couple. Solve the troubles of the two directly. After knowing the other party's thoughts, Han Ying didn't hesitate, raised her hand and directly took Lu Yuan's arm, walked to the side, and whispered intimately. When Han Ying took his arm, Lu Yuan's whole body froze for a moment. Then he followed Han Ying's footsteps and walked to the other side with a stiff body, leaving the two people messy in the wind. After the two of them were intimate in the corner for a while, those people also discussed it. The final result of the discussion was that the entrance items were distributed according to the number of people, and if there were extra, they would be distributed to children under 10 years old and elderly people living alone. The rest were distributed according to households. If a household has more than 5 people, they can get an extra share. No one has any objection to this distribution method, and even if they do, no one can think of a better one. Everyone discussed these. They waited for about 10 minutes, and suddenly there were bursts of propeller sounds in the sky. Everyone knew that the people who were dropping supplies were coming. Everyone stepped back consciously, leaving a large open space. Soon someone on the helicopter threw the supply package onto the empty ground. There were quite a lot of things, 8 large boxes. But there were more than 100 people in the whole building, and the 8 boxes of supplies were distributed, and the things that each person could get were very limited. After the distribution, Han Ying got her share. 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 self-heating pots, 3 pieces of chocolate, 2 small bags of cookies, 2 bottles of 1.5 liters of mineral water, 10 bags of self-heating bags, 1 bottle of canned meat, 1 bottle of canned oranges, 2 packs of pickled mustard, 3 bags of instant noodles, and 1084 effervescent tablets. Basically, they were all edible. In fact, the things were not few, and if you save a little, you can eat for several days. But many people are not satisfied with such supplies. It's no wonder. The tsunami just passed, and everyone has not suffered. They only know whether the food is delicious or not, but they don't know the taste of hunger. Lu Yuan has an extra self-heating pot, but no canned food. Wu Tingfang's family next door also eats similar things. Because the self-heating bags are related to the food that can be eaten, they are also divided according to the number of people, 10 bags per person, and can be used 10 times. Lei Yuhang, who is only 5 years old, got an extra bag of instant noodles and a small bag of cookies, but his family only got 184 effervescent tablet. After taking the supplies, many people left cursing. It was the first time to distribute supplies, and everyone had not suffered from hunger, so although they were a little dissatisfied, they would not covet the supplies in other people's hands for the time being. More than 100 people are not a small number, and Han Ying's floor is not far away, so they don't want to squeeze with others, so they left last. When leaving, Han Ying saw Feng Xiaochen waiting at the corner of the stairs, as if he wanted to say something to her. Han Ying smiled very discerningly and put her arm around Lu Yuan's arm. But he still spoke when he passed by Feng Xiaochen. Han Ying, can I talk to you alone? Feng Xiaochen glanced at Lu Yuan before speaking to Han Ying. What do you want to do with my girlfriend? There are no secrets between us, just talk here. Lu Yuan naturally saw that Han Ying didn't want to go with this man, so he looked down at him with his height advantage. I'm sorry, my boyfriend is too domineering, and there are really no secrets between us. Han Ying felt that she had been very obvious. Okay, I know. After saying this, Feng Xiaochen went downstairs directly. Although they were all classmates, Han Ying really didn't have any thoughts about Feng Xiaochen. She didn't want the other party to waste time on her. After all, it was the end of the world, so it was better to think more about herself. After seeing Feng Xiaochen leave, Han Ying instantly took her hand out of Lu Yuan's arm. Then she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room by the stairs. I'll go down first.
Thank you. For just now.
Han Ying said without looking at Lu Yuan's expression. She took Tang Yuan's hand and walked down the stairs quickly to her home. Lu Yuan looked at the arm that Han Ying had just held, and then slowly went downstairs. After the official first release of supplies, all major networks were discussing this matter. But most people were not grateful, but complained about what the official distributed. They were complaining that taxpayers paid so much tax every year, but in the end they only deserved to eat compressed biscuits and instant noodles. Of course, there were also reasonable people. They guessed that the reason why the official distributed compressed biscuits and instant noodles was probably because the city was still soaked in seawater and there was no water or electricity. Even if you were given meat and vegetables, most people couldn't cook them, right? At that time, not to mention the waste of food, people might have even more complaints. Can you cook meat and vegetables with just those self-heating bags? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that those self-heating bags were used to give you hot water to drink. After all, the weather was close to 0 degrees now. It's really deadly to have no heating and no hot water to drink in such weather. Han Ying had to say that these people can see the situation clearly. The reason why the government did not distribute meat and vegetables was indeed because of that, but there was another reason that these supplies were collected by the government and stored in the freezer and made into dried vegetables. In the last life, 99% of the vegetables sold outside after the end of the world were dried vegetables. But after the extreme heat, more than 99% of the vegetables can't survive. So where do so many dried vegetables come from? Isn't it that the government dried them uniformly before the end of the world and released them? While some people complained about the poor supplies, many people have realized something more serious. After the tsunami, seawater backflowed, and now the entire land is connected to the sea. Except for the water flowing down from the mountains, the rest of the water on the land has indirectly become seawater. Seawater cannot be drunk directly. It must be desalinated. The cost of desalinating seawater is not low in normal times, not to mention that all cities are soaked in seawater after the tsunami. Now, apart from mineral water, people can't find drinkable water. The water in the community water room is also not drinkable, as it has long been assimilated by the waves brought by the tsunami. When everyone realized this, they panicked and looked at the only 2 bottles of mineral water they had just received, at a loss. Some people are used to drinking mineral water or making tea with bottled water at home, and if they were not washed away by the tsunami, they would still have some mineral water at home. But more people drink tap water in the community. They think drinking mineral water is a waste of money, so their families never buy it. So most of these people have to rely on mineral water issued by the government for drinking water during the days of power outages and water outages. Of course, there are also some people who are smart. There were originally more than 70 households in the whole building. Most of them went to the resettlement site, and only about half of the residents in the building were left. Now there is no water and electricity. Under the ravages of the tsunami, the doors and windows of many families have been damaged. It's okay for those who are at home, and they can also repair it. At worst, they can move some furniture to block the door. But those families who followed the volunteers to the resettlement site suffered even though the water didn't flood them. Their doors were damaged and leaned against the door frame crookedly. Anyone with a little effort could open them. So some people set their sights on these families. But now the social order has not been disrupted, and there are free supplies to be collected. Therefore, most of those who can set their sights on this are those who used to be idle. They thought that they would wait until everyone was asleep, then sneak in to see if there were any edible things that were not washed away by the waves. This could at least help with the household expenses. Anyway, if things were lost, they would definitely be washed away by the waves, so what would it have to do with them? After returning home, Hanning took off her mask and threw it into the space symbol for garbage. Then she took out a bottle of alcohol and sprayed all the supplies she had just received. After all, these things had just been exposed to the thin mist outside. After spraying the alcohol, Hanning put the supplies in another new space symbol. She would put all the supplies she received in the future in this space. After all, it would be more convenient to take them out after passing the clear road. After going out, her clothes were already stained with toxic mist. Han-ing quickly changed her clothes, threw them into the washing machine, and threw 2 hypochlorous acid disinfectant tablets and laundry detergent into it. Only then did she plug the washing machine into the backup power supply and start washing. After doing all this, Hanning did not forget to give the dog a bath. Although animals will not be affected by the T1 virus, there is a lot of mist on its dog hair, which will affect itself. After doing all this, Hanning stood on the balcony without opening the window. She looked at the city outside that was like an ocean and felt a little strange. Although the supplies released by the authorities this time included 84 disinfection tablets, there were no masks, which was something she had not expected. After all, the authorities had previously warned so carefully and accurately about the Earth's orbital deviation and tsunamis. Why did they seem to be unprepared for the next thick fog virus? In any case, Han-ing, an ordinary person, could not take care of these things. She just had to live her life with Tang Yuan. No longer caring about those things, Han-ing still had a lot of things to do. She didn't have so much time to think about things that had little to do with her. Take out the backup power supply, put an air purifier in both rooms, 1 in the bathroom and 2 in the living room. Although I don't know if this thing is useful, it gives me some comfort. I came to the kitchen, took out a backup power supply, plugged in the power, put an air purifier first, and then took out 3 rice cookers. Now everyone has no water and electricity and can't cook. The self-heating packs I got can only heat some simple foods. The only ones with a strong smell are the 2 boxes of self-heating pots. But how far can the smell of the self-heating pot spread? So now Han-ing won't cook food with a strong smell. But it's no problem to steam some white rice. She used to steam a few pots of white rice when she was free. But she has a big appetite and Tang Yuan sometimes eats rice, so she has consumed a lot of it in the past few days. While she has time now, Han-ing wants to steam more and put it aside. After washing the rice, Han-ing couldn't bear to throw away the rice washing water, so she put it directly into another space symbol. There was already a lot of rice washing water in this space symbol, and it might be useful in the future, so she might as well keep it. The 3 rice cookers she took out were all 10L large capacity rice cookers, each of which could steam 5 kilograms of rice at a time, enough for her and Tang Yuan to eat for several meals. After the 3 rice cookers in the kitchen were all started, Han-ing also cooked 3 more pots on the coffee table in the living room. 6 large rice cookers were started at the same time, and each cooking was enough for her and the dog to eat dozens of meals. There were still several days before the water and power outage, so there was no rush. After starting to cook, Han-ing placed several induction cookers on the floor, plugged in the power, and placed a large stainless steel soup bucket on top. Han-ing didn't plan to make soup today. After all, the smell of stewed soup can spread far away. She planned to just boil water today. Boiling more water would be more convenient for her to drink, and she could also use it to take a bath, brush her teeth, and wash her face in winter after adding cold water. There were too many places where it was needed. 4 large stainless steel soup buckets were filled with water, and then the induction cooker was turned on to boil water. Haning was not in a hurry to make cooked food. After all, she still had a lot of things stored in her space talisman. What really made her anxious was the space talisman. The 2 million cubic meters of space talisman left by the owner of the space would expire in less than a year. In addition, she still had countless supplies waiting for her to transfer on the land in the space. Haning was a little anxious when she thought of these. She was afraid that she would not draw the space talisman quickly enough and cause those things to break or expire, then she would really cry to death. But it was no use to be anxious. Haning moved the table where the talisman drawing tools were placed from the space and started to draw the space talisman. After drawing the first space talisman, Haning suddenly felt stunned, because she found that the space in the space symbol she had just drawn was 257 cubic meters, 2 cubic meters more than yesterday. What's going on? The talisman paper is still the same, and the tools have not changed. The only change is her cultivation. However, Haning knows that her usual practice has no help in improving her cultivation except to make her physical and mental recovery faster. After all, this world has long been unsuitable for cultivation, which can be seen from the fact that she has not made any progress in more than half a year. But now the space symbol is obviously 2 cubic meters more, which is not false. Since it is not due to her own practice, then there must be other reasons that caused her to draw a space symbol with a larger space. Is there anything different today from usual? Haning thought for a long time, and then quickly left the table and came to the window. Through the window, she could vaguely see the faint blue mist outside. Could it be the reason for this mist? In her previous life, she did not get sick in this poisonous fog, but her physique became stronger and her appetite increased greatly. However, there is always a chance of a disaster, so Haning is still very careful. She wears a mask when she goes out and disinfects thoroughly after returning. Could this poisonous fog increase her cultivation and allow her to draw a larger space symbol? Haning wanted to try it, but she was worried that she would get infected by inhaling too much poisonous fog. She simply opened the window a little to allow the poisonous fog to get in a little bit. By the way, she also put away the air purifiers she had just taken out. However, for safety reasons, Haning still put on a mask. Sure enough, after Haning drew 2,257 cubic meters of space symbols, the space of the 28th one actually increased by 1 cubic meter. When she saw this result, Haning smiled so hard that her mouth opened, but she did not open the window wider because of this. After all, her life is more important than these. Only when her life is in these space symbols and the materials in the space can she enjoy it. Although I know that I didn't get sick in this poisonous fog in my previous life, there is always a chance, right? So it's better to be careful. The matter of the space talisman can be done slowly. She will be very satisfied if she can grow a little bit every day. After all, this poisonous fog will last for more than half a year. After drawing 30 space talismans, Haning immediately sank her consciousness into the space. Then she moved the ones on the ground that were wrapped, but not very durable, into these space talismans. The remaining thousands of space talismans were already full after Haning's 20 yuan purchases, so now she can only keep a few for use as she draws. Because the space of the space talisman can be enlarged, Haning slept very contentedly that night. Haning was awakened by wailing early the next morning. Without changing clothes, Haning put on a mask and came to the window with a telescope. The fog outside the window was already a little thick, and there was a faint blue. In one night, it was shrouded like this. I'm afraid you can't see things clearly beyond 20 meters. Opening the window a little bit, Haning took the telescope and wanted to look out, but the poisonous fog was too heavy to see clearly. I only vaguely saw that there seemed to be a speedboat coming on the water surface downstairs, and the wailing came from there. Haning guessed that it should be the official personnel who came to take the body for disposal. The wailing downstairs was very loud, and almost the whole building could hear it. But after a while, the wailing sound gradually faded away, and Haning guessed that it should be the family members who followed to deal with the body. In the last life, the number of people who died in the tsunami reached more than 70 million. Haning remembered that because there were too many dead people, the family members were not allowed to follow when the bodies were taken away for disposal. If you want to follow, you can, but you have to pay multiple times the money. If you want to collect the ashes, you have to pay another amount that most people can't accept. In fact, it's not the fault of the officials to charge more. After all, there are too many people who died. After the tsunami, the conditions are limited, and the bodies can't be piled up for too long. If you burn them one by one, it will not only waste resources, but also be impossible to burn them. Generally, a pile is burned at a time so that when the ashes come out, they are mixed together and you don't know whose they are. Naturally, there is no need to collect them. Of course, if you want to take other people's ashes back and worship them, you can give it. But if you want your relatives to burn separately, you can, but you have to pay a very expensive fee. This fee is unacceptable to most people. But this life is different. The number of people who died in the tsunami is less than 2 million, so it should be much better. However, it takes great courage to follow the officials to send off their relatives at this time. After all, there are sharks in the water outside. The officials have no choice. They can't let these bodies stay at the family members' homes, because if they stay for a long time, there may be epidemics. So they could only obey orders with courage and risk their lives to deal with these things. At this time, these soldiers really put their lives into practice. The words serve the people. Hearing the noise of Han Ying getting up, Tang Yuan, who was sleeping beside Han Ying's bed, raised his head and barked at her twice. "Boss, are you disturbing the dog's sweet dreams so early in the morning?" Han Ying ignored Tang Yuan and went to the bathroom to wash up and use cat litter to go to the toilet. When Han Ying was outside the window just now, she saw that the water level had receded a little, probably in the middle of the 14th floor. She didn't dare to flush the toilet at such a high water level, worried that the water would not disappear and cause backflow, which would definitely be fun. After throwing all the garbage into the garbage space symbol, Han Ying came back and kicked Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan jumped up very dissatisfied and barked at Han Ying. This handsome dog hasn't slept enough, and it's comfortable to sleep in the boss's room. After barking a few times, he reluctantly went into the dog toilet in the bathroom. Han Ying came to the guest bedroom and first took out the freezer and fitness equipment and put them back in place. She plugged in the backup power supply and put a lot of fruits, drinks, beer, and mineral water in the freezer. It's cold now, so these icy things can't be used for the time being, but they can keep you alive when it gets extremely hot. After putting the things in the freezer, Han Ying put a table and a chair on it. She decided to eat in it in the future. Now that the end of the world has begun, there is no guarantee that no one will come into her house. If she eats in the living room at that time, in case the smell is not completely dissipated, she'd better not challenge human nature. Today, Han Ying is in a good mood, and she plans to have something good in the morning. Crystal shrimp dumplings, steamed dumplings, tiger skin chicken feet, glutinous rice chicken, golden belly, 1,000-layer cake, crab roast steamed dumplings, steamed pork ribs, rice rolls, and a portion of tofu pudding, a full table, each of which is quite large. Han Ying bought these snacks in the neighboring Nan province, and the prices are relatively expensive. However, Han Ying was not short of money when she stocked up. She stocked up dozens of portions every day during the month she was learning skills in Nan province. Besides packing a lot of cooked food from the tea restaurant, Han Ying also bought some semi-finished products from the freezer. She would find a time to slowly steam them out and take them whenever she wanted to eat. After the food was laid out, Han Ying immersed her consciousness into one of the space symbols that were used to store spiritual food. Han Ying had previously found dozens of online stores that specialized in selling mobile hard drives on shopping websites and bought a lot of large-capacity mobile hard drives that were commonly used by mobile phones, computers, and tablets from them. The price of such large-capacity flash hard drives was not low, and each one cost several hundred yuan. Han Ying bought 500 from each store. However, Han Ying had a request. She did not want an empty hard drive, but only bought the mobile hard drives when they were filled up according to her requirements. Han Ying asked them to download different things from each store, even down to the year. Variety shows, survival shows, movies, TV series, anime, songs, documentaries, etc. Han Ying asked them to save all the previous 30 years. There were also videos teaching cooking, making clothes, knitting sweaters, shoes and socks, paper making, vinegar brewing, wine brewing, soy sauce, etc. Sometimes Haning would download and save any good videos she saw online. As for the fees incurred by the merchants who helped her download videos and songs, Haning paid for them herself. With this in mind, many merchants were willing to do business with her. After all, as long as they agreed, Haning would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in their stores. Of course, there were also some who were not willing, and Haning directly changed to the next store. Anyway, there were countless stores selling hard drives, and there were those who were unwilling, and those who were willing. Before, because there was electricity and internet, Haning had never used it. It was only in the 2 days after the tsunami that she started to use it. After all, many signal towers were damaged in the tsunami, resulting in very poor mobile phone signals. When sending messages, you have to turn around several times before you can send them, not to mention wanting to use the internet to watch TV or movies. So Haning started to use the spiritual food in her space symbol in the past 2 days. Han Ying's spiritual food was not only these. The mobile hard drive only occupied one of the space symbols, and the other space symbols were all filled with books. No matter what Han Ying's intention was in buying these books, she did buy a lot of them, including novels. Of course, Haning saved more electronic books. After all, many electronic books can be downloaded without spending money. Yesterday, she watched a movie. She had already finished watching that movie. Today, Haning planned to watch a variety show. She found a mobile hard drive with a variety show label on it, and then connected it to the tablet in front of her and started playing. Tang Yuan smelled the aroma of food and came over with its food bowl in its mouth. Haning gave it half of its favorite crab roe dumplings and shrimp dumplings, and then put 2 can dog food and some dog food in it. It had been 2 or 3 months since Tang Yuan was dewormed, so Haning mixed deworming medicine for it again. Tang Yuan ate, without even raising his head. Tang Yuan suffered a lot with her in the last life. In the end, he became someone else's meal. Haning would take good care of Tang Yuan in this life, and try not to let him get hurt again. So after Tang Yuan finished his meal, Haning let him digest the food for half an hour, and then drove him to the treadmill. Don't think about running for half an hour, twice a day. Don't you see how fat he has become recently? Both Alaskan and Caucasian dogs are large dogs. Tang Yuan has the bloodline of Caucasian dogs, so it is even bigger. Tang Yuan is only 8 months old now, and it is still several months away from adulthood. But it is already 80 kilograms. Haning used to be able to hide it in her backpack, but now she can't put it down at all. If she doesn't lose weight and exercise, she will really become someone else's mobile meat dish in a while. 3 days passed in a flash. The water level outside has receded to the 11th floor. It seems that it will not be long before the water and electricity are connected. Before the tsunami, everyone prepared an emergency kit. Some people put power banks in it, but some people's power banks were eventually flooded. So after 3 days, most of the people in the community had no power on their mobile phones. There were not many people whose mobile phones still had power and could contact the outside world. Today, the official notified that supplies would be delivered again in the afternoon. But many people couldn't access the internet, so they didn't know. Through the last distribution of supplies, Lu Huaxing had already regarded himself as the building manager of Building 9, and Huang Jun was his assistant. So on the afternoon of the delivery of supplies, Lu Huaxing and Huang Jun notified everyone about the matter one by one. Haning naturally didn't care who was the building manager. After receiving the notice, Haning put on a mask and walked out of the house with Tang Yuan. During these 3 days, Haning stayed at home with the door closed every day and didn't go out at all. She was very busy every day, steaming rice, boiling water, exercising, drawing space symbols, etc., and also trained it according to the training methods downloaded from the internet before. Even if Wu Tingfang from next door occasionally knocked on the door, Haning acted indifferent. Moreover, she also made an excuse tactfully that the weather was too cold, and she liked to stay in bed. If there was anything, she could contact WeChat or phone, and she didn't need to come here specially. Although Haning said it tactfully, Wu Tingfang still heard the meaning of Han Ying's words and told her not to knock on her door for no reason. She knew that Wu Tingfang came to knock on her door with good intentions, worried that she a girl, would need any help. Although Haning said it tactfully, it was not a nice thing to hear. But only Haning herself knew that she meant well. After all, the poisonous fog outside was already very thick. The windows in the corridor had been broken during the tsunami. The poisonous fog had already spread in, and it was better for them not to go out if they could. But she couldn't remind them too obviously, so she could only tactfully ask them to go out as little as possible. As for whether they would be misunderstood by Wu Tingfang and the others, Haning didn't care. So since that time, Wu Tingfang never knocked on Han Ying's door again, and she was quite satisfied with this result. Lu Yuan across the street was the same as her. Except for the day when he went to the rooftop to collect supplies, he didn't even open the door once. The 3 families on the 27th floor each lived their own lives, but the people on other floors were different. The weather was now hovering around 0 degrees, and it was already very difficult to bear without heating. What's more, after the tsunami, the doors and windows of most people's homes were damaged. The doors couldn't be closed tightly, not to mention that there was no glass on the windows. Many families asked for help from the authorities. The phone numbers of the police, fire department, etc. were all broken. They wanted the authorities to send people to repair, but there was no response at all. So everyone could only use some old clothes, old sheets, old newspapers, books, etc. to barely paste the windows and door gaps. But the cold wind continued to drill in from the gaps, and everyone was shivering with cold. And the effect of this cold wind was still very obvious. In just 3 days, more than half of the people in the whole building had a cold. The entire rooftop was foggy, and there was a faint blue in the air. The fog was too thick, and the helicopter was actually very unsafe. Haning guessed that it was unknown how long the airdrop supplies could last. More than 100 people, wrapped in thick clothes, stood on the rooftop, as if their energy and spirit had been drained in these 3 days, and they were listless. Haning stood in the corner and heard the sound of sniffing and coughing from the crowd. It has been 3 or 4 days since the tsunami, and Haning knew that many of these people had been infected with the virus. However, because there are too many people with colds, it is still difficult to tell who is infected. Sisterly, why is your cough not healed yet? Look, I am almost healed. I was coughing so hard last night. Guess what? I didn't take any medicine. When I got up this morning, I found that my cough was completely healed. Look at me. I climbed to the top of the building without any problem. Cough, cough, I have been coughing for several days. I haven't gotten better after taking medicine. I can't go to the hospital. I don't know what to do. Haning stroked the dog's head and turned her face to the other side. Then she heard a hearty voice from the side. Han Ying's heart skipped a beat when she heard the words of the aunt. She knew that this person had been infected with the T1 virus. The T1 virus is a little different from other viruses. It is gentle and domineering, and it is also very disgusting. The T1 virus also enters the human body through the respiratory system. The first to be infected are naturally the throat, nasal cavity, and lungs. After infection, the early stage is just like a common cold, with runny nose, sore throat, and cough. But 2 days after the infection, these cold-like symptoms were cured overnight without any medication. But this is actually just because the virus has successfully invaded your blood, which means that your entire body has been controlled by the T1 virus. The next day after the cough suddenly healed, blue rashes will gradually grow on the skin, which are not painful or itchy. After 2 days, these blue spots will connect and the skin will begin to ulcerate. But even if the skin begins to ulcerate, you can't feel any pain all over your body. The infected person's skin begins to fester. The whole person will fall into madness. He will be irritable and seem to have endless energy. He will be in a state of excitement all day long, smashing and destroying things day and night to consume his physical strength until 2 days later, his body functions stop and he suddenly dies. The whole process takes 8-12 days. Except for the symptoms of a cold in the early stage, he will not feel any pain at other times. Even during the 2 days of madness, there was only excitement and no pain. So this virus is both gentle and overbearing, and it is also disgusting. Gentle because after being infected with the T1 virus, except for the symptoms of a cold, the whole person will not feel pain. Overbearing because there is no medicine to cure this T1 virus. In the previous life, all research institutions and medical experts in the world have been studying day and night for half a year, but they have not saved a single infected person. Even during the 2 days of madness, sedatives were given to put him in a coma, but a few days later, the person's body functions still disappeared and he died. And the disgusting thing is naturally because the skin of the whole body ulcerated after the small blue dots connected together. At that time, I could not feel any pain, but I could only watch my skin fester and ooze blue pus. The blue blood was just like the color of the fog, very dreamy. Just ask you if it is disgusting? Fortunately, the probability of this virus being transmitted from person to person is very low, and 99% of it is infected by inhaling poisonous fog. Therefore, after the poisonous fog dissipated, the T1 virus also disappeared without a trace. Of course, this T1 virus is not so terrible. As long as you are not infected in this poisonous fog, your body will slowly develop resistance after inhaling small amounts of poisonous fog again and again. In the future, your physical condition will become much better than before, but your appetite will also increase accordingly. This was the case with Haning in her previous life. When Haning was thinking about the T1 virus, almost everyone came up. Haning felt from a distance that someone was looking at her, and she looked over and found that it was Feng Xiaochen and Wang Meili. Since that day, when she knew that she had a boyfriend, Feng Xiaochen had not come to see her again. Han Ying was very satisfied with this result. Han Ying unconsciously moved a few steps towards Lu Yuan. After all, she couldn't be too far away from her boyfriend. Otherwise, it wouldn't look like him. Lu Yuan noticed Han Ying's little move and glanced at her sideways, but didn't say anything. There were quite a few familiar people on the rooftop. That day, Lin Shui was choked by Lu Yuan's words, "I don't know you," and could only look at him secretly, but didn't dare to come over to say hello. On the day she went to the supermarket to buy supplies, the Annie who said she would treat Haning to pig's trotters kept glancing at the glutinous rice. Haning didn't worry that she would come up to her and say something. Anyway, if she came up to her, Haning would ask her for pig's trotters. In fact, not only the Annie, many people set their eyes on the big dog next to Haning. Haning knew what they meant. They were just thinking about how much food such a big dog should eat in one meal. Is it dog food or human food? But she didn't care. Anyway, it didn't eat yours. She couldn't refuse the glutinous rice because she was afraid of others' doubts. Wu Tingfang and her family were standing not far from Haning and her family. They just nodded to her and didn't mean to come up and talk to her. Lei Yuhang wore a mask and looked at Tang Yuan squatting at Han Ying's feet. He wanted to come over but didn't dare. Haning knew that it was probably because of her previous words that Wu Tingfang and her family were hurt, so they looked a little distant today. But Haning didn't regret it. She had almost repaid the kindness of her previous life. She helped them preserve the doors, windows, and glass, as well as the piles of supplies that survived the tsunami. It's no wonder that Haning knew that Wu Tingfang's family had a pile of supplies that survived the tsunami. Wu Tingfang took a photo and sent it to her. She said she was very grateful that she had lent the vacuum machine to her family first, otherwise many things in her family would have been damaged by water. Haning didn't say anything at the time, just said it was a coincidence. As for the future, let's take it one step at a time. The supplies distributed today were similar to those 3 days ago, except that there were number 84 effervescent tablets, but there were 2 more cold medicines and 5 masks. Obviously, the officials also knew that many people had caught colds recently, so they distributed cold medicine and masks to everyone. After taking her own share of supplies, Haning waited for most people to leave before leaving, just like last time. While standing on the rooftop waiting for people to leave, Haning could vaguely hear the sound of speedboats on the water in the distance. At this time, those who can go out are either those who are still volunteers or officials. As for what to do, Haning guessed that it was either to salvage supplies or to salvage the bodies of people who were washed away by the waves in the tsunami. After all, if there are too many bodies soaking in the water for a long time, it will cause trouble. So every body that can be salvaged is a good one. However, because there is a possibility of encountering sharks when traveling, there are not many volunteers willing to go out. As a last resort, the officials can only increase the stakes again and promise to accept an additional subsidy for volunteers who are willing to go out. Now that the water is so deep outside, you can't buy anything for the time being even if you have money. So seeing that there is an additional subsidy for supplies, those who are brave enough pluck up their courage and drive the speedboat out to help salvage bodies and transport supplies. When most people have left, Haning also walked down with Tang Yuan. Haning was relieved that Feng Xiaochen didn't wait at the stairs this time. However, Haning saw Wang Meili at the corner of the stairs. This surprised her. Wang Meili had lost a lot of weight and looked a little haggard. It seemed that she was not having a good time at her uncle's house. The supplies that were just distributed were not in her hands. It should be that her uncle's family or Feng Xiaochen helped her get them. What's the matter? Haning saw that Wang Meili was looking at her, but didn't say anything. She pulled Tang Yuan, who was about to go downstairs, and asked, Haning, can I go to your house and sit for a while? Wang Meili had found Han Ying's WeChat from the small group of Building 9 and knew that she lived in 2702. It's not very convenient. Let's talk here if you have anything to say. There's no one here. Han Ying's house has many secrets, and she tries not to let people in if possible. Haning, can you rent me a room? I'll leave when the water recedes. It doesn't matter if there's no room. I can sleep in the living room. Wang Meili looked at Han Ying a little embarrassedly. She knew that although Han Ying looked cold, she was actually a very good person. Sorry, it's inconvenient. Han Ying refused directly. To be honest, Han Ying had a good impression of Wang Meili. They didn't have any grudges in the previous life, and she had said a lot of good things for herself in the class group. It's a pity that no matter what, she couldn't let her live in. It seems that Wang Meili must have suffered some grievances at her uncle's house. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to live in her house after just a few days. Before the tsunami, Wang Meili met me because she went to her uncle's house for dinner. At that time, she should have had a good relationship with her uncle's family. It's only been a few days? It's really only a few days, Haning. You see, the water level has begun to recede, and it hasn't rained. I think it will return to normal in a few days. How about I give you 300 yuan a day? Aren't we classmates? Please help me. Wang Meili continued to talk without giving up. It was just a few days of renting. She didn't believe that Haning would really be so heartless. In fact, Wang Meili herself didn't believe that the water level would recede in a few days and life would return to normal after the receding, but she would move in first. She couldn't live for too long with 300 yuan a day, but if she didn't have money to pay at that time, she didn't believe that Haning would really kick her out. Sorry, you can find someone else. Let alone 300 yuan a day, she wouldn't let her live in even if it was 300,000 yuan a day. Hearing Han Ying's rejection of her, Wang Meili's eyes flashed with sadness. After biting her lip, she didn't say anything else and left directly. After Wang Meili left, Haning took a look at the garbage piled up on the small balcony at the entrance of the stairs. It wasn't much, just 5 or 6 bags. The garbage belonged to the 3 families on the 27th floor, but most of it was from Wu Tingfang's family next door. She couldn't bear to throw away the kitchen waste in Han Ying's house, so she collected it all and threw the domestic garbage into a special space talisman. When this space talisman for garbage is full or about to expire, she would light the talisman paper with a fire and the garbage inside would disappear, which was very convenient. It was not until yesterday when Wu Tingfang sent a message asking her if she could put the domestic garbage at the entrance of the corridor that Haning realized this problem. She could put the garbage into the space talisman, but she couldn't openly produce no garbage. So when Wu Tingfang asked this, she said that she had no problem and she would see what Lu Yuan across the street said. Maybe Wu Tingfang also asked Lu Yuan at the same time, so she ran into him when she went out to throw away the garbage. Lu Yuan also had a bag of garbage in his hand, but Wu Tingfang's family directly brought out 3 bags. She was carrying 3 bags at once. I think the garbage at home was piled up at the door or balcony. Maybe she was afraid that it would smell if she put it there, so she asked them if she could put it outside. Now the poisonous fog has just started, and there's not much domestic garbage. After a long time, The garbage will smell, but there is no place to throw it. At that time, everyone will regard the vast ocean outside as a free garbage dump, and that scene will be really beautiful. Although Haning did not agree with this, she could not solve the problem of other people's garbage dumping, so this phenomenon could not be eliminated at all. After returning home, Haning sprayed everything with alcohol at the door again, changed her clothes, and gave the dog a bath. Although this poisonous fog was helpful for her to draw the space symbol, Haning only dared to secretly open a window to let it drift in a little bit. Things like these close to her still need to be disinfected. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Nothing is more important than your own life. These afternoons are Tongyuan's exercise time. The dog seems to have gotten used to it. After blowing its fur dry, it went directly into the second bedroom. Haning followed Tang Yuan and helped him start the treadmill. The water level has now receded to the 11th floor. I believe that in a few days, those who were transferred to the resettlement site due to the tsunami should be able to move back soon. What Haning didn't expect was that because of the official advance warning and transfer, there were many more people going to the resettlement site than in the previous life. The resettlement site was overcrowded, and where there were many people, there were many troubles. Therefore, many people had already clamored to go home after seeing that the tsunami had passed. And now the water level has begun to recede, so people who originally lived on higher floors have also expressed their desire to go home to the official side. After the supplies were delivered in the afternoon, people returned home one after another with the help of official personnel and volunteers. Various water vehicles have appeared on the water surface outside from time to time. In addition to those who salvage supplies and corpses, there are also many people and supplies coming and going. Even if they know that they may encounter sharks, they can't resist the urgency of these people to go home. What's more, everyone has a fluke mentality, thinking that there are so many people outside, and this kind of thing will never happen to them. Haning was putting pots of white rice into disposable lunchboxes when the light above her head suddenly lit up. Haning was stunned when she saw the light above her head. Is there electricity? She remembered that the electricity came a week after the tsunami in her previous life, and the community where Haning lived at that time only had electricity for residents above the 15th floor. Of course, it might be different in each community. Taking out her mobile phone, Haning opened the community group, and sure enough, it became lively after the electricity came on. Finally, the electricity came on. My power bank is almost out of power. The electricity came on? No. Why is there no electricity at home? Which building are you from? My power bank is almost out of power. Can I borrow it from you to charge it? My home is on the 26th floor of Building 5, and we have electricity too. My home in Building 1, 2001 has electricity too. Our home in Building 9, 2102 has electricity too. I am also in Building 9, 1901. Why is there no electricity at home? Haning guessed it after seeing this. It seems that only residents above the 20th floor have access to electricity. The facilities in each community are different. The distribution boxes for floors above the 20th floor of Lefujiangnand are placed on the roof. So it is not surprising that the electricity can be connected at this time as long as there is no problem with the line. I made up this about the distribution box. Just have fun, and don't delve into it. After reading the group information, Haning browsed the web and watched videos for a while. Many people on the internet were also talking about the problem of power supply. Some communities have power supply, but most communities still don't. The communities that have power supply are those with distribution boxes on the roof and no problems with the lines. At this time, I don't know how many people are envious of having electricity. Haning also saw a video that has a very high number of comments even though most people's mobile phones cannot be used now. This is a not very clear video. It seems that it should have been shot by a drone. The content is that a shark bites through a speedboat in the water and eats several people in succession. The scene is very bloody, and everyone's scalp tingles. Many people in the comment area are questioning why such a video can still pass the review and not be removed. But some people speculate that it must be intentional by the authorities in order to make everyone aware of the current situation faced by people around the world. That is why no corresponding action was taken against this video and the publisher. Once this video came out, word of mouth spread, and some people in the resettlement site who originally wanted to go home did not dare to go out. Watching some videos, Hani was about to turn off her phone and continue packing her food. Suddenly, she saw a group announcement pop up. We have received a notice from the top that due to the thick fog, the 3-day airdrop of supplies has been suspended. The supplies that were previously taken over by the official will be gradually opened for purchase. Please pay attention to the major online next-day delivery apps. Han Ing was also stunned when she saw this sudden group announcement. She didn't expect the official to act so quickly. However, after the purchase channel is opened, everyone will feel more at ease, and there will be less chaos. Soon after the group announcement, everyone started chatting excitedly in the group. Having a place to buy supplies means that life is still on the right track. Han Ing opened the 5 fresh food apps on her phone, and only one of them had opened a purchase channel. I think this app should be the one that cooperated with the official. It's just that many things have purchase limits. Things that were sold in boxes before are now sold separately. And the prices have risen a bit. A bottle of 550 milliliters mineral water costs 10 yuan, and the purchase limit is 5 bottles. A pound of rice costs 12 yuan, and the purchase limit is 3 pounds. A pound of frozen pork costs 60 yuan, and the purchase limit is 2 pounds. A pound of dried vegetables costs 50 yuan, and the purchase limit is 1 pound. A can of yellow peach costs 21 yuan, and the purchase limit is 1. Except for daily necessities, basically everything is limited, and there is no trace of vegetables and fruits, only dried vegetables and canned fruits. At this time, the benefits of having a large family are reflected. Each person can buy a certain amount of each item so that the family can buy a lot of things in a day. Of course, your family has to have that kind of money. Han Ing was flipping through the things on the app, and her eyes lit up when she scrolled to the back because she saw that it actually sold kayaks and speedboats. She had a lot of these things in stock, but she had to find a way to get them out. The kayaks and speedboats on it were marked as second-hand, and they should be the ones used by the official to transfer materials and personnel before the tsunami. Although they are second-hand, the price is not cheap.
Wow.
The kayak is 18,000. The speedboat is 23,000. Han Ing remembered that before the tsunami, when she bought a speedboat, it was only 3 or 4,000 yuan, and a kayak was only a few hundred yuan. Now the price has increased so much. And it's a second-hand one. But come to think of it, what time is it now? It's like an ocean outside, and these kayaks and speedboats are just like the cars we used to travel, so the price will naturally increase. Han Ing bought a speedboat and a kayak without any hesitation. And she also bought 1 or 2 of each of the other restricted items. She still has a lot of money in her card, so that she can use it during the period of poisonous fog. The order is still there, so the purchasing power of money is still there, but it is much lower. Although everything has increased in price now, the same money can buy much less than before. But if she can live so well without spending money during this period of poisonous fog, others will think that she has stockpiled a lot of supplies at home. This will easily be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Although Han Ing is not afraid of things, she is afraid of trouble. Moreover, as a reborn person, she will have another great use for the money left over from buying things during the poisonous fog. When money almost loses its purchasing power and cannot buy food even with money, the government will launch another contribution point system to be used as a circulating currency. When the points were first launched, you can use supplies to exchange points, and you can also use money. At that time, it was too conspicuous to exchange points with supplies, so Han Ing kept some money to exchange for points later. In addition to buying boats and kayaks, Han Ing also bought some daily necessities and some other restricted items. When she finished choosing the items and was about to pay, Han Ing saw some reminders. No refunds or exchanges after payment. And there is also a delivery fee. Drone delivery costs 50 yuan per trip, but it can only deliver items within 3 kilograms. How much supplies are there in 3 kilograms? Buying 5 bottles of water and 2 or 3 kilograms of rice is about the same. For more than 3 kilograms, you can only choose manual delivery. Manual delivery costs 200 yuan per trip. This money is an additional subsidy for volunteers who deliver supplies. After all, they are delivering the goods to you at the risk of being eaten by sharks, so it is understandable that they charge a higher delivery fee. Hanning was not surprised by these things, because it was the same in her previous life. Otherwise, how could her savings of several million be spent in less than half a year? Although she had a lot of money at that time, she still had to support Zhao Meihua's family of 4. At that time, they kept crying and shouting that they had no money after coming to her. They asked Hanning to transfer hundreds of thousands of yuan to each of their mobile phones, saying that they would make money and pay Hanning back after the poisonous fog passed, and even wrote an IOU. After paying for the goods, Hanning paid an additional 200 yuan for delivery. After buying the things, another interface popped up, which was a QR code. It prompted to join the group, because the arrival time was uncertain, and the things would be notified in the group when they arrived. Volunteers will use boats to deliver the supplies to the downstairs of each community, and then pick them up at the windows on the corridor side of each building. Hanning turned off her phone directly after joining the group. Online shopping channels were opened, but not every household had electricity, and not everyone's mobile phone could still be used. Some people whose mobile phones were damaged in the tsunami, or elderly people living alone who could not buy online, were all very anxious. They had no choice but to knock on the doors of residents on higher floors with cash, begging them to charge their mobile phones or buy something for them. Maybe there were purchase limits on imported items, so who would be willing to buy for others? Residents below the 20th floor were all very anxious. Those who had mobile phones that could still be charged were fine, but those who did not have mobile phones or elderly people living alone knocked on the doors of all residents above the 20th floor one by one. The doorbells also rang all day long, but everyone knew the current situation, and no one wanted to pay attention to those who asked for help. Of course, some people whose supplies were not washed away by the tsunami were tempted by others offering high prices. They bought all the limited food to the limit, kept the ones they wanted, and sold the ones they did not want to those people at a higher price, just to make up for the delivery fee. Hanning cooked 6 pots of rice in the afternoon. Half of them have been packed into lunch boxes, and the other half is not packed. After packing all the rice, she kept 1 box and put the others into the space symbol. Thinking that she hadn't eaten the boiled food made by the fat chef for several days, she missed it. She took out a big box of boiled beef, braised lion's head, spicy shrimp, stir-fried pork with shiitake mushrooms, and some vegetables. Hanning cooked the vegetables herself because she felt that she couldn't let the fat chef waste time on stir-fried vegetables. Stir-fried vegetables are simple, so she will fry a few boxes when she is free and keep them. After all, she can't eat meat and fish every day. Finally, Hanning took out a bottle of iced happy water. Although the weather is cold, the iced happy water with boiled beef and spicy shrimp is simply perfect. Smelling the delicious food, Tang Yuan placed 2 lunch boxes at Hanning's feet. The head of the family has been exercising a lot today, so the food is almost full. Hanning put some beef, 2 lion heads, and 7 or 8 spicy shrimps that had been soaked in water into Tang Yuan's rice bowl. She also took out a large bone with meat from the space symbol to help Tang Yuan practice his bite force. Then she poured some rice and some dog food into it. In the other bowl, she put some fruits she had cut in advance, such as apples and oranges. She knew that Tang Yuan loved watermelon, but the weather was too cold now, so it was better to eat less watermelon. Just as Hanning arranged all the delicacies and prepared to eat, Tang Yuan, who was working hard with his head down, raised his head and looked towards the door. Then the doorbell rang. Tang Yuan was quite alert. Hanning patted Tang Yuan's big head to comfort it, and then stood up and walked towards the door. After opening the 2 security doors, she looked out through the peephole and saw an unfamiliar old lady. Guessing the other party's intention, Hanning pretended not to hear. In order not to be disturbed, Hanning simply turned off the doorbell. Seeing that there was no movement from inside after ringing the doorbell for a long time, the old lady knocked on the door directly, but Hanning didn't want to pay attention to her. After closing the security door, she heard the old lady outside cursing and leaving. After the old lady left, Hanning took a look at the glutinous rice that she was eating without even raising her head, and then she began to enjoy the food on the table. Hanning was very satisfied with the meal, but Wang Meili, who lived in her uncle's house on the 20th floor, was very uncomfortable at this time. She was huddled in the room where the cold wind kept coming in, even though she was shielded by clothes, and she was crying. Now that there is electricity, she has just called the fire department and the police several times, hoping that the authorities will send her home. But the lines are always busy. She wanted to call her parents and ask them to find a way to take her home, but her parents' phone was always out of service. Wang Meili didn't even dare to think deeply about why her parents' phone was out of service. Looking at the only 2 compressed biscuits and a bottle of mineral water left after the distribution of supplies today, Wang Meili sat on the bed hugging her legs, tears falling again. Her uncle and cousin used to be very good to her. Some time ago, Wang Meili stockpiled a lot of things in the dormitory. When the tsunami warning was issued, she did not stay at the resettlement point of the school, but chose to bring supplies to her uncle. But when the tsunami came, not only the things she stockpiled, but also most of the original things in her uncle's house were washed away by the waves. Not only that, even the quilts and clothes in her uncle's house were wet by the seawater. Only the suitcase on the wardrobe in her room escaped. There was no water and electricity, and everyone was shivering in wet clothes, so Wang Meili moved out her box of clothes. Her aunt could wear her clothes, but her uncle and her cousin, who was studying abroad and was sent back during the evacuation operation before the tsunami, could not wear them. So her aunt actually set most of her clothes on fire, without her consent. Then she used it to light a fire on the dismantled dressing table to bake clothes for her uncle and cousin. It was too cold, so although Wang Meili felt sorry for her clothes, she didn't say anything. But after the first distribution of supplies, her aunt took away her share of supplies on the grounds that her cousin was a boy and consumed more. In the end, she was only given a bottle of water and a few compressed biscuits. Her cousin and uncle didn't say anything, but just said that you are a dancer and need to keep in shape, and you can't eat these high-calorie foods, and then sent her away. Because she was living under someone else's roof, Wang Meili was dissatisfied but didn't dare to say anything. So Wang Meili spent these 3 days relying on those compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. There is absolutely a difference between not eating to keep in shape and being taken away and not being able to eat. Wang Meili could only hide in the room and eat compressed biscuits by herself, swallowing her saliva at the smell of the self-heating pot outside. Today, her share of supplies was taken away by her aunt on the rooftop, because her uncle and cousin's share was also in her aunt's hands, so no one else found it strange. Feng Xiaochen asked her a question at that time, but her aunt and the others were also there, and Wang Meili couldn't complain to him. After all, Feng Xiaochen lived next door to them. Wang Meili knew that she would not get much of the supplies after returning home. So she thought about whether she could move to Han Ying's house first, so that she would have a reason to get rid of her aunt's control. Although the water level was receding, Wang Meili knew in her heart that this disaster would not pass so easily. That's why she wanted to find a way out so quickly, but she didn't expect Han Ying to reject her so bluntly. If she had to, she might only ask Feng Xiaochen next door for help. But Wang Meili also knew that Feng Xiaochen lived next door to her uncle's house. If she really lived next door, she would really break up with her uncle's family in the future. But Wang Meili was not stupid. She couldn't let herself be oppressed by her aunt all the time. After picking up her phone and buying everything to the limit, Wang Meili wiped her tears and walked to the door to listen carefully to the movement outside. She wanted to secretly go to the next door to find Feng Xiaochen. She wanted to leave all the things she bought with Feng Xiaochen. Her aunt had made it clear that she would seize her supplies. She knew that no matter how much she bought, she would not get much in the end. Although she didn't know whether Feng Xiaochen would take her supplies, Wang Meili had no choice. Han Ying naturally didn't know these things, because she was enjoying the food on the table at that moment. Not long after the meal, Han Ying received a voice call from Lu Yuan across the table. He asked if her home appliances were still usable, saying that Lei Minghu had repaired the air conditioner and refrigerator in her home after they were flooded. From what Lu Yuan said, Han Ying guessed that Wu Tingfang asked him to ask. She remembered that after the tsunami, Wu Tingfang had mentioned that she should drain the home appliances. Han Ying's home appliances were all stored in her space. How could there be water-soaked appliances for Lei Minghu to repair? However, everyone's home was flooded, and more or less appliances were unusable. How could the quality of her home be so good? Thinking of this, Han had other plans in mind. She took out a folding swimming pool and then poured some seawater that she had stored in the space a few days ago into it. She put an air conditioner that she had taken down from home in the water and soaked it, and then took out a smaller rice cooker and threw it in. The next day, when all the appliances were soaked, Han fished them out. She then drained the water and turned on the power to make sure that the air conditioner was not broken and did not need to be repaired. Then she called Wu Tingfang and her family next door to explain the situation. In less than 5 minutes. Then please help me check it out, Brother Lei. Han placed the air conditioner and the rice cooker in the living room. Lei Minghu did not look around after he came in. He took the tools and started to dismantle the air conditioner. The air conditioner was soaked in water for more than 10 hours, and then it was powered on again. The most likely possibility is that the motor burned out. Where can I buy a motor to replace it at this time? In other words, Han Ying's air conditioner should be written off directly. Sure enough, after fiddling with it for a while, Lei Minghu could only regretfully tell Han Ying that he did not have spare parts to repair the air conditioner. The rice cooker could be repaired, and he still had some universal spare parts. It's broken, so what? I actually have another air conditioner that someone gave me before. Because I live alone, I only installed it in one room. That one is useless, and I think it takes up too much space, so I put it up high. If possible, please help me install it, Brother Lei. Han Ying planned to take out the air conditioner that can be used even in extremely hot weather at this time to check the road. Han Ying spent hundreds of thousands of yuan to buy that air conditioner. It can not only operate in extremely hot weather, but also provide heating in extremely cold weather. The most important thing is that the air conditioner is very quiet when it is running. It is not like ordinary air conditioners that can be heard by people 3 or 4 floors away when it starts. The sound of its startup is even quieter than that of an electric fan, about 30 decibels. When the time comes, Han Ying only needs to stick another layer of sound insulation and heat insulation cotton on the air conditioner's outer unit, and I believe the running sound will be even lower. Okay, then should I help you install the air conditioner first or fix this rice cooker first? Lei Minghu came with a toolkit, and his toolkit contains small accessories that can be used for rice cookers. Fix the rice cooker first. I have no use for this air conditioner. Take a look at it and see if there are any disassembled parts. Take them away and keep them. Maybe they will be useful in the future. Han Ying fiddled with the air conditioner. It should be only the motor that was burned out, and the other accessories should still be usable. Don't tear it down. I think this air conditioner is quite new. When the water recedes, we can ask someone to replace the motor. It will still be very useful. Lei Minghu knew that replacing a motor used to cost only 300 or 400 yuan, but it was not clear in this situation.
Okay then.
Han Ying stopped persuading him. Otherwise people would think she was rich. While they were talking, Lei Minghu had already repaired the rice cooker. Han Ying had made preparations in advance last night. She had put away all the things that should not be in the room. Now it was just a simple room that had just been moved in. Han Ying placed the new air conditioner on the closet, and Lei Minghu stood on a stool to move it down. I haven't seen this air conditioner before. Isn't it made in China? Although there are too many well-known and unknown brands of air conditioners in China, they're still easy to identify. Han Ying's air conditioner is obviously different from ordinary air conditioners. How to say it, the shell is very thick, the circuit is much thicker than that of ordinary air conditioners, and the motor is also larger than that of ordinary air conditioners. Moreover, Lei Minghu has never seen this type of motor before. The whole air conditioner seems to be a bit simple and crude. In short, it doesn't look very good. However, no matter how different the air conditioners look, the installation methods are similar. I don't know about this. A friend gave it to me. He said that their company had just developed it and it hasn't been mass-produced yet. He asked me to try it first. I disliked its ugly appearance and didn't want to use it before. Han Ying was not wrong. This air conditioner does look ugly, but it is also ridiculously expensive. It's good to use. You don't care whether it looks good or not. This air conditioner looks very durable. It should not be cheap. Although Lei Minghu didn't understand the motor, he knew it must be extraordinary. After installing the air conditioner, Han Ying brought a bag of things for Lei Minghu to take back. It's just a matter of convenience.
No need to be so polite.
Lei Minghu waved his hands repeatedly when he saw the things Hanning brought. He didn't know how to deal with such a situation. In the past, his wife would handle it. It's not for you, it's for Xiaoheng. Besides, I originally bought this to give to my friend's child, but now it's obviously impossible to give it to him in this situation outside. Hanning packed a bag of 100 masks and a bottle of stage for children's milk powder in the bag. Hanning bought this milk powder at the warehouse of the operation center for free, and she still had a lot of it in her space. Hanning originally wanted to give out 2 bottles, but they helped her repair an electric rice cooker and install an air conditioner, and it would be bad if she gave too much. Lei Minghu also saw from the opening of the bag that it was a bottle of children's milk powder. Their family hadn't eaten fresh vegetables for several days, only dried vegetables. After all, the vitamins in dried vegetables are limited. It's okay for adults, but children's lack of vitamins will affect their development. This milk powder contains some vitamins, which can also supplement his son. So Lei Minghu hesitated. He originally thought that this little thing didn't need to be given at all, but he really wanted the bottle of children's milk powder. Then I'll thank you on behalf of Xiaoheng. If you need any help in the future, just let me know on WeChat. Lei Minghu still took the bag, and he could only find a chance to make up for it later. Not long after Lei Minghu went back, Han Ying's phone rang. When she opened it, she found that Wu Tingfang had created a new group, which was their small group on the 27th floor, and wanted to add her to the group. When Hanning was about to click agree, she saw that Wu Tingfang had sent her another message, a voice message. When she clicked on the voice message, Lei Yuhang's crisp voice came out, saying that he was grateful for the milk powder and masks given to him by Andy Xiaohan, and he liked them very much. Hanning replied with an impolite emoticon package, then closed the dialog box and joined the small group on the 27th floor. There were only 5 people in it: the group owner Wu Tingfang, Lei Minghu, He Xiu, Lu Yuan, and Hanning. After turning off the phone, Hanning took out a dozen spare power supplies from the space and plugged them into the power to start charging. These spare power supplies were used by Hanning when there was no power a few days ago. Although it was only a few days, she had to boil water, cook, etc., so she used up the power of more than a dozen backup power supplies. She quickly took them out and charged them while there was power. Hanning has stockpiled more than 100,000 backup power supplies like this, each of which is fully charged. These can be used when there is no power in the future or in space. When buying these backup power supplies and solar, diesel, and gasoline generators, Hanning spent a full 2 tons of gold. 2 tons of gold are worth more than 600 million yuan, which made her feel bad. But when there is no power, it is really good to use. Those 2 tons of gold are simply worth it. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the things Hanning bought yesterday arrived. To be honest, Hanning was still a little surprised at this speed. Because the shopping channel has just been opened, even if the things are ridiculously expensive, there are still a lot of people buying them. The conditions for travel are limited, and you can't carry too many people's things at a time, so the delivery speed will definitely be much slower. Because the space on the ship is limited, only 4 people's supplies were delivered this time. This trip of supplies for 4 people, 800 yuan delivery fee. Although it is a little dangerous, but with the subsidies given by the government, the income is still very considerable. Fortune and wealth are sought through risk. There must be many people who are willing to take a gamble. Hanning came to the stairs, and the other 3 people who arrived with the supplies were already waiting there. They were squatting at the corner of the stairs, looking down at the water on the other side of the stairs. Hanning heard one of them say that there were fish in it, and said that after taking the supplies, he would go back to get tools to catch fish. The supplies outside are so expensive now, and each purchase has to pay an additional 200 yuan for delivery fees. So many people can only buy more at a time. But if they buy too much, they feel sorry for the money. So now seeing fish swimming in the water, it is normal to want to catch fish. The water level is very high, so Hanning and the others can only stand at the window of the corridor and use ropes to hoist the supplies up little by little. After getting the supplies she bought, Hanning put some of them into her backpack. The rest were carried by hand. After all, they still had to climb more than 10 floors of stairs. Climbing to the 22nd floor, Hanning heard voices coming from the corner of the stairs above. There were 4 people in total, Lin Shui's family and the man she called Uncle Li, who were walking out from the corner at this time. When they saw Haning, the 4 people who were chatting suddenly stopped talking. Lin's father and mother smiled and nodded to Haning. Haning also nodded in return. This family doesn't seem to be short of money. I think the 4 people should go down to get supplies. On the 6th day after the tsunami, the water level had receded to the middle of the 9th floor. Haning was browsing her phone while eating breakfast. Some communities have been connected to water, but the amount of water is very small. You can only get less than half a bucket of water in an hour. But it's better than nothing. Unfortunately, although Lefujiangnan has electricity, it has no water. There should be something wrong with the water supply here. There is no way to check it at this time. After all the water pipes are still soaked in more than 20 meters of water. Everyone still has to rely on mineral water for drinking and drinking. Forget about taking a bath or washing your hair. The little mineral water you bought is good enough for drinking. Han Ing continued to browse her phone. The network was still very poor. The signal was only 1 bar. Sometimes it took several minutes to refresh a web page. However, it was good to still have the internet at this time. After all, most of the signal towers were destroyed during the tsunami. Only those signal towers on the top of the mountain that were not damaged by the tsunami were still standing. After the web page was refreshed, Haning saw the content inside. What was coming finally came. Many people said online that they and the people around them had some small blue rashes on their bodies for some reason. They didn't hurt or itch, but they looked weird and creepy. They also attached several pictures. Haning also saw such news in the community group. Many people said that they and their families also had such small rashes. They also posted a lot of pictures, which made people have goosebumps. These people said that they had applied a lot of ointments, but it didn't work at all, and those blue rashes seemed to have a tendency to expand. Although the blue rash didn't hurt or itch, everyone knew that it was definitely not normal. So many people asked for help online and asked to borrow various water transportation vehicles to go to the hospital for treatment. But even if there were water transportation vehicles, would these people who had no experience in driving water transportation vehicles really dare to go out? How many people dare to go out at this time in the poisonous fog that is impossible to see at a distance of 4 or 5 meters, and in the water that is dozens of meters deep where sharks are likely to appear?
It is easy to go out.
It doesn't matter if you can't find the target hospital without experience. The only thing is that you are afraid that you will get lost in the thick fog and can't find it. Or you will end up in the belly of a fish. It is not impossible. Haning knew that these people were infected with the T1 virus. The poisonous fog is now very thick, and more than 99% of people have no protection. Haning guessed that the number of infected people may have reached hundreds of millions, but no one knows it yet. After all, this small blue rash is not painful or itchy, and it has not begun to fester. It seems that the official really doesn't know about the poisonous fog, otherwise there would not be any news until now. However, since the blue rash has appeared, I believe the official will soon start to pay attention to it. Looking at the increasingly thick poisonous fog, Haning could only sigh helplessly. If the official is not prepared for this poisonous fog, I think the number of people who died in this poisonous fog in this life will not be less than that in the previous life. But Haning can't care about these things at all. She just needs to live her own life. Haning had her period today and was not feeling well, so she reduced her exercise time to 1/3 today. However, the dog's training plan could not be stopped. After training the dog in the morning, Haning drew space symbols for another 2 hours. She found that the space symbol she drew today was a full 5 cubic meters larger than yesterday, and now it was 292 cubic meters. It was 37 cubic meters larger than before the tsunami. You may not know much from the numbers, but this is larger than a standard container. How much more can it hold? And each one. She can now draw about 60 space symbols every day, which means that she can add 60 or 70 containers every day. This result made Haning very satisfied. So after drawing more than 20 space symbols, Haning stopped to rest. Then her eyes fell on the things that had a short shelf life above the space land and transferred them into the space symbol she had just drawn. Then Haning drank a bowl of brown sugar water that she had boiled in advance and lay down on the sofa in the living room with a hot water bottle in her arms. Other girls will have abdominal pain during their period, but Haning is different. She will feel dizzy, but as long as she drinks brown sugar water, the symptoms will be relieved a lot. So she has already boiled several large buckets of brown sugar water, which contains not only brown sugar but also wolfberry and red dates. In this way, whether it is cold or during her period, drinking a bowl can warm her body well. Covered with a blanket, holding a hot water bottle in her arms, Gozi curled up at her feet and watched a variety show. He seemed to be enjoying it. After lying down for a while, the symptoms of dizziness were relieved a lot, and Haning closed her eyes and sank her consciousness into the space. She had not opened any of the more than 380,000 containers she had stored in the space before. She took advantage of the time to rest during the days of her period to open some of them. Of the more than 380,000, about 50,000 were moved into the space symbol by Haning before, because she thought those were things that might be fresh or have a short shelf life. These more than 50,000 containers occupied nearly 7,000 space symbols of Haning. The 50,000 or so space symbols can be left alone for now. They won't go bad if they are kept inside. Haning planned to open the containers above the land first. But when Haning focused her consciousness on the top container, she suddenly discovered something. Haning found that she couldn't use her consciousness to open the container in the space. She had to take it out before she could open it. After learning this, Haning was completely confused. How long would it take her to open these 380,000 containers by herself? And most importantly, her house couldn't fit a container at all. The floor area of this house was only more than 90 square meters, with a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a balcony, and 2 rooms. This means that the space left for the living room was not very large. Although her living room was rectangular, it was only more than 5 meters long. But the smallest length of the containers in her space was 6 meters. Even if she cleared out everything in the living room, she couldn't fit them at all. Did she have to tear down the wall to open the container? That was impossible, unless she had to do it. It was still a miscalculation. She thought she didn't need a big house when she lived alone, but she didn't expect that this small house would hold her back at this time. So the current situation was that she had to enter the space, take the container down from the sky, and put it on the ground before she could open it. Han-ing was not feeling well after realizing this. She had finally saved up more than 900 hours in the space. Was she going to spend all of it on these containers? But think about it, the containers were filled with supplies. What was the most important thing in the end times? Supplies. She had gone through so many difficulties to make so many containers her own. Was she going to give them up just because of this difficulty? That was absolutely impossible. Han Ying's mentality improved when she thought of this. She could still save more time in the space, and she could save 5 hours a day. Time, you can save it. Han Ying decided to take out an hour or 2 a day to open the containers, as many as she could. But before that, Han Ying had to sort out the remaining more than 300,000 containers. She couldn't guarantee how long it would take her to open all the containers above the land. After all, there were still more than 330,000. What if the shelf life of the food inside didn't wait until she opened the boxes? Wouldn't it be in vain? So Han Ying spent more than an hour sorting out the containers above the land again. She put aside everything she thought was edible, and these could be opened first. Put the others on the other side, and come back later when you have time. This way, you don't have to look for them again when you unpack. After sorting out the container, Han Ying touched the dog's head with one hand, and then brought it into the space. The dog didn't react for a moment because it suddenly changed its place. Then it found that the tablet in front of it was gone, and its favorite variety show was gone. Woof boss, where did this big tablet of this handsome dog go? Han Ying guessed it by looking at Tang Yuan's appearance. The corners of her mouth twitched. She forgot the variety show that the dog liked to watch. Han Ying flashed out of the space again, turned off the tablet, and then returned to the space. After returning, she found that Tang Yuan was no longer in the small villa, but ran outside to have fun. Sure enough, compared with the variety show, Tang Yuan's favorite is still this piece of land. If you don't keep an eye on it, it will go to harm those strawberries and blueberries again. One bite at a time, and it saves her time to pick them. It's quite considerate, isn't it? Han-ing roughly measured the living room of the small villa in the space. Very good. The living room is big enough. There is no problem to put down a container after packing up the things. Although this small villa only occupies an area of 100 square meters, the living room is still very large because there is only a kitchen, a bathroom, and a room downstairs, and there is not even a balcony. Being able to open the container at the small villa also saves Han-ing from destroying the crops on that piece of land. Han-ing put away all the things in the living room and then sank into the sky and took down the top container. After the container appeared, Han-ing found that there was still some space in the living room, so it would be more convenient for her to open it. This heavy container is not easy to open. Han-ing first cut off the lead seal and then took out a smaller electric saw and directly sawed off the locks on it. The locks on the container are usually cut off with steel bar pliers, but it still takes a lot of effort to cut all the locks on the container. Han-ing has a lot of containers to open, and she also had her period today. So naturally it is impossible to spend that effort, so it is more labor-saving to use an electric saw directly. Open the cabinet door, and the entire container is filled with boxes. Just like opening a blind box. Taking out a kukri, Han-ing cut open a box in front of her, revealing pieces of beautifully packaged cheese in the shape of discs. Cheese is very valuable, and if this entire container is full of cheese, it would be worth a lot of money. However, this type of container is often consolidated, so there may not be only one type of goods in the entire container. But the types of goods placed in the same container are generally not too different. Cheese can be stored for a long time without being placed in the space symbol. So Han-ing kept the door of the container open, and then put it in the air. As long as the container is open, Han-ing can take things out of it with her consciousness. Therefore, there is no need to take the goods out of the container and put them in another place. After receiving the space, Han-ing saw with her consciousness that the container just now was full of cheese. After opening the first one, the second one was opened even faster. After opening the door of the second container, Han-ying's face turned green when she set her eyes on the boxes. Two large characters on the box appeared in front of her. Even though Han-ing had never had a boyfriend, she knew what these two words meant. This was actually a whole container of small umbrellas. Han-ing didn't look too carefully when she used her consciousness to check these containers. After all, there were too many containers. When she saw this container, there were small pieces of things in the box, and they were very well packaged. She guessed that it was either chocolate or candy. Unexpectedly, it was a small umbrella. The most important thing is that there are many containers with similar packaging. Han-ing didn't specifically stock up on small umbrellas. But when she bought them for free before, there were a lot of them in the large warehouse of the operation center. Several large shelves were piled with these things. This thing is as scarce as cigarettes and alcohol in the end times, and it can even be said to be a luxury. Han-ing did stock up a lot of cigarettes and alcohol, especially alcohol, which was simply a C. But this small umbrella would be good to trade later, and it wouldn't be a waste after all. After putting away the whole container of small umbrellas, Han-ing continued to open the third one. The third container was actually filled with a whole cabinet of red wine, which surprised Han-ing. She opened a box and took out a bottle, thinking that she could have a drink later. Then Han-ing sent the whole container and all the red wine up. The fourth container was opened with A, and Han-ying's mouth curved up when she saw the things inside. This turned out to be a whole container of hot pot base, and it was the kind that was individually packaged in small pieces. Han-ing also stocked up a lot of small pieces of independently packaged hot pot base when she was stockpiling supplies before. After all, hot pot base can not only be used for hot pot, but also for making maokai, fragrant pot, barbecue, stir-fry, etc., and the consumption is still very large. So Han-ing directly stocked up 2,000 boxes. Each box has 50 pieces, and also bought hundreds of boxes of large packaged hot pot base. Unexpectedly, a whole container of hot pot base was open now. Han-ing said that the feeling of opening a blind box is too good. Looking at the pieces of hot pot soup base in the box, Han-ing said that it was not her fault that she had just opened a container full of small umbrellas in the food area. The hot pot soup base was also well packaged in small pieces. The small umbrella was a little small, but it looked like food when Han Ying's consciousness swept over it. After putting away the containers of hot pot soup base, Han Ying continued to open the fifth blind box container. In an hour, Han Ying opened nearly 30 containers, which was very fast. The ones opened later were some baby milk powder, high-end mineral water, whole ham, dried goods, pasta, freeze-dried vegetables, freeze-dried fruits, small bread, potato chips, chocolate, etc. Basically, they can still be stored for some time, so Han Ying just opened them and put them back as they were. However, there was a container that Han Ying happily put into the space symbol. It was a whole container of bird's nest, which was a high-end thing. Usually, it is sold by gram. If it is sold by kilogram, a kilogram of similar quality will cost at least 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. When Han Ying was stocking up, she had a lot of money but couldn't bear to buy more. She only bought about a few dozen kilograms, thinking that she would take some out every time to stew a big pot with white fungus, red dates, lilies, etc., and eat a bowl occasionally. After all, this thing is not anti-starvation, and it won't make you full, just to satisfy your craving. Han Ying doesn't know whether it can beautify the skin. Anyway, she has never eaten it for a long time. Unexpectedly, a whole container of birds' nests came out all of a sudden, which made her very happy. This whole container, and it's not overpackaged. Each box is full, and each nest is tightly packed. Although Han Ying didn't count them, this whole container must have at least 1,000 boxes. Just now, she roughly weighed it, and one box should be about 30 kilograms. She can't finish this much every day. I don't know why such high-end and valuable things are shipped in containers. Shouldn't it be safer to ship it directly by air? But it was a bargain for her anyway. Han Ying happily put the entire container into the space symbol. The moment she put it in, she realized that the entire container was full of birds' nests. This was a big surprise. After driving the container for an hour, Han Ying didn't plan to continue. She wanted to drive something else now. The living room on the first floor of the villa would be used to drive containers in the future, so Han Ying didn't plan to move the furniture out again. When she came to the roof of the second floor, Han Ying directly took out a stack of disposable large lunch boxes from the space and placed them on the table. Then 2 big durians appeared next to her. She wanted to eat durian today. The 2 she just took out were Musang King, each weighing about 6 or 7 pounds. This size is considered relatively large for this variety. She took out a small knife and then skillfully opened the 2 durians one by one. It's really different to buy at the place of origin. Each one is a dry package of durian that is ripe on the tree and can be eaten right away. 4 boxes of durian flesh were produced from 2 durians. It is not an exaggeration to say that this yield is a durian for repaying gratitude. I picked up a piece and took a big bite. It was soft, sweet, and fragrant. I wanted to swallow my tongue. Han Ying couldn't stop eating one piece after another. After showing off a large box, Han Ying was still not satisfied. However, she did not continue to eat, but put the other 3 boxes into the space symbol. Then she took out 2 more large durians and continued to eat while opening them. Durian is delicious, and Han Ying also likes it, but it has a strong smell. When she wants to eat it, she waits until the evening before taking a bath to eat a few pieces. After eating, she takes a bath and brushes her teeth. But the smell left on the durian is not much less than when it is eaten. So since it is opened, open more at once and put them away. After opening for more than an hour, Han Ying was full, and there were more than 40 boxes of durian flesh in the space symbol. These are enough for her to eat for a while. After all, although this thing is delicious, it can't be eaten as a meal every day, right? After collecting the durian meat, Han Ying also collected the durian shell. This thing can't be thrown away. It's very useful. Durian shells are also a good delicacy for stewing chicken. Drying and grinding into powder and cooking can relieve constipation and have a little anti-inflammatory effect. This is a very rare good thing for people in the end times. Don't ask Han Ying why she knows. She was lucky enough to eat it once in her previous life. It also had a little bit of durian flavor. She lingered on it for a long time. With the smell of durian all over her body, Han Ying took a hot bath, changed her clothes, and brushed her teeth before calling Tang Yuan over. After Han came out of the space, she was about to prepare food for the dog, but she heard her mobile phone on the sofa ringing for who knows how long. Not only that, there was also a sound from the door, and the sound was not small. Hearing the sound of the door, Tang Yuan rushed over and barked at the door twice. "Woof woof, who is it? How dare you be so bold to act wild in the dog's territory?" The person outside heard the dog barking stop for 2 seconds and then continued to knock on the door, and the sound was even louder than before. Seeing that he was knocking on the door so impatiently, it must be something bad. Han Ying was not in a hurry. She picked up her phone and checked it. It was an unfamiliar number. It was very likely the person knocking on the door outside, but it was definitely not the person opposite or next door. Taking out a baseball bat from the space, Han Ying walked towards the door. Opening the 2 security doors and looking out through the peephole, Han Ying showed a trace of confusion on her face when she saw the person outside. Standing outside the door was Lu Huaxing, who seemed to have regarded herself as the manager of this building. She had nothing to do with him and had never spoken to him. Why did this person come to her house? Han Ying did not open the door, but stood directly inside the security door and said, "What can I do for you, building manager Lu?" "Miss Han, please open the door. I have something to ask you." Lu Huaxing saw that the person inside had no intention of opening the door, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face, but he soon put on a smile again. "If you have something to say, just say it." Han Ying had no grudges against this person, but the other party suddenly came to the door. "I'm afraid it's not a good thing." Hearing Han Ying's words, Lu Huaxing became even more upset. What kind of person is this? He is also kind, but it seems like he is going to do something bad. "Your relatives have come to seek refuge with you. Please open the door and let them in." Lu Huaxing's tone was not very good at this time. He glanced at the 4 people in the corridor and a trace of disgust flashed across his face. If it weren't for accumulating his reputation in this building, he would not have the time to care about such trivial matters. Hearing that a relative came to see her, Han Ying was stunned for a moment. She did have a relative today. Her period came, but it was obvious that the person outside the door was not her period. If she had any relatives now, Han Ying would immediately think of Zhao Meihua's family. But isn't that family more than 20 kilometers away? Why would they come here? Originally, Han Ying was thinking of waiting for the extreme heat after the poisonous fog, when the order would be more chaotic. Then she would find a chance to go there to find people and kill them. In the previous life, they came to the university town to seek refuge with her about a week after the tsunami. But in this life, she no longer lives there. So how could these people still come here so persistently? Besides, how did they know that she was in Yuefu Jiangnan? "I'm sorry, I'm an orphan. I don't have any relatives, let alone relatives," Han Ying said as she was about to close the other 2 security doors. "Xiaoying, I'm your aunt. We can't stay in the resettlement site anymore. It's like a sea outside, and we have nowhere to go. Good boy. Open the door and let your aunt in, okay?" Zhao Meihua patted the door, and her obviously thinner face stuck to the of the door and spoke kindly to the inside. But after she finished speaking, there was no response, so she continued to put on a flattering smile and said, "Don't you always say that Auntie's cooking is delicious? Auntie will cook for you every day, okay?" The flattering tone was as if the incident in which she had sued Han Ying and cursed Han Ying at the police station had never happened. "Cousin, please open the door." "I'm so cold, cousin. Do you still remember the days when our family huddled together on the sofa in winter to eat fruits, snacks, and watch TV? I miss that time so much. Cousin Xiaoliang and I miss you. Let us in." Wang Shiqi knocked on the security door twice, suppressed the jealousy in her eyes, and begged almost in tears. Why can they only squeeze into a dirty and messy bunk bed with those people who have no sense of hygiene at the resettlement site? And Han Ying can live in such a big house alone. Wang Shiqi couldn't sleep well every day in the bunk bed where men and women lived together. The snoring in her ears was deafening, and the sounds of sniffing, blowing noses, spitting, and coughing almost never stopped 24 hours a day. The floor was also full of spit and garbage from other people, and there was no place to step. She could only shrink on her bed every day, thinking about the spacious and bright room in Yujing community. So when she learned that Haning lived alone in such a big house, she was full of jealousy and hatred. Haning sneered when she heard Wang Shiqi's words outside. She would not be so angry if Wang Shiqi didn't mention these. When she went home for winter vacation in the past, Zhao Meihua and Wang Shiqi asked her out shopping all day long. Then she bought this and that, clothes, shoes, bags, game consoles, etc., all of which were paid by her. She also paid for the fruit snacks at home, and because she was a dancer and had to keep in shape, she didn't eat much. At that time, she was stupid, thinking that they were a family and didn't care so much, but she didn't expect that this family only treated her as a full ATM. Originally, Haning planned to keep the door closed and didn't want to care about them. Anyway, they would leave by themselves after shouting for a while. However, after hearing what Wang Shiqi said, all the past events and the things that happened after the end of the world in the previous life suddenly resurfaced. Haning put on a mask and then opened the outermost security door with a sly sound. The moment she opened the door, Haning tightened the baseball bat in her hand. "Cousin, I knew you wouldn't ignore us. Our family will be fine in the future. As long as our family is together, we are not afraid even if the end of the world really comes." Wang Shiqi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, burst into laughter, and was about to step forward to hold Han Ying's arm like a good sister. She seemed to see the scene of her living in the big room again. Good guy, he still knows about the end of the world. It seems that he is not stupid. So he thinks he is stupid? Yes, Xiaoying, Xiaoqi is right. Our family will never be separated again in the future. Zhao Meihua said, pretending to wipe the corners of her eyes, and then smiled and asked her son to come over to help move the luggage. Haning opened the door and glanced at the corridor. Wang Jianya was squatting in the corner of the corridor and looking over here, with piles of luggage beside him. Lu Yuan may have heard the noise and opened the door. He looked over here with a mask on. Wu Tingfeng and the others also had their doors open. Several people were standing at the door and looking at this side anxiously. There were also many people at the staircase, looking at the excitement. Yes, staying at home all day, and not knowing the severity of the poisonous fog, they would eat any melon. "Do you need help?" Haning heard Lu Yuan's magnetic voice coming over.
No.
Haning only replied with 2 words. Looking at Wang Shiqi, who was about to take her arm, Haning pushed the baseball bat in her hand forward. Ouch! Wang Shiqi's abdomen was suddenly hit, and the pain made her bend over violently. She was so painful that she couldn't make any other sound except wailing. Haning used a lot of force this time, enough for Wang Shiqi to feel pain for a few days. "What are you doing?" Zhao Meihua stood up immediately when she saw her daughter being hit by Haning with something. "Oh, your family has nowhere to go? You want to live in my house for free? Eat and drink for free?" Han Ying ignored Wang Shiqi, who was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. She looked at Zhao Meihua with a smile on her face. Zhao Meihua was choked when she heard Han Ying's words, and she really didn't know how to answer for a moment. Live for free? They did live in Han Ying's house for free for more than 2 years. They didn't pay any rent, and it cost her a lot of money. But can these be brought up? What do you mean by living here for free? What do you mean by eating and drinking for free? We are your aunt and uncle, your elders. They are your cousins. What's your attitude? How can you treat your elders and younger siblings like this? We were at the door, and you didn't even let us in? What kind of manners is this?
Who taught you that?
Before Zhao Meihua could say anything, Wang Jianya, who was squatting by the wall, suddenly stood up, pointed his finger at Han Ying's nose, and began to lecture her. "You're talking to me about elders? You dare to call yourself an elder after living here for free and eating and drinking for free for more than 2 years at a junior like me? The money I spend on your family every year is enough for me to buy a nice car. You're talking to me about manners? Are you blaming my parents? Is your family well-mannered? The 2 children you taught begged me, an uneducated person, to buy things for them every day?"
Tang Yuan.
Haning really didn't want to waste any more words with Wang Jianya, this disgusting, and made an attacking gesture to Tang Yuan next to her. During this period, Haning trained Tang Yuan every day, and the most training was attack and retreat. Its bite force was verified by a pot of big bones. Tang Yuan had already bared his teeth when he saw so many people gathered at his door, and kept a posture ready to attack. After seeing the signal given by its head, he rushed directly towards Wang Jianya. While rushing over, he opened his mouth and bit Wang Jianya's outstretched finger. Help! Help! I'll let it go, let it go. When Wang Jianya saw the gray thing suddenly rushing towards him, he didn't react that it was a dog, but he knew that its body was unusually large. There was a burning pain in his neck, and then the finger he had just stretched out seemed to be broken as long as he moved. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to move his hand except screaming. Everyone was scared when they saw the big dog suddenly committing a crime. Tang Yuan, come back. Han Ying ordered Tang Yuan to retreat, and then looked at Wang Jianya, who was lying on the ground screaming. If you don't want this hand anymore, you can try to point it at me again. You let your dog commit crimes. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to call the police and ask them to catch your dog and shoot it. Although Zhao Meihua had already separated from Wang Jianya, she didn't have the ability to support a pair of children in this world. So she could only grit her teeth and reconcile with Wang Jianya. Call the police? Go ahead. That's what I want. At least there's food provided there. Oh, it's a clear way for you? If you don't have a place to live, you can live there, and you can live and eat. Han Ying chuckled, stroking Tang Yuan's dog's head with one hand and playing with a baseball bat with the other. Wang Shiqi, who was sitting on the ground and hadn't recovered yet, felt her stomach hurt even more. Xiao Han, you are still relatives no matter what, right? There is no need to make such a fuss. Why did you let the dog bite people?
And your dog.
Lu Huasheng, who brought Zhao Meihua's family upstairs, saw that many people were watching the excitement on the side and immediately felt that this was a good opportunity to establish his prestige. As long as he can control Han Ying today and successfully help this family move in, his prestige in Building 9 will definitely be very high in the future. Then he will be worthy of the title of Building Manager. If he becomes a real building manager, let's see if his wife dares to look down on her in the future, and let's see if others dare to say that he is a. But Lu Huasheng hadn't finished speaking yet. When he met Han Ying's eyes, he also saw the dog who was threatening him with his teeth bared, and immediately swallowed the rest of the words back. In fact, it's not bad to be a. Others want to be a, but they don't have his ability. Lu Huasheng couldn't help swallowing his saliva, shrank his neck, and silently stepped back a little. Head of Building Lu, are you going to be a good person? It's actually very easy to be a good person in this world. Bring these big Buddhas to your home and feed them with good food and drink. They will definitely be grateful to you for the rest of their lives. Han Ying saw Lu Huasheng, who took a few steps back, and she didn't mean to let him go. Let him know that it's not so easy to meddle in other people's business. Be careful not to get into trouble. I don't know them either. A few volunteers sent them to the community. My boss asked in our property group which building has someone named Han Ying. It's none of my business. Lu Huasheng's face darkened when he heard Han Ying's words. If he was entangled by these 4 people, he would be skinned by his wife when he returned home. Han Ying only had a house number and a surname in the small group of Building 9. But a few days ago, when she was collecting supplies on the rooftop, Lin Shui, Wang Meili, and Feng Xiaochen all called her name. So, it's not surprising that someone knew her name was Han Ying. This little girl is really ill-educated. Her aunt is not wrong. She didn't even offer to help her relatives when they were in trouble. I don't know what kind of parents can raise such a child. If my daughter dared to do that, I would slap her. Ahem, my grandson should wake up. I have to go back. Among the people watching the excitement at the entrance of the corridor, an old lady shook her head and complained to the people next to her in a low voice with a look of disapproval. The expression on her face was exactly like an emoticon. It seemed that she was not satisfied with just talking. She raised a hand as if she was really going to hit Han Ying in the face. But when she was halfway through her words, she looked in Han Ying's direction and found that she was also looking at her expressionlessly. Thinking of the big dog that would bite people, the old lady suddenly felt as if her ace was on fire and slipped to the back. The old lady's voice was not loud, but Han Ying still heard it. The voice seemed to be Wang Guilon, who asked to live in her house for 20 yuan a day at 1301 when the world was dark outside her door. It seems that she hated him for not renting the house to her. But this man seems to be a paper tiger who can only get the upper hand with words. Master Lu, you have to make the decision for us. Look at my niece. Not only did she drive us out of the house, she also sold the house my parents left me. Now she has let the dog bite her uncle. Zhao Meihua looked at her daughter and husband lying on the ground and wailing, and her son who was hiding nearby and was obviously frightened. She rushed over and grabbed the hand of Lu Huaxing, who was about to slip away. You should go to the court for this property matter. Why are you looking for me? This is your family affair. I can't do anything about it. Lu Huaxing shook several times before he got rid of the hands that grabbed him. He wanted to do something, but he was really afraid of the dog. He just saw that the claws of the dog were so long and sharp when it pounced on him. Just a casual move, the person who was knocked down by it had a long blood mark on his neck. Now, they can't even go to the hospital. Even if someone answers the fire department or the police, they won't care. Lu Huaxing knows this better than others. It's not that the officials don't care about them now, but because the disaster is nationwide, the police force is limited and can only handle some major events. For small fights like this, as long as no one dies, no one will come to deal with it. So this means that there is no place to get the rabies vaccine. Although he wants to be the building manager, he has to be alive to do so. These are her own uncle and cousin. She can do such a cruel thing, not to mention you insignificant neighbors. What if one day she doesn't like someone and lets the dog bite people, then won't everyone in your building be in trouble? Seeing that the people who brought them here didn't care about them, Zhao Meihua simply sat on the floor and started crying. She was also a smart person. She knew that no one else wanted to care about her family's affairs, so she could only tie everyone here together. Everyone had a stake, so this was no longer her family's business, but everyone's business. Zhao Meihua's voice was very loud, and it was estimated that the residents downstairs could hear it. But Hanning didn't interrupt her, just leaned against the door and watched her acting. The baseball bat was weighed in her hand, and the dog squatted beside her, baring his teeth and ready to attack at any time. After Zhao Meihua finished speaking, she looked around and saw that other people looked at the dog with some fear, and no one was willing to be the first to speak up. Everyone was not stupid. This person said that just to get someone to help her. But the dog obviously looked very capable. And Hanning didn't look easy to talk to. Don't say one more word and get a dog scratch. That would be a loss. Aren't you afraid? Especially the two families next to you. Young man, you should call the police and let the police take her and her dog away. Little sister, you should call the police too. You all should call the police and let the police catch her. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, Zhao Meihua directly began to instigate Lu Yuan opposite and Wu Tingfang next door. Uncle Lu Yuan will not call the police. He is Auntie Han's boyfriend. And Auntie Han said that Tang Yuan doesn't bite people, but only animals. Lei Yuhang stuck out his little head and directly stated the position of their family in a shocking way. After saying that, he looked up at Wu Tingfang beside him and asked cutely, "Mom, what is a beast?" Hanning said before that Tang Yuan doesn't bite people, only beasts. At that time, Lei Yuhang always wanted to get close to Tang Yuan but didn't dare. He asked Hanning if Tang Yuan would bite people, and Hanning answered him like that. Obviously, although he didn't understand the meaning of the words, he always remembered that sentence. Hanning also looked at Lu Yuan awkwardly after hearing Lei Yuhang's words. This little brat really dared to say that. It seems that he heard what happened on the rooftop that day, so it caused a misunderstanding. My son is right. Tang Yuan is usually very docile. We often touch it, and nothing happened. And isn't it normal for dogs to protect their owners? Wu Tingfang patted Lei Yuhang's little head and looked at Tang Yuan. Hearing the child's words, Wang Jianya, who was almost killed on the spot by Tang Yuan, suddenly felt that the wound hurt more. Tang Yuan is an Alaskan dog. This kind of dog looks big, but it is actually very docile. It will only attack others when it feels that its owner is in danger. You should think about why you have such strong hostility towards your niece. And you keep saying that you are Han Ying's aunt and uncle, but you point at your orphan niece and scold her for being uneducated. Even in this situation, she still doesn't let the dog bite you. How can she invite you to dinner? Lu Yuan stood at the door, and his voice was not very loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Hanning didn't expect that Lu Yuan, who rarely spoke, would help her say so many words in one breath under such circumstances. And how did he know that she was an orphan? Did he hear her when she was arguing with Lu Huaxing just now? After hearing Lu Yuan's words, everyone present realized that what he said made sense. Pointing at a person without a father or a mother and saying that she is uneducated, such a person really does not deserve everyone's sympathy. Especially this person also claimed to be someone's uncle, so he must know that Hanning was an orphan. Knowing this and still scolding like this, isn't that poking people in the heart? If it were me, letting the dog bite him would be the least of my worries. Are you done acting? You just wanted to occupy my house and the blood of an orphan like me, but I kicked you out instead? You got angry and went to the police station to sue me, but you couldn't produce any evidence and were kicked out by the police. Now you are inciting my neighbors again? Where do you get the nerve to do that? Hanning sneered as she looked at Zhao Meihua, who was acting so well in front of her. After hearing Han Ying's words, everyone realized that it was the aunt's family who wanted to bully their niece who had no parents because they were elders. Thinking that it was none of their business, they would be in trouble if they stayed any longer and were hated by the dog owner. So, after everyone figured it out, they went downstairs one after another. Seeing that the people who were eating melons had left, Lu Huaxing didn't want to stay anymore, so he quietly moved to the stairs. Lu, you can't leave. What will we do if you leave? Zhao Meihua saw that Lu Huaxing was about to leave, and immediately went up and grabbed his arm again. Originally, Zhao Meihua had planned well. They all came here, and even if Hanning was unwilling, she had to bite the bullet and let them move in. As long as they moved in, she didn't believe that she couldn't control a girl in her early 20s. But the current situation was obviously beyond expectations. Hanning could do such a cruel thing to her daughter and husband. How could she let them move in so easily? But even if they couldn't move in, at least she would have to scrape off a layer of her flesh. You can do whatever you want. What does it have to do with me? Lu Huaxing wanted to say something else, but when he saw Hanning staring at him, he immediately shook off Zhao Meihua's hand. He glanced at the big dog that was still baring its teeth, and then ran to the stairs at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, and slipped away as if there was a fire behind him. It seems that this building manager is not so easy to be. He should discuss it with his wife after he goes back. Hanning, we are aunt and niece after all. Now that you have done such a cruel thing to your cousin and uncle, you have to give us an explanation. Zhao Meihua looked at Han Ying with a look of anger. Explanation? What explanation? Do you want me to send them off or give them a quick death? Hanning sneered and wanted to explain. They should be grateful that the social order is still there and that the government is still in charge. Otherwise, Hanning would have made their family go on the road in an orderly manner today. Anyway, you either pay for the medical expenses today or let us move in. Otherwise, we will not leave here. Zhao Meihua took her son's hand and then sat down at the door of Han Ying's house with her luggage. She blocked the anti-theft door that opened outwards so that she could not close it. It was just blocking one door. What was Hanning worried about? Her house had 3 anti-theft doors, and each door was super class A, and you couldn't saw the other 2 doors open even if you brought an electric saw. Hanning wanted to go home, but she changed her mind after taking a look at the thick fog outside. The door of her house was next to the window in the corridor, and the glass on the window had long disappeared. This meant that this was the place with the thickest poisonous fog in the entire corridor. Hanning wanted more than anything else if the family of 4 wanted to stay here and threaten her. Now the order has not been disturbed, so it is not impossible to kill them. But Hanning still has to think about it. However, this poisonous fog can be used. If she goes home, these 4 people will probably leave in a short while. After all, it is still very cold now. They will not be stupid enough to the cold wind here all the time. By then, there will be many houses in this building whose owners have not returned yet. They can just find one to live in. Find something to block the door and cover the windows, which can block some of the poisonous fog. But if Hanning doesn't go home, then they will definitely still hold the hope of being able to live in. Or they will keep blocking themselves here in the hope that haunting will give them an explanation. Wow, that's a lot of poisonous fog that will be inhaled. The more poisonous fog you inhale, the greater the chance of infection. Inhaling a little bit will not only prevent infection, but also make your physique better. In the last life, this family was not infected by the poisonous fog. Haunting guessed that it might be because they didn't inhale enough poisonous fog. If they inhaled more, it would be hard to say. It's up to you, stay as long as you want. Haunting said to Tang Yuan after thinking about this, and then walked out directly. When she came to Lu Yuan's door, Haunting looked up at him. Mind if you can take me in for a while? Lu Yuan. Can he refuse? Although he didn't know what Haunting was planning, those people blocking a door didn't seem to affect her going home, right? But looking at the poisonous fog that kept floating in from the window and lingering around those people, Lu Yuan seemed to realize something. He said directly, "Come in." He didn't think there was anything wrong with Han Ying's behavior. People who died once, those who made him feel bad, should be solved naturally. Glancing at the eyes of Wu Tingfang's family opposite, it seemed that the family had already confirmed his relationship with Han Ying in their hearts. This misunderstanding seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Lu Yuan's house was much bigger than Han Ying's. The decoration style was very simple, and the color tone looked a bit cold, not like it was used for a wedding. Obviously, Lu Yuan made a big change after buying it. On the coffee table was a set of go and some meat jerky. It was obvious that this person was so bored that he was playing go with himself. In the open space in front of the TV wall was a clothes drying rack with some clothes hanging on it. There had been continuous heavy rains before, and there was thick fog after the tsunami. It has been nearly a month since we have seen a ray of sunshine. Without the sun, everyone can only think of other ways to dry their clothes. Those who have the conditions can use heating, air conditioning, dryers, and washing machines to dry them. Those who don't have the conditions can only use hair dryers or fans to dry them. But most people can only wear clothes that are half-dried, with mold spots and odors. During the 2 trips to collect supplies, Haunting saw that many people's clothes had large and small mold spots. Haunting saw many people in the community group saying that they had gynecological diseases and rheumatism. Of course, Haunting didn't have such worries. She had a space cheat, and she washed several large buckets of clothes every day. After washing, she hung them up and put them in the space, and they were completely dry in a few days. Even the electricity bill for the dryer was saved. However, there is no water supply in their community now, and the water they buy is only enough for drinking. There is no water for bathing and washing hair, let alone washing clothes. Of course, if you don't mind using the seawater soaked with garbage to bathe, wash your hair, and wash clothes, there is plenty of water underneath. What to drink? Lu Yuan asked Haunting after closing the door and asking her to sit down. No, just lend me your sofa for a few hours, and then you can go about your business, and you can pretend that I don't exist. Han Ying was really worried about the future of that family. The sofa in Lu Yuan's house is quite comfortable, soft, and warm to sit on. The most important thing is that there is a radiator in the living room, so it's not cold at all. Han Ying touched Tang Yuan's head while saying that. After signaling it to be alert, it directly nestled into the sofa and closed its eyes, so that everyone would not look at each other awkwardly. Tang Yuan nestled directly on the ground at her feet, and his heart to protect his master was very obvious. Looking at Han Ying, who nestled into the sofa after entering his own home, Lu Yuan was also a little helpless. Then Lu Yuan ignored her and continued to play the chess game that he had not finished just now. After finishing a game, he felt that the person on the sofa's breathing became stable, so Lu Yuan got up and walked into the room to take out a blanket. But when he approached Han Ying, Tang Yuan stood up from the ground and glared at Lu Yuan. There was a low, threatening sound in his throat. Lu Yuan raised the blanket in his hand, indicating that he was just afraid that she was cold. As if realizing that Lu Yuan was indeed not hostile, Tang Yuan lay down again. But those eyes never left Lu Yuan for a moment, always alert. Lu Yuan naturally noticed Tang Yuan's alertness, and he secretly said in his heart, "Good dog." Then he gently covered Han Ying with the blanket. After covering, Lu Yuan did not leave immediately, but stood by and looked at Han Ying, who was already asleep. How tired is this person? He fell asleep so soundly in just a few minutes? Han-ing was indeed very tired today. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of her period to cook without being too tired, so she went to open the container. It would be a lie to say that she was not tired after driving the container for an hour, not to mention that she drove the durian for more than an hour. And she was prone to fatigue today. She said that she would take more rest during her period, but there was really no time to rest. But Han-ing herself enjoyed it. Although she was a little tired, she had a smile on her face when she slept looking at the space full of supplies. Lu Yuan saw Han-ing curled her lips and smacked her lips, as if she had dreamed of something delicious. No longer looking at her, Lu Yuan sat in front of the coffee table and continued playing his Go. Han-ing was awakened by a burst of fragrance. She could smell that it was the fragrance of braised pork. But the fragrance was too exaggerated, even more fragrant than that made by the fat chef Shi. Han-ing opened her eyes and looked at the strange place in front of her. For a moment, she didn't react where she was. But soon she realized that she had just borrowed Lu Yuan's sofa to sleep. Looking at the watch on her hand, it was almost 6 o'clock. She actually slept for 4 hours here at Lu Yuan's place. After, Han-ing still stayed beside her sofa and watched over her glutinous rice diligently. Then, she glanced at the blanket on her body. It should be Lu Yuan who covered her. Awake? Just in time, I have prepared the meal. Let's eat together? Lu Yuan turned his head and looked at Han-ing after hearing Han-ying's movement. He brought out the braised pork and placed it on the dining table outside. Lu Yuan invited Han-ing to come and eat.
Okay.
Han-ing wanted to refuse. After all, she knew that although she could still buy things now, it was not easy to buy them. Food was very precious. But when she smelled the overly fragrant braised pork, Han-ing said that she would not eat it for nothing anyway. There were 5 or 6 dishes on the table in front of her: braised pork, beef soup, and then boiled meatballs of various kinds, boiled Chinese cabbage, boiled white radish slices. Meat was still available, but only dried vegetables were available, but Chinese cabbage and radish were both fine, so it was not out of place to have them now. They just looked quite fresh. In addition, there were 2 plates of dipping sauces prepared by Lu Yuan himself and 2 bowls of rice on the table. It was really rich, but Han-ing still felt a little weird looking at the dishes on the table. Except for the braised pork and beef soup, the other 3 dishes were directly picked up and served on the plate after being boiled. And the 2 bowls of dipping sauces should be used to dip these 3 boiled dishes? This way of eating is quite unique. Seeing Han-ing staring at the dishes on the table, Lu Yuan said embarrassedly, "Well, I can't cook many dishes. I can only make braised pork for meat dishes and beef soup for soup. For the others, just pair them with this universal dipping sauce. Just eat them." Lu Yuan is a carnivore, and his favorite is braised pork, but he has no talent for cooking. The dishes he made were basically a mess, and even he himself felt that they were unpalatable. So he worked hard to learn only 2 dishes, braised pork and beef soup. In order to make up for his shortcomings, he specially learned this universal dipping sauce. After the food is cooked, it tastes good with anything. Does that mean he can cook any dish? Very rich, thank you. Han-ing was almost unable to bear it when looking at the tempting braised pork. After sitting down, the 2 began to eat. Han-ing really didn't smell wrong just now. The braised pork tasted better than the fat chef Shi. I really can't tell that Lu Yuan actually has the skill. After eating a few pieces in a row, Han-ing was embarrassed to keep staring at other people's braised pork, so she also picked up a meatball and dipped it in the dipping sauce in front of her. Another surprise. This dipping sauce is amazing. In fact, this is a proper hot pot dry eating, right? It's just that the bottom of this hot pot is boiled water, and someone helps to pick up the cooked ingredients and put them away. As for hot pot, how can it not be delicious as long as the dipping sauce is well seasoned? Seeing that Han-ing seemed to be very satisfied with the meal, Lu Yuan also showed a smile. By the way, did you hear any movement outside just now? Han-ing just slept for 4 hours, and she didn't know whether the 4 people outside had left or not. She naturally hoped that they would not leave, and it would be better if they stayed for a few more hours. As you wish. Lu Yuan finished a whole bowl of rice, and added another bowl for himself. He glanced at Haning, and the rice in her bowl was almost gone. Afraid that she would be embarrassed to go to the kitchen to add more rice, Lu Yuan simply moved the entire rice cooker to the table. Haning was stunned when she heard Lu Yuan's words. What did she mean by "as she wished"? Haning was about to ask him what he meant when she heard the doorbell of Lu Yuan's house ring. At the same time as the doorbell rang, there were knocks on the door outside. Looking at this posture, Haning guessed that it might be that Zhao Meihua's family could not bear the smell of the food. Sure enough, after Lu Yuan looked out through the peephole, he turned around and asked Haning, "Do you want to open it?" "Wait until I finish eating. Eating is the most important thing." She didn't want Zhao Meihua's family to affect her appetite. Han Ing ignored the knocking on the door outside and continued to eat her meal. After she finished eating, she looked up at Lu Yuan. "Thank you for today, I'll go back first." Haning wanted to be responsible for washing the dishes. After all, Lu Yuan had already cooked. But this is Lu Yuan's house after all, and it's not good for Zhao Meihua's family to keep yelling outside. So after she finished speaking, she put on a mask, took the baseball bat that she had placed behind the door when she entered the door just now, greeted the dog, and walked directly to open the door. "Don't you want to be a turtle? You little witch hides in your mistress's house and eats and drinks well, leaving the elders and younger brothers and sisters here to starve and freeze. No matter where you say it, it's your fault. It's all your fault." Zhao Meihua saw Haning suddenly open the door and didn't pretend anymore and scolded her directly. She wanted to point at her nose and say that she was uneducated, but she changed her words when she thought of her husband who had his finger bitten off by a dog. "Starving and freezing? I think you're enjoying it. It's okay, just keep blocking and see who can outlast who." Haning sneered at Zhao Meihua after closing the door of Lu Yuan's house. The temperature outside is around 0 degrees now, and the cold wind is biting. These 4 people have been huddled in the cold corridor for 4 hours, which is really a lot of suffering. Can't you see that they are all sniffing their noses now? And it's already night, and the temperature at night is even lower than during the day. Han Ing can't wait for them to continue blocking. "Cousin, it was my parents' fault before. You see, it's dark now, and we have nowhere to go at night. Just let us stay for one night, just one night, please, cousin." Wang Mingliang, who hadn't spoken since he came to Han Ying's door, looked at Han Ing and suddenly pleaded, "Is that so? Do you promise that you will only stay for one night?" Han Ing showed a hesitant look on her face when she heard Wang Mingliang's words, as if she was really thinking. "Yes, Xiaoliang is right. Just stay for one night. We will leave early tomorrow morning. I know you're the best cousin, please." Seeing that Han Ing seemed to be giving in, Wang Shiqi, who had recovered from the stomachache, also begged. It is easier to invite gods than to send them away. As long as they can move in, it is not up to her, Han Ing, to decide whether they will leave tomorrow. "But how can I open the door if you are blocking here?" Han Ing glanced at the luggage piled on the ground at her door, and Wang Jianye, who was leaning against the door frame as if dead. "Move your things away. Xiao Ying wants us to move in." Zhao Meihua kicked Wang Jianye, who was lying on the ground, to wake him up. Wang Jianye got up from the ground and took away the clothes on the ground. Seeing them move the luggage away, Han Ing took out the key and opened the second anti-theft door. Seeing that there was another door inside after opening 2 doors, Zhao Meihua's face turned black. Does she have gold bricks at home? What are they protecting against? Why install so many anti-theft doors? The first anti-theft door of Han Ying's house opens outwards, the second can be opened from both inside and outside, and the third opens inwards. Zhao Meihua is not stupid, so she naturally has to be more careful about Han Ying's sudden change. So after Han Ing opened the second anti-theft door, she quickly pulled the door open and walked inside, so that she couldn't close this door. Looking at Tang Yuan, who was following her, Han Ing gestured to it. Then she opened the third anti-theft door with a. The moment the third anti-theft door was opened, Tang Yuan slipped in and opened the door in the process. At the same time, Han Ing stabbed the baseball bat in her hand backwards with great force. The stomach. She was hunched over and taken 2 steps back by the baseball bat. With just these 2 steps, Han Ing instantly pulled the second security door over and closed it. As for the outermost security door, it didn't matter. It didn't matter if there was one more door. Han Ying's stab just now was more powerful than the one she stabbed Wang Shiqi in the stomach in the afternoon. So after she entered the door, Zhao Meihua was in so much pain that she couldn't straighten her body. She bent over and opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Han Ying, you are a star of misfortune. Your unlucky parents were killed by you. You deserve to be fatherless and motherless, and you will be alone and helpless in this life. I tell you, don't fall into my hands, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead or alive. Wang Jianya held his bitten finger and roared at the closed door. Star of misfortune? Killed your own parents? Alone and helpless? Han Ying, who had closed the door and walked to the entrance, suddenly felt the veins on her forehead throbbing when she heard Wang Jianya's voice outside the door. At this moment, Han Ying had the idea of going out and killing Wang Jianya's family without caring about anything. But reason told her that the order had not been disturbed yet, and it was not worth sacrificing herself for this family. Wang Jianya wanted to make her want to live but not die. Very good, then I will fulfill his wish. Turning around, holding the baseball bat tightly in her hand, Han Ying reopened the security doors one by one. Wang Jianya, who was originally pointing at the closed security door and making threats, suddenly heard the door open with a. The sudden sound made Wang Jianya's nerves jump, and when he was about to step back, he saw a stick hitting him fiercely. He knew it was too late to retreat now, and Wang Jianya instinctively raised his hand to block the baseball bat that was about to hit him. After the sound of the heavy, Wang Jianya immediately let out a shrill scream. The scream resounded throughout the corridor, and everyone in the building could hear it clearly. Han Ying clearly heard the sound of bones breaking after the stick went down. The baseball bat in Han Ying's hand was not an ordinary baseball bat made of firewood. When she bought it, she specifically asked for the strongest steel tube baseball bat. At that time, the boss even opened it for her to see. The thickness of the steel tube was nearly 1 centimeter. Moreover, Han Ying had used almost all her strength just now. The bone of Wang Jianya's arm was directly broken into 2 pieces when she hit him with the bat. Han Ying was not satisfied after the baton. She kept hitting Wang Jianya with the baseball bat up and down, making him scream, "Murder! Murder! Hurry up, Han Ying killed someone." Zhao Meihua had not recovered from being hit in the stomach by Han Ying just now, but when she saw her husband being beaten to death by Han Ying, she immediately ignored the pain and shouted in the corridor while violently on the doors of the 2 neighbors. She prayed that someone would come out to help them, but in a hurry, she had completely forgotten that Han Ying's 2 neighbors had just defended her. Wang Shiqi was so frightened by Han Ying's beating that she trembled all over, curled up, and looked frighteningly pale. She didn't even have the courage to step forward to stop Han Ying. Instead, Wang Mingliang, who was standing by, raised his foot and was about to kick Han Ying away, who kept hitting his father with a baseball bat. But Han Ying was not alone, and Tang Yuan, who was following her, was not just there to watch the show. When Han Ying opened the door again, Tang Yuan had been waiting at the door with his teeth bared. Seeing that Wang Mingliang was about to kick Han Ying, Tang Yuan immediately rushed over and bit his raised foot. Her husband was beaten, her son was bitten by a dog, her daughter was useless, and the 2 neighbors next door did not make any movement. Zhao Meihua rushed directly to the door, and then grabbed an old-fashioned large flashlight from the pile of luggage and was about to smash it on Han Ying's head. Although Han Ying caught Wang Jianya and beat him hard, she knew that there was more than one person here, so she was naturally on guard against the people next to her. Seeing Zhao Meihua holding something and about to hit her, Han Ying wanted to distract her and hit her with a stick, but Zhao Meihua was knocked down by Tang Yuan. Although Tang Yuan was huge, it was still a dog after all. Without the ability to stand upright, it naturally could not attack Zhao Meihua's raised hand in the first place. So it could only knock Zhao Meihua down, thereby indirectly preventing her hand from attacking Han Ying. Han Ying once again gave a thumbs up to her smart dog. The screams on the 27th floor lasted for an unknown period of time before they stopped. Everyone in the building was frightened when they heard the barking of dogs and the screams of people upstairs. Although Han Ying and the others were not familiar with her, they had seen her several times. She was a tall and thin girl who looked more beautiful than the stars on TV. She looked fragile. But who would have thought that such a weak woman who seemed to have no offensive power would beat 4 relatives and make them scream? Her relatives were beaten like this, not to mention outsiders like them. From this moment on, Han Ying's brutal image was planted in the hearts of everyone in the building. After venting her anger, Han Ying called the dog and went home directly. As for the other people across the street, next door, and the whole building, Han Ying didn't care what they thought of her behavior. Among the 4 people outside, Wang Jianya had fainted from the pain. Han Ying didn't hold back just now. The baseball bat, which was thicker than a steel pipe, hit Wang Jianya again and again. Although he was wearing thick clothes, Han Ying could still feel that several of his bones were probably broken. In this cold weather with a lack of medical care, Wang Jianya's suffering was many times more painful than death. Didn't he want to make his life worse than death? Then Han Ying would let him know what it meant to be worse than death. The husband was beaten to death on the ground. The daughter was scared and her face turned pale, and the son kept screaming while holding the leg bitten by the dog. Looking at this scene in front of her, Zhao Meihua cried and her face was covered with tears and snot. She didn't know why it became like this. Weren't they all fine more than half a year ago? They lived in Han Ying's spacious and bright house. She didn't even have to worry about the water, electricity, and property fees, because these were all Han Ying's business. She only had to think about how to get Han Ying to come home less often, or how to get money from her when she came home. And Han Ying used to be stupid enough to let them manipulate her. But why did it suddenly become like this? Han Ying's few words first caused chaos in her family, and the children were not in harmony, and the couple was alienated. Then they sold the house and drove them out. She went to the police station to sue her, but not only did she not get any advantage, but her husband also lost his job because of Han Ying's words.